I clearly awakened to the god-level profession, blacksmith. But everyone laughs at me and calls me a bad blacksmith. Even my girlfriend dislikes me and wants to break up with me. This is because 500 years ago, a huge crack appeared in the sky of this world. The dimensional rift tore open the sky, and the alien army swarmed in, bathing the earth in blood. Faced with this extinction crisis, humans are almost powerless to resist. At this time, some lucky young people awakened and mastered extraordinary powers. The appearance of these awakened people temporarily eased the crisis and became the main force in fighting against alien races. However, as time went on, the invasion of foreign races became more and more fierce. Fortunately, the progress of the times has enabled the human race to master the method of controlling awakening. Every year on May 12th, all Blue Star people over the age of 18 will participate in the awakening ceremony. Some people awaken to become elemental mages, controlling wind, thunder, fire, and lightning, and making clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. Some people become summoners, calling upon armies of demons to sweep across the world. But some people awaken into auxiliary professions, becoming supporters on the battlefield, providing buffs, or healing teammates. Some people have even awakened the storage space and become experts in transporting materials. In short, the professions after awakening are roughly divided into two types: combat and support. Almost everyone dreams of becoming a powerful combat profession and saving the world like a hero. But the reality is that more people cannot successfully awaken. Most people live an ordinary life, unknown, doing ordinary logistics work in the base city, and end their lives in mediocrity. But I just happened to awaken to the most inconspicuous profession, blacksmith. While others were waving their hands between heaven and earth, I could only hammer and forge weapons by the fire day after day. At this time, in Base City Number 7, the 9th branch of the intermediate branch of the Battle Academy. It would be great if I could awaken into a berserker and kill every alien with one punch. Don't dream. With your small body, it's good enough for you to awaken into an ordinary warrior. My dad is a summoner. I hope to go one step further and become a necromancer, summoning hordes of undead to sweep across the worlds. Discussions in the classroom were heard one after another, and everyone was imagining their future after awakening and dreaming of powerful strength. The classroom of Class 20 of Senior Grade 3. I sat in the back row by the window, looking at everything calmly. I have been in this world for 19 years. Since I was a fetus, I have known the history and civilization of Blue Planet. I know that in this era, everything is humble, and only awakening is the symbol of supremacy. All people awaken mysterious power, and control extraordinary abilities. The rarer the profession and attributes, the more brilliant the future achievements. My deskmate Lu Feng was rubbing his hands nervously, his face full of anticipation. "Brother Fan, what profession do you think I can awaken into?" I patted his shoulder and smiled faintly. "Just do your best. Combat professions are of course impressive, but support professions are also important. They are our key force in resisting the myriad worlds." Knock knock. The head teacher Wang, who pushed open the classroom door and knocked gently on the podium, signaling everyone to be quiet. The awakening stone in his hand emitted a bright white light, immediately attracting everyone's attention. This fist-sized gem is the key to unlock extraordinary power. Students, today is the most important day in your life. The awakening stone will guide you to awaken your hidden power. I hope you can all awaken powerful professions and contribute your own strength to the future of mankind. Wang, whose voice was firm and powerful, full of hope and encouragement. He placed the awakening stone on the podium, and the ceremony officially began. Everyone's eyes were focused on the sparkling gem, and the atmosphere was solemn and expectant. The first student walked up to the podium and placed his hand on the awakening stone. The light flickered for a moment, and then the awakening stone dimmed. No special profession, just an ordinary warrior. Wang Hu sighed lightly, his voice tinged with regret. Warrior is the most basic profession. Although one can become stronger through practice, the room for advancement is limited, and very few people can truly reach the pinnacle. Next, more and more students went to the podium, and the results were mostly disappointing. Ordinary warriors. Still an ordinary warrior. Wang Hu's voice gradually became low, and his disappointment was obvious. Finally, a burly boy awakened and became a beast blood warrior, and Wang, who showed a long-lost smile. The boy immediately became the focus of attention. Amid all the envious gazes, he returned to his seat with his head held high, his back straight, and his demeanor dignified. It was my desk mate Lu Feng's turn. He walked up to the podium with a nervous look on his face. Life-related occupations, chef. Lu Feng's face turned pale in an instant. He lowered his head and walked down the podium in disappointment. I patted his shoulder and consoled him. It's okay, Fengzi. There are top talents in every profession. Who knows if you can become a chef in the future? Lu Feng forced a smile. My father is a chef. It seems that I will inherit the family business. It's your turn, Jiang Fan. Wang Wu called. I took a deep breath, walked to the podium, and calmly placed my hand on the awakening stone. The light of the awakening stone was not conspicuous. Wang Wu stared at the stone for a long time before hesitatingly saying, Jiang Fan, your occupation is blacksmith? There was an uproar in the classroom. Blacksmith? Iron worker. Hey, Jiang Fan has always been among the top 3 in the grade in cultural subjects. How come he is in this profession? Some classmates also enviously said, the blacksmith is not bad, at least better than ordinary warriors. After the awakening was completed, everyone received detailed information about their profession. I closed my eyes and checked my career information. Sure enough, a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. I'm not an ordinary blacksmith. Just then, there was a slight sound at the classroom door, and a tall, pretty girl appeared at the door. Jiang Fan. Lu Rian's voice was indifferent. I turned to look at her, frowning slightly. Lu Rian glanced at the awakening stone with a cold look, then turned her gaze to me and said with a disdainful tone, I wanted to share my joy with you, but now, there is no need. What do you mean? I was puzzled. She said coldly, Blacksmith, you are not worthy of me. She walked up to me, her eyes sharp. The gap between us is so big that you will never be able to catch up in your lifetime. So, you are dumped by me. Although Lu Rian's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard throughout the classroom. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on me, and Wang, who couldn't help but shake his head slightly, as if waiting for my response. I asked in confusion, are you suffering from hysteria? Blacksmithing is just an ordinary job. You are destined to work hard in the workshop and stay at the bottom of society for the rest of your life. Lu Ruyin analyzed coldly. There was mockery in her eyes, and I awakened to be a noble elemental mage. I also obtained my natal scepter and am destined to soar in the sky. As she spoke, she waved her hand and an ice crystal staff appeared. It was about 1 foot long and inlaid with ice crystal gems, shining brightly. As soon as the staff appeared, the temperature in the classroom dropped sharply and frost formed on the glass. Many students couldn't help but shiver. The Scepter of Destiny is really amazing. Wang Hu's eyes widened. An apprentice has such ability, which is comparable to that of a high-level ability user. There was sound of people gasping in shock in the classroom. I looked at Lu Ruyin with a hint of disgust on my face. Your memory is messed up, right? When did I ever agree to your pursuit? You said I was dumped. You. Lu Ruyin's eyes suddenly turned cold. After awakening, she gained the power of elements. The cold air on the ice crystal staff surged like a tide, sweeping across the entire classroom in an instant. The temperature in the classroom dropped suddenly, the chill spread, and the air was filled with tiny ice crystals, as if it was a sudden ice and snow storm that made it hard to breathe. My body seemed to be frozen. All my movements became slow, and I felt like a sculpture that was about to be frozen into an ice sculpture. However, other students in the classroom were not so calm. Many of them turned pale, their lips trembled, their teeth chattered, and some even had a thin layer of frost on their skin, as if they were being corroded by the cold. Wang Hu's face suddenly changed. He took a step forward without hesitation. The powerful energy fluctuations surged out like waves, instantly forming an invisible barrier that completely blocked the cold air released by Lu Rian. As the cold air dissipated, the temperature in the classroom finally slowly rose and the students gradually returned to normal. Wang Hu was about to scold Lu Ruyin, but he was stunned. When he looked at me, he was surprised to find that my face was still as calm as water, not affected by the cold at all. This kid, Wang Hu, was shocked. Then he suddenly understood something and whispered to himself, a blacksmith's life is accompanied by a furnace. No wonder he can withstand this kind of cold. What about me? I smiled slightly, looked at Lu Rian indifferently, and snorted in my heart. I never get moved by anything, no matter what situation I encounter. I always remain indifferent. Lu Ruyan was shocked. She had never expected that I could resist her coldness. She gritted her teeth and said, "Anyway, I have decided that we will have no relationship from now on." "Where do you get your confidence from? You are such a fool." I laughed contemptuously and fought back without any hesitation. "Just because you have awakened the power of an elemental mage, do you think you have become a phoenix? Unfortunately, in my eyes, you will always be just the ugliest chicken." Lu Rian's face instantly became even uglier. She was once the most popular girl in the school. She was good at studying and beautiful, and was the goddess in the hearts of many boys. I, the object of her pursuit, always gave her a cold response. She was unwilling to accept the rejection every time, but she still spread rumors around the school, claiming that we were a couple. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that she is just my dog. "You conceited idiot," I sneered, ruthlessly exposing her lies. "How dare you pretend in front of me with your washboard body?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot you don't have any body at all." Every word I said hit her most sensitive spot, especially her body shape. Although I was a little exaggerated, she has always been inferior because of her body shape, and this attack made her even more embarrassed. Lu Ruyan was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Her face turned pale and blue, but she couldn't utter a word. Her hands were clenched tightly, and her nails were deeply embedded in her palms. "You don't have a curvy figure, and you're not even an A grade. It's ridiculous." I continued to mock her mercilessly. "Do you think you're a treasure? You dare to show off in front of me with that figure? Also, if you have hysteria, you should take medicine and don't lose touch with reality." My words were as sharp as ever, striking at Lu Rian's vanity without any self-awareness. The classmates in the classroom were stunned, their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. They didn't expect that I, who usually seemed gentle and polite, could fight back against Lu Ruyan so fiercely. This conversation was like a ruthless bombardment. Lu Ruyan's dignity collapsed in an instant amidst my series of words. Even her eyes began to turn red and tears welled up in them. "Jiang Fan, just wait for me. I will never let you go." Lu Ruyan left in a hurry after saying these harsh words. It's really incomprehensible what a flat-chested, cerebral palsy idiot. I shook my head helplessly and turned back to my seat. The classroom was in a dead silence. The air seemed frozen. All the students were silent, obviously shocked by my performance. Even Lu Feng was stunned. He had never seen me like this before. This kid, even if he is not a person with special abilities, will definitely have a bright future. Wang Hu commented secretly in his heart, with a complicated look in his eyes. There was a depressing atmosphere in the air, and people in the class looked at each other with complicated expressions. "Jiang Fan is indeed awesome, but he is too impulsive," a boy muttered in a low voice. "Although Lu Rian has a bad character, she has awakened an elemental mage after all, and she has strong support behind her. And Lu Ruyan has quite a few suitors, all of whom are awakened. It's really not wise for Jiang Fan to offend her like this." "Yes, and his occupation is just a blacksmith," another girl whispered worriedly. Lu Feng frowned, obviously a little uneasy. "Brother Fan, are you really okay?" I exhaled calmly, a glimmer of determination in my eyes. "I'm just thinking about which university I should choose in the next month." Lu Feng sighed. "To be honest, I want to help out in my dad's small restaurant as a cook. This profession has no combat power, and it is more difficult to upgrade than a warrior." I nodded, looked out the window, and silently said in my heart, "Newly awakened people have 3 chances to enter the secret dimension." "Craftsman's Cave," I murmured softly. "This place is the best opportunity for the blacksmith." The craftsman's lair. Lu Feng's face suddenly changed, and he grabbed my arm fiercely. "Are you crazy? That place is too dangerous. Almost all the apprentice-level awakeners who went there returned empty-handed." I smiled and patted his shoulder. "I must improve my strength as soon as possible so that I can fight against Lu Ruyan and the forces behind her." "But you can't be so impulsive," Lu Feng said helplessly. "Only by taking every step carefully can you go further." "Don't worry, I have a plan," I said calmly, standing up to leave. Just as I walked to the door, someone suddenly blocked my way. "Your fucking name is Jiang Fan?" I just walked out of the classroom and ran into a wall of people. "Are you Jiang Fan?" A voice was provocative and arrogant. The group of younger brothers standing behind him were all aggressive and obviously had no good intentions. "It's Su Chuan." The students of class 20 in the classroom recognized the man and whispered Just now in the campus group, he was showing off, saying that he had awakened a rare profession. He must be here to give Lu Ruyin a fight. A classmate added with a sneer. I glanced at the group of people in front of me and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" "I heard that you made Ruyin very unhappy." Su Chuan sneered, clenched his fists, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. He seemed to be deliberately showing off his muscles to scare me. She asked for it. I replied indifferently, preparing to walk around him. But Su Chuan stretched out his hand to stop me and said coldly, "Are you scared? Then crawl through my crotch, and I can pretend that nothing happened." As he spoke, he flipped his wrist, and a flying knife with a flashing cold light appeared in his hand. His fingertips turned the knife flexibly, and the blade reflected a dazzling light in the sunlight. An extraordinary energy fluctuation was faintly flowing in the air. This is the natal item. It is equivalent to Lu Ruyin's ice scepter. I paused slightly and frowned. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I have always been a tolerant person. I don't like fighting with others, but I am never afraid of any challenge. "Yes," Su Chuan responded coldly, his eyes full of contempt. The power, after awakening, gave him a great boost of confidence, and he was still not afraid of me, who was a head taller than him. "It seems that you're not going to give way unless I beat you down." I raised the corners of my mouth slightly, and my eyes suddenly became sharp. I flashed and punched out quickly, hitting Su Chuan's nose directly. Crack! With a crisp sound, Su Chuan's nose bridge broke and blood gushed out. I have a slender and well-proportioned figure, with prominent abdominal muscles and mermaid lines, and full of explosive power. The sudden attack caught Su Chuan off guard, and he was knocked down in an instant. Su Chuan screamed in pain, staggered back, and the flying knife in his hand seemed to fall to the ground. I quickly grabbed the flying knife and started to reforge without hesitation. Divine Forging Essence plus 6, a hint flashed through my mind. At the same time, Su Chuan let out an even more miserable wail. His body twitched violently. Blood began to ooze out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. He fell heavily to the ground and fell into a coma, looking extremely miserable. Su Chuan's brothers were stunned. They didn't expect that I was so strong and could knock Su Chuan down with just one punch. I sneered, "You're responsible for your own mistakes." I turned and left, no longer paying attention to them. I still had things to do. I had to go to the craftsman's cave. There was no time to waste. Su Chuan's younger brothers looked at each other and finally did not dare to stop me. They could only watch me leave. The classroom was silent, save for a few gasps. "This is my brother Fan?" Lu Feng's eyes widened, looking at my back as I left in disbelief. "Oh my god, Jiang Fan, who is always low-key, is so fierce," a male classmate exclaimed. The girls looked like they were crazy about him. "He has a great body, he's handsome, and he's so cool even in a fight. I love him. Most importantly, he has 8-pack abs," another girl added with a dazed look in her eyes. "I really want to touch them." "I have it too." Lu Feng patted his protruding belly. "And I am in the perfect form after 9/9's return to 1. Yeah, the person next to him who heard his words showed a look of disgust. I walked out of the teaching building and didn't go directly to the portal. Instead, I took a few detours and came to a weapons shop outside the school. The store was full of weapons and equipment that exuded a metallic luster. I carefully selected and finally chose 4 of the cheapest apprentice-level equipment: a forging hammer, a fine steel sword, a bronze spear, and a pair of bronze boots. 5,007 in total. The boss said with a smile. "Boss, I'm a student." I asked tentatively, "Can I get a discount?" The boss sneered. "Even if you are a beast, you can't do that." I was speechless. I cursed silently in my heart and took out the money. I had saved more than 10,000 yuan through scholarships during my 3 years of high school, but I spent most of it in one go, which made me feel a little sad. But for the sake of the divine essence, I can only grit my teeth and pay. Holding the weapon, I cursed under my breath and turned away. Every time I walked down a street, I used Reforge on a weapon. Divine Forging Essence plus 4. Divine Forging Essence plus 2. Divine Forging Essence plus 3. Golden words flashed in my mind, and the total amount of Divine Forging Essence has reached 15. As a blacksmith, it is reasonable for me to keep a forging hammer, right? I thought to myself. After returning to school, I came to the portal. There were already quite a few students gathered here, and many capable people were ready to enter the dimensional secret realm to challenge and accumulate experience. "Jiang Fan, you're a great guy. I heard that you scolded Lu Ruyan." It's very gratifying. A hearty voice came. I turned around and saw that it was Li Mu Bai, a top student who ranked at the top of my class in academic subjects. Are you coming too? I walked over with a smile. Yes, I'm going to practice at Grand Foresta. Li Mu Bai answered. What about you? He asked. I am a blacksmith, so naturally I go to the craftsman's cave. I replied. The air around them seemed to freeze, and the students exclaimed, Craftsman's cave? That's a high-level trial secret realm. The terrain inside is complex, and there is lava everywhere. If you're not careful, you will die. Another student also said, the goblin leader, there is probably 7 or 8 stars strong. It is extremely dangerous. Li Mubai looked at me with some concern. Are you sure you want to go? With your current strength. I smiled and said, you know I'm faster than you. I'll be out in 10 minutes. Li Mubai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This isn't a problem-solving exercise. What's the point of being quick? Safety is the most important thing. Anyway, there's a 2.5-minute protection period for novices. If I see the situation is not good, I will withdraw immediately. I answered easily. Brother, how about we change to a lower-level copy? I'll help you level up. Li Mubai patted my shoulder and said with a smile. After my 2nd or 3rd awakening, it will be no problem for me to help you forge God-level equipment. I smiled and rejected his kindness. Okay, then I'll help you cast it once you have the materials. Li Mubai responded with a smile. I took out my student ID and walked straight to the portal management office, ignoring the surprised looks of my classmates around me. After completing the formalities, I deposited the unnecessary items and stepped into the portal without hesitation. A flash of white light appeared and my figure disappeared. Mubai, he's just a blacksmith, but he actually recklessly entered a high-level dimensional secret realm. He's really not worth associating with. A blond boy walked up to Li Mubai and said with contempt. Li Mubai looked calm, his eyes showing no signs of fluctuation. When I make friends, I never look at their background, status, or occupation. Anyway, none of them are more precious than me. He paused, turned his gaze to the blond boy, and continued. This person has a calm personality and is not impatient. Even if he is a blacksmith, he may become a top professional. The blond boy sneered. A blacksmith can become a top professional? Stop daydreaming. There are many great craftsmen in history. Li Mubai emphasized with his eyes wide open. Moreover, he has a quality that makes people believe in him. Just wait and see. Even if he cannot become a great craftsman, he will definitely be better than most people in the future. The blond boy wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Li Mubai. Some people are born to be mountains, not streams. When the light of the transmission faded, I found myself in a red world. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur, and underfoot was cold black volcanic rock. In the distance, lava flowed like a fire dragon, spewing out hot magma from time to time, and even monsters roared in the magma. This is the craftsman's melting cave. I whispered to myself, took a deep breath, and watched the white light gradually dissipate from my body. I know that when this light disappears completely, I will be completely integrated into this secret dimension. Profession, Divine Forger. Professional, Jiang Fan, 1-star apprentice. Talent 1, Weapon Mastery. Skill 1, Infuse Divine Weapons. Skill 2, Reforge, Remaining Divine Forging Essence, 16. I glanced at my ability user page, picked up the forging hammer, and couldn't wait to start infusing it with spirit. Enliven the divine weapon. As I activated my innate skill, the essence of divine forging surged out from the void and quickly merged into the forging hammer. The hammer body vibrated slightly, and a layer of golden light flashed on the surface. The first time I gave it spirit, it was a success. Black iron forging hammer, apprentice level +1. Without any pause, I continued to psychicize. The second time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, every time the forging hammer was endowed with spirit, the golden light on it became more intense. The hammer body became stronger, and extraordinary power was activated within it. Apprentice level +2, apprentice level +3, apprentice level +4, apprentice level +5. 5 times of spiritualization, all successful. The first time consumes 1 essence. The second time consumes 2. The third time consumes 3. Every time you improve a small quality, the required essence is 1 more than before. Seeing that there was only 1 divine forging essence left, I immediately made an analysis. Gripping the forging hammer tightly, A strong feeling of power surged through my body. The hammer head was glowing with a faint golden light, as if it contained infinite energy. 150 seconds passed in a flash. The white light that enveloped me completely dissipated, and a hot breath hit me in the face, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Sparks flew, lava rolled, and I felt like I was in a furnace. The corners of my clothes instantly turned yellow, but I was unscathed, and even my breathing was not affected. This is the hidden power that the god blacksmith profession has given me. If an ordinary apprentice came here, just breathing would probably burn his lungs. The fire resistance bonus allowed me to be safe and sound. Fortunately, I had already deposited important items such as my mobile phone and ID at the office to avoid them being burned. Come on. With a flash of excitement in my eyes, I waved the forging hammer and stepped forward. Suddenly, a fist-sized lava demon jumped out of the molten lava, its body burning with flames, and pounced towards me. The forging hammer smashed hard on the lava demon with a whistling sound. Bang! The lava demon exploded instantly, turning into a pool of molten lava and completely dissipating. I didn't stop and kept moving forward. 1, 2, 3. The lava demons pounced on me from time to time, but I easily crushed them all. More than 10 minutes passed, and I couldn't remember how many demons I had defeated. Ahead, a group of lava goblins appeared, holding crude weapons, less than 1 meter tall, with dark skin and ferocious faces. Finally, I met an opponent who can drop my equipment. I licked my lips, swung the forging hammer, and rushed into the group of goblins. Bang, bang, bang. Every blow was accompanied by a dull sound. The lava goblin was knocked away like a rag doll, and the sound of its bones breaking could be clearly heard. More than 10 goblins were knocked down by me one by one in an instant. I picked up the fallen weapons and equipment and quickly forged them without hesitation. The weapon quickly melted in the furnace of nothingness, transformed into pure divine essence, and merged into my body. The essence of divine forging is so rich. I smiled and gently clicked on the harvest interface. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, I activated my skills with a hint of curiosity. Buzz, the goblin's body turned into ashes in an instant, and the skill was successfully activated. However, I did not gain the divine essence, but instead felt a warm current flowing into my body. I felt as if my body was being cleansed by some force, my strength increased slightly, and my breathing became smoother. Recycling items gains divine essence, but recycling flesh and blood can strengthen the body. I thought. The skill introduction did not mention such an effect, so it seems that I accidentally discovered its hidden function. Enjoy. I continued to kill goblins, improve my strength, and collect equipment. After walking a few hundred meters, a huge chimney appeared in front of us, with black smoke billowing out. Next to the chimney, a group of lava goblins were busy, and a giant goblin was forging a piece of equipment. It seemed that it had reached a critical moment. Brother, why are you walking your burden street? The sudden voice startled my heart. I immediately raised the forging hammer and looked around vigilantly. Behind a huge rock not far away, a middle-aged warrior wearing armor and with a scar on his face was looking at me with a smile. Damaged, I whispered back and quickly ran to a large rock and hid. However, at this moment, my steps suddenly stopped. A strong, murderous aura came from the front, and a cold light flashed in the void. Assassin. I was shocked and dodged hastily. Even so, I still failed to avoid it completely, leaving a bloody wound on my chest, deep enough to see the bone. Escaped. An unbelievable voice came from the darkness. Kill him, the middle-aged warrior shouted, the weapon in his hand flashing coldly, and rushed towards me. I covered my wound, blood gushed out, and I was secretly surprised. How could I be ambushed here? These two guys obviously didn't just pass by chance, but had planned it in advance. Looking for death, I gritted my teeth and swung the apprentice level +10 black iron hammer towards them. I had collected enough divine forging essence earlier, and I used it to strengthen the black iron hammer without hesitation. You're so brave. How dare you compete with me in strength? The middle-aged soldier grinned, the weapon in his hand glowing coldly. The assassin in the dark attacked again, and the dagger pierced my vitals like a poisonous snake. I swung the forging hammer and barely blocked the attack, but was disturbed by the concussive force transmitted from the hammer. The concussion effect, there is a chance to knock away the enemy's weapon when attacking. This force caught the middle-aged warrior off guard, and his weapon was knocked away by my hammer. Without any unnecessary nonsense, I took advantage of the warrior's stunned expression, drew a perfect arc with my hammer, and smashed it hard on him. Boom! The middle-aged warrior's body fell down instantly, without a sound. Poochie, the assassin, followed closely behind, and the dagger came rushing toward him again. However, I was unable to dodge the attack, and blood flowed from my waist and abdomen. Despite this, I gritted my teeth and persisted, grabbing the assassin's arm with one hand and swinging the hammer with all my strength, defeating him. Recycle. As soon as the assassin's body fell, I activated my skill, and the body turned into ashes, leaving only equipment on the ground. A warm current followed, quickly healing the wounds on my chest and abdomen. A warm current surged through his body like a tide, and the wounds on his chest and abdomen healed in an instant without leaving any trace. Suddenly, an unfamiliar skill information flashed into my mind. Skill? Invisibility. Lasts 3 seconds. I was stunned. After going back to the old ways, not only could I strengthen my body, but I could also unleash skills. I am not an assassin, but I unexpectedly acquired the skills of an assassin. This skill is simply beyond belief. I immediately fixed my eyes on the body of the scar-faced warrior, took a deep breath, and activated the recreation function again. The corpse turned to ashes, and the warm current surged in again, greatly increasing his physical strength, but this time no new skills were revealed. Despite this, my wound has healed completely, the scabs have fallen off, there's not even a scar, and my skin has returned to its original state. It seems that I can't unleash my skills every time. Although I feel a little regretful, the improvement in my strength has filled me with confidence. The light leather armor left by the assassin was just what I wanted. I activated the divine weapon infusion again, strengthened the leather armor, and quickly put it on. Although it was a little ill-fitting, at least I didn't have to worry about walking the bird anymore. Suddenly, I heard the cries of lava goblins in the distance. Apparently, they were attracted by the noise here. A group of lava goblins brandished simple weapons and rushed towards me with roars. Just right. I raised the black iron hammer and went forward to fight. Shock! The iron hammer was swung, and with a loud bang, the lava goblins' weapons were knocked away one after another. I seized the opportunity, and with every blow of my hammer, the goblins were smashed to pieces. Reincarnation. The body turned to ashes, and a warm current continued to flow into my body. I became more and more courageous, as if I had turned into a tireless killing machine. I approached the goblin leader, and the lava goblins along the way couldn't stop me at all. The goblin leader was restless and let out a deafening roar. Then, the magma rolled, and a 10-meter-long fire-breathing lizard rushed out from the ground, burning with flames all over its body. Roar! The fire-breathing lizard opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of blazing flames. I dodged to the side, and the flames brushed past my body, the burning sensation making my skin sting. What a strong guy! I didn't dare to be careless and swung the hammer towards the fire-breathing lizard. The fire-breathing lizard is extremely powerful, and the flames it spews out are even more terrifying than magma and can almost burn the sky and boil the sea. With my agile body, I kept dodging and looking for opportunities to counterattack. The hammer smashed towards the Charizard's tail, but its hard scales made the attack almost ineffective. I must find a way to get close to it. I thought about countermeasures while dodging. The fire-breathing lizard's flame attack range is extremely wide, making it difficult for me to get close. Finally, I seized a gap, and after it spewed out a mouthful of magma, my figure disappeared instantly. The fire-breathing lizard was stunned and looked around, as if looking for my trace. 3 seconds passed in a flash, and my figure reappeared above the fire-breathing lizard's head. Now, I raised the hammer high and smashed it down with all my strength. Boom! With a loud bang, the sound of broken bones echoed, and the fire-breathing lizard's body shook continuously. Taking this opportunity, I hammered it again, still in the same position. The huge body of the fire-breathing lizard fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. I gasped and started the recreation without hesitation. The corpse quickly turned into ashes, and an unprecedented burning warmth instantly rushed into the body. This fire-breathing lizard is not comparable to those lava goblins and imps. It is even more powerful than the scar-faced warrior. I felt as if I had been thoroughly baptized from head to toe. My physical strength and power were greatly improved, and even my skin was faintly emitting heat. Buzz, at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came. I turned around and saw the goblin leader standing in front of a rough forging table, with the forging hammer in his hand falling down hard. A piece of equipment on the forging table finally took shape, emitting a rich golden light. It was a golden sword, the blade of which was shining with strange light. It was of extremely high quality and outstanding appearance. The goblin leader roared angrily, grabbed the golden sword, and rushed towards me with his other hand still tightly holding the forging hammer. "Come and fight." I swung the black iron hammer to fight. However, the goblin leader was much stronger than the lava goblins and fire-breathing lizards. I was beaten back step by step, and the black iron hammer was almost lost several times. Shocked, I seized the opportunity and launched a shock attack, which caused the goblin leader's sword to be shaken open a little. Although the sword did not fall out of his hand, it can be imagined that the goblin leader is very powerful. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I initiated a remelting process, reducing the scattered lava goblin weapons and corpses to ashes and absorbing the divine forging essence within. I used the essence I gained to strengthen my light leather armor. +2, +3, +4, +10. The leather armor flashed with dazzling light, and a strange power quickly surged into the body. As for Ravage, I was stunned and checked the skill information embodied by this power. Seeking to be ravaged. The more pain the wearer feels, the more excited he will be, increasing his agility by at least 10% and at most 30%. What the hell is this? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of supernatural power is this? If it were someone with a masochistic physique, the more pain they felt, the more excited they would be. I firmly declare that I am definitely not that kind of person. Bang! Just as I was checking my skills, the goblin leader seized the opportunity and knocked me away with a hammer. I couldn't help but make a strange sound. Why do I feel so excited? Could it be that I don't feel any pain, but feel good instead? Should I do it again? These thoughts flooded my mind uncontrollably. Stop. I was so confused. I told myself firmly that I didn't have that kind of special physique. Bang! The goblin leader blasted me away with his hammer again. I couldn't hold back any longer and let out a shameful cry. My body feels so light. Coming to my senses, I landed lightly and felt like a nimble swallow. At this moment, I instantly understood the nature of seeking to be ravaged. My agility was actually improved so much in this kind of humiliation. Invisible. I immediately activated the invisibility skill and fled into the distance. 4 seconds later, my figure reappeared, already far away from the goblin leader. The goblin leader continued to look around, searching for my trace. After I appeared, this guy rushed towards me with an angry roar. The goblin leader brandished a golden sword with great momentum. I didn't dare to take it head-on, and with the agility bonus from seeking to be ravaged, I dodged as nimbly as a swallow. I was like a nimble swallow, shuttling between the clumsy attacks of the goblin leader. Invisible, my figure disappeared into the air again. The goblin leader swung his sword angrily, but could only hit the air. 4 seconds later, I appeared behind the goblin leader and smashed his arm hard with the black hammer. Ouch! The goblin leader felt pain and slowed down his movements. I immediately seized the opportunity and swung my hammer continuously, forcing the goblin leader back. The goblin leader spun suddenly, and the golden sword pointed directly at my throat with a sharp whistling sound. My pupils shrank, and at the critical moment, I quickly leaned back and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. As cold sweat dripped down my forehead, I realized that I had underestimated the strength of the goblin leader. I saw the heavy forging hammer smashing towards me with a whistling sound. I rolled violently and barely dodged it. The hammer head hit the ground, instantly creating a huge hole. Damn it, I cursed in my heart. The goblin leader's attacks became more and more fierce, and I couldn't breathe. At this moment, I was like a small boat in a storm, and I could be swept into the endless darkness at any time. Invisibility. As the cooldown time was up, I used the assassin skill without hesitation. The goblin leader lost his target, and his angry roar echoed in the air like thunder. 4 seconds later, I suddenly appeared on its left side and smashed its left arm hard with the black iron hammer in my hand. The The goblin leader screamed in pain. His left hand felt a sharp pain, and the golden sword flew out of his hand. Opportunity. A gleam of light flashed in my eyes, and I raised the black hammer high, ready to give it a fatal blow. However, the goblin leader reacted very quickly, and the forging hammer in his right hand smashed forward. Bang! The huge impact force made me fly out and fall heavily to the ground. My internal organs seemed to be displaced, and there was a fishy sweet taste in my mouth. However, I became even more excited, and I seemed to no longer feel any pain. The power of seeking to be ravaged continued to grow, and the power it brought to me continued to rise. The goblin leader roared and rushed towards me, obviously ready to end the battle. At the critical moment, my eyes suddenly fell on the golden sword on the ground. Let's fight. I rolled over without hesitation and grabbed the golden sword. Infused the divine weapon with spirit. I poured all of my remaining divine forging essence into the sword. 8 more to go. I looked at the golden sword in my hand anxiously, feeling a little flustered. The goblin leader had already rushed over, raising the forging hammer, ready to deal me a fatal blow. Reforge. I smelted the black iron hammer and successfully obtained 10 divine forging essences. It was really dark. I invested more than 50 essences, but only recovered 10. The difference was so big that I almost fainted. However, at least I collected enough essences. Done. I injected the essence into the golden sword. Apprentice level plus 10. The golden sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light, as if some mysterious power was brewing within it. Heavy attack. Increased the weapon's attack power by 30%. I gripped the hilt tightly, my eyes flashing with murderous intent. This golden sword was forged by the goblin leader himself, and it was definitely not comparable to the black iron hammer. As the sword came into my hand, a strange power flowed into my body, and I felt as if I had merged with it. The apprentice level plus 10 weapon gave me unprecedented power. The goblin leader roared and rushed towards me, swinging his forging hammer and smashing it down with the force of a mountain. Instead of retreating, I advanced, and my golden sword turned into a dazzling arc of light, meeting the whistling forging hammer. Down! A deafening crash sounded and sparks flew everywhere. This time, I stood firmly in place, and the golden sword in my hand did not tremble at all. The blade was so sharp that it actually left a shallow mark on the forging hammer. The goblin leader's face was filled with astonishment. He was angry and puzzled. He felt that the human in front of him was completely different from before. As a forger, how could he not understand the power of weapons? However, it could not understand why the weapon it forged showed such different power in the hands of this human. The corners of my mouth slightly raised. Now it's my turn. With the help of the agility bonus brought by seeking to be ravaged and the sharpness of the golden sword itself, my speed is as fast as lightning. I moved quickly around the goblin leader, and the golden sword drew streaks of light in the air, leaving scars on its body. The goblin leader's body was bulky and could not keep up with my speed at all. It swung its forging hammer angrily, but missed every time. It roared angrily and tried to suppress me with brute force, but unfortunately, it couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes. Seizing an opportunity, I acted quickly, and the golden sword attacked like a poisonous snake, piercing its throat like lightning. The goblin leader was unable to react in time, and with his forging hammer raised high, it was too late to block. Pucci, the sharp sword blade easily cut its throat and blood gushed out. The goblin leader's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and he died with his eyes open. Looking at the fallen goblin leader, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but my tense body began to ache, and the fishy sweet blood flowed into my mouth. The effect of seeking to be ravaged disappeared, and I couldn't hold on any longer. I hurried forward and activated Reforge. The corpse of the goblin leader was quickly burned to ashes. A warm current flowed into the body, and the physical strength was restored as before, and the spirit returned to the best state. I let out a long breath, and my eyes fell on the scattered spoils on the ground. The goblin leader's armor, helmet, arm armor, greaves. If these equipment were taken out, the value of the entire set alone might be more than $500,000. Add to that my parents' savings, and maybe I could buy a better house. This can be considered as a very sophisticated equipment among the apprentices, and its value is definitely not low. especially those heavily armored warriors, will definitely pay a large sum of money to buy it. I shook my head and decided to reforge the equipment. After all, I couldn't take the equipment with me. Then I searched for some materials near the chimney and obtained more than 300 divine forging essences. Oh, that forging hammer. I ran over and picked it up. It felt quite heavy in my hand. It could withstand the sharpness of the golden sword. So this forging hammer must be worth a lot of money. I plan to keep this forging hammer and put the golden sword up for auction. Looking at the golden sword in my hand and the forging hammer of the goblin leader, I felt a sense of satisfaction. This time the harvest is not small. I was still wearing light leather armor, holding the golden sword in my left hand and the forging hammer in my right hand, ready to leave this secret dimension. I silently chanted in my heart. A white light descended from the sky and surrounded my entire body. However, I suddenly stopped and my eyes unconsciously fell on the huge chimney. This thing is also made of metal. I ran over quickly, and the white light followed me like a firefly. The moment my palm touched the chimney, a burning force came over me, scorching my palm and turning it bloody. If it were an ordinary person, I would have let go long ago, but I had a heavy responsibility in my heart and would never give up. Recycle and rebuild. As the skill was activated, the 10-meter-high chimney disappeared in an instant. Divine forging essence plus 3,792. Remaining 4,149. I looked at the forge in the furnace, and I was eager to rush over, but the white light quickly caught up with me and took me off the ground. Suddenly, a deep and powerful roar echoed in this secret dimension. At the same time, a dimensional crack appeared where the chimney disappeared, and a huge claw stretched out from it and passed by me. I stood there in a daze, my heart beating wildly. Fortunately, the white light became brighter and brighter, and my figure quickly disappeared, leaving this secret dimension. After walking out of the secret realm, I sat down on the teleportation platform, still feeling terrified, and couldn't help but curse. Fuck, you scared me to death. Chapter 7. Upgrades one after another. Apprentice, level 7 stars. College. Near the portal. Buzz. As the portal trembled slightly, two figures ran out in a panic. The originally handsome and elegant blonde boy was now. Li Mubai and others were walking out of another portal in a panic. The blonde boy's hair was burnt black, and he had obviously suffered a lot in the Grand Forest Dimensional Secret Realm. They cursed the mutation of the secret realm under their breath and nearly lost their lives in it. Li Mubai was just asking whether Jiang Fan had returned, but the people around him shook their heads, saying they had never seen him. Even the academy teacher in charge of the portal knew nothing about it. Just as they were about to leave, a bright light appeared on the teleportation platform, attracting everyone's attention. I'm rubbing a mud horse. As soon as the light on the transmission platform came on, there were loud and angry curses. I'm scared to death. Jiang Fan's figure suddenly appeared. He took a deep breath of fresh air. There was no pungent smell of magma or sulfur, only the familiar atmosphere of the academy, which made him feel particularly comfortable. At the same time, the transmission platform was shining with light, and countless tiny spots of light, like fireflies, rushed towards Jiang Fan from all directions. These spots of light are not simply rays of light, but the embodiment of pure energy. In simple terms, it means experience value reward after settlement. Like weary birds returning to their nests, they scrambled to get into Jiang Fan's body, forming a thin cocoon of light around him. The light leather armor on Jiang Fan's body glowed with a metallic luster under the light. The golden sword in his hand was slender, about 3 feet and 3 inches long. The blade was flashing with cold light, and the hilt was carved with intricate flame patterns, mysterious and extraordinary. The other hand was holding a forging hammer. The hammer head was square in shape, dark in color, and covered with fine lines on the surface, like some kind of ancient rune, emanating a heavy and vast aura. As the light spots continued to merge, Jiang Fan felt a warm current surging in his body. His strength continued to increase, and his aura also rose accordingly. Apprentice 1 star, Apprentice 2 stars. The level increases rapidly like a rocket. Jiang Fan. Li Mubai stopped and looked back. He saw the golden sword in Jiang Fan's hand. Sword. His abilities are closely related to the sword, and he is particularly sensitive to it. Moreover, this sword looks good and has a mysterious and extraordinary power flowing through it. The strange phenomenon of Jiang Fan's upgrade immediately alarmed the people around him. The academy teacher also rushed over after hearing the news. He looked at the scene in surprise and couldn't help but sigh. With so many, if they were all stuffed into his body, can he handle it? It's an upgrade, not something else. A teacher rolled his eyes and suddenly realized, that's not right. Didn't these little guys just awaken today? They leveled up one after another after entering this secret dimension. How many monsters did this kid kill? Turn out to be. Apprentice-level users of special abilities cannot actively absorb the energy that escapes from the heaven and earth after killing dimensional creatures. Therefore, only after returning, with the help of the power of the portal, can that part of the energy of heaven and earth be plundered and integrated into the body of the person with the ability in the way of enlightenment. After breaking through the apprentice level, the user can construct an energy vortex in his body. In this way, when he enters the secret realm of the dimension to hunt alien creatures, he can directly guide and devour this part of the energy. When the energy accumulates to a certain level, it will automatically upgrade. Ahem! Jiang Fan coughed twice and woke up from his upgraded state. Seeing Li Mubai and others, he smiled and nodded. Are you okay? Li Mubai looked at the flashing light on Jiang Fan's body. Fine. Jiang Fan waved his hand, stood up, stretched his muscles, felt the surging power in his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Craftsman's Cave is indeed a relatively high-level secret realm among the apprentice level. After passing the level, he had upgraded from a 1-star apprentice to a 7-star apprentice, which was a very fast speed. If you do it 1 or 2 more times, you will be able to break through the limits of this level and advance to the next higher level. This sword. Li Mubai's eyes were fixed on the golden sword in Jiang Fan's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Oh, this is what I got in the secret dimension. Let me tell you, the goblin leader is quite powerful. Jiang Fan casually waved the golden sword, and a sharp blade cut through the air, making a slight buzzing sound. This is at least the most advanced equipment among the apprentices. An academy teacher couldn't help but exclaimed, it's comparable to ordinary equipment of the second realm, and it's worth a lot. People around also cast envious glances at them. There is another term for the best, and that is the best. Jiang Fan was really lucky. He actually got a treasure that many people dreamed of. Top-quality equipment. Li Mubai's eyes were burning as he scanned the golden sword and forging hammer in Jiang Fan's hands. Thinking of the vision when he upgraded, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Goblin leader, this is a monster of at least 7 or 8 stars. How could you kill him? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes and decided to hide his incompetence. How can I kill him? He immediately made up an excuse. After I went in, I didn't explore for long before I met a thief and a warrior. The 2 of them were teaming up to kill the goblin leader. In the end, the goblin leader exploded and the 3 of them died together. So that's how it is. Hearing this, the blonde boy sneered, shit luck. I think you look a bit like a piece of dog shit. Jiang Fan didn't tolerate him. The blonde boy and Li Mubai suffered losses in the Grand Forest. Although their injuries have recovered, they are still in a miserable state. The equipment and exposed skin were all charred and no longer as elegant as before, and they really looked like black dog shit. You are so... The blonde boy was furious, but the facts were before him, and he was powerless to refute. In the end, he was stopped by Li Mubai's eyes. This leather armor I'm wearing belongs to that thief. Jiang Fan pointed at the leather armor on his body and continued his performance. Would you like to sell this golden sword? Li Mubai nodded, no longer asking for details, and asked with a smile, I can give you a satisfactory price. I went through untold hardships to get this. Jiang Fan pretended to be hesitant. The price is negotiable. Li Mubai emphasized his tone. This was a decision he made after careful consideration. Apprentice-level top-quality longswords are not common. He feels that after mastering it, his strength will have a qualitative leap. Although I don't know how to identify the sword, I know that this sword possesses extraordinary power, Jiang Fan murmured. Can you ask a teacher to identify it? Li Mubai said, give me a price based on a value. I think neither you nor I will suffer a loss. Okay, Jiang Fan nodded. He was in urgent need of money. With the 2 skills of divine forging power and reforging, he could forge similar top-quality equipment at any time. Seeing his confident look, Li Mubai said, Brother, we don't need an appraisal. How about a flat price of 100,000? Chapter 8 Small Auction. Earned 430,000. His tilde. There were gasps all around. 100,000 is not a small amount. It is enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for several years. You know, normal top-quality apprentice-level equipment only costs tens of thousands of yuan. The price Li Mubai quoted was considered premium. 100,000? Mubai, are you crazy? The blonde boy widened his eyes. This is not how you make money. 100,000? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. How about this, plus the leather armor I'm wearing? You give me 300,000. How about that? Is the leather armor on you worth 200,000? The blonde boy glared. Oi, you must be crazy about money. Mubai, whether to buy or not is up to you. Jiang Fan said with a smile. If you don't buy it, I will throw it to the auction. At that time, 2 pieces of equipment may not be able to be bought for 300,000 yuan. Then you'd better go to the auction house. Who the hell is crazy enough to spend 300,000 to buy 2 of your top-notch apprentices? The blonde boy said angrily. Jiang Fan ignored him and looked at Li Mubai. 300,000 for 2 pieces of apprentice-level equipment. The price is too high. Li Mubai was silent for a long time. Finally, he shook his head slowly and discussed with Jiang Fan. How about this 150,000, and I will buy your golden sword? Jiang Fan sighed and said, to be honest, these 2 pieces of equipment have extremely high attributes. If it weren't for the fact that you're a nice person, I really wouldn't want to sell them to you separately. If you want to buy them, it'll be 200,000. Wow, I'll let you install it, said the blonde boy unceremoniously. Junshin shut up. Li Mubai spoke out to stop him, and after discussing the details with Jiang Fan, he finally asked for the card number, made a call, and instructed the finance department to transfer 200,000 yuan. The blonde boy who originally wanted to dissuade him could only shake his head helplessly and glared at Jiang Fan fiercely. This bastard is such a profiteer, he can only take advantage of kind-hearted people like Mubai. Ding! Battle Company your account with the last digit 2024 received 200,000 yuan at 9:51 on May 12th. The text message alert tone arrives. Jiang Fan took out his cell phone and saw the message. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. My parents work hard for a year, and after paying for rent and daily expenses for a family of 4, they only have less than 5,000 yuan left each year. If someone gets sick, this amount of money is not enough to cover the cost. All of a sudden, by selling 1 piece of equipment, you can gain wealth that your parents need to accumulate for 40 years. How could Jiang Fan not be happy? Mubai, you made a profit if you buy it. It's definitely worth the money. Jiang Fan then handed the golden sword to Li Mubai and said with a smile, the money and goods are exchanged. Well, Li Mubai took the sword and solemnly asked the teacher from the academy to help identify it. The teacher placed his hand on the sword and closed his eyes, concentrating for a moment. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of shock. I actually have 2 extraordinary powers. Solidity and heavy hitting. The students around him suddenly fell silent and listened attentively with bated breath. This sword was forged by the goblin leader himself. It was originally a gift to the Goblin King. It is made of high-quality materials and is extremely strong compared to ordinary weapons. It is almost indestructible. In other words, among apprentice-level weapons, it is indestructible. The teacher's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he explained to Li Mubai. More importantly, he paused and took a deep breath. This sword can increase the wearer's strength by an additional 30% when chopping. How many? Li Mubai thought he had heard it wrong, and his eyes widened. 30% strength. The teacher repeated again, his tone full of disbelief. 30% strength. What is the concept? This means that at the same level, Li Mubai's power will crush his opponent. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by this amazing property. Apprentice-level weapons rarely have extraordinary powers, let alone the appearance of 2 of them at once. Even the blonde boy who had been sarcastic to Jiang Fan before was stunned at this moment, his face full of disbelief. This is not just top quality, but invincible equipment of the same level. The look he gave Jiang Fan changed from contempt to deep surprise. How much shit had this guy stepped in to have such good luck? He took back the golden sword again and couldn't help but try to swing it. Feeling the powerful force coming from the sword, he was extremely excited. Apprentice-level top-grade equipment is worth tens of thousands, and its value will double with each additional extraordinary characteristic. How is it? I didn't lie to you. Jiang Fan pretended to sigh and said that in fact, if this equipment was put into the auction held by the battle company, the price would be even higher after bidding. I'm lucky, Li Mubai said excitedly. This sword really suits him very well. Jiang Fan looked at everyone's shocked expressions, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. From now on, making money will become very easy. Oh, right. The blonde boy Nong Junshun suddenly realized, grabbed Jiang Fan's hand, and said hurriedly, Brother, please sell me this leather armor on you. Mr. Shit, who is your brother? Jiang Fan pushed him away with disgust. Nong Junshin was shameless and didn't care about Jiang Fan's disdain at all. He still held his hand and stared at the light leather armor with burning eyes, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. Brother, don't be like this, Nong Junshan said with a grin, then name your own price. Li Mubai watched this scene and thought to himself, I should have listened to Jiang Fan and bought both pieces for 300,000 yuan. He knew that Nong Junshin's extraordinary power was related to the bow and arrow, and this leather armor was indeed very suitable for him, so he did not fight for it. The transaction just now has attracted quite a few students to watch. The amazing properties of the golden sword made them jealous, and now another piece of equipment appeared. Everyone immediately got excited and surrounded it. Seeing this, Jiang Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Everyone, this set of leather armor I'm wearing has only one special feature, and it's a bit weird. I personally think it's worth around 15 bucks. If you want it, you can start bidding. The highest bidder wins. He simply held a small auction on the spot. One extraordinary characteristic is almost over 100,000. Although some people doubted it, more people were attracted by the 4 words extraordinary characteristics and joined the bidding. 1,500, 5,000. Jiang Fan, I'll give you 160,000. 180,000. Another girl spoke up. They were all second-generation rich people with affluent families, but this girl had other intentions. She cared about Jiang Fan wearing the leather armor. It doesn't matter whether it is extraordinary or not. After all, it is the original skin. If she knew that Jiang Fan was in a vacuum state at the moment, she would go crazy. Seeing someone competing, Nong Junshun became anxious and shouted, I'll pay 200,000. The price kept rising, and finally, Nong Junshin gritted his teeth and shouted out a high price of 230,000. Seeing that no one raised the price, Jiang Fan nodded with satisfaction. Deal. He turned to look at Li Mubai and said with a smile, Mubai, I asked you to buy for 300,000 yuan a long time ago. Look, I made more than 100,000 yuan for nothing. Haha, it's yours. Li Mubai couldn't let go of the golden sword. After saying that, Jiang Fan walked into the duty room of the management office and changed into an ordinary college uniform. After coming out, he threw the leather armor to Nong Junshin. Here. Nong Junshin took the leather armor and asked the teacher from before to help identify it. The extraordinary property of this leather armor is to be ravaged. The teacher was stunned for a moment, then repeated, Yes, I just want to be ravaged. Chapter 9, Family. Rank. Seeking to be ravaged? The students around burst into laughter. What the hell is this attribute? If I put on this leather armor, won't I be chased and beaten by the enemy? I spent 230,000 yuan to buy a begging person. Nong Junshin lost a lot. Nong Junshin was also stunned on the spot. However, the teacher's next words surprised everyone. This seeking to be ravaged is not just a simple beating, said the teacher who used the appraisal technique. When the wearer is attacked, depending on the intensity of the attack, the agility attribute will be increased to a certain extent, and the mental state will become excited, temporarily forgetting the pain. Although it is only one extraordinary characteristic, it is equivalent to 2. After hearing this explanation, a blush appeared on Nong Junshin's originally embarrassed cheeks, and his eyes became excited. Could this guy have a special physique? Jiang Fan looked at Nong Junshin's excited expression and felt a chill in his heart. He quickly found an excuse to leave. Dad. Jiang Fan walked out of the college gate and set foot on the road to the university. The noisy voices gradually left behind. He took out his cell phone and called his father. Xiao Fan, today is your awakening day. How is it going? Father Jiang Che's deep voice came from the receiver. Many years ago, my father had not yet awakened his extraordinary powers, and he kept his feet on the ground, supporting this family with his broad shoulders. Therefore, Jiang Fan respects his father very much. Dad, I have awakened extraordinary powers, Jiang Fan said with a smile. And my abilities are pretty good. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Jiang Che's slightly doubtful voice came. Not bad? Really? Yes, it's absolutely true. And I also entered the trial copy, and my luck was overwhelming. I picked up a few pieces of equipment and sold them, making nearly 400,000 yuan. Jiang Fan tried his best to make his tone sound calm. While chatting with my father, I opened my mobile banking app and transferred 350,000 yuan to my father's account. How much? How much? Jiang Che's voice suddenly rose. For 100,000? Well, I received a text message. Yes, it's the 350,000 you transferred. The father's voice was trembling with shock. Xiao Fan, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Dad, good days have come for our family. From now on, I will earn money to support you, and you don't have to work in the slaughterhouse anymore. Jiang Che was silent for a while. Okay, let's talk again when I get back tonight, Jiang Fan said before hanging up the phone. Dad, you should resign today. Soon. He called his mother Wang Yi again. The same words were given to the father, followed by the mother Wang Yi's exclamation. For 100,000? Xiao Fan, are you kidding? Really, I have transferred the money to Dad. Jiang Fan unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This feeling is so good. Oh my God. Wang Yi's voice was filled with disbelief. This is like a dream. Your dad called me. Dad also wants to share the joy with you, Jiang Fan explained with a smile. Leave him alone for now, Wang Yi said. She talked to Jiang Fan for a long time and finally said helplessly, Xiao Fan, can you pick up Xiao Xian earlier today? I'm free now, so I can go to the school to pick her up early. Jiang Fan felt warm in his heart when he thought of his sister. Jiang Fan's younger sister Jiang Xian is blind and attends boarding school, so it is his unshakable habit to pick her up and drop her off every day. Jiang Fan, an orphan in his previous life, is surrounded by the love of his parents and the dependence of his sister in this life. He feels warm, cozy, and comfortable in his heart. For the sake of this family, he must become stronger. His biggest motivation is to save money for his sister's eye surgery and to buy a spacious and bright house for his parents. Xiao Fan, Wang Yi said hesitantly. When I was bathing her some time ago, I found bruises on her back. Jiang Fan's smile froze on his face. Did she bump into it accidentally? Why didn't she tell me? Did she apply medicine? It doesn't look like it was caused by bumps. Wang Yi's voice was choked with sobs. The scars are intertwined like someone beat him up. She had asked Jiang Xian many times before, but her daughter always refused to tell the truth. Bully, Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. His expression turned cold, a surge of anger burning in his chest. He patiently comforted his mother, keeping his tone as calm as possible. Mom, don't worry, I'll go to the school to check. Okay, you and Dad should go home early. Maybe we can go house hunting this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan's smile disappeared and his eyes were cold. My younger sister, Jiang Xian, has a good personality and would never take the initiative to cause trouble. Bruise on your back. There's a 99% chance that he was bullied. Jiang Fan clenched his fists. The increase in strength brought not only strength, but also the determination to protect his family. Resentment was quietly growing in his heart, and he would not allow anyone to hurt the people he cared about. Ding! The cell phone rang. It was a call from the school's academic affairs office. Student Jiang Fan, congratulations. Your awakening rating has been uploaded to the Battle Academy official website. After evaluation, you are eligible to enter the Battle Academy without taking an exam. The director's voice was full of excitement. This means that you're the first student in our intermediate branch 9th branch to be qualified to enter the Battle Academy. Battle Academy. Jiang Fan repeated himself like a tape recorder. There are two top universities in the world, namely Battle and God. In order to fight against the invasion of various realms, all countries joined forces to establish it, sharing teaching staff to ensure that every person with special abilities can receive corresponding training. Starting from high school branches and university branches were established, which were respectively affiliated with the Battle Academy and the God Academy. The Combat Academy that the director mentioned is the only university outside Base Number 7, which is a cradle dedicated to cultivating people with high-level abilities. That's right. The Academy will provide you with systematic training and resources to help you quickly improve your strength. When you advance to the second level, Master level, you'll be able to obtain training resources worth tens of millions, as well as the right to live in a townhouse. Villa. Jiang Fan was shocked. In the era of the advent of all races, every inch of land in the Bay City is worth a lot of money. Even the tube-shaped buildings are very expensive, and villas are just an unattainable dream. His thoughts were churning. My sister's eye restoring surgery, my parents' comfortable life, all of this requires money, a lot of money. What if I can be promoted to master level today? Jiang Fan asked tentatively. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Let me ask. The dean of the education department was obviously also surprised by this bold idea. Soon, the director called again, his tone even more excited. The top management of the Battle Academy said that if you could be promoted to the master level today, you will be included in the inheritance sequence, and the treatment you will enjoy will be no less than that of a meteor-level ability user. As the ability level increases, the ability users start from the apprentice level and master level. And in the Grandmaster, Meteor, Silver Moon, Meteor class is already the backbone of the human race. Jiang Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. If he could enter the Combat Academy, his family's status in the Bay City would also be unprecedentedly improved. Well, what do you think? The director asked. Thank you, director. I will try my best. Jiang Fan thanked him, and after hanging up the phone, he looked at the time. It was only about 10:30, and there was still more than an hour left, just in time for his sister to have lunch and enter the secret dimension again to be promoted to the master level. Perhaps we can move today. Jiang Fan's eyes were shining, bright and full of anticipation. Chapter 10, Breathing of Fire. Advance to master level. Jiang Fan quickly ran back to school and headed straight for the portal. Jiang Fan. Why is he back again? Jiang Fan is really lucky. Not only did he pick up equipment worth 400,000 yuan, but he also upgraded it to level 7. You know, even if you enter a low-level dimensional secret realm, it is still full of dangers. This guy made a fortune in the craftsman's cave. What good luck? The students around cast envious glances and whispered to each other. Jiang Fan ignored the discussions around him, checked in, deposited his ordinary belongings, and then stepped into the portal with a forging hammer. There was a flash of white light, and he disappeared into it. Entering the craftsman's cave again, the hot air hit me in the face. Jiang Fan took out the goblin leader's forging hammer without any hesitation and began forging with the divine forging power surging. The originally rough surface of the hammer gradually became smooth, shining with a deep luster. +11, +12, +13. The numbers kept jumping and finally stopped at +30. With each upgrade in grade, the amount of divine forging essence that Jiang Fan possesses will decrease by the corresponding grade. To increase from +20 to +30, a total of 410 divine refinements are consumed. For the wealthy Jiang Fan, this amount of expenditure is nothing. He just wanted to get through quickly. 3 golden lights burst out from the hammer. Light as a feather. The holder feels the weapon is as light as nothing. Bold and strong. Increases the holder's physical fitness by 50%. Fire breathing technique. Changes the breathing rhythm of the holder. If held for a long time, the holder can master the fire breathing technique. Breathing technique. Jiang Fan gripped the forging hammer tightly, feeling the power surging in his body, his eyes full of surprise. He knew the value of breathing techniques. This was a power that all master-level ability users dreamed of, and it was the key to becoming a grandmaster. This forging hammer is worth more than 1,000,000, Jiang Fan said in his heart. He swung the forging hammer a few times, and the originally heavy hammer now seemed as light as a feather, as if he was waving it. At the same time, a warm current flows through the body, muscles and bones are strengthened, and the sense of strength is doubled. Even more amazing was that his breathing rhythm changed, becoming rapid and long, as if resonating with the surrounding flames. The improvement in strength is very obvious. The protection time ended, and Jiang Fan officially arrived at the craftsman's cave. The scene before me was completely different from last time. Rows of goblin troops were escorting supplies and moving in one direction. Clear the customs as soon as possible. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed, and murderous intent emerged. He rushed into the goblin team like a ghost, swinging his forging hammer, bringing up pieces of blood. There were quite a few goblins, but they were no match for Jiang Fan's God of War style of harvesting them. The properties of the forging hammer after divine forging are too extraordinary. Every time Jiang Fan swings it, He can take the lives of several goblins. Fire breathing technique. Jiang Fan let out a low cry, and his breathing rhythm changed, becoming unique and magical. He found that he was actually absorbing the energy of heaven and earth that escaped after the death of the alien creatures, and his body became warm. I've upgraded. A white light flashed. His grade actually improved. Promoted from apprentice 7 stars to apprentice 8 stars. After I clear this secret realm, I can definitely upgrade to 10 stars. Then, condense the chi vortex and advance to become a master. After a round of massacre, Jiang Fan cleared out the nearby goblins and activated the recreation skill. His blood and energy surged, and his condition recovered quickly. The divine forging essence did not decrease, but increased, and was even more than before entering the secret realm this time. These goblins seemed to be transporting something important. Jiang Fan was clearing out the goblins while looting supplies. Soon, he found a golden helmet on a transport vehicle. There were complex patterns engraved on it, but they were similar to the patterns on the golden sword. Golden helmet? Could it be? He thought of the golden sword he sold to Li Mu Bai. Could it be a set? Helmet, sword, Goblin King. Find some time to collect the complete set and sell it to Li Mu Bai at a high price. Jiang Fan whispered softly and left this secret dimension with the white light. Buzz. Transmission on. In the 9th branch. The portal began to ripple and Jiang Fan stepped out. The energy of heaven and earth emitted by the teleportation array flowed into his body like a trickle of water. Once, twice, 3 times. White light flashed on his body 3 times in succession, dazzling. Apprentice 10 stars. Jiang Fan felt the surging power in his body, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Just 1 step away from becoming a master. Condense the energy vortex, Jiang Fan muttered to himself, while practicing the fire-breathing technique. The energy of the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be drawn towards him madly, gathering into a high-speed rotating energy vortex at his waist and abdomen. The energy mist rolled in the vortex like boiling magma, gradually condensing and eventually transforming into a new type of energy, emitting a blazing flame glow. A vortex of flame energy. This is the symbol of a fire master. A college teacher who was in charge of maintaining order in the teleportation array exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Jiang Fan. The students around also stopped and stared at the scene in amazement. He was promoted to master level. A student rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. At this moment, most of the students who stayed in the academy were senior high school students, and many of them naturally knew Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan is not a famous figure, but he is well known. After all, Lu Ruyan, who has a good appearance, is Jiang Fan's bootlicker. How is that possible? It's only been a short time. It can't take more than 2 hours for him to awaken his abilities, right? Another student also raised doubts. The students coming out of the portal were also shocked by this sudden change. Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes. The vortex of flame energy was running steadily in his body, emitting an invisible pressure that enveloped the surrounding space. He felt the power surging in his body, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master level. I'm here. The academy teacher walked quickly to Jiang Fan and said in surprise and joy, Student Jiang Fan, congratulations on your promotion to master level. Jiang Fan smiled modestly. Imluki. Luck is also part of strength. The teacher patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder and said, with your current ability, you can apply to enter the advanced college. I'm afraid you don't know yet, but from the moment I was promoted to the master level, I've become a member of the higher college. Jiang Fan felt amused, but did not take the initiative to explain. He smiled and said that he would wait for the college to make arrangements. And then he left immediately because it was time to go to the boarding school to pick up his sister. Chapter 11, Meteor Level Treatment. At Yujiang District Boarding College, the low teaching building bathed in the midday sun looks somewhat old. In the classroom of Class 19, Grade 9, most of the students rushed to the cafeteria. Only Jiang Xin sat alone by the window, holding a faded blue lunchbox in her hand. Her slender fingers gently stroked the cartoon pattern on the lunchbox, which was drawn by her brother Jiang Fan on her birthday last year. Jiang Xin is blind, as she was born with blindness, but she can smell the aroma of rice and vegetables coming from the lunchbox. That is the smell of home. Because her family was not well off, She could bring lunch prepared by her family to school every day. Today we have chicken legs. As he fumbled around, Jiang Xin thought happily that his brother had taken his lunchbox with him when he went out in the morning. I think it was at that time that his brother bought it for him secretly. She was very happy that her brother really doted on her. Bang! The classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of girls walked in, surrounded by Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei comes from a wealthy family and has always been domineering in class. She saw Jiang Xin at a glance. The little blind man was still there, with a look of disgust at the corner of his mouth, full of coldness. Hey, isn't this our bring-your-own-lunch lady? Lin Weiwei said this in a sarcastic tone, and the girls behind her also laughed sharply. Jiang Xin lowered her head slightly, quickly closed the lunchbox, and reached for the guide stick next to her. She knew that Lin Weiwei was going to find another excuse to bully her. Why? What kind of delicacies are you eating today? Lin Weiwei walked up to Jiang Xin and looked at her lunchbox with pretended curiosity. Oh, it's white rice and vegetables. It's really rich. Hey, there's also chicken legs. Several girls around him also echoed. That's right, poor and shabby. You still have a nerve to bring lunch to school. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Jiang Xin did not answer. She held the cane and lunchbox tightly, stroking them and wanting to leave. She couldn't afford to offend this group of people and didn't want to bring trouble to her family, so she could only choose to escape. Jiang Xion's fingers were tightly clenched around the guide stick, her knuckles turning white. Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to eat in a classroom? Lin Weiwei asked jokingly, with a sarcastic tone. I'm sorry. Jiang Xion's voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a slight tremor. She groped around, trying to get around Lin Weiwei and leave this suffocating place. Is sorry enough? Lin Weiwei grabbed Jiang Xion's arm and pulled hard, causing the lunchbox in Jiang Xion's hand to fall to the ground with a dull bang. The lid of the box popped open, and the rice, vegetables, and chicken legs inside scattered all over the floor, covered in dust. Jiang Xion's body froze. She slowly squatted down and groped for the lunchbox on the ground with trembling hands. Oh, how pitiful! The lunch of the lunch-packing lady fell to the ground. Lin Weiwei feigned surprise and exclaimed, her tone full of sarcasm, as if bullying Jiang Xian made her feel happy. Jiang Xian became increasingly silent and stopped making any noise. She knew very well that the more she did so, the more severe the bullying she would suffer. In fact, the classmates and teachers in the class felt sorry for Jiang Xian. Knowing that she was blind and had difficulty moving, they tacitly allowed her to eat in the classroom. But Lin Weiwei seemed to be possessed and always found different ways to bully Jiang Xian. They were classmates in elementary school. Lin Weiwei couldn't stand Jiang Xian's weak appearance and thought she was pretending to be pitiful. After entering junior high school, even though they were not in the same class, Lin Weiwei always found ways to find Jiang Xian and bully her even more severely. Lin Weiwei's family has capable people who have connections in the school, and most of the teachers are ordinary people. They often turn a blind eye to this kind of school bullying and choose to keep quiet. Don't pretend, little blind man. Do you think you can win sympathy by doing this? Lin Weiwei squatted down and poked Jiang Xian's forehead with her finger, saying viciously, you are nothing but a waste. You're just wasting rice by living. Hearing this, Jiang Xian bit her lips tightly, remained silent, and prepared to protect herself from getting hurt. You are still pretending. Lin Weiwei was furious and pushed Jiang Xian to the ground. Jiang Xian's head hit the table leg, and she felt a sharp pain. Weiwei, stop making trouble. What if something happens? A girl behind Lin Weiwei whispered. What can happen? She's blind. No one will care if she dies. Lin Weiwei snorted disdainfully, and then scolded her little sister. What are you afraid of? She was just playing normally. She accidentally fell to the ground. What does it have to do with us? As Jiang Fan walked out of the school gate again, his cell phone vibrated. Is this Jiang Fan? I'm the director of the Academic Affairs Office. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little hurried. Director. Jiang Fan held the phone in his hand and slowed down his pace. He had just contacted her in the morning, but now she called him. It was obvious that the news that he had just been promoted to the master level had spread. It's like this. The top brass of the Battle Academy will arrive at Base City number 7 this afternoon. They're shocked by your talent. The director's tone was filled with a hint of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Even I didn't expect that you could be promoted to a master today. Director, this is serious. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows, but he was not surprised. Originally, the Combat Academy asked him to report, but now they decided to send someone to invite him personally. The two major universities on Blue Star, the Battle Academy and the Celestial God Academy, have always been committed to training people with special abilities, the director continued. As a blacksmith, you were able to get through the early stages so quickly. Your future is limitless. Thank you for the compliment, director. Zhang Fan responded. No, it's not an over-award at all, the director said with more enthusiasm. Your talent is already high enough to enter the inheritance sequence. As I said before, the training resources given to you will be judged according to the meteor level. Zhang Fan's heart moved, and he smiled. I understand. Thank you for telling me, director. Can you come back to school this afternoon? The higher-ups want to talk to you in person. Okay, I'll go back to school in the afternoon. Okay. See you in the afternoon. The director's tone was full of anticipation. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan thought about it and called Li Mubai to ask him if he was interested in purchasing the set he had just obtained. What suit? He asked suspiciously. It's the same set as the sword in your hand. Zhang Fan said with a smile. You said this is a suit? Yes, I have a helm in my hand. If you want it, come to Yujiang District Boarding School as soon as possible, within half an hour. I will be there this afternoon. Zhang Fan said with a smile. Okay, wait for me. Li Mubai couldn't wait to hang up the phone. This kid, Zhang Fan shook his head, holding the hammer in one hand and the helmet in the other. But at this time, he used his skills to start giving life to the helmet. Starting from 0, as the light shines, it quickly reaches the level of +10. Extraordinary power is born. Clear mind. Increase your mental strength by 5%. Just barely, but it's not worth it. Zhang Fan shook his head and continued to strengthen. A flash of light passed by, and new entries appeared. Deterrence. If you have enough mental strength, you can overwhelm the opponent with your momentum. So. Newly emerged extraordinary powers. It still didn't achieve Zhang Fan's expected goal. As a last resort, he had to proceed with the next strengthening. As the divine forging essence decreased, the helmet soon reached the level of +30. When the rich brilliance is restrained, Zhang Fan read the new message. Hypnosis can make people fall into a dream. He took a breath. This is good. Chapter 12 Angry. Zhang Fan stroked the golden helmet. Hypnosis. How many people want to acquire this ability? Many anime scenes about time stop flashed through his mind, and Zhang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. His thoughts turned back to his mind, and Zhang Fan hurried to the boarding school. Passing by the food street, I stopped. Thinking of my sister's favorite takoyaki, garlic chicken wings, and meat pies, my feet involuntarily turned to those familiar stalls. He knew that telling his sister that he would pick her up was already an expectation. And this sudden snack surprise will make the anticipation even sweeter. Now that I have money, I'm not as tight-lipped about spending my phone bill as before. I bought some of my sister's favorite food, just enough for her to eat. During lunchtime, the campus is bustling with people. After registering at the security department, Zhang Fan walked straight to the teaching building where his sister was. A guard of master-level ability followed closely behind him, obviously worried that he might cause trouble. Although the school does not refuse parents' visits, it will arrange security guards with special abilities to accompany them. Before he even got close to the 9th grade class 19, a sharp female voice mixed with his sister's suppressed sobbing came into his ears. She fell down accidentally. What does it have to do with us? Anger instantly ignited Zhang Fan's chest. He sprinted forward, and there was a crisp crack sound in the corridor, and the floor tiles cracked. Hey, stop it. The master-level ability user from the security department rushed to stop him, but was a step too late. Fortunately, the young man was still calm. Zhang Fan stood at the door of the classroom, with flames in his eyes. In the classroom, several girls surrounded Zhang Xin with mocking smiles on their faces. Lin Weiwei stood at the front, gesticulating arrogantly and frowning on Zhang Xin's shoulders. Zhang Xin lowered her head. Her body was covered in dust, and she looked very disheveled. Her shoulders were trembling slightly, and there were traces of tears on her cheeks. Xin, Zhang Fan's voice was very soft. Lin Weiwei and the others turned around and saw Zhang Fan, frowning and asking, "Who are you?" The food scattered on the ground was a mess, just like Zhang Xin's broken heart. She reached out her hand and groped for the chicken leg on the ground. It was bought specially for her by her brother. The afternoon sun poured in through the window, shining on Jiang Xian's thin body, but it could not warm her cold heart. Suddenly a very warm voice came, calling softly. "It's okay, my brother is here." Jiang Fan ignored Lin Weiwei, walked straight to Jiang Xian, squatted down, and gently wiped the tears from her face. Feeling the warmth from her brother, Jiang Xian couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into Jiang Fan's arms. "Brother, don't be afraid." Jiang Fan patted his sister's back gently and swept his cold eyes over Lin Weiwei and others. "What's going on?" A powerful momentum was thrown out in an instant. A newly promoted master-level person is not someone they can match. Just a glance was enough to frighten these fairies, as if they were being stared at by the king of the mountains, a ferocious tiger. I was sweating all over immediately. In fact, I have only experienced this with my uncle. Lin Weiwei was trembling with fear, but she finally suppressed her fear and said hesitantly, "We were just playing with her." "Are you kidding?" Jiang Fan sneered. "You are just joking. Can you make my sister cry? And you even threw her lunchbox on the ground." Immediately, he comforted Jiang Xian softly, helped the little girl up, put her on the table, and looked at Lin Weiwei coldly. "You all, tell me one by one, what happened?" Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Jiang Fan, Lin Weiwei and the others turned pale with fear in their eyes. Only then did they realize that the boy in front of them was not someone they could bully at will. Moreover, when Lin Weiwei saw the two pieces of equipment shining with dark gold in the other party's hands, she knew very well that the man who claimed to be Jiang Xian's brother was a person with special abilities. The security guard standing at the door was also stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Fan's aura to be so strong. Just a glance from him scared the girls so much that they dared not speak. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. The master security guard threw out Lin Weiwei, a relative of the school director, and hurried forward. "Little brother, I think you're still a student, and they all said it was just a joke. How about letting it go? Are you sure you don't want to ask any questions?" Jiang Fan was almost mad with anger, but his tone was calm. Anyone with a discerning eye can see this. Yet they are still prepared to keep things quiet. Do they really think that the Jiang family is easy to bully? Ultimately, it's the student's business. How about waiting for the teachers to judge? The master security guard was not clear about Jiang Fan's strength. But from the opponent's momentum and equipment, we can also see some clues and know that this person is not an easy one to deal with. Although the other party has tried his best to restrain his anger, the guard is very clear that although he's a person with special abilities, matters involving people with special abilities are not something he can handle. Therefore, he wanted to delay time and wait for the school's top management to arrive. "Okay, notify them to come as soon as possible." Jiang Fan nodded, glanced around the classroom, and saw the surveillance camera above the corner. He had an idea in mind, and then glanced coldly at Lin Weiwei and others. "You'd better not leave before the matter is resolved." Talking, he casually gave away the forging hammer. With a clang, a strong wind seemed to blow in the classroom, and the books on the table were suddenly blown away and fell to the ground with crackling sounds. The group of little girls were all terrified. Jiang Fan comforted his sister, wiped her tears, and took out the food he bought on the way. "Brother, why don't we go back?" Jiang Xian has a very gentle personality. Faced with such bullying, the first thing she thinks of is not to cause trouble to her family. "Don't be afraid, it's okay. Your brother, just awakened today, and I'm already a user of special abilities." Jiang Fan comforted softly. "Just awakened?" Hearing this, Lin Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that whether or not she could master the ability after awakening was two different matters. But his uncle was a master-level person and was definitely not someone an apprentice could challenge. "I feel a lot more at ease. What should I do, Weiwei?" "Yeah, I still have homework to do." A group of young ladies, led by Lin Weiwei, were forced to stay in the classroom, and they were extremely anxious. "What are you afraid of?" Lin Weiwei's tone became calm. "Wait for my uncle to come." Soon, a burst of quick footsteps was heard, and the first to rush up were people from the college security department. They had heard the noise a long time ago, and except for those who had to stay behind to maintain school order, the rest of the people moved in full force. Team leader, this group of uniformed people with special abilities, mostly apprentices, surrounded the master-level guards as soon as they arrived. "Wait for the school's higher-ups to arrive," the master security guard ordered. "Yes," a group of people said, blocking the front and back doors of the classroom. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a tang suit, glasses, and with a big belly came over. Captain Liu, who is causing trouble in school? Captain Liu has not responded yet. Jiang Fan's phone just received a call. Well, I'm in school, in the classroom of grade 9, class 19. Yes, my sister is taking classes here. No, I'll come out after I finish this matter. Chapter 13. Use it properly, and it will work. Which school are you from? Zhu Gang, with his bulging belly, looked down at Jiang Fan with a questioning tone in his voice. Before he could hang up the phone, Jiang Fan put it aside. The light from the phone screen shone on his calm face, but it couldn't hide the anger surging in his eyes. He tried to keep his tone calm. Jiang Fan, a senior student at the 9th branch. Why did you come to school to cause trouble? Zhu Gang frowned, and his eyes behind the lenses were filled with scrutiny, as if Jiang Fan was born with original sin. Jiang Fan did not answer directly, but looked at Captain Liu. Captain Liu, has there been any trouble since I came in? Captain Liu stepped forward and said truthfully, this student has been very calm since he came in. Calm down? Who stepped on the floor in the corridor and damaged it? Zhu Gang pointed at the broken floor tiles outside the classroom and said in an aggressive tone, could it be that I broke it myself? Captain Liu hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to stand on the school's side. This student crushed it. Put yourself in their shoes. If your daughter or sister were crying, anyone would be unable to restrain their strength. But he knew very well in his heart that it was his duty and he had to stand on the side of the school. Isn't this the end? Zhu Gang snorted coldly and turned to the security department members behind him. What do you guys in the security department do? Someone came to the school to cause trouble, and you are still indifferent. He spoke sternly as he reprimanded a group of incompetent subordinates. Jiang Fan took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. I can compensate for the broken floor, but please deal with my sister first. He pointed at Jiang Xian, who was sobbing beside him. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. Zhu Gang glanced at Jiang Xian coldly and said in a harsh tone, how can a person who only knows how to destroy take on the responsibility of defending the country? You just awakened your extraordinary ability today, and you can't wait to show off. I will report today's situation to your school teacher, truthfully. Jiang Fan's eyes turned cold, and his clenched fists made a crackling sound. He tried hard not to get angry, because he knew that if he did it now, it would only make things worse. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as much as possible. Lin Weiwei and others looked at this scene with a hint of pride in their eyes. They seemed to have foreseen the punishment Jiang Fan was about to face and were secretly delighted. Jiang Xian hugged Jiang Fan's arm tightly, her body trembling slightly. It's okay. Jiang Fan patted Jiang Xian's shoulder gently, silently comforting her. He raised his head and glanced at Lin Weiwei and others, his eyes as cold as a knife. School leader, are you sure you want to change the subject and not deal with my sister's affairs? Jiang Fan made his final inquiry. This is an internal matter of the school. You, as an outsider, should not interfere. I will give this female student a satisfactory answer. Zhu Gang said, and turned his fat body to Lin Weiwei. His small eyes behind the glasses narrowed into a slit, and asked, what's going on? This little blind boy was eating in the classroom and accidentally bumped into his lunchbox. He stood up to clean it up and accidentally fell to the ground, and then started crying. Lin Weiwei said without blinking, pointing at the little sister next to her, Dean, if you don't believe me, you can ask them. Is that so? Zhu Gang turned to the group of girls. That's it. We saw it, and came in to help Jiang Xian with good intentions. But it seems that we were misunderstood by her brother. A group of little girls echoed in unison, like a group of well-trained actors. At this moment, they looked bright and innocent, like the most beautiful flowers full of vigor and youth. You see, this is the truth. Zhu Gang turned to Jiang Fan, his tone containing a hint of complacency, as if he had already taken control of the overall situation. That's not the case. Brother, that's not the case. It was Lin Weiwei who pushed me to the ground. The injury on my back last time was also caused by them. Jiang Xian was extremely stunned, her dull face full of pain, she explained while sobbing softly. It was obvious that they deliberately knocked over her lunchbox and pushed her to the ground, but now they are confusing right and wrong and saying that it was her own carelessness. Why? Why can the truth of things be distorted so easily? An indescribable feeling of frustration surged into Jiang Fan's heart. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Looking at Zhu Gang's bureaucratic face and the smug expressions of Lin Weiwei and the others, his heart was filled with anger. Jiang Fan knew that Zhu Gang didn't care about the truth at all. He just wanted to keep things quiet and maintain the school's so-called reputation. Captain Lu stood aside, his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. He was deeply impressed by the blind girl, a weak girl, but very sensible. I've seen the scenes in the classroom from the monitoring room many times, and every time I saw it, I saw this little girl looking helpless and miserable. He knew that Jiang Xin was being bullied, but he also understood that he was just an ordinary security captain and was powerless to compete with the school leaders. If you have power, you can suppress others. He sighed helplessly in his heart, surrounded by a deep feeling of powerlessness. He needs this job to support his family and cannot lose it. Anything else you want to ask? Seeing Jiang Fan silent, Zhu Gang's tone became stern. Your sister's matter has been resolved. Now it's time to talk about your matter. You damaged public property and disrupted school order. You must pay the price for this. Jiang Fan took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner anger. There are no evil supernatural powers in the world, but there are beasts who do evil. Jiang Fan opened his eyes and spoke in a terrifyingly calm tone. He picked up the golden helmet on the desk and said, "To be honest, I really don't want to use this ability, but I have no choice." As he spoke, he put the golden helmet on his head. A moment, a powerful mental force burst out from him, and his aura became extremely majestic, as if he was a king who ruled the world. Everyone present, except Jiang Xin, was overwhelmed by this momentum, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Zhu Gang's face turned pale instantly, and he subconsciously took a step back, his eyes behind the lenses filled with fear. Lin Weiwei and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They had never seen such a powerful aura before. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not a high school student, but the god of death who controlled life and death. Didn't he just awaken? How can there be such a powerful force? Captain Lu was also shocked. Now, all of you stand in the corridor outside. I will deal with you one by one. Jiang Fan's patience has been exhausted. He decided to use his own methods to teach this group of scum a lesson. Little classmate, do you know what you're doing? Although Zhu Gang was frightened, he was able to quickly remain calm, as he had been an accomplice to the evil for many years. Just because you say so, we're going? Lin Weiwei said in a timid tone. Now, I really have the final say. Jiang Fan snapped his fingers, and a group of self-righteous little fairies, as well as Zhu Gang, began to walk outside in a trance with dull eyes. Chapter 14, Judgment. Captain Lu's heart was pounding. This mental force made his legs weak, and he could hardly stand. He understood that Jiang Fan had used the extraordinary power of his equipment, and immediately stepped forward, saying anxiously, "Little classmate, you are still young. Don't go down the path of crime." Jiang Fan's eyes were cold, and his tone was as sharp as a knife. I gave them a chance, but this fat pig was openly partial to others and didn't take school bullying seriously at all. He made excuses and defended the perpetrators. Is such a beast worthy of being a teacher? If he doesn't give me an explanation, I will naturally have my own way. What? Do you want to help the evil? Zhu Gang's face was pale, and his eyes were empty. He mechanically led Lin Weiwei and others to the corridor like a puppet. Lin Weiwei and the others looked pale, their legs went weak, and they were unable to control their bodies. Captain Lu looked at this scene, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Little classmate, you can ask the people from the Public Security Bureau to come. They will give you a satisfactory answer. Jiang Fan sneered. Don't worry, I won't do anything to them. I'll just let them provide evidence to each other. He picked up the forging hammer and the phone, but found that the call was still on. He said in a tone that was obviously stunned. Mubai, did you hear everything? Li Mubai's calm voice came from the phone. I heard a general idea. If you are right, I will use all my connections to help you settle this matter. Wait for me to come up. Good. Jiang Fan nodded, a barely perceptible smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. With his memory, how could he forget to hang up the phone? Everything is calculated. He turned to look at Captain Lu with sharp eyes. Are you sure you want to stop me? Captain Lu swallowed his saliva and tried to remain calm. Little classmate, please don't mess around. I've already asked someone to notify the Public Security Bureau. I said I wouldn't mess around. Jiang Fan came to the corridor holding a hammer and, like a physical education teacher, directed everyone to stand with their backs against the classroom wall. Zhu Gang, Lin Weiwei and others did as they were told, like puppets. Their eyes were empty and their faces were expressionless, as if they had lost their souls. But his body was very honest, standing at attention with his back against the wall, like a soldier waiting for inspection. Students who had finished lunch and college executives who heard the noise rushed over and surrounded both sides of the classroom. They were whispering, their eyes full of curiosity and excitement. All of them were there to watch the fun. The sunlight shone through the windows in the corridor onto Jiang Fan, giving him a layer of golden glow. He held a forging hammer and has sharp eyes, like a god who controls order. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and neatly combed hair squeezed into the crowd. He was the principal of the school, Zhao Tianming. He looked at the strange scene in front of him, his brows furrowed, his heart filled with confusion and uneasiness. "What's going on?" Zhao Tianming asked in a deep voice, looking at everyone. Captain Liu hurried forward and reported what had happened in a low voice. After listening to this, Zhao Tianming's face turned gloomy. He looked at Jiang Fan with complicated eyes. "You have mastered this kind of power just after awakening? Relying on equipment." "Classmate," Zhao Tianming said slowly, "I hope you can calm down. We can discuss anything." Jiang Fan turned to look at Zhao Tianming with a calm look in his eyes. "My patience has run out. Next, I will use my own method to get the answer I want. You'd better shut up." While talking, he stared at Zhao Tianming. The mental power contained in his eyes was as real as substance, full of oppression. Zhao Tianming felt his heart suddenly shrink, as if he was hit by a huge hammer. His eyes went dark, and he staggered backwards, feeling dizzy. "Careful!" A pair of warm and strong arms supported Zhao Tianming in time. He turned around in shock, and when he saw the person coming, he quickly stood up and greeted respectfully. "Mr. Mubai?" Li Mubai nodded slightly, his tone gentle but with unquestionable majesty. "Principal Zhao, my friend is very rational, and he won't do anything rash. Someone must have done something very bad to make him so angry. As a school, we should accept the public's doubts." Zhao Tianming's face looked grim. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said this. Li Mubai ignored Zhao Tianming's embarrassment and turned to a tall, stern-looking young man behind him and said, "Uncle Mo, accompany Principal Zhao to retrieve the surveillance footage. I will stay and watch Jiang Fan." The man called Uncle Mo bowed slightly. "Yes, master." Then he looked at Zhao Tianming and made a pleased gesture. Zhao Tianming did not dare to be negligent. He understood that Li Mubai's order could not be questioned, so he immediately took Uncle Mo away. Jiang Fan took it all in, nodded slightly to Li Mubai, and began his own judgment. He walked up to Zhu Gang, raised the forging hammer, and gently tapped Zhu Gang's fat belly with the handle of the hammer, making a dull dong-dong sound. "Tell me, why do you want to protect this group of scum and villains?" Jiang Fan's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. "For the sake of campus stability and to maintain the school's image." Zhu Gang spoke intermittently, forcing a flattering smile on his fat face. "Sacrificing the interests of the victims to protect certain vested interests. Is this what you call campus stability?" Jiang Fan sneered disdainfully, and then deepened the use of hypnosis. "Who is it for?" "Of course it's to maintain the forest." Zhu Gang blurted out, then realized that he had made a mistake and quickly changed his words. "I mean to protect the overall interests of the school, and I am not protecting anyone. Everything is official." He tried hard to align his goals with greater justice. "At this time, it is impossible to admit that you're doing this for someone's selfish motives." Jiang Fan sneered. He knew that he couldn't get any useful information out of Zhu Gang. He turned to look at a girl who looked relatively weak, his eyes cold. "My friend has already checked the surveillance footage in the classroom. If you confess now, there's still room for recovery. Otherwise..." He paused deliberately, a hint of menace in his tone. The little girl's face turned pale, and her lips trembled. It was the little blind girl who fell down by herself. "We were just trying to help her out of kindness. Why are you slandering us?" She pretended to be strong, but her voice was obviously trembling. "Why don't you tell the truth?" Jiang Fan snapped his fingers. "What is this doing?" Luo Dantong. However, amid the exclamations of the crowd, the little girl seemed to be controlled by an invisible force and involuntarily climbed up the parapet outside the corridor. This is the 6th floor, nearly 20 meters above the ground, a height enough to make people tremble with fear. The little girl felt dizzy, her body trembled violently, and she screamed shrilly. No, I'm afraid of heights. Jiang Fan threatened in a cold tone. Who threw away my sister's lunchbox? Who pushed my sister to the ground? If you don't tell the truth, jump down by yourself. It's Lin Weiwei. The little girl cried out in a broken voice. Lin Weiwei was the one who ordered all this. She said her uncle is the school director, and as long as we don't kill that little blind man, nothing will happen. Chapter 15, Out of Anger. Dantong, don't spit blood on me. When did I ever say that? Lin Weiwei's face turned pale, and she denied in panic. Jiang Fan ignored Lin Weiwei's excuses and continued to ask, who hurt my sister's back? The little girl clung to the parapet tightly, her body swaying as she cried. It was also Lin Weiwei. She asked us to beat her. She said that as long as we just beat her gently, it would be fine. Lin Weiwei screamed hysterically. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. You don't have to bother to make excuses. I will investigate every single thing you did to hurt my sister. Jiang Fan turned to look at Lin Weiwei, his eyes as sharp as a knife. However you bullied her, I will make you pay back 100-fold. Lin Weiwei's face was pale and her lips were trembling, but she couldn't utter a word. At this time, Uncle Amo came back with Zhao Tianming. Master, the surveillance has been removed a long time ago. Only the footage from this afternoon is still there. In the footage, Uncle Amo took out his cell phone and handed it to Li Mu Bai, on which was the evidence he had copied. She has always been bullying Xiaoxin. I even secretly recorded a video here. A round-faced girl came out and clicked on the video on her phone. Suddenly, someone else came out and said that he had evidence on his phone. Jiang Fan watched the video on the cell phone that was handed to him, watching how his sister was pushed and threatened by them. My heart is bleeding. Younger sister. Jiang Fan's eyes were red, and he was extremely furious, but more of it was pain. His sister had suffered so many injuries, and, as a brother, he didn't even notice it. If the mother hadn't caught a glimpse of the scar from last time, the whole family would probably have been kept in the dark. I didn't expect Lin Weiwei to be this kind of person. You can only know a person's face, but not his heart. How vicious. One by one, kind and just witnesses denounced Lin Weiwei. You deserve to die. Jiang Fan came in front of Lin Weiwei with a forging hammer and attacked the vicious man. He was really out of his mind and lost his temper at this moment. Oncle Montauk, Li Mu Bai shouted. Looking at the square forging hammer, it was coming towards him like a meteorite. Everyone around was startled. Lin Yue screamed and roared in despair. Bang! The tall young man stepped forward and raised his hand to block the falling forging hammer. The violent airflow created a strong wind, and the glass windows on the door and wall of the classroom shattered to the ground. Zhu Gang's fat body shook and his face turned pale, realizing that this was a tough situation. The students around were so frightened that they screamed and ran away in panic. The destructive power of a master-level user with the help of equipment is still astonishing. What a great strength, Uncle Amo said calmly. Bang! Lin Weiwei collapsed to the ground, and a fishy smell filled the air. Her eyes were lifeless, her crotch was wet, and she was incontinent. Jiang Fan, you are usually very rational. Why did you lose your composure today? Li Mu Bai rushed forward and grabbed Jiang Fan's arm. Do you want to destroy yourself? That's right. If we use lynching on a little bastard like this who does all kinds of evil, we can really vent our anger. Jiang Fan's chest rose and fell violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. However, when he heard Li Mu Bai's words, the madness in his eyes gradually faded away. But it will also put me in jail, and her crimes will be difficult to make public and will not serve as a warning to others. Only by letting them plead guilty before the law can the suffering of all bullies be vindicated. He looked down at the forging hammer in his hand, then looked at Lin Weiwei, who was lying on the ground, and snapped his fingers as if he was suddenly awakened. The little girl on the outer wall of the corridor slid down weakly and was caught by Uncle Mo, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed. This little guy is not simple. Zhao Tianming looked at Jiang Fan and was shocked by his words. Jiang Fan took off his golden helmet and handed it to Li Mu Bai. Her uncle is very powerful. Do you dare to deal with the aftermath? I don't know who her uncle is, but I know who my fathers are. Li Mu Bai took the helmet calmly and looked at Jiang Fan deeply. The school directors are also responsible for this incident. I will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. As your classmate and friend, I'm also your sister's elder brother. If anyone bullies my sister, I will not let anyone go. Okay, I trust you. I'll leave the aftermath to you. Jiang Fan nodded and walked into the classroom. Just consider this equipment as the expense for you to come out. I believe you won't be disappointed. The extraordinary power contained in the equipment you produce will naturally not disappoint me. Li Mubai laughed, and then he felt a little amused and helpless. He didn't expect that this equipment would come into his hands in this way. Zhao Tianming stood aside without saying a word. He knew that today's incident had become a big deal. His uncle is the school director? Li Mubai's eyes fell on Lin Weiwei, who was lying limp on the ground. Then he turned to Zhao Tianming. Ask this school director to come over. Yes, Master Mubai. Zhao Tianming nodded and bowed, secretly sighing in his heart. It's his own fault. Who could have thought that just bullying a little girl would cause such a big mess? Jiang Fan entered the classroom to comfort his sister. Li Mubai took Uncle Mo and Zhao Tianming to deal with the aftermath outside the classroom. Not long after, a middle-aged man hurried over. The middle-aged man was dressed in a suit and had a gloomy face. He was Lin Weiwei's uncle, Lin Guodong. Weiwei. Lin Guodong panicked when he saw Lin Weiwei lying on the ground. He rushed over and hugged her. What happened? Uncle! Lin Weiwei finally couldn't help crying out loud when she saw her uncle. Zhao Tianming coughed lightly and told the story. Pa! Lin Guodong was furious and slapped her twice. I don't have a niece like you, a troublemaker. Lin Weiwei was dumbfounded. Her uncle actually hit her? All right, stop acting. Li Mubai played with the golden helmet and called out. Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo stepped forward and looked at Lin Guodong. Principal Lin, the surveillance and witnesses can prove what happened. Your niece often leads people to bully Jiang Xin. You know, Jiang Xin is blind. How do you plan to deal with such unscrupulous behavior? Lin Guodong's face changed, and he quickly bent down and said, I will apologize to the victim and use my greatest sincerity to gain her forgiveness. Principal Lin, I hope you can understand that the nature of this matter is very bad. School bullying will not be tolerated. Li Mubai said in a cold tone, I will inform the school board of this matter. I believe they will give you a fair result. Yes. Go into the classroom and talk to his brother yourself. Li Mubai pointed to the classroom. By the way, let me remind you, that is my brother. Chapitre 16 Négociation Attitude. Buzz. Jiang Fan's phone vibrated, and the caller ID showed it was the director of the teaching department. He answered the call like this. Hello, director. Jiang Fan, where are you? The senior members of the Battle Academy have arrived at the school. I hope you can return as soon as possible. The director's voice sounded a little anxious, even nervous. The person who could make the school's efficient and decisive leader so uneasy must be a real top leader of the Combat Academy. Jiang Fan said calmly, I am at the Yujiang District Boarding School, dealing with a small matter. If I don't handle this matter well, I won't go to the Battle Academy. He deliberately raised his voice to ensure that people outside the classroom could hear him. What is it? The dean of the Academic Affairs Office was stunned. Is this matter more important than your future? Yes. Jiang Fan nodded, and when he saw the middle-aged man walk in, he calmly put his phone on the table. Lin Guodong walked in from outside the classroom in a neat suit with a shy smile on his face. As a master-level ability user, he naturally heard clearly what was said on the phone. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. He hurried forward. Classmate Jiang Fan, classmate Jiang Xin, hello. I am. Jiang Fan interrupted him, his eyes sharp. I am the victim's brother. Please speak directly about your thoughts. Lin Guodong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a very humble manner, First of all, I apologize to Jiang Xin on behalf of Lin Weiwei. I didn't know that this little bastard was bullying others in school. Jiang Fan smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile. Don't you know, or don't want to know? When Mubai's people checked the surveillance, they found that the previous ones were destroyed. Since there are surveillance cameras in the classroom, there must be a reason for them to exist. But the surveillance content has been destroyed. I think someone must have interfered. Director Lin, what do you think? He did not hang up the phone, and the top management of the Battle Academy was still connected. Jiang Fan was not afraid of making things worse. And this was also a test if the top leaders of the Combat Academy were willing to help him deal with the matter. So, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little loss in the subsequent negotiations. But if the person is unwilling or even thinks that he is arrogant because of his talent, then there is no need for him to join the Battle Academy. Anyway, there are many options such as the Heavenly God Academy, the military, and the consortium. Worst case, even if we take a step back, there is no need for Jiang Fan to join any force. He can rise quickly by relying on the skills of a divine blacksmith. Hearing the other party's methodical analysis, Lin Guodong's face became even uglier, and he said with gritted teeth, "It was a technical failure, not intentional sabotage. Look, you have no sincerity at all." Jiang Fan shook his head, not giving him any face, and said helplessly, "That girl outside is very scheming. She knows someone is covering for her, so she acts so recklessly." Lam Kwok Tung is still trying to argue. She's still a child after all. It is normal for her to make mistakes. "I'm still my mother's child." Jiang Fan's smile disappeared instantly. His eyes were cold. Does everyone just rely on the status of a child to do whatever they want? The atmosphere in the classroom was solemn. Jiang Xen held her brother's hand tightly, feeling the warmth from his palm, and the fear in her heart gradually dissipated. Outside the window, Li Mu Bai, Uncle Mo, and others stood quietly, watching everything in the classroom. On the other end of the phone, the top leaders of the Battle Academy were silent. They heard every word clearly. This, Lin Guodong felt the sharp gazes behind him and felt very uncomfortable. He smiled bitterly and said, "I will ask Lin Weiwei to apologize publicly and make financial compensation to Jiang Xian." "This is more like a negotiating attitude," Jiang Fan said calmly, "but it's still not enough. So, little classmate, what do you think?" Lin Guodong asked patiently, beads of sweat on his forehead glistening in the sunlight. "First of all, you have to understand one thing," Jiang Fan explained in a didactic tone. "Compensation and punishment are two different things. Lin Weiwei bullied my sister at school. There's no doubt about that, right?" Lin Guodong nodded stiffly. "So, compensation and punishment, neither can be reduced," Jiang Fan said firmly. "A public apology and financial compensation are only a small remedy for the victim's heart. Secondly, Lin Weiwei did something wrong. What should be the punishment?" Li Mu Bai and Uncle Mo looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Outside the classroom, the students watching held their breath, curious about what request Jiang Fan would make. On the other end of the phone, the senior executives of the Combat Academy were also silent, waiting for Jiang Fan's next speech. Lin Guodong looked at Jiang Fan with fear. The young man's thoughts were too clear, which made him feel uneasy. This is beyond everyone's understanding. Because in the eyes of most people, if you have done something wrong, you can give some compensation and at most apologize, and the matter will be resolved, and you don't have to accept punishment. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fan thought about the compensation and punishment separately. Seeing that no one was talking, Jiang Fan continued, "Only punishment can make her understand that there are some things that cannot be done, and make everyone understand that doing this kind of thing is wrong." Lin Guodong took a deep breath and suppressed his annoyance. "Student Jiang Fan, how do you want to punish him?" "What do you mean? What do I want to be punished for? Are you really asking for my opinion?" Jiang Fan sneered. "I want to kill her, is that okay?" Lin Guodong was speechless. His question was a complete failure. This also made him realize that this young man was not so easy to deal with. "What are the school's punishment regulations?" Jiang Fan asked back. Lin Guodong hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Remember the demerit. Keep the student on probation, and expel the offender if the case is serious. Then follow the school's rules and regulations," Jiang Fan said calmly. "Bullying classmates is a bad behavior. I think he should be expelled." "Expulsion?" Lin Guodong's face suddenly changed. "Isn't this punishment too severe? Heavy?" Jiang Fan sneered. "Who will make up for the damage my sister has suffered physically and mentally? If my sister is seriously injured today, or even—" He paused and didn't continue, but the meaning was self-evident. The atmosphere in the classroom became solemn again. Jiang Xian held Jiang Fan's hand tightly. Only in this way could she feel a little warmth. Lin Guodong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that if this matter was not handled properly, it would have a great impact on his future. He glanced at Li Mu Bai, standing outside the window, then looked at the phone, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. "Student Jiang Fan." Lin Guodong lowered his posture. Weiwei is still young and confused for a moment. "Being young is not an excuse," Jiang Fan interrupted him. "If it was your daughter who was bullied today, what would you think?" These words were like a sharp knife, piercing Lin Guodong's heart. Because he knew clearly that if he said anything to plead for Lin Weiwei, Jiang Fan's next request would be for her to bring her daughter over to suffer the unprovoked disaster, even though he didn't have a daughter. But this is an open conspiracy, and there is no solution. The other party is backed by Mr. Mu Bai of the Lee Group, and can be said to be playing the 4 words bullying others by taking advantage of one's power to great effect. The key is that the other party is right. Lin Guodong's face turned pale and blue, and he took 2 steps back dejectedly. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "I understand. I will handle it according to the school's rules and regulations." Jiang Fan nodded with satisfaction, just when everyone thought that the matter was over. "But I heard," Jiang Fan continued, "the punishment I just mentioned is only the punishment in the school. But what is the punishment at the base city level?" Chapter 17. Get out of here, you yellow-haired guy. Penalties at the base city level. Lin Guodong repeated this sentence, his expression becoming increasingly ugly. He didn't expect Jiang Fan to be so difficult to deal with. The school's punishment had already made him exhausted, and now he had to face the responsibility at the base city level. "Ow!" Jiang Fan looked at him with a half-smile. "Look, you don't have the attitude to negotiate again." Lin Guodong quickly waved his hands. No, I just think that it would be bad for everyone if the matter got out of hand." "Who are you treating badly? You need to be clear and don't be too vague. Otherwise, I would think you were trying to fool me." Jiang Fan's tone suddenly turned cold. "For my sister, what could be worse than being bullied? If I wasn't here today, what would she suffer? Have you ever thought about it?" Lin Guodong was speechless. He had been the victim of another conspiracy. Everything he said now would be wrong. The Bay City has clear regulations that school bullying incidents must be dealt with seriously. In serious cases, the guardians must be held accountable and fined accordingly or even detained. Jiang Fan stated calmly, as if he was reciting legal provisions. Beads of sweat dripped down Lin Guodong's forehead. He was extremely nervous. You know, he is a master-level figure who has experienced life and death in the secret dimension for many years to achieve what he has today. But now he is facing a new person with newly awakened abilities. He feels like he is facing a powerful monster in the secret dimension that can threaten his life. "Student Jiang Fan, how about this? I will personally compensate student Jiang Xin a little more." He tried to solve the problem with money. Jiang Fan interrupted him. "You don't seem to understand what I mean. I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this for justice. This matter today must be handled according to the rules and regulations. Otherwise, who will dare to believe in the school and the law in the future?" Outside the classroom, students were talking about it. They had never seen such a strong student who dared to challenge the school board. "It's so refreshing. Uncle Amo, I once told people that this guy was born to be a mountain, not a stream. What do you think?" Li Mubai smiled and looked at the tall young man beside him. "It's definitely not ordinary," Uncle Amo murmured. "I seem to see the shadow of your father." Li Mubai glared. "I am the only son of my father. Don't talk nonsense," Uncle Amo said. "Mubai, you know that I was promoted by your father. I have great respect for him, so I know his methods and means of doing things very well." "You scared me," Li Mubai nodded, then became a little confused. "What do you want to say?" Uncle Amo suddenly said, "He really looks like your father." Li Mubai was speechless for a moment. Could it be that he was 1 generation younger than him? He shook his head helplessly. Uncle Amo always breathed heavily when he spoke. "Don't worry. I will take Lin Weiwei to surrender and let her accept the punishment at the base city level." Lin Guodong squeezed out this sentence helplessly. Jiang Fan's mouth corners slightly raised. "Look, isn't this a perfect solution? It's good for you, it's good for me, it's good for everyone. This little devil is really difficult to deal with, and it's not easy to fool him." Lin Guodong cursed in his heart, but smiled apologetically. Jiang Fan nodded, but then changed the subject. "Lin Weiwei is the main culprit, and her sisters are accomplices. How should this be handled?" Lin Guodong's smile froze, and he was speechless for a moment. Jiang Fan said seriously, "The principal offender is of course the culprit, but the accomplices must not be let off, and there are also those who shielded Lin Weiwei." Lam replied with a stiff upper lip. "Those people will also be compensated and punished. I will not let any bad guy go. It's a pleasure and a joy to deal with someone like you, Uncle. I hope you can keep your word." Jiang Fan smiled with satisfaction, and then dropped another bombshell. "As for financial compensation, there is no need. Please take the money and hire a group of professional lawyers to help all the bullied children in the Bay City to appeal." "How about that?" The classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Guodong felt cold all over, as if he was in an ice cellar. He felt that the person sitting at the desk was not a student, but a devil who was closing in on him. Promise? Offending the top leaders of the entire Bay City. Don't agree? Immediately sever ties with the Lee group. He simply couldn't handle this last killing move. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and his clothes on his back were soaked. Li Mubai watched this scene with great interest and whispered to Uncle Mo, "Good fellow, my vision is right." Uncle Mo's gaze remained on Jiang Fan, with a complex light flashing his eyes. Indeed, his thoughts and methods are extraordinary. Outside the classroom, students were whispering, "Love it, love it. Jiang Xian's brother is so awesome. If I had a brother like this, my life would be worth it. I don't want to be such a strong brother. I just want to be Xin's sister-in-law." Bah, you're cheap, but I am also cheap. Lin Guodong took a deep breath and tried to maintain his composure. "Student Jiang Fan, your request is a bit." Jiang Fan interrupted him, his tone calm, but unquestionable. "I just hope that this world can be more just and less dark. If even the school can't protect the students, then what's the point?" His eyes swept over everyone in the classroom and finally landed on Lin Guodong's face. "Uncle, you have also been a student. You should understand what I mean. Do you want those perpetrators to go unpunished and those victims to have no way to seek justice? As a school director, I think you should be more just than anyone else. Uncle, you will not let me, Mubai, and all the young people in the world down, right?" Lin Guodong avoided Jiang Fan's gaze and struggled internally. Time seemed to stand still, and the air was filled with tension. Finally, Lin Guodong spoke with difficulty. I need some time to think about it." Jiang Fan smiled slightly. "Of course I can give you time, but you have to understand that even dogs despise things that are late." "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I will join the number 7 Academy and get the best training and guidance. When I am promoted to Grandmaster or Meteor, then I will not need your help." He stood up, walked to his sister Jiang Xian, and patted her shoulder gently. Let's go home." Holding her brother's hand, Jiang Xian felt warm inside. It has always been like this. Even if she is in darkness, her brother is always the warmest ray of sunshine. Jiang Fan took his sister's hand and walked out of the classroom. Lin Guodong was left alone, standing dejectedly in the classroom with a gloomy face. He understood that Jiang Fan's last words were a threat and an order. If he didn't make a decision himself, Jiang Fan would help him make a decision when he was promoted to Grandmaster or even a higher level. By then, as for the consequences, it would be beyond his ability to predict and control. So, this matter is not completely over yet. A deep feeling of exhaustion swept through Lin Guodong's heart. How could he have imagined that just bullying a little blind girl would lead things to a point where they were out of control? "Mubai, thank you very much for what you did today," Jiang Fan said to Li Mubai. "Thank you, Brother Mubai." Jiang Xian thanked him softly and gently. "You're welcome." Li Mubai waved his hand calmly and told Uncle Mo to stay and clean up the mess. He followed Jiang Fan and left. "Your sister? Get lost, you yellow hair guy." Jiang Fan immediately became alert and then heard Li Mubai say, "I mean the eyes." She was born with eye disease. Jiang Fan did not shy away from saying it. "I know a powerful person who has medical skills," Li Mubai said thoughtfully. "Make an appointment, and I'll ask her to help your sister." "Thank you, Mubai," Jiang Fan said. "Thank you, Brother Mubai," Jiang Xian said like a parrot. Li Mubai said, You're welcome. You're welcome. Are you going back to school? I'll take you there." "Okay, the senior executives from the Battle Academy are here, and I need to go over to sign the contract." Jiang Fan said, "By the way, the 2 pieces of equipment I gave you are a set." Suit. Li Mubai was mentally prepared. Chapter 18 Inheritance Sequence 11. Jiang Fan smiled and said, "This kind of equipment is not common, but I will definitely be able to collect all of them if I go to the Artisan's Cave a few more times." He had a feeling that the matter of collecting the chimney today was not over yet. That huge claw will definitely chase me. However, the essence of the secret dimension is invasion, similar to the mesh of a fishing net. Big fish cannot get in, but small fish can enter and exit freely. Breaking the rules will happen, but it's not common. The blue planet itself has a certain resistance to invasions from the heavens. Otherwise, over the years, all creatures on the blue planet would have been killed by dimensional creatures. Li Mubai stroked the golden helmet. a hint of barely perceptible excitement flashing in his eyes. If you collect the entire set and wear it all over your body, it will stimulate special, extraordinary powers. If you can really collect it all, I am willing to pay a high price to buy it. Jiang Fan waved his hand. You helped me a lot today, and you were willing to help my sister find a doctor. If you can collect all the sets, I will give them to you without charging a penny. Li Mubai was slightly embarrassed. As the son of a consortium, he knew the value of this set of equipment, but Jiang Fan's friendship made it difficult for him to refuse. Similarly, it was difficult for him to collect a set of equipment, but it was not common for the main equipment to be a sword, and it also had to be adapted to his current realm. Due to various restrictions, Jiang Fan's golden equipment is extremely precious. Jiang Xin couldn't get a word in. Okay, if I can help you in the future, Li Mubai will never refuse. Looking at Jiang Fan's determined eyes, Li Mubai nodded seriously. A warm feeling surged in his heart. This pure friendship was particularly precious in today's world full of exchange of interests. The three of them chatted and laughed along the way, and the atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. Many teachers and students in the boarding school looked at them in surprise as they saw Jiang Fan and his sister and Li Mubai get into the cool luxury car and drive away. Returning to the 9th branch, Li Mubai asked the driver to stop at the school gate. I won't go in. You go and talk by yourself. A golden fish cannot stay in a pond. When it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Li Mubai's eyes were full of admiration. Jiang Fan's calmness and decisiveness far exceeded his peers. He had already understood everything during his 3 years of high school. Now that Jiang Fan has awakened his ability, he will naturally soar like a rock into the sky with the wind, reaching up to 90,000 miles. In the future, he will definitely have a place among the top human beings. As soon as I stepped into the school gate, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who looked a little plump, came to greet me. He was the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the 9th branch. His face was full of smiles and his tone was enthusiastic. Student Jiang Fan, you are finally back. Principal Luo and several other leaders are waiting for you in the conference room. Let's go over now. Jiang Fan nodded and followed the dean of the Academic Affairs Office through the tree-lined path to the school's conference room. Along the way, the dean of the Academic Affairs Office kept saying compliments, and his words revealed his recognition and respect for Jiang Fan's abilities. In the conference room, President Luo Xiaoming and several college executives had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Jiang Fan coming in, Luo Xiaoming immediately stood up and warmly invited him to sit down. Student Jiang Fan, we have heard about your deeds. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. Luo Xiaoming exclaimed. Your style of handling things just now was very appreciated by these college leaders. Another senior member of the academy also agreed. Yes, talents like you are exactly what our combat academy needs the most. We have prepared a special recruitment contract for you, and the conditions are very generous. I hope you can seriously consider it. I am originally a student of the Battle Academy. Jiang Fan pulled over a chair and asked Jiang Xin to sit down. He sat casually beside her, looking very relaxed. Originally, according to the agreement made this morning, we were going to give you a meteor-level treatment. Lin Xingyuan, a senior member of the Battle Academy, spoke up. He was tall and thin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looked elegant and shrewd. However, considering your style of doing things today, after discussing with Dean Hai, we decided to raise your inheritance sequence to 11. Jiang Fan showed a puzzled expression. Next to her, Jiang Xin also had a bitter face. The number sounded very impressive, but she didn't understand its specific meaning. 11. Principal Luo Xiaoming slammed the table, his tone filled with a hint of excitement. He was short and fat, with a round face flushed with excitement, which formed a sharp contrast with Lin Qingyuan's calmness. Obviously, we understand the meaning of this sequence number. Lin Qingyuan pushed his glasses and explained, in the next 4 years, the Battle Academy will focus on training you. You will be provided with strategies for the secret realm of the dimension, rare treasures to improve your training efficiency, protection for your family, and the gradual opening of various permissions. He paused and said more seriously, the 11th sequence you enjoy is actually no different from the first 10. Jiang Fan looked at Lin Qingyuan with sharp eyes. Is there anything I can do for you? He is a steady man and was not fooled by the sugar-coated bullet. Lin Qingyuan smiled, his tone relaxed but firm. It's very simple for words defend the country. So simple. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. seeming a little unbelievable. It's that simple. Lin Xingyun nodded affirmatively. The only requirement is that you never betray Longxia country. Just focus on improving yourself, and leave the rest to us. Jiang Fan was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. There was silence in the conference room, and several senior executives were looking at Jiang Fan, waiting for his reply. I said, I was originally a member of the Combat Academy, Jiang Fan said in a firm and forceful tone. Principal Luo Xiaoming immediately smiled happily and patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder vigorously. Jiang Fan, congratulations. He knew Jiang Fan well. He had been ranked among the top 3 in academic performance for 3 consecutive years since he entered school. He had excellent conduct and had received many scholarships from the college and the base city. Several other senior executives also expressed their appreciation, and the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became relaxed. Lin Xingyun took out a document from the side and handed it to Jiang Fan. This is the special recruitment contract. Take a look. If there is no problem, sign it. Jiang Fan took the contract and read it carefully. The contract lists in detail the various benefits and privileges that the Combat Academy will grant to Jiang Fan, as well as the obligations that Jiang Fan needs to fulfill. From the allocation of spiritual practice resources, to the safety of family members, to the planning of future development directions, it can be said that all aspects are covered. The right to use a single-family villa in Liangchun Shui community, which is worth hundreds of millions of yuan, will be granted if I can successfully graduate from the Battle Academy. The training funds will be gradually increased according to the level over the 4 years. Master level will be 10 million, Grandmaster level will be 100 million, and Meteor level will be 500 million. Dragon Scale Suit, and obtain 3 times of personal instruction from the Xia Kingdom's master craftsman. After reading the contract, Jiang Fan smiled widely. The generosity of the contract far exceeded his expectations. After reading it 3 times in a row, he checked it word by word. After confirming that it was correct, he picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Congratulations, Jiang Fan. Principal Luo Xiaoming's tense heartstrings also relaxed. The students who graduated from his branch of a higher secondary college were counted as part of his achievements. Jiang Fan obtained the inheritance sequence, which meant that as the principal, he had made great contributions to education. It would greatly enhance his authority upgrade in the Combat Academy. It can be said that the teaching staff of the 9th branch will benefit to a great extent from Jiang Fan's presence. Chapter 19, Moving. The treatment of the 11th sequence is clearly written in the contract. Do you have any questions? Lin Xingyun took back the contract with a smile on his face. No more. Jiang Fan nodded. Luo Xiaoming said, Jiang Fan, I will stay and help you move. Thank you, Principal. Jiang Fan agreed straightforwardly. Lin Xingyun said, It is very inconvenient to transfer the Dragon Scale Suit. I will personally deliver it to you later. I will contact you then. You can go and move first. He also came here as a student and was well aware of the living conditions in the base city, which were not optimistic. Therefore, the most practical benefit for these special admission students is the right to use a high-end house. Thank you, Dean Lin. Jiang Fan said gratefully. Next, let's talk about your registration at the academy. Lin Xingyun pushed his glasses. Maybe this is your first time traveling far away, so I'll give you half a month. Within half a month, I will report to the number 7 Battle Academy on time. Jiang Fan said in a firm tone. Lin Xingyun nodded slightly, stood up and said, We won't bother you anymore, classmate Jiang Fan. Several other senior executives also stood up and said goodbye. Luo Xiaoming arranged for the director of the Academic Affairs Office to see them off, while he himself stayed. Jiang Fan, let me help you with the moving. Luo Xiaoming patted Jiang Fan's shoulder enthusiastically. Jiang Fan glanced at Jiang Xian, who was sitting next to him, and said softly, Xin, let's go home and pack our things. Yeah. Jiang Xin noted obedini. Until this moment, she still felt a bit like a dream. In a few words, her family moved into a big villa. The 3 of them left the meeting room and walked towards the low-rent housing where Jiang Fan's family lived. The low-rent housing is located in a pigeon building on the edge of the base city. The environment is noisy, the corridors are cramped, and the air is filled with a musty smell. There are too many alien races outside the base city, and resources are tight, which has created this kind of, antique building. Luo Xiaoming said with a sigh, Existence is reasonable. Jiang Fan was very calm. In the process of resisting foreign races, someone will always have to make sacrifices. When there are enough top-notch warriors in the human race in the future, we will be able to take back the territory occupied by foreign races. Luo Xiaoming's eyes flashed with admiration. If everyone is as conscious as you, why would the human race not prosper? He felt more and more that Jiang Fan was a promising talent, and his character was far superior to those little brats who were still thinking about dating. Jiang Fan stopped in front of a mottled iron door and said, "Principal, my home is simple, so I won't invite you up." "I understand." Luo Xiaoming waved his hand quickly. "I'll wait for you downstairs." Jiang Fan and his companion took the elevator to the 17th floor, which was only halfway up the building, as there were nearly 20 floors above it. They returned home with ease and pushed the door open. Their parents had not come back yet. There was a one-bedroom and one living room in the house. There was a simple kitchen without partitions in the living room. On the balcony, in addition to hanging clothes, there was also a bunk bed. This was the berth for Jiang Fan and Jiang Che. The room was crowded and simple, but neat and clean. "Pack your things. You can move in right away. You don't have to leave many of your things behind." Jiang Fan didn't have much stuff, just 3 sets of clothes, which she packed quickly, and then she helped her sister pack. It was almost 6 o'clock when my parents got home from get-off work. When they saw the packed bags in the living room, they were both stunned. Jiang Che and Wang stared at the 2 suitcases in a daze, not coming to their senses for a long time. "Dad, Mom, the housing issue has been resolved. We can move in today. You can move in with just your luggage. You don't need to bring too much luggage," Jiang Fan explained with a smile. The 2 were still in a daze and didn't understand what Jiang Fan said. "Brother has been admitted to the Battle Academy with a contract amount of over 50 million yuan and has been assigned a single-family villa in Liangqin Yijing community." Jiang Exin, the younger sister, added excitedly. Her face flushed. "Brother's principal is waiting for us to move in downstairs." "What?" Jiang Che and Wang, you were even more shocked. "I just found out at noon that my son had become an awakener. Only half a day had passed, and already he had a contract sum of 50 million and a single-family villa in Liangqin Yijing community. Good time and beautiful water. Located in the best location in Bay City, surrounded by mountains and water, it is one of the best communities in the entire city." Jiang Che felt dizzy and subconsciously held onto the wall, muttering, Is this true?" Wang Yi also covered her mouth. Her eyes instantly turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. She lived frugally all her life, and her biggest wish was to give her children a better living environment. She never expected that this wish would be realized in such an incredible way. Jiang Fan took out his phone, opened the electronic contract, and handed it to his parents. "Mom and Dad, take a look." The couple took the phone with trembling hands and read the contents of the contract carefully word by word. From treatment to housing, from resource allocation to future development plans, every one of them made them feel unbelievable. Wang Yi could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed down her wrinkled cheeks. Jiang Fan walked over, hugged his mother, and gently wiped her tears. "I remember that you can only sign a contract after entering university. Why are you signing it now?" After reading the contract, Jiang Che still couldn't believe it. Moreover, these conditions are much better than what the school originally advertised. Jiang Xin raised her chin proudly. "That's because my brother is a talented person and is admired by the principal and others." Wang Yi wiped her tears and burst into laughter. "Why are you standing there like an idiot, you old man? Hurry up and pack your things." Jiang Che finally woke up from his dream and began to pack his things in a hurry. There is not much to pack for a family of 4 with simple luggage. A few sets of clothes and some common daily necessities were quickly packed. When I went downstairs, Luo Xiaoming was standing downstairs waiting patiently. Seeing Jiang Fan and his family coming out, he hurried to greet them. "Student Jiang Fan, have you packed everything?" Luo Xiaoming asked with concern. "Everything is fine, Principal." Jiang Fan nodded. The mother then scolded him. "Child, you have no manners at all. You made the principal wait for so long." "It's okay," Luo Xiaoming said with a smile. Jiang Fan is not only his student now, but also his treasured one. "Let's go. I'll take you there," Luo Xiaoming said. The family followed Luo Xiaoming to the business car that had been waiting at the entrance of the community. "Old Jiang, who is your family?" Familiar neighbors in the community saw this scene and came over to say hello. "My son has made great progress, and we are moving." Jiang Said proudly. "Move place." The neighbors were dumbfounded. Then he watched the Jiang family walk out of the community and get on the business car. It felt a little unreal, like a dream. Am I dumbfounded? Have you forgotten? Today is the awakening day. Xiao Jiang might awaken a super amazing ability. The father is honored by his son. The hard days of the Jiang family have finally come to an end. Sitting in the spacious and comfortable car, Jiang Che and Wang Yi still felt like they were dreaming. Dad, Mom, we will be able to live a good life from now on. Jiang Fan held his parents' hands with a firm tone. Jiang Che and Wang Yi looked at each other, their eyes filled with relief and hope, and Jiang Xian laughed happily like a silver bell. Chapter 20. Dragon Scale Armor. The business car drove smoothly, passed through the busy streets, and finally drove into a quiet and peaceful area. Outside the car window, the scenery suddenly changed. The tall buildings were gradually replaced by lush green plants, and the air was filled with a faint scent of soil mixed with the fragrance of unknown flowers. This is a rare sight in the Pigeon Tower. Liangshan Shuiyu, the most prestigious wealthy area in Bay City, has finally arrived. The artificial lake is sparkling and wide, like a huge sapphire inlaid in the center of the community. Bridges of various shapes span the lake, connecting the island in the middle of the lake and the running track around the lake. There are green trees and blooming flowers on both sides of the runway, creating a pleasant scenery. In the community, thousands of villas of different styles are scattered around, hidden among the green trees and red flowers. Dozens of tall flats and commercial houses stand like guardian gods on the outskirts of the community, surrounding the villa area. The hierarchy is strict and the distinctions are clear. Before, I was thinking about working harder and saving money to buy a commercial house. I didn't expect that after Xiaofan awakened, our family would be able to live in a big villa so quickly. Wang Yi looked out the window with tears in her eyes. Jiang Che laughed heartily. Our son is really promising. Only Jiang Xian looked gloomy. Thick darkness enveloped her, and the beautiful scenery of Liangshan Shui was just a blur of light and shadow in her eyes. Jiang Fan held his sister's cold little hand and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, Dad, Mom, and I are all by your side. There will be a way, and your eyes will get better soon. Jiang Xian hummed softly and leaned her head on her brother's shoulder. Her brother is working hard to make this family a better place, and she can't fall behind. By the way, Xiaofan, Xin's matter. Wang Yi suddenly remembered something, and there was a hint of worry in her tone. Jiang Che also looked at Jiang Fan in confusion. It was just a minor friction between classmates, and it has been dealt with. Jiang Fan spoke in a relaxed tone, having already discussed with his sister so as not to let his parents worry about this. That's right, Jiang Xian agreed. That's good. Wang Yi felt relieved, but there was still a lingering doubt between his brows. We're here. Luo Xiaoming's voice broke the silence in the car. Villa number 1119 suddenly appeared before our eyes. The three-story science fiction-style building has peeling curtain walls reflecting the sunset. It covers an area of more than 500 square meters and also has a courtyard. The ancient tree is lush and leafy, and the exquisite swing under the tree sways gently in the wind. Not far away, there is a small swimming pool with sparkling water and clear bottom, and next to it is an exquisite pavilion. The building's usable area is over 2,000 square meters, and with the swimming pool and a courtyard, it's almost 2,500 square meters. Before that, their family of four was crowded in a low-rent apartment of less than 30 square meters. The contrast was so huge, almost 100 times, that Jiang Che and Wang Yi looked at everything in front of them as if they were in a dream. Luo Xiaoming got out of the car, walked to Jiang Fan, and patted him on the shoulder. From now on, this is your home. Jiang Fan nodded, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door of the villa. New life starts here. On May 12th, villa number 1119 of Liangshan Shui finally welcomed its owner again. Jiang Fan and his family worked until midnight before they were able to move in. Late at night, the clock pointed to 23:58. On the second floor of the villa, the floor-to-ceiling windows of Jiang Fan's room were reflecting stars. He sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a forging hammer in his hand, and performed the fire-breathing technique to the fullest, with energy vortexes spinning in his body. Wisps of energy from heaven and earth entered the body with breathing, and were then purified by the compressed energy vortex. Ding dong. The phone vibrated and a message popped up. I'm here. Lin Qingyuan. Jiang Fan stood up and gently pushed open the door. The lights in my parents' and sister's rooms were off, and only the sensor lights in the corridor emitted a soft glow. He walked lightly down the stairs, through the living room, and into the courtyard. The night wind blows gently, and the shadows of the trees dance. A tall figure stood under the tree, almost blending into the night. Here it comes. Lin Qingyuan's voice was low and powerful. Jiang Fan approached and found that Lin Qingyuan was carrying a black suitcase in his hand. The style was simple, and there was no reflection at all. The two of them didn't say anything more and went into the basement of the villa one after the other. The basement is spacious and bright, and is filled with some fitness equipment and sundries. Lin Qingyuan placed the suitcase on a metal workbench and opened the buckle with a click. He entered a complex password and pressed fingerprint verification. The lid of the box slowly popped open, revealing a flowing crystal blue metal ball inside. It quietly floats in the center of the box, emitting a soft light, dreamy and breathtakingly beautiful. Dragon scale suit. Jiang Fan recognized it at the first sight, and these 4 words emerged in his mind. This is the defensive suit promised to you in the contract, Lin Qingyuan said succinctly. You can recognize the owner by dripping a drop of blood. According to the rules, only you can use it, so I need to watch you complete the blood-dripping recognition. Good. Jiang Fan did not hesitate and mobilized the energy vortex in his body to force out a drop of blood. Drops of blood were suspended on the fingertips, emitting a faint scent of fire. He knows breathing techniques. Lin Qingyuan was puzzled, thinking that he must have acquired it in the secret realm of the dimension. However, he was even more shocked. This young man had just awakened and was promoted to the master level. He also mastered the breathing technique. The talent seemed to be even higher than they expected. Just as he was wondering, Jiang Fan flicked the blood drop towards the crystal blue metal ball. There was a buzzing sound. The metal ball seemed to come alive and greedily swallowed the drop of blood. The next second, it turned into a blue light, spreading upward along Jiang Fan's arm, eventually covering his entire body and blending into his skin. Jiang Fan felt a cool sensation, as if he was wearing a layer of thin silk. He could feel the presence of the dragon scale suit, but it was as if it didn't exist, and there was no sense of restraint at all. 4 years later, whether you are promoted to meteor level or not, we will take back this set of armor. Lin Qingyuan's voice broke the silence. 4 years. Meteoric. Jiang Fan was calculating silently in his mind. He knew what the meteor class represented. It was the backbone of the human race on Blue Star. However, the higher-ups of the Battle Academy had really high expectations of themselves, and they were promoted to meteoric level in 4 years. For ordinary people, it is almost an impossible task to go from master level to meteor level in 4 years. But Jiang Fan is a divine blacksmith and has mastered divine level skills. I tried my best, Jiang Fan said with high morale. The defense suit has been given to you. Next, you should spend some time with your family and report to the university campus before the end of the month. After Lin Qingyuan finished speaking, he closed his suitcase and turned around to leave. Dean Lin, Jiang Fan called him, my sister's eyes. He can't put all his eggs in one basket. Li Mubai was trying to come up with a plan, and he also wanted to try his luck at the Battle Academy. Lin Qingyuan paused, turned around and looked at him with deep eyes. Do your best. These 4 short words ignited a glimmer of hope in Jiang Fan's heart. He understood that since Lin Qingyuan said so, he would definitely take action. After seeing Lin Qingyuan off, Jiang Fan returned to his room and rested. Because of the bullying incident, Jiang Fan forced Jiang Xin to drop out of school, but she stayed in touch with her old friends and was able to study through the online course system. This villa is rich in technological elements, with intelligence and robots, which can not only assist in life but also guide Jiang Xin in learning. 10 days passed in a flash. While accompanying his family, Jiang Fan also took time to go to the craftsman's cave several times. He was almost able to collect the complete set of equipment. May 20th, 3 p.m. Jiang Fan, I'm about to be promoted to master. Li Mubai sent a message. Okay, wait for me at the school portal. After replying the message, Jiang Fan walked out with the forging hammer in his hand. Mom, Dad, Xiaoxin, I'm going to school. He wanted to help Li Mubai collect the complete set before going to college. Chapter 21 Dragon Scale Guardian. Near the Academy's portal, Li Mubai was standing at attention, his whole body tense and his expression uneasy. Not far away, a beautiful figure was leaning against a leafy sycamore tree, attracting the attention of many passing students. She has a waterfall of white hair that sparkles like platinum in the sun. The close-fitting leather armor outlines her exquisite figure. Two slender and straight legs extend from the bottom of the leather armor, wrapped in textured black combat boots, making her look taller. She has a cool and beautiful face and a proud posture, like a goddess who is not of this world. When you get closer, you can see that even her eyelashes and eyebrows are platinum, thick and curled, adding a bit of comic-like dreaminess. A pair of clear and bright eyes, cold and penetrating, yet unable to conceal a hint of elegance. Here he comes. Li Mubai saw Jiang Fan walking towards him with a forging hammer. Jiang Fan noticed the figure under the sycamore tree from afar. It was hard not to attract attention with that dazzling white hair and cold temperament. It stands out from the crowd and is quite eye-catching. Jiang Fan, let me introduce you. This is my aunt, Bailey Shuanghua. Li Mubai stepped forward and introduced himself reluctantly. Although Bailey Shuanghua is the same age as him, he always feels an inexplicable pressure when facing this cold and aloof aunt. Jiang Fan walked closer and found that Bailey Shuanghua was actually taller than him. He greeted politely. "Hello, auntie." "Hello." Bailey Shuanghua responded sparingly, her eyes lingering on him. "My aunt is going to register at number 7 university, and I heard that you were going too, so I came here to meet you in advance," Li Mubai explained quickly. "So you're classmates?" Jiang Fan smiled thoughtfully. "Then Mubai, shouldn't you call me uncle?" But he felt quite helpless in his heart. When it came to a woman with such an outstanding family background and stunning appearance, he could only think of 2 words: trouble. To be honest, he didn't want to get to know this kind of people because for some reason in the future, it might put him in a very troublesome situation. Puff! The yellow-haired Nong Junshen was the first to laugh out loud, and even Bailey Shuanghua's mouth corners slightly curled up. "Don't talk about that." Li Mubai turned his head and looked at Bailey Shuanghua with a stern face. "Aunt, you know the people now. Isn't it time to go back?" Bailey Shuanghua ignored Li Mubai's urging, but stretched out her hand and said to Jiang Fan, "Bailey Shuanghua, sequence 1. Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and shaking her hand, feeling the coldness of her palm. 11. He responded calmly, but there was a wave of turmoil in his heart. This woman not only has a good family background and beautiful appearance, but she is also even more talented. At the moment of shaking hands, Bailey Shuanghua stared at Jiang Fan sharply and asked with a hint of inquiry, "Your ability is not as simple as that of a blacksmith, right?" Jiang Fan smiled. Facing this intimidating aura, he was not the least bit restrained. He responded generously, "You know, the awakened ability cannot be exposed casually." Bailey Shuanghua withdrew her hand, looked at Jiang Fan deeply, and did not ask any more questions. "I'm going back first. I'll give Jiang Fan my contact information later." She looked back at Li Mubai and said to Jiang Fan in a pleasant and textured voice, "Let's go together when we go to university." After saying that, he left without looking back. After watching Bailey Shuanghua leave, Li Mubai finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Jiang Fan and said, "My aunt is just like that. Don't mind it. She sounds like a queen, not a female classmate." Jiang Fan touched his chin and said softly, "It's quite interesting. This woman has caught my attention." "Ahem," Li Mubai said hurriedly. "My aunt has a fiancé, and that man has a very powerful background, so don't set your sights on him." "Oh no, I've become a shield." Jiang Fan had a bitter face. "You are quite conscious. But don't worry, as long as you don't do anything out of line, the other party won't cause you any trouble." Li Mubai comforta. "That's best," Jiang Fan said. "What I'm afraid of is that I won't get any benefits, but will be slandered instead." Okay, kid. You really want to be my uncle?" Li Mubai joked with a smile. "Wow, I'm indeed a little moved. Your aunt is my type," Jiang Fan said sincerely, "but now I have to work hard to level up so I can put aside all the romantic feelings." Then he stated his goal. Promote to meteoric level within 4 years. What a lofty ambition. Li Mubai was dumbfounded. Don't you know that the harder it is to upgrade, the later you get? Everything depends on human effort. Jiang Fan patted his shoulder and walked towards the office. "Let's go and get the tickets." A flash of light passed by, and Jiang Fan and Li Mubai disappeared into the portal. When they opened their eyes again, they were in a red world. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur, and the heat waves were suffocating. Under your feet is cracked black earth with hot magma flowing everywhere, like a line of fiery red poisonous snakes crawling around. The sky above was also dark red, as if it had been burned by a raging fire. This is the Craftsman's Cave, a dimensional secret realm dominated by volcanic landforms. The air is filled with high temperatures and poisonous gases. The environment is extremely harsh, and ordinary humans cannot survive here. Oh my god, this place is really exciting. Li Mubai wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt like he was in a steamer. Jiang Fan looked calm, as usual, and handed over the forging hammer. Take it. Li Mubai took the forging hammer, and the moment he picked it up, a strange energy wave spread throughout his body. He took a deep breath, and the fire energy around him seemed to be drawn towards him madly, forming a huge red vortex around him. The vortex spun at high speed, making a whistling sound, and eventually compressed into a pillar of fire, drilling into Li Mubai's body. Li Mubai's body trembled violently, and his skin glowed with a faint red light. After a moment, a white light flashed, and the energy vortex disappeared. Li Mubai slowly opened his eyes, with a gleam in his eyes. Master level. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, an excited smile on his face. He reluctantly handed the forging hammer back to Jiang Fan. Thank you. With this hammer, it will be easy for an apprentice to become a master. Put on your equipment. It's time to find a heart guard. Jiang Fan took the forging hammer and said in a deep voice, while silently checking his own ability attributes. Occupation, Divine Blacksmith. Professional, Jiang Fan, Master Level 3 stars. Talent 1, Weapon Mastery. Skill 1, Divine Weapon Spirit. Skill 2, Reforging, remaining Divine Forging Essence, 37. Skills, Invisibility, Fire Breathing. Equipment, plus 50 Forging Hammer, Apprentice Level, plus 10 Dragon Scale Weapon, no level. Equipment additions, Make Light of Heavy Objects, Strong and Strong. Combo, Armor Breaking, Dragon Scale Protection. Dragon Scale Armor, no level, plus 10. Dragon Scale Guardian, transform into battle armor. Move as you wish, and protect yourself at all times. Forging Hammer, Apprentice Level, plus 50. Light as a feather. The holder feels the weapon is as light as nothing. Bold and strong. Increases the holder's physical fitness by 50%. Fire Breathing Technique. Changes the breathing rhythm of the holder. If held for a long time, the holder can master the fire breathing technique. Combo. During the attack, there is a slight chance to attack twice in a row. Armor Break. Heavy soldiers can break armor. So far, it was that assassin brother who gave me an invisibility skill. During this period of time, he has been wandering in this secret dimension, and his strength has improved a lot. He has been promoted from a new master to a 3-star master. The level increase is quite fast. At this rate, it would only take a month or so to be promoted to Grandmaster level. The Dragon Scale set is actually of a very high level. The first time you infuse it with spirit, you'll need 100 divine forging essences. Jiang Fan shook his head slightly and strengthened the equipment to plus 10, which consumed 5,500 divine forging essences. The extraordinary power he obtained was inherent in him, which enabled him to have perfect control over it. Clang! Li Mubai nodded and took out the golden armor from the space ring. With a clanging sound, a golden helmet, breastplate, belt, greaves, and other equipment appeared one by one, fitting onto his body and wrapping him tightly. With this equipment, in addition to a few special skills, I think I can now single-handedly fight against ordinary 3-star master-level ability users or alien creatures. Li Mubai stretched his body and said confidently, Chapter 22. Kill monsters together. Let's go. Jiang Fan's mind moved, and he took out the dragon scale suit. The crystal blue equipment covered the whole body like flowing water, from the neck to the soles of the feet. Every inch of skin was wrapped tightly. The surface sparkles with metallic luster, and is hard and cold, as if it is made up of tiny scales. The scales on key areas such as the chest, shoulders, elbows, and knees are thicker, forming a natural layer of defense. The entire dragon scale suit fits Jiang Fan's figure perfectly, outlining his slender and muscular figure, leaving only his eyes exposed, which are sparkling like stars in the night sky. All-round protection. This is the extraordinary feature of the dragon scale suit. Dragon scale armor. Li Mubai looked at Jiang Fan, his eyes full of envy. Jiang Fan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Master Li, are you still envious of me? The two walked upwards along a lava river and began to explore this dangerous molten cave. You and I are both masters, so the danger level of this dimensional secret realm has long been upgraded from apprentice level to master level. Li Mubai said as he carefully avoided the lava cracks under his feet. Well, Jiang Fan held up the hammer and walked forward. The goblin leader in the apprentice secret realm is just an ordinary elite monster here. The Fire Goblin King may appear, so be careful. Shit, now that you mention it, the heart-protecting mirror must be in the hands of the Goblin King, right? Li Mubai said with a bitter face. If that really happens, then we have no choice but to face it. Jiang Fan said indifferently. The two continued to move forward. The air became increasingly hotter. If an ordinary master came here, his condition would definitely be impaired. But both of them are different. They rely on the fire-breathing technique to form energy vortices and are naturally adapted to this environment. They can convert the burning energy in the air into the experience they need for their own promotion. Moreover, everyone has equipment to protect themselves, so it's not a big deal. Is it a transport team? Li Mubai's eyes were fixed on a group of goblins beside a pool of magma in front of him. Filiwala, Jijalala. Beside the lava pool, a group of short figures were busy carrying goods. They had red skin, pointed ears, and fangs. They were the fire goblins. Most of these goblins were skinny and ragged, but one of them stood out. It is huge, almost 3 times the size of an ordinary goblin, with thick limbs like gnarled tree roots, and its body is covered with rough animal skin. On its chest hangs a string of bones of an unknown creature, flashing a strange light. His face was covered with hideous scars. His single eye flashed with a scarlet, bloodthirsty light, and in his hand he held a huge bone axe, the edge of which was exposed and covered with dried blood. You can tell at a glance that he is a fierce person. Oh my god, so many goblins. Li Mubai exclaimed. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed. It's the transport team. Be careful and don't alarm them. I just don't know if the heart-protecting mirror is on it. However, the moment the two of them showed up, they were discovered by the goblin team. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and the goblins dropped the goods in their hands and rushed over, screaming and waving their weapons. Clear the monsters first. Jiang Fan shrugged, and the plus 50 forging hammer spun in his hand, creating a whistling sound. Kill! Li Mubai shouted loudly, his golden armor shining brightly, and he rushed into the group of goblins like a golden cannonball. The battle is about to begin. Relying on the speed and strength bonus brought by the golden suit, Li Mubai rushed left and right among the monsters, waving the long sword in his hand, bringing up golden light and cutting the approaching weak goblin into two. These goblins were only apprentice-level creatures and were no match for the two men. Jiang Fan took steady steps, and each swing of his hammer had an extremely violent attack force, smashing large groups of goblins to death. Re-engineering. At the same time, he naturally activated this innate skill to recover the corpse and the equipment dropped from it. Divine Forging Essence plus 6. Divine Forging Essence plus 11. Watching the gradual increase in body essence. Jiang Fan also knew that these goblins were not as simple as they had been when they broke him before. The two men advanced all the way, approaching the location of the transport team's vehicles. However, the closer you get to the vehicle, the stronger the goblins become. Especially the goblin leader, it discovered the golden suit that Li Mubai was wearing, which was exactly the birthday gifted and other goblin leaders wanted to give to the Goblin King. Jijawawa. The goblin leader let out an angry roar and rushed towards Li Mubai, waving a huge bone axe. The goal is quite clear. Any thief who dares to steal the king's gift will never be let off. Not good. Li Mubai's face changed. The power of this goblin leader was far beyond his imagination. The bone axe came down with a whistling sound. Li Mubai barely managed to block it, but was shocked and retreated repeatedly, with his palms numb. The goblin leader's attack was like a violent storm. Although Li Mubai was barely invincible thanks to the attributes and status increased by the golden suit, as his physical strength was depleted, defeat was only a matter of time. At the same time, Jiang Fan was cleverly using the surrounding environment to deal with other goblins. Sometimes he hid behind huge stone pillars. Sometimes he used the heat waves of the lava flow to drive back the enemy. He wielded the forging hammer with great force, and every attack was precise and deadly. In addition to the god-level recreation, he has been in an excited and passionate state. Not only has his physical strength not decreased, but it has increased with the increase in the number of kills. Mubai, hold on, Jiang Fan shouted. Seeing that Li Mubai was about to be overwhelmed, Jiang Fan finally cleared out the nearby enemies and rushed over with a forging hammer to block the fatal blow from the goblin leader. Clang! There was a deafening sound of metal collision and sparks flew everywhere. Jiang Fan only felt a huge force coming, which made his arms slightly numb. Even his strength, that was close to the 5-star master level, seemed a bit strenuous. However, it is still within the acceptable range. It is conceivable what kind of shock Li Mubai suffered. This also indirectly reflects how precious the birthday gift provided by the goblins to the Goblin King is. What a powerful force! Jiang Fan was secretly shocked. The strength of this goblin captain was stronger than any goblin he had encountered before. Jiang Fan, be careful. Li Mubai Raminda. It's still no match for me. Jiang Fan grinned, with excitement flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the energy in his body surged. The fire-breathing technique was activated, and a red energy vortex formed around him, providing him with a constant supply of energy. Jiang Fan used all his skills to the fullest. The forging hammer in his hand seemed to have life. It struck the goblin leader again and again with fierce gusts of wind. At this time, the goblin leader was beaten back. Suddenly, a light flashed on Jiang Fan's forging hammer, and it fell twice in a row in an unreasonable manner, triggering the combo. After 2 consecutive all-out attacks, accompanied by a loud bang, the forging hammer smashed the goblin leader's breastplate, revealing his strong and sturdy chest. Combos seemed to inevitably trigger armor penetration. The Goblin King couldn't resist at all, and his chest was immediately covered in blood. Now, Jiang Fan shouted. Li Mubai seized the opportunity, and the sword in his hand turned into a golden light, piercing into the heart of the goblin leader like lightning. Ouch! The goblin leader let out a sharp wail before his huge body fell to the ground and exploded. An invisible wave of information quickly spread out from the corpse of the goblin leader, like ripples on the surface of a lake. The sky and the earth changed color, magma gushed out, and the ground shook violently. In the distance, more goblins appeared. They were larger in size, more ferocious in aura, and their eyes were flashing with bloodthirsty light. Chapter 23 Dimension Secret Realm Upgrade Event. With the ultimate monster in this secret dimension, the goblin leader fell. In the distance, a dark mass of figures appeared on the horizon, surging like a tide. These goblins are even larger in size, with skin that is a violent scarlet color and muscles that are as hard as cast steel. Their heads are extremely huge, with protruding fangs, looking as ferocious as wild beasts, and their eyes flashing with bloodthirsty red light. The most eye-catching thing is the various weapons in their hands. They are not crude, but include giant bone clubs, grim battle axes, and swords, guns, sticks, and clubs that are almost standard equipment for humans, all of which exude a terrifying murderous aura. Among the fire goblins, there are craftsmen who are good at forging. Therefore, this ethnic group does not lack weapons. These goblins are even more powerful, and the aura they display is no different from that of the goblin leader who was just killed. However, a portal dotted with scarlet light gates kept these dimensional creatures out. It will take some time for them to arrive. Oh no, I actually encountered such a thing. Li Mubai's eyes widened, his expression extremely ugly. This kind of thing is basically hard to encounter once in a lifetime. The blockade of the secret dimension has been opened. Jiang Fan looked solemn, his eyes fixed on the scarlet door. Because the golden suit you are wearing is a gift to the Goblin King. Plus, I have ventured into this secret realm many times. The hatred has accumulated many times. The Goblin King is going to end. As he spoke, he kept moving. The forging hammer was like the scythe of the god of death, reaping the lives of the remaining goblins accurately and efficiently. At the same time, it initiated the remelting and recycling of the corpses and dropped equipment. Finally, he came to the transport team's vehicles and recovered the minerals one by one. Divine Forging Essence plus 7. Divine Forging Essence plus 18. I didn't find the heart-protecting mirror. There was a hint of regret in Jiang Fan's tone. Li Mubai looked at the increasingly clear door and swallowed his saliva. Why don't we go back? Although he also wanted to get the heart-protecting mirror and complete the set, the strength of the Goblin King was definitely far beyond that of the Goblin Chief just now, and fighting head-on would undoubtedly be suicide. Suit, are you giving up just like that? Jiang Fan raised his lips with a confident smile. At this moment, the improvement effect brought by the recreation is obvious. His level has been raised to the Master Level 5 stars. Coupled with the blessing of equipment, he is confident that he can fight against the Master Level 7-star creatures. God-level skills are no joke. What else can we do if we don't give up? Let alone the Goblin King. The next elite monster we face will be at least 5-star. Li Mubai smiled bitterly. His reason told him that retreating was the best option now. Jiang Fan smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling. Don't worry, I have a way. What is the solution? Li Mubai asked curiously. Look at them. They are aggressive, but their strength is at most similar to the one we just killed. Jiang Fan analyzed. I am armed with dragon scale, so I can be fearless of siege. I have some time to help you collect the heart-protecting mirror. I want to wait until you get the heart-protecting mirror and complete the set. By then, your strength will be at least doubled. Then, you and I can join forces to deal with the Goblin King without any problem. Li Mubai's mind moved. It's easy to say, but it will be difficult to do it. See, the heart-protecting mirror is on the Goblin King. Jiang Fan said, I have a way to collect this equipment the moment he descends. But you have to find a way to resist the attacks of the goblins. Wait for me to come over and give you the heart-protecting mirror. What you mean is, Li Mubai seemed to understand Jiang Fan's thoughts. He was still a little hesitant. What if I fail? No problem. Jiang Fan said affirmatively. So far, he still has one skill that he has not used. Invisible. Although he lost the leather armor that contained the extraordinary power of Please Be Ravaged. But with Jiang Fan's current physical fitness, rank, and level, he can use this skill to maintain invisibility for nearly 7 seconds. And this is why he dared to stay and give it a try. Li Mubai wanted to say something, but Jiang Fan patted him on the shoulder and said, Fortune comes with risk. You have to know that there are restrictions on the secret dimension. No matter how powerful the Goblin King is, he can't be too outrageous. But I'm different. The fighting power I can unleash is far beyond the level I have demonstrated. Okay, I will withstand the first wave of attacks from the goblins. Li Mubai said through gritted teeth. Well, you should first think about how to fight and how to use various skills so that you can survive to the greatest extent possible. Jiang Fan said, You have to calculate it according to at least 1 minute. Li Mubai said, I will consider the worst-case scenario. As he spoke, he took out a transparent crystal bottle from his storage ring, which contained clear liquid. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a lot, making people feel peaceful. This is Moonlight's spring water. Drinking it can quickly restore your energy and spirit. Li Mubai handed it to Jiang Fan. The Craftsman's Cave is my home ground. You can keep it for your own use. Jiang Fan waved his hand to refuse. Okay then. After asking again and again, Li Mubai drank it alone and quickly recovered. Jiang Fan took a look at the remaining divine forging essence. As the strength of the dimensional secret realm increased, the number of recoverable essences was also increasing. Now it exceeded 1,000, which was enough to upgrade the forging hammer to plus 60, but it was still nearly 60 short of plus 70. He felt that this was not safe enough and looked around, but unfortunately there were no recyclable materials and minerals. Do you have any unwanted equipment? Jiang Fan asked. There are 2 master-level swords and a piece of equipment. Li Mubai Raplia. Give me all. Jiang Fan said this and began to animate the forging hammer. Divine weapon infusing. Consume a certain amount of divine forging essence to grant weapons extraordinary characteristics. Li Mubai watched the forging hammer in Jiang Fan's hand constantly flashing white light. After each flash, he could feel the forging hammer becoming more powerful. He was no longer surprised by this. He quickly took out 3 pieces of equipment and handed them to Jiang Fan. Re-engineering. The 3 pieces of equipment disappeared and turned into divine forging essence. Jiang Fan frowned. He was still 7 short of the requirement for plus 70. Crack. The Scarlet Gate cracked open a larger hole, enough for captain-level goblins to appear, and goblins poured out one after another. At the same time, Jiang Fan's upgrade to the forging hammer also reached plus 60. A new extraordinary power is born. The message flashed through my mind. Go for broke. You can consume a certain amount of physical strength to throw this weapon at the target. Rubbish. Jiang Fan was helpless. This was a skill towards extraordinary power, not a benefit. We still lack some of the divine forging essence. He sighed in his heart, but at this time the dimensional door opened, and an elite monster similar to the previous goblin leader appeared. Jiang Fan ordered, I will charge ahead. Don't follow me. Protect yourself. Chapter 24 set obtained. Bone tilde. The scarlet portal began to break, and a sickening smell of sulfur filled the air. Elite monsters emerged one after another. Dozens of goblins, with great momentum, rushed out like a tide. And each of these is comparable to the last goblin leader killed just now. All elites. Here it comes. Jiang Fan let out a low shout, and the light on his dragon scale suit suddenly lit up. He exerted force on his feet and rushed towards a group of goblins like an arrow. The forging hammer in Jiang Fan's hand burst into flames, drawing a fiery arc. With good luck, it triggered a combo. 2 consecutive attacks directly killed an elite monster. Re-engineering. Jiang Fan did not dare to delay at all and activated this skill. At the same time, he was agile and moved freely among the ground swarms, avoiding attacks. Divine Forging Essence plus 27. That's enough. Jiang Fan was delighted. As expected of an elite monster, the equipment he wore was extraordinary. The divine weapon is endowed with spirit. Ding! As the divine forging essence decreases. It was as if a forging hammer fell gently between heaven and earth. Hit the hammer in Jiang Fan's hand. Plus 70. The entire forging hammer was shining brightly, with a hazy halo spreading from the inside to the outside. It's the best. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. Very happy. The properties of this forging hammer flashed quickly through my mind. Forging hammer, apprentice level, plus 70. Light as a feather. The holder feels the weapon is as light as nothing. Bold and strong. Increases the holder's physical fitness by 50%. Fire breathing technique. Changes the breathing rhythm of the holder. If held for a long time, the holder can master the fire breathing technique. Combo. During the attack, there is a slight chance to attack twice in a row. Armor break. Heavy soldiers can break armor. Go for broke. You can consume a certain amount of physical strength to throw this weapon at the target. Strong attack. As the attack is launched, the holder's power will continue to increase up to 50%. Storm. This sustainable increase in strength can increase the strength by up to 50%. Jiang Fan calculated his own condition. His strong build and sturdy frame can improve his physical fitness by 50%. If he triggers the strong attack to the highest state, the ultimate power he can unleash can reach the Master level 10 stars. In other words, at this level, you are invincible. Bone tilde. Jiang Fan suddenly jumped up, and the forging hammer in his hand spun at high speed, smashing it towards the goblin that was rushing towards him. With a boom sound, the elite goblin was torn into pieces. At the same time, it seemed as if some kind of warm current flowed into Jiang Fan's body. He could feel that his status and various values were improving, especially his strength, which had increased slightly. Not enough. Jiang Fan shouted loudly, twisting his body and spinning in the air, pouring all his energy out and pouring onto the forging hammer. With several loud bangs, several elite goblins were killed one after another. Crack! At the same time, the Goblin King was furious and kept pounding on the Scarlet Gate. He couldn't wait to come, because that human creature was wantonly hammering and killing its people. Bone tilde. Every attack from the Goblin King is enough to turn a top master into bloody mist. But it is somewhat difficult to shake that dimensional door. Crack! But as it continued to bombard, the cracks on the light gate of the dimensional gate are increasing. Suddenly, a crisp sound was accompanied by a thunderous bombardment, and the cracks on the light gate instantly spread like a spider web. Just a blink. The light gate, like a fishing net, was completely torn open. Oh. The Goblin King roared angrily, took his left foot first, and was about to descend into this secret dimension. Oh no, the Goblin King is coming. While Li Mubai was fending off the goblin's attacks, he was keeping a close eye on Jiang Fan's movements. Huh? Why is Jiang Fan missing? His face changed drastically. Jiang Fan, who had just killed an elite monster with a hammer, suddenly disappeared from the air. The elite monsters around them that had lost their targets stood there in a daze for a moment. However, they soon came to their senses and chased after Li Mubai. Li Mubai was dumbfounded at that time. The main force that was attacking the secret realm suddenly disappeared. However, now is not the time to feel sentimental. He roared, wielding his golden sword with great momentum, and then run away. In a one-on-one fight, he is not afraid of any elite goblin. But now, there are too many of them, more than 20 left, coming in like a tide. Run! Li Mubai was so scared that he turned around and left without any hesitation. It was quite straightforward. Take it, you. Jiang Fan used the invisibility skill to lurk in the air. He had just consciously accumulated strength and had reached his best condition and was approaching the light gate. As soon as the Goblin King raised his right foot, Jiang Fan reached out, grabbed the heart protection mirror on his chest, and tore it off. But Jiang Fan's invisibility was broken as the energy swirled around the Goblin King. Ouch! The Goblin King roared and reached forward with both hands, trying to take back the heart mirror. However, Jiang Fan used all his strength to strike out with a hammer, and the huge and strong figure, like a mountain flying backwards, instantly returned to the back of the dimensional gate. Buzz! What Jiang Fan didn't expect was that the dimensional gate was repaired in an instant. Jiang Fan was stunned. Then he laughed. Unexpectedly, the broken fishing net was repaired again. The Goblin King won't be back in a short time. Mubai! Jiang Fan shouted and chased after Li Mubai. Done! Li Mubai, who was running away, looked back in confusion. Then he saw a golden light flying towards him. He doesn't even need to do anything. With a clang, the heart-protecting mirror fell on his chest, and the golden suit automatically merged. Suddenly, a powerful force surged throughout his body, and his strength increased several times in an instant. What a powerful force! A hint of excitement flashed in Li Mubai's eyes. He knew that now they had the power to fight the Goblin King. I'll leave these monsters to you. Jiang Fan shouted from a distance and started picking up equipment and recovering bodies. Re-engineering. Activate this skill again and again. Jiang Fan became more and more skilled. Buzz! A warm current surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and a white light appeared on Jiang Fan's body. 6 stars. He whispered to himself. White light flashed 3 times in succession, and Jiang Fan felt the power surging in his body, like a dormant dragon finally awakening. Master level 8 stars. Jiang Fan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The monsters that just ascended are all elite monsters, and they can provide abundant energy from heaven and earth. However, as they upgrade, the energy required will also increase exponentially. The energy he obtained during this adventure in the secret dimension has allowed him to level up 5 levels in total, and his cultivation speed is quite fast. He cast his gaze towards the gradually illusory light gate. The scarlet color faded away, leaving only faint ripples. Outside the door, the angry roar of the Goblin King could be heard faintly, but it seemed weak and far away. If you can really come again, I could be promoted to Grandmaster today. Jiang Fan sighed secretly. The effect of the strong attack has faded, but his current condition is better than before using the strong attack. The Goblin King was trapped outside the dimensional gate. He could no longer descend, and his angry roars never stopped until he disappeared. Li Mubai walked over with steady steps, his golden suit shining brightly like a god of war. After completing this set, I have been promoted to 3-star master level. Li Mubai's tone was filled with undisguised excitement. What is the extraordinary ability of this suit? Jiang Fan asked. He had not learned the identification technique and could not directly check the attributes of the equipment. Wearing the entire suit, you can master the breathing of fire and increase your swordsmanship power. Li Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. At the apprentice and master levels, I can improve my physical fitness by nearly 2 times. In other words, I can now rival those newly promoted grandmasters. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he smiled and said, It's a top-grade suit, enough for you to be promoted to grandmaster level. Li Mubai clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body, and nodded heavily. Chapter 25 set off. Liangchen Shuiyu Community. Jiang Fan watched Li Mubai's luxury car leave, then turned and walked towards his villa. When I opened the door, the aroma of food wafted into my nose. The mother was humming a little tune and busy in the kitchen, with a robot helping her. "Brother, you're back." Jiang Xian heard the door open, stuck her head out, a bright smile on her face. Although she didn't see it, she could feel it. "Well, how was your study today?" Jiang Fan put on slippers, walked to the sofa, and sat down with his sister. "It's okay, I just missed the atmosphere of school a little bit," Jiang Xian said softly. "However, the learning system at home is really good. It is much more efficient than at school, and there are no worries." Jiang Fan ruffled her hair. "That's good. The medical practitioner that Mu Bai hired will return to the base city at the beginning of next month. He will come directly to check your body. But by then, I will be at University number 7. Yes, I will be obedient," Jiang Xian said repeatedly. "I really want to get better soon. I want to see what my brother, father, and mother look like." Jiang Fan smiled and said, "Dad is elegant and resolute. Mom is gentle and virtuous. You and your brother have inherited their looks perfectly." From the kitchen, I heard my mother's laughter. On the other side, Li Mubai came to the manor on the top of the mountain. The tall iron gate slowly opened, revealing the quaint building inside. Bailey Xuanhua was dressed in tight clothes, exuding sharpness, and was practicing swordsmanship. The sword is like the man, sharp and fierce, with a frosty air. The sword light was like a silver dragon flying in the sky, cutting through the air and making bursts of whistling sounds. As graceful as a startled swan and as agile as a flying dragon. "Aunt, I'm here." Li Mubai stood respectfully aside, watching Bailey Xuanhua practice sword skills quietly. Bailey Xuanhua did not stop. The sword became more and more fierce, as if to freeze the air around him. If Jiang Fan were here, he would be surprised to find that the sword in her hand was exactly the same as the one in the portrait. After finishing a set of sword techniques, she slowly put away the sword. This sword, which looked very powerful, merged into her body like a stream of light. "Well, are you all ready?" Bailey Xuanhua spoke in a cold tone, her eyes as sharp as a knife as she swept over Li Mubai. Li Mubai quickly explained, "It's not convenient to wear at school." Bailey Xuanhua walked to the stone table and sat down, then took a sip from the teacup and said, "Tell me what you gained this time." Li Mubai recounted his experience in the secret dimension in detail, emphasizing Jiang Fan's help. "Master level 8 stars." Bailey Xuanhua put down the teacup. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "It's only been a short time, less than half a month since awakening, and you've already been promoted to Master level 8 star? TSK, this talent is almost catching up with me." Thanks to him this time, I was able to complete this set of Goblin King's set. Li Mubai's tone was full of gratitude. Bailey Xuanhua nodded. "What is the function of this suit?" Li Mubai showed a smile that was inconsistent with his status. "Let me start by introducing the function of the Goblin King set. First, you can increase your own status by twice, which is applicable to both the master and apprentice levels." "Not bad," Bailey Xuanhua said. "Continue." "Secondly, with that golden sword, it can increase the user's swordsmanship by 30%, and even the Grandmaster level can use it." "What did you say?" "Applicable to..." A sharp light flashed in Bailey Xuanhua's eyes. Li Mubai said excitedly, "The power of swordsmanship is increased by 30%, and it can also be applied to the Grandmaster level." "What else?" "It's a skill that can comprehend sword chi slash." "Take it out and let me see it," Bailey Xuanhua said calmly. Li Mubai nodded, waved his hand, and took out a complete set of suits. When this set of equipment was assembled, it automatically combined into a whole, like a golden metal ball, which was now condensed to the size of a fist and shining with golden light. "Buzz!" Bailey Xuanhua stood up, platinum light flashing in her eyes, brilliant and gorgeous. "Great equipment," she exclaimed. "That is..." Li Mubai laughed, and suddenly he was stunned. A sword energy burst out from Bailey Xuanhua's body. Slash at the metal ball. Squeak! There was blood mist rising and dissipating in the sunlight. In an instant, Li Mubai disconnected from the Goblin King equipment. "Aunt, you... I'll take it for a while, and I'll return it to you later." Bailey Xuanhua forced out blood at the same time, and pointed with his white fingers, and the blood was absorbed by the metal ball. The next moment, she stood up covered in golden light. Wearing the armor of the Goblin King, She looked majestic, like a goddess of war, heroic and valiant. "Aunt, you can't do this." Li Mubai let out a heart-wrenching scream. "I said I would pay it back." Bailey Shuanghua glanced at him, but felt somewhat guilty and began to chase him away. "You go back, I want to practice swordsmanship." "Aunt." Li Mubai wanted to say something when a sword light flew over and he was sent out of the manor. "No." Li Mubai howled to the sky, like a ghost howling. May 25th, early morning. At daybreak, Jiang Fan ate the dumplings cooked by his mother, said goodbye to his family, and then carried a forging hammer to the outside of the courtyard and boarded the vehicle that had been prepared. Jiang Che, Wang Yi, and Jiang Xian were still waving their hands until the car moved away. This is Jiang Fan's first time traveling far away. "My son is a person with special abilities, a very powerful one, and with the escort of the young master of the Li family, he will be safe along the way." Father Jiang Che comforted the mother and daughter. In the car, Li Mubai was driving, Bailey Shuanghua was sitting in the passenger seat, and Jiang Fan was sitting in the back seat. "Mubai, what's wrong with you today? You have been absent-minded since just now." Jiang Fan finally couldn't help asking. Li Mubai forced a smile. "It's okay, I just remembered something." He looked melancholy, as if he had lost his soul and was listless. Jiang Fan didn't think much about it, thinking that the boy might have woken up too early and was not fully awake. Bailey Shuanghua chuckled, with a hint of teasing in her tone. "Young people, it is inevitable that they will encounter some emotional twists and turns." She glanced at Li Mubai, and a hint of imperceptible pride flashed in her eyes. The Goblin King's suit was taken away by Bailey Shuanghua. Li Mubai felt heartbroken, but dared not say anything. Jiang Fan shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. 2 hours later, the sky brightened and we finally arrived at our destination. The giant metal gate at the edge of the base city reflected a cold light in the sun. This gate, towering into the clouds, seems to connect heaven and earth, separating the city from the inside and the outside. The surface is covered with complex patterns, like some ancient totem or some high-tech circuit board. On both sides of the gate are towering metal walls covered with surveillance cameras and energy weapons, and uniformed people with special abilities patrolling the walls, keeping the security tight. 3 people got out of the car, and the door slowly opened with a low roar, like a sleeping beast slowly waking up. What was revealed was not the wilderness as imagined, but a wide metal passage. On both sides of the passage, blue energy light flashed, illuminating the road ahead. "Jiang Fan, Annie, I'll take you here," Li Mubai said. "Mubai, please, I'll take care of my family," Jiang Fan said. He was not afraid of an open attack, but was afraid of disgusting people like Lin Weiwei using underhanded tactics. It is easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. According to the principle that only magic can defeat magic, asking for help from the consortium is the best option. "Don't worry," Li Mubai said weakly. Boom! Bailey Shuanghua stepped forward and tapped Li Mubai's head lightly, but with too much force, causing the latter to burst into tears due to the pain. "What's your attitude? Isn't Jiang Fan your best brother? He has helped you a lot." She glared, the threat evident in her words. "Your family is my family." Li Mubai felt aggrieved. "Thanks, Mubai." Jiang Fan stepped forward and took the initiative to hug him, then said, "I will wait for you at number 7 University, and then I will take you to fight for equipment." "Okay." Li Mubai forced a smile, feeling an urge to cry. "Jiang Fan, let's go." Bailey Shuanghua seemed to be in a hurry and walked along the metal road. "Goodbye." Jiang Fan followed her with a hammer in his hand and waved at Li Mubai. As the two walked away, the metal gates closed one by one, isolating the city from the inside and the outside. Chapter 26, King Kong. Dimensional Gap in the Wild. The metal door slammed shut with a deafening sound, completely isolating Jiang Fan from the bustling base city. Walking out of the passage, the strong light made Jiang Fan squint his eyes. What appeared before our eyes was not the green fields we had imagined, but a devastated wasteland. The broken road meanders like a giant python, with weeds growing in the cracks. The dense forest, with luxuriant branches and leaves, is full of a strange vitality. In the distance, several wild wolves covered with bone spurs were gnawing on the corpse of an unknown creature, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. The wild world is more direct, brutal, bloody, and dangerous than the city. Following this direction, we will reach University number 7 in 5 days at most. Bailey Shuanghua walked forward. Yeah, Jiang Fan spoke sparingly, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding environment, his heart full of curiosity and vigilance. It was his first time to leave the Bay City, and he didn't even know the environment outside the Bay City very well. The two of them moved forward all the way, crossing mountains and rivers at an astonishing speed. Occasionally, they would encounter blind alien creatures or local mutated ferocious beasts, but they were all dealt with quickly and efficiently by the two of them. Bailey Shuanghua did not draw his sword, but when he swung it casually, the sword energy flowed out, fierce and sharp, which could easily kill these beasts. The opening of the dimensional gate brought disaster to the blue planet, but it also left an opportunity for awakening. The cosmic energy floating free in the heaven and earth is more abundant, and all living beings can naturally improve their physical fitness even if they do not practice cultivation. Jiang Fan was very calm. The small and powerful forging hammer seemed like a living thing in his hands. He could kill any creature with just one hammer. The process of traveling is also a form of practice as he honed his hammering skills. At noon, the sun was scorching, casting a golden glow on the dilapidated buildings. The two stopped in front of a collapsing building, lit a bonfire, and roasted the mutant rabbits they had hunted. The rabbit meat sizzled and the fat dripped into the fire, making a crackling sound. "Are you really a blacksmith?" Bailey Shuanghua asked casually while turning over the rabbit meat, but her eyes were inquiring. "As a blacksmith, it makes sense for me to carry a hammer, right?" Jiang Fan asked back calmly, with obvious resistance in his tone. "This woman has crossed the line." "Reasonable." Bailey Shuanghua nodded, but felt a little strange about his attitude. "Don't you like women?" she asked directly, raised her eyebrows, and kept asking. Jiang Fan was stunned by her sudden question, and thought that this person was possessed by Lu Rian. "Why do you say that, young lady?" "Mubai once said that I'm your type." Bailey Shuanghua looked directly into Jiang Fan's eyes, with a hint of amusement in her tone. "But you seem to be very cold to me. Is there something you can't tell me?" Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. "I'm afraid of trouble." "What's the trouble?" Bailey Shuanghua asked with great interest, with platinum light flashing and sparkling in her eyes. "She is performing insight." The sword power she awakened gave her a natural sword heart, and insight was just one of her skills. "I hate people who have no sense of boundaries." Jiang Fan's tone was flat, even impatient. He squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. "You and I will part ways here and go on to experience life on our own." After saying that, Jiang Fan picked up the forging hammer, stood up, and left without any hesitation. His figure flashed, and then he disappeared into the increasingly dense forest, leaving Bailey Shuanghua alone sitting by the campfire, with a hint of surprise and a hint of imperceptible frustration in his eyes. "Interesting," Bailey Shuanghua commented. In the dense jungle, the light was dim, leaving only patches of light on the ground. The smell of decay permeates the air as the sun evaporates the water vapor. A crystal blue figure shuttled through the dense forest at high speed. "Roar!" Ahead, a deafening roar was heard, and a huge gorilla rushed out of the dense forest, with muscles all over its body, red eyes, and exuding a violent aura. It waved its huge fist and smashed towards Jiang Fan hard. "Block!" Jiang Fan did not dodge or evade, and the forging hammer came forward head-on. There was a loud bang. The King Kong ape's fist collided with the forging hammer, causing a circle of shock waves visible to the naked eye. The King Kong ape flew backwards, horror and surprise flashed in its eyes, and it was about to escape. Jiang Fan was extremely agile. He rushed over and swung the forging hammer upwards. Bang! The King Kong ape, which was more than 10 feet tall, knew that it could not escape. He turned around immediately, his body glowing with a hazy luster, as bright as broken gold, and he blocked the attack with both arms. Crack! However, the forging hammer was so powerful and heavy, like a mountain, that it fell down with a loud bang and broke his arm bones. The King Kong ape roared in pain and tried to fight Jiang Fan by relying on the complex forest terrain. However, covered in the crystal blue dragon scale armor, Jiang Fan was light and agile, and the forging hammer kept falling. Gradually, scars appeared on the body of the King Kong ape, and blood kept flowing. You know, the forging hammer is a heavy weapon, and its attack is powerful and mighty. Once it hits, it will break bones and tendons, which is extremely terrifying. Finally, with a shrill scream, The King Kong ape fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiang Fan walked to the body of the King Kong ape, started the recreation process, refined the body, and waved his hand. An abundant flow of qi and blood energy acts on the body. Let him be in perfect condition at all times. But suddenly, Jiang Fan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. King Kong, after casting, increase own status by half. A nice little skill. According to the feedback from the extraordinary information, this is a talent skill that cannot grow but is applicable to any realm. In fact, it is the way to use energy, qi, and blood. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Fan continued to move forward. Just as he was about to pass through the woods, a quick reminder tone suddenly came from his cell phone. Warning, a dimensional rift has appeared. Please ask the grandmasters and masters who are training nearby to go to Chung Lake immediately and participate in the defense of the position. Almost at the same time, a loud drone broadcast sounded in the air, repeating the same warning. Jiang Fan looked up and saw a twisted space crack looming in the sky not far away, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations. Dimensional rift? Jiang Fan did not hesitate, holding the forging hammer, and ran towards the direction of the dimensional rift. On the way, he saw a golden light streaking across the sky. It turned out to be Bailey Shuanghua flying on a sword. However, at this moment, Bailey Shuanghua was wearing a set of golden armor, which was the Goblin King's suit. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly dilated and his eyebrows raised. It turns out that Li Mubai was depressed and felt like he was living a life worse than death because his suit was stolen. His favorable impression of Bailey Shuanghua dropped to freezing point. This woman, Jiang Fan shook his head and without delay walked towards the bright and clear lake in front of him. The surface of the lake was like boiling water, constantly rolling, and creatures from different dimensions emerged from it. The battle has begun. People with special abilities wearing camouflage uniforms are either carrying hot weapons and guarding the area around Chung Lake, or wearing armor and rushing to the surface of the lake to fight. All people with abilities, please report here and upload your message. A strong young man in camouflage uniform stood in front of a makeshift command platform and shouted loudly. Chapter 27 plus 90. Extraordinary power that can open the door. Occupation, Divine Blacksmith. Professional, Jiang Fan, Master level 9 stars. Talent 1, Weapon Mastery. Skill 1, Divine Weapon Spirit. Skill 2, Reforging, Remaining Divine Forging Essence, 23-29. Skills, Invisibility, Fire Breathing, Diamond. Equipment, plus 70 Forging Hammer, Apprentice level, plus 10 Dragon Scale Weapon, no level. Equipment Edition, Make light of heavy tasks. While checking your own messages, Jiang Fan followed the voice and walked over to report. Jiang Fan, 9-star master. He did not mention the blacksmith profession. Low-level blacksmiths have no combat effectiveness, and blacksmiths with combat effectiveness are unlikely to appear in such a place. The young man in camouflage uniform was stunned and looked Jiang Fan up and down. Dragon scale suit? The inheritance sequence of the academy. Jiang Fan said calmly. It was a lucky achievement. At this time, a beautiful figure came over from not far away, wearing the glittering golden Goblin King suit, shining brightly on her body. Bali Shuanghua, swordsman, 10-star master. Bali Shuanghua. The young man in camouflage uniform was stunned, his eyes full of amazement. Bailey Shuanghua's beauty is so aggressive that it is hard to look away. He coughed lightly to cover up his loss of composure, then turned to the two and said, "We are the Marines, and we discovered this dimensional rift while on patrol. So we recruited people with special abilities who were training nearby, and also requested support from our superiors. So the safety factor is very high." Jiang Fan nodded. "What do you need us to do?" The young man in camouflage uniform pointed at the rolling lake and the dimensional creatures that kept pouring out. This rift is still in the opening stage. The alien creatures that have appeared so far, such as snow apes and fishmen, are all below the level of 5-star masters, and they are all related to water and snow attributes. Our mission is, first of all, to control the surrounding area and prevent these alien creatures from escaping until the dimensional gate is stable. Secondly, to counterattack the dimensional secret realm, clear out the creatures inside, and study the laws of the dimensional creature's arrival. Bailey Shuanghua glanced at Jiang Fan and suddenly asked, "How is the contribution value calculated?" The young man in camouflage uniforms explained, "The contribution points for killing alien creatures are assessed based on their strength. Creatures below the 8-star master level do not have their contribution points calculated. 9-star masters get 1 point. 10-star masters and 1-star grandmasters both get 2 points. 2-star grandmasters get 4 points." Jiang Fan's idea moved. Contribution points can be exchanged for resources, equipment, and even special permissions. It's quite reasonable. Bailey Shuanghua seemed to be very familiar with these terms and conditions. "We have deployed drones and other monitoring equipment, which will work with intelligence to accurately calculate the combat information of the participants. After the battle is over, a unified final settlement will be made," said the young man in camouflage uniforms. At this time, the lake's surface surged more violently, and a huge snow ape jumped out of the water, making a deafening roar. A Grandmaster-level creature has appeared. The young man in camouflage uniform's face changed, and he immediately ordered, "All people with special abilities, please go to the battle." Bailey Shuanghua's figure flashed, turned into a golden light, and rushed towards the snow ape first. He was the first to arrive, and the golden sword in his hand exuded a sharp sword energy that seemed to tear the air apart. Boom! Bailey Shuanghua's long sword collided with the snow ape's giant palm, and the snow ape was knocked back several steps, but Bailey Shuanghua was also affected by the recoil force, and his body swayed slightly. She was agile and fought with the snow ape in a flash of golden light. Sword energy was everywhere. Ice and snow were flying, and the man and the beast were fighting to the point of being inseparable. A few minutes later, a shrill roar resounded across the lake, and the snow ape's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, splashing huge water. Bailey Shuanghua landed lightly on the ground, with spots of scarlet on his golden armor, adding a bit of heroic spirit. Relying on the master-level realm, he killed a grandmaster-level dimensional creature. Although she has the blessing of equipment, her basic strength is also good. Coupled with her beautiful figure and cold appearance, she has attracted many people's cheers. Jiang Fan observed for a moment and felt that the time was right, so he rushed over with a forging hammer. The dragon scale suit's levitation ability allows him to walk on the water as if he were strolling in the garden. Drink! He let out a low roar, and the forging hammer, with the sound of wind, smashed hard on the head of a master-level murloc. The fisherman didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a ball of bloody mist. Jiang Fan kept walking and continued to clear out the dimensional creatures around him. The hammer shadows flew, blood splattered, and the surrounding waters were gradually dyed a shocking red. Jiang Fan was like a tireless killing machine, leaving no grass growing wherever he passed. These low-quality products are not even worth recycling. Jiang Fan curled his lips. Although his killing efficiency was very high, the gains made it difficult for him to cheer up. However, he collected all the equipment scattered on the ground without missing a single piece. As time went by, the dimensional rifts gradually stabilized, and the dimensional creatures that emerged from them became stronger and stronger. 2-star and 3-star master-level creatures began to appear in large numbers. Finally, something decent. Jiang Fan said softly, relying on his innate skills such as strong attack. He is now not afraid, even if facing a 2-star Grandmaster-level creature. He can just fight hard. At the same time, human support also continued to arrive. There were even a few people with special abilities wearing dragon scale suits who joined the battle. With their skilled fighting skills and tacit cooperation, they quickly stabilized the situation. These people are obviously from the Battle Academy, and there is a high possibility that they are from University Number 7. At this moment, a faint portal slowly emerged in the air in the dimensional gap. The young man in camouflage uniform rushed over, stood in the void in front of the door, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, please follow me into the secret dimension. Rush! Kill!" The human beings with special abilities were excited and rushed towards the portal. Bailey Shuanghua landed beside Jiang Fan, her golden armor stained with blood, making her look even more cool and charming. "Are you going?" Her cold voice sounded. "No pity." Jiang Fan shook his head and activated his innate skills instead. A strange energy slowly injected into the forging hammer. "What are you doing?" Bailey Shuanghua frowned slightly, somewhat confused about Jiang Fan's behavior. Jiang Fan did not explain, but just concentrated on empowering the forging hammer. A faint golden light gradually emerged on the surface of the forging hammer, and a powerful force was brewing within it. Plus 80. After consuming 755 divine forging essence, the 8th extraordinary power appears in the forging hammer. Jiang Fan took a look and nodded slightly. Soon, he consumed another 855 divine forging essences. Allows the forging hammer to be upgraded to plus 90. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. This time, his extraordinary ability was quite amazing. Bailey Shuanghua looked at Jiang Fan with confusion in her eyes, but she did not ask any more questions. Instead, she directly used the insight technique to see what Jiang Fan was doing. It will be fine if you didn't look at it, but you'll be scared once you see it. There was a flash of white light in her eyes, and the ability of the swordsman's heart was revealed. She could easily sense the energy of the hand hammer fluctuating and increasing little by little. Is this his awakening ability? It can improve the basics of equipment. Bailey Shuanghua was shocked. Immediately, an unshakable thought emerged in his mind. What if this guy used his ability to enhance the sword in his body? Chapter 28, when the equipment is enhanced to plus 100. Bailey Shuanghua's pupils suddenly shrank, and she clearly felt the energy of the forging hammer leaping. This incredible scene caused a storm in her heart. His ability is indeed not as simple as that of a blacksmith. She had an expression on her face that said, as expected, Fire Breathing 2, advanced version of Fire Breathing. Dragon Tiger Power, enhances the wearer's attribute status by 10%. The forging hammer is upgraded from plus 70 to plus 80, which brings out extraordinary power. It is an advanced version of the Breathing of Fire. Its completeness has been improved, but it is still not as good as the Breathing of Fire granted by the Goblin King's suit. Moreover, relying on the reforging of this divine forging skill, it can be said that the current breathing method is better than nothing for Jiang Fan. By then, the 9th extraordinary power of the forging hammer will still be related to the same attribute state. Compared to the strong and powerful, this extraordinary power is more powerful and is not only applicable to apprentice and master levels. This means that you can use Grandmaster or even higher level Meteor level. The emergence of this extraordinary power made Jiang Fan extremely satisfied. I want to see what changes will occur after strengthening Jiabai. Jiang Fan still held the forging hammer, constantly consuming the essence of divine forging to give it extraordinary power. This time it consumes 955 divine forging essence. Ding! With a crisp sound, the forging hammer changed again. This time, the forging hammer trembled and became more refined. More mysterious patterns appeared on the hammer head, emitting a faint golden light. Jiang Fan was surprised to find that the forging hammer had been promoted from apprentice level to master level. He originally just wanted to strengthen it to plus 100 to see what special abilities would appear, but he didn't expect that it would directly upgrade the grade of the forging hammer. It seems that when it is strengthened to a certain extent, it is probably the level of adding 100, and it can also improve the grade. Jiang Fan muttered to himself, feeling excited about this discovery. This means that he can enhance ordinary weapons in higher levels. The ability of his weapon has been upgraded. How'd he do that? Bailey Shuanghua was still observing this scene. It was too surprising. After all, no similar secret had ever been reported. Similarly, Jiang Fan himself was also surprised. It is the quantitative change that leads to the qualitative change. He looked intently. Forging hammer, first forging, master level. Fire breathing technique 2. Changes the breathing rhythm of the holder. Holding it for a long time can master the fire breathing technique. Strong attack. As the attack is launched, the holder's power will continue to increase up to 50%. Dragon Tiger Power enhances the wearer's attributes by 30%. The number of extraordinary characteristics has decreased, but the actual blessings have increased. After all, these features are suitable for masters and grandmasters. After forging once, the required divine forging essence to strengthen again actually starts from level 10. The required divine forging essence directly increases 9 times to complete the second forging. I'm so angry. Jiang Fan sighed softly, came back to his senses, and his eyes gradually regained color. He looked vigilantly at Bailey Shuanghua not far away. This woman had been staring at him. Bailey Shuanghua withdrew her gaze, her figure flashed, and a platinum light bloomed under her feet, spreading like ripples and disappearing in an instant. Only a slight spatial fluctuation was left at the spot, and she had disappeared into the dimensional gate. Jiang Fan paused for a moment and glanced at the corpses of several dimensional creatures floating on the lake. Their broken bodies swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a strange green light. Among them were the corpses of several master-level creatures, which were worth a lot of money. However, these were other people's trophies, and he had no right to dispose of them. Almost. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Fan whispered and stepped into the door to the dimension. Huh. The cold wind was as sharp as a knife, and snow as big as goose feathers fell randomly. The biting cold instantly swept through his body, and Jiang Fan shivered. The world before my eyes was covered in white, and the strong wind whistled past with ice and snow, as if it was going to freeze everything. There was thick snow under my feet, which made a crackling sound when I stepped on it. Buzz! Jiang Fan actively performed the fire-breathing technique, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and the energy in the vortex in his body emerged and spread to his limbs and bones. A warm heat rises in the body. With the protection of the dragon scale set, he felt warm, comfortable, and soothed. It seems like you and I are destined to be together. A cold voice sounded more than 10 meters away. Jiang Fan turned his head and saw Bailey Shuanghua standing on a huge ice rock. Snowflakes fell on her long silver hair, making her skin look even whiter than snow. It's quite fate. Jiang Fan walked over in 2 or 3 steps. We entered the same dimensional secret realm at different times, but we still ran into each other nearby. He knew in his heart that he had deliberately delayed time just now in order to enter at a different time. I didn't expect to meet him again. This dimensional secret realm is in a semi-stable state. Bailey Shuanghua looked into the distance with a calm tone. The seniors, Marines, and trial participants who entered first, they have already embarked on the road of exploration and started to clear out the dimensional creatures. Yeah, Jiang Fan nodded. He knew these basic knowledge. This is the case for all newly arrived dimensional secret realms. Only by completely eliminating the dimensional creatures within them can the spatial structure be stabilized and wait for the formation master to arrive and set up the guiding formation. Okay, let's separate here and do our own thing. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he strode away without looking back, leaving messy footprints in the snow. Bailey Shuanghua stood on the ice rock, looking at Jiang Fan's receding back, and almost laughed out of anger. She naturally understood that this was the price Jiang Fan had to pay after he pried into her secrets. Not welcome. She was not angry, but just shook her head gently, turned around, and rode a platinum sword light, flying in another direction, and her figure soon disappeared in the wind and snow. Jiang Fan explored alone in the vast snowfield. After walking several hundred meters in one direction, he came to a valley surrounded by low peaks. In the valley, there were more than a dozen snow ape corpses lying in a mess. They still emitted a faint residual heat and a burning breath, and their blood had not yet completely coagulated. Obviously, they had been killed not long ago. He hid behind a pile of snow and observed for several minutes. After making sure that there was no other movement around and no one came to collect the spoils, he walked over carefully. It seems that the hunter has gone far away. Jiang Fan was secretly delighted and quickly recycled the corpses of the snow apes one by one, transforming them into essence. As the snow ape's corpse continued to decompose, the energy vortex in Jiang Fan's body suddenly became unstable and began to vibrate violently, as if it was about to collapse inward. He is about to start his promotion to Grandmaster. Jiang Fan was happy, but an inexplicable sense of crisis came over him. Chapter 29, Promoted to Grandmaster Level. My friend, isn't it a bit shameful to follow others and collect spoils? A lazy voice, with a hint of teasing, suddenly came from not far away. Almost at the same time, a flashing ice arrow shot out from behind a pile of snow on the side, heading straight for Jiang Fan's unguarded eyes. The dragon scale suit on his body has amazing defensive power, but his eyes are the weak point of defense. At the same time, countless sharp ice crystals suddenly bloomed on the ground under Jiang Fan's feet, piercing his legs like thorns. For a moment, Jiang Fan was in an extremely dangerous situation. Jiang Fan cursed inwardly. After all his planning, he was actually tricked. I was waiting and checking the surroundings just now, thinking that these bodies were ownerless. Unexpectedly, the hunter did not leave, but was fishing with great interest. He didn't have time to think, and instinctively swung the forging hammer and lunged forward, barely avoiding the protruding ice crystals on the ground, but was met with the fatal ice crystal arrow. Boom! The ice crystal arrow hit Jiang Fan right in the chest. The huge impact force knocked him flying. He rolled on the ground for several times and stopped only after hitting a rock. Fortunately, he was protected by the dragon scale suit, otherwise he would have been seriously injured. I'm rubbing the mud horse. Jiang Fan struggled to get up from the ground and felt a sharp pain in his chest. He quickly performed breathing techniques, and the energy vortex in his body intensified and collapsed inward, condensing and becoming denser. At the same time, some energy surged out and was pumped throughout the body along with the blood, repairing his injuries. Jiang Fan looked around, but the sky and the earth were all white, and he could not find any trace of the attacker. "Come out! Stop hiding!" Jiang Fan shouted. "Didn't you see the dragon scale suit I'm wearing? Don't you know I'm from the Battle Academy?" The only responses he got were the whistling cold wind and the flying snowflakes. "Ha! You are really an extraordinary guy. But what about you being a student of the Battle Academy?" The man in the dark sneered. "I'm going to kill the people from the Battle Academy." In the biting snow and wind, Jiang Fan clenched his teeth. The severe pain in his chest made it difficult for him to breathe. The dragon scale suit blocked most of the damage, leaving only the impact force, but the chill that penetrated into his bones still made him feel cold all over. "Students from the Battle Academy? I'm going to kill people from the Battle Academy." The man in the dark spoke with contempt, as if killing a student from the Combat Academy was as easy as crushing an ant. This tone of indifference to life completely angered Jiang Fan. The most important thing is that the other party knew that I was a human for Blue Star, but he still showed murderous intent. He was obviously a cunning person. He endured the pain and scanned the surrounding wind and snow with his sharp eyes. Murderous intent gathered in his eyes. "I can take out the snow ape corpses I collected and return them to you," Jiang Fan said, while suppressing his anger. In response to him, he was attacked by a magic attack from a sneak attacker. Swoosh! The sound of breaking air suddenly sounded. Dense ice blades shot out from the wind and snow like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, blocking all Jiang Fan's space to dodge. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he lunged forward, barely avoiding the fatal blow. The ice blade flew past his armor and embedded deeply into the snow behind him, making a muffled puff sound. However, the crisis has not been resolved. On the other side, almost at the same time, another ice blade broke through the air at a faster speed and at a more tricky angle. At least two people. Jiang Fan made a judgment. At the critical moment, Jiang Fan activated his invisibility skill. His figure seemed to melt in the wind and snow and disappeared in an instant. Boom! Boom! The two ice blades missed their target and exploded on the snow, raising a cloud of snow and fog. I dodged it. A voice came from the wind and snow. The wind and snow got stronger, covering the sky and the sun, and visibility was extremely low. The two attackers continuously released ice and snow spells, carpet bombing the surroundings in an attempt to force Jiang Fan out. Boom tilde. Explosions rang out one after another, and huge holes were blown out in the snow. After a moment, the explosions stopped. Should he be dead? A burly figure walked out of the wind and snow, cautiously approaching the center of the explosion, searching for Jiang Fan's body. At this moment, something strange happened. "Go to hell." A low growl came from beneath him. Before the burly figure could react, a small and exquisite forging hammer suddenly flew out from the snow and hit him hard on the head. Bang! The sound of skulls cracking was horrifying. The burly figure fell to the ground in an instant, and his blood dyed the snow red. Jiang Fan's figure emerged from the snow, and without hesitation, he initiated the recreation process, transforming the corpse back into its original form. A warm current flows through the body, making the body feel very comfortable, and the body naturally shakes from the inside out. He has reached the Grandmaster level in this life. Not good. Another shrill voice filled with fear. He turned around and tried to escape, but it was too late. Jiang Fan appeared behind him like a ghost, and the forging hammer smashed out with a whistling sound. Accurate headshot. The screaming stopped abruptly. The wind and snow were still howling, covering all traces. Jiang Fan stood in the snow, his chest still aching slightly, but there was a cold light flashing in his eyes. 2 grandmasters, but they are only at the level of newly promoted grandmasters. How dare they ambush a top student from the Battle Academy? Jiang Fan shook his head. These 2 people are so brave. The wind and snow howled, and the pain in his chest gradually subsided. The energy from the previous grandmaster's corpse not only healed his injuries, but also consolidated his newly promoted grandmaster status. A warm current gushed out from Dantian and flowed throughout the body. Jiang Fan closed his eyes and looked inward. The area where the energy vortex originally existed has now turned into a stable space. As his consciousness penetrated into it, he saw a scarlet energy vortex slowly rotating in the very center. Fire energy was constantly generated in it, like a dancing flame spirit. The energy space in the body has been opened. Jiang Fan was amazed, knowing that this was a scene that would only occur after one was promoted to Grandmaster. However, what made him most happy was that after he was promoted to Grandmaster, the training funds promised by University Number 7 were also increased from 10 million to 100 million. With this 100 million, he could do a lot of things, such as exchanging them all for dimensional equipment and recycling them to obtain the essence of divine forging. He leaned over and remade the other body. Something even stranger happened. In a mysterious space, another energy vortex appeared out of nowhere. The vortex was a blue, icy crystal color, like broken ice and snow, emitting a chilling cold air. The 2 whirlpools slowly approached each other in the mysterious space and finally merged together. The red flames inside and the icy blue snow outside run parallel to each other and rotate at the same time, forming a strange scene of the fusion of ice and fire. In an instant, the energy of heaven and earth that Jiang Fan could absorb increased dramatically. The previously accumulated fire energy was instantly absorbed and merged with the newly generated energy. The newly generated energy has both water and fire attributes, and is purer and more powerful. Jiang Fan opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing in them. He immediately practiced breathing techniques, guiding this new energy to circulate within his body. The energy of ice and fire alternately baptized his body. Every inch of muscle and every bone became tougher and stronger. Jiang Fan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body. It seemed that hunting down the traitors among the human race would bring him unexpected surprises. Chapter 30 Mermaid. The biting cold wind was still raging, blowing up the ice and snow, cutting the air like countless tiny blades. Jiang Fan looked intently at his ability user attribute panel to check his own status. Occupation, Divine Blacksmith. Professional, Jiang Fan Grandmaster, 1 star. Talent 1, Weapon Mastery. Skill 1, Divine Weapon Spirit. Skill 2, Reforging, remaining Divine Forging Essence, 791. Skills, Invisibility, Fire Breathing 2, Diamond. Equipment, plus 10 Dragon Scale Armor, no level. Forging Hammer, First Forging, Master Level. Equipment Additions, Dragon Scale Guardian, Strong Attack, Dragon and Tiger Power. Immediately, Jiang Fan stretched his muscles, feeling the power surging in his body, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth. The power of these 2 masters has really brought me great benefits, Jiang Fan whispered, his eyes falling on the forging hammer in his hand. The various equipment on the bodies of the 2 masters, and even the materials in the possible storage equipment. All of them were recycled and transformed into divine forging essence. There are quite a few of them, more than 300. Jiang Fan's mind moved slightly, and after some calculation, he found that it was enough to upgrade the forging hammer to the plus 10 state after 1 forging. He immediately started to activate his innate skills. The divine weapon is endowed with spirit. Dazzling rays of light flashed on the forging hammer, and a strange energy wave spread out. 550 divine forging essences were gradually consumed, and complex patterns appeared on the surface of the forging hammer, flashing with a faint golden light. First Forging plus 10. Gain extraordinary power. Armor breaking, with a 15% chance of breaking the enemy's armor. Jiang Fan curled his lips. This skill was really hard to evaluate. He held the forging hammer in his hand and continued to move forward in the snow. The operation of the dual energy vortexes of ice and fire made him no longer afraid of the cold. Instead, he felt a warm current flowing through his body. In the wind and snow, a huge snow ape rushed over with a roar. Court death. Jiang Fan sneered, swung the forging hammer, and smashed it hard on the snow ape's head. Bang! The huge body of the snow ape fell to the ground with a loud bang, splashing snow all over the sky. Jiang Fan skillfully reforged the snow ape's corpse, but unfortunately he did not obtain any equipment that could be converted into divine forging essence. Continue. He climbed over mountains and crossed rivers, moving forward along the way. All the snow apes he met along the way were killed by him with a single blow of his hammer. It also made him feel strange. Before entering this secret dimensional realm, two creatures, the snow ape and the fish monster, appeared from the dimensional cracks. But now, along the way, Jiang Fan had not encountered any other creatures except the blue star ability users and the snow apes. However, with continuous fighting and absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, Jiang Fan felt that the power in his body was becoming more and more abundant, and he was getting closer and closer to becoming a 2-star master. Finally, he came to the top of a mountain. It is still covered with ice and snow here, but what is different from before is that there are towering cedars growing on the top of the mountain, forming a dense forest. From the depths of the woods, there came a strange and warm singing voice, like the sound of nature, or like a little girl singing softly. There was a strange magic in the singing, which attracted Jiang Fan to walk deeper into the woods. Passing through the cedar forest, a refreshing fragrance wafts in the air. Jiang Fan looked closely and saw a crystal-clear snow lotus growing in the middle of a tumbling hot spring pool. The petals of the snow lotus seemed to be carved from ice crystals, emitting a faint fluorescence and surrounded by a thin layer of mist. The water in the hot spring pool is milky white and steam is rising, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding ice and snow. In the middle of the pool, on a huge rock, grows a snow lotus that exudes a strange fragrance. Such a strange combination of environment made Jiang Fan feel extremely surprised. In the midst of the ice and snow, there are hot springs and snow lotus. He couldn't help but want to jump in and take a bath to feel the wonderful experience of ice and fire. The water in the hot spring pool was rolling, and next to the rock in the middle of the pool, the water was rippling and an exquisite face slowly emerged. Her skin is whiter than snow and as smooth as a baby's, with an exquisite oval face and picturesque features, just like a lotus emerging from water. Her long, smooth hair like seaweed flutters in the water, adding a touch of charm. As the creature surfaced, her upper body was revealed, with a snow-white shell covering her majestic chest, slender waist, and flat belly without a trace of fat. Crystal-clear water droplets slid down her waistline, outlining an alluring curve. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was like a faint orchid in the valley, with a hint of charm. The mountain is covered with snow, and it is freezing cold. Are you lost in the mountains? I wonder if I can provide you with some help. Jiang Fan looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him, and was secretly alert in his heart, but pretended to be frivolous on the surface. I'm a little thirsty. How about using your shell to fill a bowl of bath water for me? The smile on the royal sister's face froze for a moment, and then she smiled charmingly. Sir, why don't you take off your armor, come to this pond, and have sex with me? Jiang Fan cursed the goblin's directness in his heart, but pretended to be bewitched on his face. He walked toward the hot spring pool with a frivolous step, still holding the forging hammer tightly in his hand. Please have mercy on me, sir, and throw away the hammer. After all, this is my first time. The royal sister smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth, and her posture was seductive. I don't like to play perverted games. Jiang Fan suppressed his restlessness. As he got closer, he finally saw the winding body covered with sparkling water in the tumbling pool. His previous guess was confirmed. This was not a human woman at all, but a fish monster. Boom! Without any hesitation, Jiang Fan raised the forging hammer and smashed it hard at the fish monster in the pond. Sir, you are too impatient. The fish monster smiled and swung its lower body violently. A huge fishtail covered with green scales emerged from the water, rolled up huge turbid waves, and slammed towards Jiang Fan fiercely. The turbid waves came towards them, condensed into ice in the air, and smashed down heavily. Jiang Fan did not retreat, but advanced instead. The dragon scale protection on his +10 dragon scale weapon flickered, forming a solid barrier. Bang! The forging hammer smashed the ice crystals. Frost and snow filled the sky, and with a loud bang, it collided with the fishtail. The huge impact force caused the snow under Jiang Fan's feet to crack, and he slid backwards several meters. A hint of surprise flashed in the fish demon's eyes. Obviously, she didn't expect Jiang Fan to be able to block her attack. She swung her tail, splashing water everywhere, and said with a sweet smile, "Sir, you have great strength. I like you even more." Mermaid. Jiang Fan recognized this species of creature and became more alert. The legend has it that mermaids have enchanting, singing voices, and today I finally got to see it. He raised the forging hammer again and attacked fiercely. The forging hammer, accompanied by the sound of the wind, struck the mermaid again and again. The mermaid is flexible and can swim in the water to avoid attacks. The water splashed everywhere, and her snow-white skin was faintly visible in the waves, adding a bit of temptation. "Sir, why are you so cruel?" The mermaid said coquettishly, her voice sliding past Jiang Fan's ears like silk. "Why don't you put down your weapons and bathe in the hot spring with me? Wouldn't it be pleasant?" Jiang Fan turned a deaf ear and attacked more fiercely. As the battle progressed, his blood boiled and his fighting spirit was high. The strong attack state is activated, and the strength and speed are greatly increased, already exceeding that of a 2-star Grandmaster. Every time the forging hammer fell, it brought with it terrifying power, shaking the hot spring pool water and trembling the mermaid's body. The mermaid's dodging, which was originally done with ease, gradually became difficult. Suddenly, she let out a sharp scream. A hideous wound appeared on her snow-white fishtail, with skin torn and scales flying everywhere. "Break the armor!" Jiang Fan was delighted and increased the intensity of his attack again, not giving the mermaid a chance to breathe. "You! How dare you hurt me?" The mermaid's voice is shrill, filled with anger and surprise. Squeak! The energy in Jiang Fan's body surged and turned into ice crystals all over the sky, rushing towards the mermaid cave. The hot spring pool was filled with steam, and the ice crystals in the steam refracted colorful light like deadly icy rain. This is Jiang Fan's attempt. He guessed that mermaids living in hot springs should be afraid of the cold. A strange sound of chi-chi-ka-ka was heard. The surface of the hot spring pool began to freeze, and a thin layer of ice quickly spread, gradually freezing the mermaid's body. Her originally flexible fishtail was frozen in the ice and could not move. It's true, Jiang Fan was secretly happy. However, the condensed ice crystals were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. He rushed out swiftly, his condition raised to the current limit, and all his strength was concentrated on the forging hammer. Die! Jiang Fan smashed out with a hammer. Bang! The ice shattered, and the forging hammer smashed hard into the mermaid's wound. The powerful shock force almost tore her body apart. The mermaid let out a shrill scream. Her body trembled violently, and her blood dyed the hot spring pool water red. Her originally charming face now became distorted and painful, and she was seriously injured and dying. Chapter 31, This is not the reason why you came to Blue Star. Next to the churning hot spring pool, a mermaid clings to the rocks in the center of the pool. Her breath was weak, and her snow-white skin had lost its luster, taking on a sickly pale color. The hideous wound on the fish's tail that had surfaced was still oozing blood, dyeing the originally clear hot spring water a light red. Her slender arms were weakly wrapped around herself, as if she was trembling, with traces of tears on her cheeks and the blood flowing from the corners of her mouth, making her look even more miserable. She looked frail and weak, like a withered flower swaying in the wind and rain. Jiang Fan had a blank expression on his face. He held high the bloody forging hammer and approached step by step. The cold light from the hammer reflected on his stern face, without a trace of mercy. Wait a moment. The mermaid's weak voice trembled with a hint of despair. The world we live in has been invaded by the snow ape tribe. She breathed hard and spoke intermittently, that they are extremely cruel. They want to kill all of our people, defeat all of my people, and completely destroy this world. Jiang Fan paused for a moment, but his eyes remained cold. At this time, he also understood that the language spoken by this mermaid was expressed through mental power. He can't, but he can understand. Perhaps some unknown frequency is connected. Secondly, he thought that Blue Star was also being invaded, just as the mermaid said. Seeing his hesitation, the mermaid seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and struggled to continue. This world was originally our territory. We are peaceful by nature and have never thought of fighting with other races. She raised her tearful eyes and looked at Jiang Fan expectantly. We were expelled here and have nowhere to go, so we want to go to the world where you are. But this is not the reason why you came to Blue Star. Jiang Fan shook his head suddenly, his tone cold. We were also forced into a corner. The mermaid's voice became weaker, with a sobbing tone. The snow apes are so powerful that we can't resist them at all. We just want to find a new home. She stretched out her trembling hands and tried to grab the corner of Jiang Fan's clothes. Please, let me go. I want to protect my world. Her pitiful appearance, like a snow lotus about to wither, makes people feel pity for her. However, Jiang Fan's eyes were still as cold as ice. Bang! The forging hammer smashed down on the mermaid with the force of thunder. After a muffled sound, everything returned to calm. Ripples appeared in the hot spring pool, and bright red blood quickly spread, dyeing the water scarlet. Jiang Fan began to collect and refine the mermaid's corpse with an expressionless face. In just a moment, her body turned into ashes and dissipated with the rolling pool water. A strange energy surged out of the mermaid's body and was absorbed by Jiang Fan. He felt that the energy vortex in the mysterious space within his body had undergone drastic changes. The original ice attribute was eliminated and replaced by a new vortex formed by the interweaving of the two attributes of water and fire, which was slowly rotating like a Tai Chi diagram. However, Jiang Fan could feel that if he wanted, he could still use ice attribute techniques. At the same time, blood energy emerged, and Jiang Fan felt that his strength had increased again, and he was officially promoted to a 2-star master. Immediately, he jumped onto the rock in the center of the hot spring pool and reached out to pick the snow lotus rooted in the cracks of the rock. The moment he took possession of it, the snow lotus turned into a stream of pure energy and poured into the mysterious space in his body. Jiang Fan was startled and looked inside himself quickly. Fortunately, everything is normal and there is nothing unusual. But he soon discovered that the mysterious space seemed wider than before, as if it could accommodate more energy. My foundation has been strengthened again. Jiang Fan sighed to himself. Energy space is the foundation of a master-level strongman. The more energy it can hold, the stronger its foundation will naturally be. Suddenly, the heaven and earth shook. In the distant sky, a huge pillar of light shot up into the sky, surrounded by ice and snow, and countless snow apes emerged from it. Jiang Fan gazed into the distance. The sky was full of twinkling lights, and human beings with special abilities were rapidly converging towards the beam of light. Amidst the chaos, a loud shout resounded through the sky. The last resistance of the fishman world has disappeared. The creatures of the snow ape world can descend directly. The person who shouted was the young man in camouflage uniform. He continued to warn loudly. Those with abilities below the Grandmaster level should quickly leave this dimensional secret realm. Those with abilities above the Grandmaster level should do what they can. The level of the upcoming battle has exceeded the trial level and can threaten your lives at any time. His voice contained powerful energy and was clearly heard throughout the secret realm. Jiang Fan, who was far away in the cedar forest, also noticed the change. The surging hot spring pool gradually cooled down, the waves condensed in midair, and the world became even colder. Boom! The column of ice and snow continued to expand, and more snow apes descended. Jiang Fan frowned. He looked around and found that the water in the hot spring pool had completely frozen, like a huge ice mirror, reflecting the heart-pounding beam of light in the sky. The level of danger that can threaten the life of a master-level ability user. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows, but for him, it was an excellent trial opportunity. He tried it first, calling out to Blue Star in his heart, and soon he sensed the teleportation array. This made him feel at ease, as long as he could return to his original world. Immediately, he quickly left the hot spring pool and rushed towards the direction where the snow ape had descended. Along the way, he saw many human ability users struggling to resist the attacks of the snow apes, and the scene was in chaos. He sped along, and the images of human ability users fighting snow apes kept flashing in his vision. The air was filled with the smell of blood and some strange energy fluctuations. After going deep into the heart of the snowfield, Jiang Fan finally encountered the first wave of enemies, 7 huge snow apes. Their hair was as white as snow, their muscles were knotty, their scarlet eyes radiated ferocity, and they wielded giant ice cones, forcing several human ability users to retreat step by step. Roar! A snow ape roared and rushed towards Jiang Fan. The huge ice cone, accompanied by wind and snow, headed straight for his face. Jiang Fan dodged sideways and swung the forging hammer to block. Clang! The loud sound of the metal collision was deafening, and a powerful force came, making Jiang Fan's palm numb. These snow apes are stronger than me. Jiang Fan was shocked. Soon, the nearby snow apes killed those human ability users and decisively surrounded them, with ice cones pouring down like a rainstorm. Jiang Fan was caught in a dilemma and barely managed to hold on. He had previously crushed his opponents with his absolute strength, but now he was outnumbered and was immediately at a disadvantage. We can't go on like this. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist. Fortunately, his dragon-scale armor covered his entire body and was able to absorb some of the attack force. Buzz! Soon, heat began to flow in his body, and his size and condition were improving. Storm! A gleam of light flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes, and he began to consciously adjust his fighting style. He no longer relied on head-on confrontation, but instead used flexible steps and precise hammering to find the snow ape's weaknesses. Jiang Fan tried to combine his strength, speed, and skills, striving to achieve perfection in every attack. In his previous battles against dimensional creatures, he had always won by force and had never seriously considered combat techniques. Now that he was under siege, his fighting potential was actually stimulated. As the battle continued, Jiang Fan's movements became more and more smooth, and his control over strength became more and more sophisticated. He gradually adapted to the attack rhythm of the snow apes and began to move through their encirclement with ease. Bang! Jiang Fan smashed a snow ape's chest with a hammer, knocking it flying. This time, he took the initiative to attack. His body was as fast as lightning, and the forging hammer turned into a series of afterimages, accurately landing on the snow ape's vital points. Boom! As the hammer fell, a snow ape fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Fan did not dare to stop. He turned his gaze to the remaining snow apes and rushed into the enemy camp again. The extraordinary power of the forging hammer, strong attack, was pushed to the limit, and his strength increased by 50%. However, what surprised Jiang Fan the most was that his fighting skills had undergone a qualitative change. It seemed as if a small forging hammer had become one with him, and he wielded it with ease, with every strike being just right. Chapter 32, Frosty Cold Air. Jiang Fan's figure was like a ghost, his afterimage passing across the snowfield. Every time he swung the forging hammer, it brought up a biting cold wind, and with powerful force, it accurately hit the snow ape's vital points. However, the snow ape of Grandmaster level strength could not stop it at all, and this forging hammer had a chance to break armor. Once it hit, bones and tendons would be broken, and skin and flesh would be torn. For a moment, several snow apes were beaten by Jiang Fan and howled like ghosts and wolves, with wailing sounds coming one after another. Bang! The last snow ape's skull shattered, and it fell to the ground with a bang, splashing blood mist all over the sky. Jiang Fan put away the forging hammer. A faint light flickered in his palm, and the 7 snow ape corpses disappeared and were put back into the furnace for reforging by him. Of course, in the eyes of others, this scene was just being put into the storage equipment. He glanced at the human ability users who were ready to make a move in the distance. There was a greedy gleam in their eyes, and they obviously wanted to take advantage of the situation. People's minds are unpredictable. Seeing that they were in such a low position, I thought of giving them a hand. Who would have thought that seeing me being besieged, they didn't even have the courage to come up and fight with me? Jiang Fan shook his head slightly, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the vast snowfield. That dragon-scale suit is the inheritance sequence of the Battle Academy. A person with special abilities pointed at the direction where Jiang Fan disappeared and said with a hint of fear, This person's strength is probably close to that of a 3-star master. Yes, he fought 7 snow apes alone and escaped unscathed. That's amazing. Another ability user echoed. And I'm afraid he holds a grudge against me. Jiang Fan quickly shuttled through the snow, looking for his next target. Along the way, he kept discovering and killing teams of snow apes, and his strength continued to increase in battle. Looking up at the sky, the huge pillar of ice and snow was still standing, but no more dimensional creatures descended from it. Instead, there was a pair of huge, scarlet eyes staring coldly at the snowy field. Is this the leader of the snow ape world? Jiang Fan murmured softly, a trace of vigilance rising in his heart. The pressure contained in those eyes far exceeds the Grandmaster level, and may have reached the meteor level. If such a creature were to come, this secret dimension originally belonging to the fishmen would be hard to resist. However, there seems to be some kind of restriction, and the creature cannot descend. It can only quietly watch the situation in this world in this way. He did not stay for long and continued to hunt the snow apes. After each kill, he would recycle the snow ape's corpse into a furnace, absorb its energy, and keep himself in peak condition. A snow ape let out a shrill howl and was killed by Jiang Fan with a hammer. The corpse turned to ashes. Jiang Fan was about to leave when he suddenly felt a powerful breath descending from the sky. Die! A huge snow ape about 10 feet tall fell from the sky and blocked Jiang Fan's way. Its hair shone like ice crystals, its scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent, and its voice was as deafening as the collapse of a glacier. Jiang Fan's eyes focused, and he gripped the forging hammer tightly. The aura of this snow ape is stronger than any other one we have encountered before. Fortunately, the offensive state is still there. Jiang Fan felt a little relieved and took the initiative to greet him. The forging hammer cut through the air, making a sharp whistle, and smashed hard into the giant snow ape. Clang! There was a loud noise, sparks flew. The huge snow ape did not move at all, but Jiang Fan was knocked back several steps. What a powerful force! Jiang Fan was secretly shocked that the power of this snow ape was actually greater than his. The huge snow ape roared, waved its huge ice claws, and pounced towards Jiang Fan. The sharp ice claws tore through the air, bringing up gusts of cold wind. Breathing technique. Jiang Fan felt a chill in his heart and immediately took the initiative to perform breathing techniques. The energy of the mysterious space flowed through his body like a rushing river, rushing to his limbs and bones, and finally converging in his arms. Facing the meter-tall snow ape that was charging towards him, Jiang Fan sped up his breathing technique. The thin water and fire energy passed through his shoulders and hips. He stomped the ground suddenly, and the dragon scale set glowed with metallic luster. The whole person was ejected like a cannonball, holding the hammer in both hands and taking the initiative to fight back. On the forging hammer, the phantoms of 2 dragons of water and fire roared. That was the energy emerging from mysterious space, which was now pushing the forging hammer to fall heavily. Clang! A dull sound was heard, and the surrounding snowflakes seemed to explode and turn into misty, icy fog. The paws of the tall snow ape were shaken and flew backwards. It roared angrily, twisted its body at an incredible angle, and its other arms swept across like a battle axe. Jiang Fan's face changed slightly, and a faint light of water and fire appeared on his body, with a faint golden luster. King Kong. This is the King Kong ape's innate skill acquired outside the base city. After activation, it can improve its own status by 5%. Bang! Jiang Fan was blown away and slid on the snow for several meters before stopping. There were a few shallow scratches on the dragon scale suit, but he was not injured. Relying on the multiple bonuses of his physical qualities, he managed to withstand the blow. He should be a 5-star master, and he can barely be great. Jiang Fan was secretly shocked. Invisible, his figure flashed and disappeared into the vast snowfield. Jiang Fan knew he couldn't escape, so instead of passively taking the beating, he decided to take the initiative. The snow ape seemed to have sensed something and waved its arms wildly in the air, but it was unable to hit the target. Jiang Fan restrained his breath and moved through the snow like a ghost, looking for the best time to attack. Found it! The snow ape grinned fiercely, clenched his fist, and blasted forward with the swirling white energy. However, Jiang Fan had already moved away, and the snow ape's fist hit with all its might, but it missed, and his body suddenly lost balance and fell to the side. It's time to go invisible. Jiang Fan showed up, but he was standing beside the snow ape. The forging hammer, carrying the energy of water and fire, smashed hard into the lower abdomen of the tall snow ape. Fatal blow. Ouch! The snow ape let out a shrill scream. Its eyes widened so wide that their sockets almost popped out, its eye whites filled with bloodshot and pain, and it rolled on the ground in agony. Although it was hiding very deeply, Jiang Fan still found it, causing it to be broken like a chicken and cracked like an egg, and it immediately lost the power to resist, and blood gushed out of its lower body like a fountain. Call! Jiang Fan panted and raised the forging hammer high. He himself is a master-level being, and he knows very well how tenacious the vitality of creatures at this level is, so he must fight quickly and decisively. Without hesitation, he swung the forging hammer down like raindrops, hitting the snow ape. This snow ape was over 10 feet tall, with strong muscles. It was obviously an elite, but at this moment, it was running away with its head in its hands, covering its lower abdomen and rolling on the snow while wailing. Crack! Crack! Every time the forging hammer fell, there was a crisp sound of breaking bones. After dozens of blows, the snow ape was breathing in less than out and was about to die. In the distance, several people with special abilities passed by and witnessed this scene. "This guy's so fierce," a sturdy user exclaimed, as expected of a student from the Battle Academy. "Are there any students in the Battle Academy who are good at hammer techniques?" Another person wondered. "I've never heard of it." This hammer technique is domineering and powerful, suitable for overwhelming others with force. Seeing it makes me want to change my hammer technique. A person holding a red tasseled spear side. It's a pity that my innate ability is a spear, otherwise I would have to change it. Boom! When the last hammer fell, the snow ape's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white all over the ground. A figure dropped from the sky, also wearing a dragon scale suit. After he landed, he took off his visor, revealing a handsome face. "My dear junior brother," the handsome young man looked at Jiang Fan. "My dear junior brother, can you give me this snow ape? I am Lin Beicheng." Before he could finish his words, Jiang Fan had already activated his skills and directly recovered the snow ape's corpse. "You?" Lin Beicheng pointed at Jiang Fan. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. "I have a great use for this snow ape. Please give it to me, junior brother." Jiang Fan frowned and said in a cold tone, "I am also useful." In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Fan put it into his storage equipment. But as the person involved, he knew very well that the body of the snow ape had been refined, and even a god could not restore it. Naturally, he couldn't produce it, so he refused bluntly. "Junior, I need the blood of this snow ape to refine a special potion. It is crucial for me to break through the bottleneck." Lin Beicheng took a deep breath, tried to stay calm, and said in a negotiating tone, "I wonder if you can give up your love? I can pay the corresponding price." "Sorry, I'm really helpful." Jiang Fan still refused, but there was joy in his eyes. This snow ape actually unleashed a powerful skill. Frosty cold air, a skill that uses the energy in the body. Moreover, this skill is very powerful, with many different forms, and can be transformed into armor. It must be more refined than his previous energy transformation operations. From now on, he will have a skill that allows him to kill actively. "What use can you have with the snow ape corpse?" Lin Beicheng frowned deeply and said thoughtfully, "We are all from the Battle Academy. We will meet each other sooner or later. Don't make things unpleasant." "Unhappy? It's you who's unhappy," Jiang Fan said bluntly. "If you need anything, you can solve it yourself. There is no need to ask me for help. If you really can't, you can go back to your mother." "Interesting." Lin Beicheng was so angry that he laughed. "Do you really want to embarrass me? You are making things difficult for me." Jiang Fan's expression turned cold. "Okay, I remember it. What's your name?" "Forget it. You don't even dare to take off your armor. It's useless to ask." Lin Beicheng's eyes were full of contempt and coldness. "Since you don't know me, it seems that you are a freshman who was recruited early this year. You have some talent, but you are too arrogant. Well, you are good at using hammers. Don't worry, due to the school rules, I can't teach you a lesson, but when you arrive at school, as a senior, I will naturally give you a warm welcome. But I want to see why you, a freshman, are so proud." Clang! The armor fell off, covering his face, and Lin Beicheng left quickly with a swish. "Who is this guy?" How dare he challenge Lin Beicheng? There are very few people who use hammers as weapons. His identity can be said to be exposed. Lin Beicheng is probably not constrained by the Academy's rules, but is wary of this person's strength. After all, he was able to kill the snow ape. In the distance, people with special abilities who witnessed this scene were talking about it. Chapter 33 Battle Academy Number 7. Jiang Fan turned and left, sneering in his heart. You are sick. The Academy wants to welcome me? I am threatened. The cooldown of the stealth skill has ended and can be activated at any time. If Lin Beicheng really dared to take action in the Academy, he wouldn't mind giving the other party a lesson where he couldn't even apologize. On the snowfield, the wailing of the remaining snow apes gradually disappeared, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. As time went by, the number of snow apes became fewer and fewer, and this dimensional invasion seemed to be coming to an end. Above the sky, the cracks in time and space slowly closed, and before the scarlet eyes disappeared, an unwilling roar seemed to be heard. There were no winners in this invasion. Almost all the creatures in the Fishman world were slaughtered, and the creatures in the Snow Ape world were cleared out by the Blue Star ability users. However, the Snow Ape world will never give up. They will look for an opportunity to descend upon the Fishman world again, turning it into their own colony, or even using it as a springboard to invade the Blue Planet. These are points that must be guarded against. Naturally, the top management will handle it, and it is not Jiang Fan's turn to think about it. Let's go. Jiang Fan silently chanted Blue Star in his heart, and a beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped him. With a flicker of light, Jiang Fan's figure disappeared on the snowfield. Dozens of military helicopters were hovering on the shores of Chung Lake, and armed Marines were on high alert. On the lake, a group of people with special abilities wearing armor are working together to set up formations and strengthen the space barrier. Jiang Fan appeared by the lake. A Marine stopped him and began to record his contribution as a matter of routine. Name: Jiang Fan. Please take off your armor. Jiang Fan nodded, hiding the mask and revealing the lineup. You look quite young. Are you still freshman? The Marine member operated on the tablet computer and looked up and said, Jiang Fan, 46 contribution points. This is the contribution points you obtained before entering the secret realm of the dimension. You need to actively report the number of kills in the secret realm and hand in the corresponding corpses for reference. Jiang Fan shrugged helplessly. I'm weak and didn't collect any corpses. The Marine nodded and didn't ask any further questions. He knew that some people with special abilities would choose to sell the corpses of dimensional creatures instead of handing them over in exchange for contribution points. Although contribution points can increase privileges and be exchanged for special treasures, the value of the corpse itself is also considerable. Just as Jiang Fan was about to leave, he saw a person wearing a dragon-scale suit standing in the air under a hovering military battle armor in the distance, and shouted in a loud voice, All the people from the Battle Academy, come and gather. Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. You're a freshman, right? Freshman? You're quite courageous. The tough-looking young man looked Jiang Fan up and down. When I was your age, I wouldn't dare to enter the Grandmaster-level secret realm. Besides, you've only awakened for a short time, right? Jiang Fan nodded. Half a month ago. He had no intention of hiding his strength, and stated it directly. Everyone was surprised and couldn't help but look over. They were all students from the Battle Academy. However, they entered school earlier, and the weakest one entered a year ago and has a dragon-scale suit. The young man grinned, revealing his white teeth. Good boy. So honest. The seniors wearing dragon-scale suits gathered around, introducing themselves in a flurry, and affectionately called Jiang Fan Jr. Damn it. Outside the crowd, Lin Beicheng's face turned pale, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. What are you doing? Lin Beicheng, you have such a loud voice. What if you scare my junior? Chu Xian interrupted him with a smile. My name is Chu Xian, the burly young man said again, patting Jiang Fan on the shoulder. Junior, you seem to have offended this kid? Just a mad dog. Jiang Fan bluntly pointed out Lin Beicheng's forced buying and selling behavior in the secret realm. When everyone heard this, they were immediately furious and began to blame Lin Beicheng. Chu Xian laughed even louder. Don't worry, junior brother. You have the support of the seniors. He won't dare to do anything reckless. Jiang Fan thanked him. At this time, everyone filed in and entered the cabin of this large-capacity fighter, preparing to take this fighter back to University number 7. Lin Beiqing also boarded the plane with a gloomy face. Finally, a figure arrived. Bailey Xuanghua. At this moment, she had taken off her armor and was wearing a simple platinum combat uniform, outlining her slender and graceful figure. A waterfall of long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, setting off her fair skin. She has delicate facial features, eyebrows like distant ink, eyes like autumn water, lips like cherry blossoms, and a cold temperament that keeps people at a distance. As soon as she appeared, the air around her seemed to freeze, and everyone's attention was involuntarily attracted to her. On the plane, everyone immediately left Jiang Fan aside and rushed to chat with Bailey Xuanghua. After all, the appearance and temperament of this freshman are really too eye-catching. Jiang Fan was enjoying his leisure time, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes to rest. The plane's engine roared, and it quickly took off with everyone on board and disappeared into the clouds. On the shore of Chung Lake, the Marines looked at the plane flying away and silently put away their tablet computers. Bon Tilde. The fighter jets were like roaring beasts, tearing through the clouds and rushing towards Academy number 7. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a huge building appeared below Battle Academy number 7, also known as University number 7. It crawls on the ground like a giant steel beast, with towering buildings standing side by side, full of iron-blooded style. Hundreds of teleportation arrays of varying sizes flickered with faint blue light, like gates leading to another dimension, mysterious and vast. People with special abilities wearing various types of armor shuttled between teleportation arrays and buildings, just like a scene from a science fiction movie. Jiang Fan looked down from the sky and was shocked. It was unlike anything he had experienced before, full of a sense of power and the future. When I first came to report, I was just as dumbfounded as you. Chu Xian's hearty laughter rang in Jiang Fan's ears. The plane landed smoothly on a college's parking platform. Everyone filed out and flew towards the academy. They took the initiative to take Jiang Fan and Bailey Xuanghua to the Academic Affairs office to report. On the way, Chu Xian pointed to a huge, six-sided crystal light curtain in the distance and introduced. That is the college's ranking list, recording the top 100 lists of various projects. The kill list, trial realm, ladder competition, and contribution list are all on it. The crystal light curtain emitted a soft glow, with names and data densely arranged on it. Jiang Fan searched carefully and indeed found Chu Xian's name. 17th on the killing list, 98th level of the trial realm, 14th in the ladder tournament, and 29th on the contribution list. Lin Beiqing's name was also in the middle of the list. Of course, this is just the list of University number 7, but to be able to stand out from the combat academy, where geniuses abound, this person's strength must not be underestimated. A round-faced girl came over, patted Jiang Fan on the arm, and said with a smile, "Little brother, every student in the Battle Academy is proud to be on the top of the list. You must work hard." Someone nearby echoed, "Xiaomei Bailey will definitely be on the list soon. She is a rare genius that only appears once in a century." Bailey Xuanghua smiled slightly and did not comment. Lin Beiqing snorted coldly and glanced at Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, right? I'll remember you. Pray that you don't run into me in the ladder competition, otherwise I will make you pay." After saying that, he turned and flew deep into the academy. Haha, Jiang Fan touched his nose, really not knowing how to evaluate this guy. But he's not afraid of anything. No matter what moves Lin Beiqing uses, he can take it on. This guy is a petty person. I'm afraid he will cause trouble for you for a long time. Chu Xian smiled and said, "He will follow the rules in school, but if you enter the secret dimension, you have to be careful of this guy's dirty tricks." Jiang Fan smiled slightly and was about to say something when a hearty shout came from a distance. "Xuanghua!" Immediately, a figure appeared in front of Bailey Xuanghua, as if teleporting, looking at her gently. Chapter 34 something is absolutely wrong. As soon as the tall and handsome young man arrived, the two chatted like lovers, but Bailey Xuanghua frowned slightly and looked unhappy. The freshmen around him cast curious glances, and some of them took a deep breath and speculated quietly. Is Bailey the fiancé of Zhao Jintang? Zhao Jintang seemed to have heard the discussions around him. He walked up to Chu Xian and the others with a gentle smile on his face. "On behalf of Xuanghua, I would like to thank you all for your care along the way." He is tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He naturally exudes a masculine aura, and his every move is full of confidence and composure. Afterwards, Zhao Jintang made an agreement with Bailey Shuanghua and they left together. Before leaving, Bailey Shuanghua gave Jiang Fan a meaningful look that was hard to explain. Is this also a new student? From base city number 7? What's your name? Zhao Jintang seemed to have noticed something, paused, turned around, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Jiang Fan. Yes, from base city number 7, Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan answered neither humbly nor arrogantly, looking calmly at Zhao Jintang. Keep in touch in the future. Zhao Jintang nodded slightly, took Bailey Shuanghua's hand, and left quickly, maintaining his impeccable gentlemanly demeanor. Jiang Fan looked up at the huge, six-sided crystal light curtain in the distance, which clearly displayed Zhao Jintang, ranked first on multiple lists. He shook his head slightly. This woman is so abominable. I just entered the school, and the number 1 brother on the list has already hated me. Little brother, you have to be careful. Lin Beicheng is nothing. Chu Xian's face became solemn. But if you offend Zhao Jintang, you will be in trouble. This guy is a lunatic and a playboy in the academy. A year ago, a senior got close to one of his girlfriends, and he broke his legs in the ladder competition. I'm afraid I've already offended you. Jiang Fan shrugged and looked at the 2 figures going away. He felt helpless, but not afraid. Junior brother, I suddenly remembered that there's a task that I haven't completed yet. I originally wanted to take you to the Academic Affairs Office. Chu Xian laughed, pointed out the location of the Academic Affairs Office to Jiang Fan, and left quickly. The others also scattered like birds and beasts, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally distancing themselves from Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan looked at their hurriedly leaving backs and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that Bailey Shuanghua's glance has brought him more trouble than he imagined. He walked towards the Academic Affairs Office alone, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. University number 7 is far more complicated than he had imagined. There is not only competition in terms of strength, but also the game of interpersonal relationships. He walked alone, traveling through science fiction and antique buildings. The Academic Affairs Office is located in an ancient building with blue bricks, black tiles, carved beams, and painted buildings, which is out of tune with the surrounding high-tech buildings. He entered and came to a spacious hall. A white-haired old man was sitting behind an antique table, holding a brush and writing something on a piece of parchment. Jiang Fan walked up to the old man and respectfully handed him his admission letter. The old man didn't even raise his head and continued writing. After a long time, he put down the brush, took the notice, looked at it carefully, then raised his head and looked at Jiang Fan with a slightly scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Fan, from base city number 7? The old man spoke slowly, his voice deep and rich. Inheritance sequence. 11. Yes, senior. Jiang Fan replied. The old man nodded and took out a wooden box from under the table. After opening it, a badge with intricate patterns carved on it was inside. This is your student badge. Put a drop of blood on it. On the badge, swords and knives intersect and planetary patterns are hidden deep inside, and the workmanship is very exquisite. Jiang Fan did as he was told. The badge flashed a red light and then returned to calm. According to the rules of the Battle Academy, you must go to the trial realm at least once a month. The old man handed the badge to Jiang Fan. But since you are a freshman, you don't have to go this month. However, your ranking in the trial realm will affect the allocation of resources and rewards of the academy, so you can decide for yourself. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Jiang Fan took the badge and put it away carefully. The rules of a snow ape are lazy. You just need to keep getting stronger in battle. The old man said calmly. However, your situation is special. Your awakened ability is blacksmithing, but your combat ability is very rich. I suggest you report to the forging pavilion first, find a master to serve, and learn the forging technology first. When you are free, you can also ask the teacher with combat experience to teach you combat skills. Student thanks the teacher for his guidance. Jiang Fan bowed and expressed his gratitude. Teacher. The old man smiled and turned back to signal Jiang Fan to leave. Go ahead. Your residence is at courtyard number 47, Dingzi. Jiang Fan bowed again before leaving. After leaving the Academic Affairs Office, Jiang Fan followed the instructions and found courtyard number 47. This is an independent courtyard with green trees and a quiet environment. Although it is a room for 10 people, the courtyard is very spacious, and everyone has an independent room without interfering with each other. However, when Jiang Fan announced his name, the originally lively atmosphere in the courtyard instantly cooled down. Several students who were chatting immediately stopped talking, looked at him with a wary look, and then walked away silently. Jiang Fan smiled helplessly. It seemed that the influence brought by Bailey Shuanghua was greater than he had imagined. But it's good this way, I can have some free time. After settling down, Jiang Fan contacted the Dean Lin Qingyuan and informed him that he had reported to the college. Lin Qingyuan's reply was simple. If we follow the rules, there will be no problem. Afterwards, Jiang Fan opened the academy forum. The forum was filled with a lot of information, including various messages, such as seeking a team to explore the secret realm together, purchasing the strategy of slime forest at a high price, requesting the blacksmith to repair equipment, etc. The variety of information was dazzling. Jiang Fan browsed for a while and saw a post asking for forging and tempering equipment. So he took the initiative to contact the other party. After some bargaining, the deal was about to be done, but when the other party found out that he was Jiang Fan, he immediately changed his attitude and refused on the grounds that he was a freshman. Something is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. Even though Jiang Fan realized it late, he still realized that he was being targeted. But apart from Zhao Jintang and Lin Beicheng, he couldn't think of anyone else who would do this. Are you trying to isolate me in the academy? Jiang Fan shook his head. He had originally wanted to obtain resources under the guise of helping others refine their equipment in order to refine his own 2 pieces of equipment, but now it seems that this idea has failed. He left courtyard number 47 and headed for the weapon foundry, deciding to find job today. It is called an attic, but in fact it is a palace, covering a very large area and full of fire. If it weren't for the formation blocking it, the raging flames inside would be enough to destroy an entire city block. There was a crowd of people in front of the weapon foundry pavilion, mostly students in armor, who came to buy or repair weapons. The sounds of hawking and bargaining were heard one after another, making the place very lively. The air was filled with the fishy smell of metal, mixed with the smell of burning from high temperature. "Student, what do you need?" A female student wearing light armor came over and asked Jiang Fan with a professional smile. She has a good-looking face, but her skin is wheat-colored, which should be caused by the influence of this strange environment. "Hello, senior sister. My ability is blacksmithing. I would like to apply to be an apprentice." Jiang Fan answered. "This way, please. I'll lead you there." The senior student kept smiling and led the way in front. Jiang Fan followed her into the back of the palace, passed through a curtain of light, and seemed to enter another world. Countless chimneys rise from the ground, and billowing black smoke rises straight into the sky, like giant black dragons hovering in the sky. Red magma was flowing on the ground, like a burning spider web, crisscrossing and emitting suffocating heat waves. Forging furnaces stand in the middle, with blazing fires illuminating the sweaty figures of blacksmiths. They did not use mechanical forging, but the traditional method of hammering and the clanging sound were heard one after another. Jiang Fan looked around and saw that there were both male and female blacksmiths, most of them wearing armor that could block flames. They were sweating profusely, and the forging hammers in their hands were also different. Next to the forging furnace, there were various metals, including gold, silver, copper, and iron. These were just the most common ones. There were also many ores and crystals that Jiang Fan didn't recognize at all. The senior student took Jiang Fan to a relatively quiet corner, where several old blacksmiths with white hair and beards were sitting and taking a rest. Some of them closed their eyes to rest, some talked in low voices, and some carefully observed the metal parts in their hands, as if they were thinking about something. "Professor, this student is here to apply for an apprenticeship," the senior student said respectfully. "Hello, professors." Jiang Fan had a strange look on his face, mainly because he called the blacksmith professor. To be honest, the word master chef sounded even better. However, thinking that this was a college, he felt relieved. Chapter 35 Professors, please show your talents. "Professor, this student is here to apply for an apprenticeship," the senior student repeated respectfully. An old blacksmith opened his cloudy eyes, looked Jiang Fan up and down, and said slowly, "Boy, can you forge?" "A little bit," Jiang Fan said concisely. "If I know, I know. If I don't know, I don't know. What does it mean to know a little bit?" The old blacksmith. "No, it's the professor in the academy, who is almost furious. The student will take his leave first." The senior student bowed to several old professors, then walked into the light curtain and disappeared. This curtain of light is like a portal. Don't go. Jiang Fan, who was somewhat socially anxious, wailed in his heart. But looking at the ferocious look of the old professor, he still gritted his teeth and said, "My forging method is different from that of ordinary people." Difference? There are only 3 axes to forge iron. How can there be any difference? The old professor chuckled. Please check it, Professor. This is a weapon I forged myself. Jiang Fan respectfully handed over the forging hammer with both hands. It's just a hammer. The old professor didn't even stand up. He just grabbed it with his hand, and the energy fluctuated. He took it in his hand, and suddenly his expression changed. At the same time, in a secret place deep within the Battle Academy, a magical glow was flowing. The sky and water were the same color, and it was as quiet as a pond. Lin Xingyuan was wearing a long robe and sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, a message came from the Battle Academy badge on his chest. Jiang Fan, freshman 2524, Blacksmith. Wait, he's already a 2-star master. Lin Xingyuan was dumbfounded when he saw the projected holographic projection. He even counted on his fingers. It was less than half a month, and this little guy was promoted from a new master to a 2-star master. The speed of this practice is too fast. All in all, it's only been half a month since this little guy awakened. Lin Xingyuan was impressed by Jiang Fan's cultivation speed, which had broken the highest record of the human race on Blue Star. After a long sigh, he came back to his senses. His thoughts flashed, and the screen jumped. He found that this little guy had unknowingly become the public enemy of the academy and was isolated. That's a good thing. Let's see if he can stick to his original intention under such high pressure and maintain his innocent heart and improve rapidly. Lin Xingyuan was somewhat excited. In his opinion, if Jiang Fan maintained this rate of improvement, he would be able to be promoted to meteor level in June or at the latest in July. The record created by this little guy is unprecedented. Why is his cultivation speed so fast? Lin Xingyuan waved his battle badge and suddenly called out, "Principal Chun." Here, a figure was projected from the battle badge. He was tall and sturdy, with ordinary features and a calm expression. "I found a good seedling." Lin Xingyuan stood up and bowed. At the same time, in a student's residence, Bailey Shuanghua said coldly, "Zhao Jintang, if you play hard, don't think hard." Zhao Jintang explained nonchalantly, "I was just flirting with the others, and you're still my favorite. Since you have come to the academy, I promise to settle down and cut off ties with the others on the condition that you live with me." He seemed to be discussing something, but to Bailey Shuanghua it sounded like an order. "Zhao Jintang, you are too fanciful." Bailey Shuanghua's tone was cold. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his expression was fearless. A hint of viciousness flashed in Zhao Jintang's eyes. "Bailey Shuanghua, don't be shameless. This marriage contract was made by the ancestors of the 2 families. Do you think you can cancel it if you want to?" "So what?" Bailey Shuanghua refused to give in, and her tone was cold as ice. Zhao Jintang smiled in relief, as if the threat just now was just an illusion. "Actually, I don't like this kind of arranged marriage either. We young people should pursue our own happiness, don't you think?" He paused and promised, "How about this? When you graduate from the Battle Academy, I will ask my family to cancel the engagement." Bailey Shuanghua nodded, saying indifferently, "That would be best." After saying that, he turned and left, not wanting to stay here for a moment. Zhao Jintang looked at Bailey Shuanghua's back. His smile gradually disappeared, replaced by cold sarcasm. What the hell? But the change in attitude, is it because of Jiang Fan? No, this guy's just a shield. A feeling of frustration surged in his heart. He took out his phone and edited a message in several college group chats. "Freshman Jiang Fan is very close to my fiancée." The news was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples and spreading quickly throughout Academy Number 7. A sneer appeared on Zhao Jintang's lips. He tops all the lists in the college, so he does have some influence. This piece of news was enough to make Jiang Fan unable to move in the academy. Deep in the weapon-casting pavilion is the secret realm of the craftsman. The old professor stroked the forging hammer in his hand. His expression moved. The hammer is roughly made, like an uncarved stone, but it exudes a power that can turn decay into magic. The 4 kinds of extraordinary powers flowing through it shocked him even more. There were many people who had forged master-level weapons, but being able to temper ordinary iron to such a degree and to grant it 4 extraordinary powers at the same time was unheard of. Either of these 2 points is enough to make many blacksmiths far behind. But it was the combination of 2 magical methods that moved even this old professor. At this moment, the old professor was anxious to know the secret. "How did you forge it?" Jiang Fan replied respectfully. "This is my secret." The old professor nodded, with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. "Everyone has their own secrets, and I won't pry into them." He paused and said excitedly, "You are in luck. I am the chief forger of the Battle Academy. Are you interested in becoming my student?" Before Jiang Fan had the chance to answer the old professor's question, the other old professors became alert and immediately stood up, rushing over like sharks smelling blood. A burly, there is no skinny blacksmith, the bearded old professor snatched the blacksmith hammer. The moment he picked it up, the expression on his face changed from contempt to shock, and then to disbelief. Transform a mortal into a god. How'd he do it? The bearded blacksmith's eyes widened. Seeing this, the others impatiently took the forging hammer from the bearded man and observed it carefully. Really, for extraordinary powers, one of which is breathing technique. Although the workmanship of this hammer is crude, its power is extraordinary. Incredible. This is totally unheard of. I have been forging for 50 years and have never seen such a strange forging hammer. The other short and fat forger blushed with excitement. Their expressions were exactly the same as the old professor's. They were full of doubts and invited Jiang Fan one after another. "Young man, come and learn forging from me. I promise to teach you everything I know." The bearded blacksmith spoke first, with a hint of eagerness in his tone. "Come to my place. I have the best forging materials and equipment. Child, follow me. I will teach you the long-lost, ancient forging method." The blacksmiths not far away were startled by the noise here. They stopped their work and whispered to each other. "What's going on? Why is it so lively over there? It seems some new kid has forged a very powerful hammer. Is this true?" Even several professors were alarmed. To grasp, Jiang Fan, the person involved, stood aside like an outsider, looking at the group of old professors vying to accept him as a student with a confused look on his face. "Little guy, you can choose for yourself. Whose student do you want to be?" The bearded blacksmith said with his eyes wide open, his voice muffled like thunder. "The choice is yours. No matter what you choose, we won't make it difficult for you." Another blacksmith said this with fiery eyes, saying it without any threat, but his expression was not quite there. For a moment, Jiang Fan's scalp went numb, as if he was being stared at by a group of ferocious beasts, and his back felt cold. 7 or 8 old professors, with different expressions, stared at Jiang Fan with burning eyes, waiting for his choice. Being stared at by so many big guys, Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat, his heart was pounding, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He swallowed and asked weakly in a negotiating tone, "How about, seniors, please show us your talents so I can decide whose student I will be?" Chapter 36. Become a disciple of Jun Tian Pavilion Master. Sequence 0. This boy is so bold. A forger who was watching whispered. His eyes widened like copper bells, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. "It's simply the opposite of Tian Gang." Another skinny blacksmith echoed this, rubbing his hands together with a look of disbelief on his face. Others would love to become disciples of these professors, but he is so good that he even orders the professors around. Ugh, so pretentious. Check. We must check thoroughly to see what grade this person is from. A pockmarked blacksmith said viciously, his tone full of jealousy and dissatisfaction. The sound of whispers surged like a tide, and the atmosphere in the weapon foundry pavilion became strange. A group of old professors were also all angry and almost nodded their heads in anger. They looked at each other, embarrassment and anger written all over their faces. How could these respected old professors feel when they were teased by a young boy? The offensive and defensive situations are different. Jiang Fan knew he was in trouble, but he was not afraid. He still had a faint smile on his face, and there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. He cupped his hands and said sincerely, "All the teachers want me to be their student, and I am grateful. But I am stupid and don't know how to choose. I hope you can give me some suggestions so that I can have some reference." As soon as these words were spoken, the anger on the faces of the group of old professors subsided a little. They realized that they had indeed lost their composure earlier. After all, no matter how much you crave talent, you cannot lose your identity. Humph! Boy, I once forged a meteor-class weapon called Earth-Splitting, which has 5 extraordinary powers. The bearded old professor who spoke first snorted coldly and spoke first with a hint of arrogance in his tone. He obviously wanted to use his brilliant achievements to overwhelm other professors and win Jiang Fan's favor. Haha, the flying feather forged by this old man is a treasure collected by the students. The extraordinary power of the whisper of the wind naturally generated on has not been replicated by anyone so far. Another vigorous old professor stroked his beard and said proudly, "The mysterious ice shield I forged once withstood a full-strength attack from a silver moon-class monster. For a moment, in the weapon-casting pavilion, the old professors showed their cards one after another and showed off their achievements, as if they were holding a fierce auction, and Jiang Fan was the treasure they were competing for. Let me guide you." A powerful voice suddenly came out, interrupting the old professor's argument. In midair, a figure slowly solidified. He had a gentle gaze and was dressed in an elegant milky white cloth. He looked indifferent, yet had an aura of majesty that came from not even being angry. "Greetings, master." A group of old professors immediately bowed and saluted with a respectful tone. The forgers who were resting in the distance also stopped their work and bowed. "Greetings, pavilion master." Jiang Fan also hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, pavilion master." He didn't expect that his actions would attract the attention of a real big shot in the Battle Academy. Inside the weapon foundry, you can hear a pin drop. Tuoba Juntian flicked his sleeves, and Jiang Fan and the forging hammer disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in a quiet and secret place. The place is filled with spiritual energy, lush vegetation, singing birds and fragrant flowers, which is completely different from the hustle and bustle of the weapon foundry pavilion. Jiang Fan looked around. Surprise flashed in his eyes. This method was extremely clever. "Jiang Fan, you are one of the new students specially recruited this year. Your reported awakening power is Blacksmith, but the combat capability you have demonstrated far exceeds that of a blacksmith," Tuoba Juntian said in a gentle tone, yet with wisdom that sees through everything. "The pavilion master is very observant." Jiang Fan said, neither humble nor arrogant. Tuoba Juntian's eyes were shining with a bright white light as he looked at the forging hammer, as if he could see through all its secrets. "This forging hammer," he paused. "When I awakened, the first secret realm I entered was also the craftsman's melting cave. I am very familiar with this forging hammer." He looked at Jiang Fan and said affirmatively, "It is your ability that has raised it to a level that does not belong to it." Jiang Fan was silent for a moment, then frankly admitted, "Yes." He knew that in front of a truly strong person, any concealment would be futile. "Ki." Tuoba Juntian snapped his fingers, and a beam of white light sank into the academy badge on Jiang Fan's chest. A small forging hammer appeared on the intertwined patterns of swords and sabers. "Forget about the apprenticeship. From today on, you are my student, Tuoba Juntian." There is a huge difference between a student and a disciple. Jiang Fan knew it very well, and immediately knelt on one knee and bowed deeply. "Disciple greets master." Tuoba Juntian raised his lips slightly, but pretended to be serious. "Do you know the difference between teacher and master?" "Disciple knows." Jiang Fan said solemnly, "When I first came to the academy, I felt the warmth and coldness of human nature. Thank you, master, for not abandoning me. I am willing to serve you, and serve you tea and water without any complaints." Tuoba Juntian's mouth twitched. "All right, get up. From today on, you are my disciple." "Thank you, master." Jiang Fan stood up, his eyes full of gratitude. In the secret realm, a spiritual breeze blew by, blowing up a few fallen leaves. Tuoba Juntian stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes deep. "Since you have already accepted me as your master, I will not let you suffer any injustice. I already know about the matter between Zhao Jintang and Lin Beicheng." Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed. Healthy competition is encouraged in the academy. With a teacher here, there will naturally be no malicious targeting. However, if you can't even handle this little bit of pressure, you don't deserve to be my disciple. Tuoba Juntian spoke in a calm tone. "Disciple understands." Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Tuoba Juntian nodded slightly. "Your ability should be the icing on the cake. Real forging is not so simple. Starting from tomorrow, you have to spend half a day every day in the weapon casting pavilion to learn forging memory. Although I will not teach you personally, you can learn a lot by following those forgers. Yes, master. Jiang Fan agreed somewhat sullenly. Haha, you're good at using the hammer technique, and casting itself is the process of using the hammer technique. Tuoba Juntian said. Hammer method. Jiang Fan was excited. After so long, he finally found something related to it. Tuoba Juntian flicked his sleeves again, and the two returned to the weapon casting pavilion. Everyone still maintained the posture of saluting, as if time had stood still. Seeing the two people appear, everyone stood up. Okay, everyone disperse. I have accepted Jiang Fan as my disciple, Tuoba Juntian said calmly, his eyes sweeping across the group of old professors with a hint of warning. The old professors looked at each other, feeling unwilling that such a promising young man could not become their disciple, but they did not dare to disobey the order of the pavilion master, and they all dispersed. Jiang Fan also bowed to Tuoba Juntian and took his leave. After walking out of the weapon casting pavilion and returning to the palace, Jiang Fan took a deep breath and felt refreshed. See Jiang Fan coming out. The senior sister in the light armor walked up to Jiang Fan, her bright eyes and white teeth smiling. Junior brother, how is the situation? Jiang Fan bowed his hands and said with gratitude, Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. I am lucky to be the pavilion master's disciple. What? Pavilion master? The senior sister's smile froze instantly, as if she had heard something incredible. Her voice also rose a few notches, attracting the attention of many people around her. Pavilion master? Pavilion master Juntian, a burly senior brother holding a huge sword squeezed over, his face full of disbelief. The pavilion master hasn't shown up for many years. How dare you make up stories about the pavilion master? Are you looking for death? Master Juntian, you are like a dragon that can only be seen from head to tail. A senior student wearing armor and carrying a sword came over and pushed his glasses, and a reflection flashed on the lenses. Jiang Fan smiled slightly, without explaining, but showed the college badge on his chest. On the intertwined patterns of swords and knives, there suddenly appeared a small forging hammer, shining with a faint golden light. The wheat-skinned senior immediately moved closer to take a look. After seeing the small forging hammer clearly, she took a deep breath and her eyes widened. This is the mark of the weapon casting pavilion. Only the old professor and others are qualified to obtain it. How could you? His tilde. There was sound of people gasping for air all around. It really is the mark of the weapon casting pavilion. The senior brother, holding the giant sword, exclaimed, Are you really going to become the pavilion master's disciple? Oh my God, how is this possible? The senior student with glasses muttered to himself, his eyes full of envy. The senior sister, who was wearing light armor and had wheat-colored skin, looked at Jiang Fan with a look of awe and flattery. Junior brother, let's have dinner together tonight. Other people around also reacted, and their original disdainful looks towards Jiang Fan turned into awe and fawning. Junior brother, if you need any help in the academy, just ask. Junior brother, let's team up to clear the secret realm together from now on. Junior brother. Various compliments came one after another, and Jiang Fan was surrounded by everyone, feeling a little amused and helpless. He understood that the reason these people changed their expressions so quickly was not because of his personal charm, but because of the identity of Pavilion Master Tuoba Juntian. Power and status are always the pass in this world. Jiang Fan sighed inwardly, but maintained a humble smile on his face, responding to the compliments from those around him. From this moment on, his status in the academy changed dramatically. By the way, I haven't asked for your junior fellow student's name yet, said the senior student. Jiang Fan said with a smile. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the cloud sails are hoisted to cross the vast ocean. Jiang Fan. Chapter 37, 100,000 Divine Forging Essences. Jiang Fan. The tan-skinned senior repeated the name, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was trying hard to remember something. After a moment, she clapped her hands in sudden realization. Oh, I remember now. It's the freshman who just entered the hospital today. I heard that he was the one who was jealous of Zhao Jintang for Bailey Shuanghua. The forum is already buzzing with controversy. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding area suddenly exploded. His tilde. So it's this guy, he looks so young. No, you call this a new life? He's already a 2-star master. If I were Zhao Jintang, I would also feel insecure. No wonder Zhao Jintang posted a message on the forum, trying to target Jiang Fan. If it were me, I would target him too. Amid the whispers, Jiang Fan cried out in injustice in his heart, rolling his eyes and said, "When did I ever become jealous of him? Stop spreading rumors." Hee hee ha. A group of people laughed. Jiang Fan's expression calmed down. Only a fool would hide his talents blindly. He had a sense of belonging to the Battle Academy and Blue Star, so revealing his talents appropriately would only make his situation better. He took out his college badge, walked over to an ATM-like machine, and placed it on it. Suddenly, an electronic screen above the machine lit up, displaying Jiang Fan's basic college information. Name, Jiang Fan 18. Date of admission, May 25, 24. Sequence, 11, Weapon Casting Pavilion Inheritance. Realm, Grandmaster Level 2 Star. List of Trial Realm and other lists. Not on the list. Contribution value, 46. College funding, 100 million. Looking at the information on the screen, Jiang Fan's mouth corners slightly raised. Dean Lin really did what he said and provided every penny of the promised startup capital. He began to operate the touchscreen, browsing the dazzling list of supplies. The various metal, ores, and rare materials are dazzling to the eyes. Jiang Fan selected a batch of high-quality metal ores without hesitation and exchanged all the 100 million yuan in his account into materials. He wanted to recycle all these materials and extract more divine forging essence to strengthen the dragon scale suit. Junior brother, are you sure you want to exchange all 100 million for metal? The wheat-skinned senior came back to her senses and looked at Jiang Fan's operation with a look of disbelief on her face. There are plenty of materials in the Academy's weapon casting pavilion that can be used at will. Why did you buy so many? A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Could it be that this kid is a prodigal son? Jiang Fan nodded and pressed the confirm button. The machine makes a beep and begins identity verification. Voice recognition and facial recognition have very complicated procedures. The order has been successfully placed. Please pick up the goods in the lobby in 10 minutes. A mechanical electronic sound rang out. Junior brother, you are so generous. Several seniors nearby, who were originally just watching the fun, couldn't help but give Jiang Fan a thumbs up. Although Zhao Jintang is the top-ranked genius in the academy, Jiang Fan is the disciple of the master of the weapon casting pavilion, and this identity makes him more worthy of their friendship. Several people immediately gathered around and started chatting with Jiang Fan. Junior brother Jiang Fan, I'm Ji Boda. Senior brother Zhu Jian patted Jiang Fan's shoulder enthusiastically. Jiang Fan was shocked at the time. People nowadays are so open-minded that they would talk about such things directly. Soon, he realized that this person was ranked on various rankings and was in the upper reaches. Although he was not as good as Zhao Jintang, he was not comparable to Lin Beicheng and others. Ji Boda said, Junior brother, you're a blacksmith. Are you interested in helping me forge this giant sword? As he spoke, he handed over the giant sword and said cheerfully, This sword has been with me for many years. Although I can use it as easily as my arm, I am about to be promoted to the meteor level, so it is no longer suitable for me. Junior brother, you can use it to practice. Even if it breaks, I won't feel bad, and I won't ask you for compensation. Taking the weapons that you have honed for many years and giving them to others to join forces with is no less than giving away your own life. No, it is no less than giving your own life to others to play with. After all, the importance of a good weapon is comparable to that of your life. Okay, Jiang Fan's mind moved. His magic weapon was 100% successful. He immediately took the giant sword and said directly, Okay, I will help you forge it later. Thank you, Ji Boda said with relief. In just a few minutes, Jiang Fan became friends with this group of seniors. Power and status are so magical in this world. Just at this moment, a senior student in work clothes was holding a tray with several storage bags on it. Who is Junior Jiang Fan? The senior student asked. The weapon casting pavilion was very efficient, mainly because at this moment, a group of old professors, including Toba Juntian, were very curious about what Jiang Fan was going to do with these ores. Therefore, he directly ordered the opening of a special channel and gave priority to Jiang Fan's needs. I am. Jiang Fan raised his hand somewhat ashamedly. The senior student came over quickly, confirmed their identities, and asked Jiang Fan to count them. Jiang Fan took the storage bag and it felt heavy in his hand. Originally, the storage bag was weightless, but it seemed that it carried too many things and thus became heavy. Those around him who were originally full of curiosity and doubt about him, especially Jiboda, were also looking at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan casually flipped through the list. The densely packed names of minerals and their prices dazzled him. To be honest, he had no idea of the specific value of these things, but since it was the internal price of the academy, he thought that they would not cheat him of his treasure. After confirming that everything was correct, Jiang Fan reached into one of the storage bags. It's cold to the touch, and there are mountains of minerals in various shapes and sizes. He had an idea and started to rebuild it. In the storage bag, disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. Jiang Fan counted silently, and as the number climbed, the smile on his face grew wider. The people around were confused. The tan-skinned senior couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Fan said without even raising his head, "Refine something." Refining? Jiboda scratched his head. What good things could be extracted from these ores? Jiang Fan smiled mysteriously. Secret. In the end, the metals and ores in more than a dozen storage bags disappeared, and Jiang Fan took the time to look at the message about his own ability. Occupation, Divine Blacksmith. Professional, Jiang Fan, Grandmaster 2-star. Talent 1, Weapon Mastery. Skill 1, Divine Weapon Spirit. Skill 2, Reforging, remaining Divine Forging Essence. 101347. Skills, Invisibility, Fire Breathing 2, Diamond, Sky Frost Cold. Tilda. Jiang Fan let out a long breath, his eyes full of excitement. With these divine forging essences, his dragon scale suit can proceed to the second stage of tempering. As for the dragon scale set, which starts with 100 as the base, Jiang Fan is naturally looking forward to the new extraordinary powers it will give. He looked up at Jiboda with a smile on his face. "Senior, you're the first one who came to me to forge weapons. Don't worry, I won't let you down. So, I took away the first weapon you made." Jiboda deliberately prolonged the last syllable of his words and said it with a wink. The people around burst into laughter, and many girls blushed. "I'm rubbing mud." Jiang Fan almost swore, and his face turned dark in an instant. This bastard doesn't want fame, he just wants himself. Perhaps sensing that Jiang Fan was really unhappy, Jiboda quickly stopped smiling and said, "Don't blame me, I was just joking." Jiang Fan took a deep breath, suppressed his unhappiness, and grasped Jiboda's giant sword with both hands. "Let's get started," he whispered and activated the divine weapon spirit empowerment. A white light suddenly appeared on the giant sword. Then, the frequency of the flashing light became faster and more frequent, rising and falling like breathing. A powerful energy wave emanated from the giant sword, and the people around it retreated one after another, their eyes filled with horror. What is this?" the tan-skinned senior student exclaimed. Jiboda widened his eyes and stared at the giant sword in his hand. He could feel that the energy in the giant sword was growing at an incredible speed. The blade of the giant sword began to tremble slightly, making a low humming sound, as if something was awakening. Chapter 38, The 4 Extraordinary Characteristics of the Giant Sword. The wheat-skinned senior covered her mouth and looked at the giant sword in disbelief. This energy fluctuation is too violent. It is obviously only at the master level, but it actually gives people the feeling that it is better than many grandmaster level weapons. Jiboda was shaking with excitement. He could clearly feel the surging power in the giant's sword, as if a sleeping beast was waking up. He muttered to himself, Is this really my sword?" The people around me also cast all kinds of looks at me, curious, surprised, envious. Jiang Fan's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes flashing with brilliance. He said calmly, "When your sword meets me, it can be called a miracle." At the same time, in the remote and quiet secret realm, Juntian Pavilion Master Tooba Juntian sat cross-legged, observing everything that happened in the weapon-casting pavilion through some secret method. He watched Jiang Fan holding the giant sword and improving it. His expression was shocked, and he whispered to himself, "The power he awakened. Even the master craftsman has never mastered it." Thinking back to Jiang Fan's previous words, "I can only forge a little bit," Tooba Juntian couldn't help but laugh. No wonder this guy was so nonchalant. It turns out that in his eyes, this level of forging is really just a little bit. However, this little bit is the best in the world. Tooba Juentian's eyes were deep, and he saw through everything. It's not a good thing to force things to grow. Let him grow on his own. He values Jiang Fan's strength very much. This ability is too important for the human race. If it can be used without limit, it is not impossible to create an iron army. Immediately, Tooba Juntian sent a message. Jiang Fan is my direct disciple. His sequence upgrade can be 0. This order was like an invisible ripple, transmitted to some of the top leaders of the Battle Academy, along with a special tool. In the hall of the Weapon Casting Pavilion, Ji Boda's reaction was the strongest. As the master, who has been working with this giant sword for many years, his feelings far exceed anyone else's. Feeling the changes in the giant sword, he was so excited that he could hardly speak. Brother Ji, watch out, Jiang Fan said with a smile. He knew that at this moment, 9 marks of extraordinary power had appeared on this master-level weapon, flashing with dazzling light. The giant sword has been strengthened by him to the state of +99, and for 1,950, divine forging essences have been consumed. Just one final step away from successfully transforming into a grandmaster. Achieve a great leap. Promotion. Jiang Fan suddenly let out a low shout and simultaneously performed the divine weapon spiritualization for the 100th time. As the 100 divine forging essences disappeared, an even more intense golden light burst out from the giant sword, as dazzling as a small sun. Immediately, its body trembled violently, and a powerful wave of power swept over, and even Jiang Fan almost couldn't hold it. The blade of the giant sword began to vibrate violently, making a buzzing sound like a dragon's roar. Complex patterns appeared on the sword, like golden dragons swimming around, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The surrounding space began to distort, and a powerful pressure emanated from the giant's sword, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Many seniors who were on the list were shaken by this momentum and took several steps back. The golden light gradually faded, and the trembling of the giant sword gradually subsided. The originally simple sword body now exudes a glass-like texture. The blade is sharp and the cold light is intimidating. Transformation complete. The giant sword was promoted to Grandmaster level. Haha, it worked. Jiang Fan slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and immediately his blood surged, making him feel hot, and sweat appeared on his cheeks. Display your abilities while also hiding your weaknesses, or rather, acting. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Jiang Fan handed over the giant sword, but his body could not help but shake, as if it was separated. Junior, be careful. Ji Boda quickly stepped forward and tried to hold Jiang Fan's waist. Looking at this rough young man, Jiang Fan cursed in his heart, but luckily there was a senior schoolmate beside him. His body fell to the side in an almost impossible way and bumped into the senior schoolmate who had guided him first. The latter's scream was heard belatedly. Even through the armor, Jiang Fan felt soft and warm, like a mother's embrace. Are you okay, Junior? Junior brother Jiang Fan, how are you? There were bursts of exclamations coming from all around. The wheat-skinned senior schoolmate's cheeks were flushed. She didn't dare to let go, for fear that this treasure would get bumped in her arms, and then she would become a sinner of the weapon casting pavilion. Many senior students were a step slower and felt secretly annoyed. The jealous ones even whispered, "Why don't you reward me? I also want to be hugged by my junior." After all, Jiang Fan's figure and appearance are first-rate, and the key is that he is very young, just legal, and there is still a hint of childishness on his face. After being baptized by the secret realm of the dimension, these senior sisters seem to have never seen such a perfect man. No wonder they were so aroused. The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another, but soon their attention was attracted by the giant sword. The energy fluctuations of the giant sword are already at the Grandmaster level. This is too incredible. How on earth did he do that? I'm afraid that even the old professors can't master his strange forging method. Could it be that the pavilion master taught him personally? Everyone stared at the giant sword with disbelief in their eyes. Jiang Fan stayed in the senior sister's arms for a while before he recovered. He pretended to be weak and struggled to get out, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. It seems that I can't forge weapons in the short term." Hearing this, the friendly and broad-minded senior student hurried to support her. Everyone quickly expressed their understanding. Jiang Fan waved his hands and tried to cheer himself up, but his face looked pale. He smiled and looked at the giant sword and asked, "Which senior knows how to identify it? Help me see the extraordinary power contained in this giant sword now." After his reminder, everyone immediately became interested, but unfortunately the identification skill was very rare. Unless one had learned it through the system or had it when awakening, it was not commonly seen. Just at this moment, an old professor with white hair and beard appeared in the crowd. He has white hair and a youthful face and is in good spirits. He is a highly respected veteran caster in the weapon casting pavilion. The old professor took the giant sword, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, and a ball of light, golden light, condensed at his fingertips, gently tapping the sword. Identification technique. As the identification technique was performed, the blade of the giant sword began to emit bursts of dazzling golden light, and a powerful pressure spread. Ouyang Ye's expression changed several times, from initial surprise to shock, and finally to an almost fanatical excitement. Yes, it is indeed a Grandmaster-level origin. The quality and heritage of this giant sword have been improved, the old professor said thoughtfully. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his further explanation. There are a total of 4 extraordinary characteristics in the giant sword, the old professor said in a high-pitched and excited voice. Blacksmiths are not omnipotent, and the equipment they forge will not always have extraordinary properties. This is related to the blacksmith's own perception, the characteristics of the selected materials, casting memory, and other conditions. Even if you are fully prepared, the extraordinary properties bestowed are uncontrollable. First, the quantity is uncontrollable, and second, the properties are uncontrollable. There have been some blunders in the past, such as giving a spear the giant shield attribute. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda's body trembled with ecstasy. His weapon was previously at the master level, but it only had 1 extraordinary characteristic. And now, there are 3 more of them, which is a little hard for him to imagine. Moreover, this is a master-level characteristic, which is enough to be used at the meteor level, and he is about to be promoted to the meteor level. Buzz! See for yourself. As the old professor waved his hand, there was a buzz sound and a text screen appeared in the air, on which appeared a description of the characteristics of the giant sword. Hidden Edge. Practicing swordsmanship on a daily basis can accumulate sword energy in the sword body. Severance. Attacking the enemy with a sword blade or sword energy will make the wound difficult to heal. Changhong. Condensed sword energy to penetrate the enemy. Swordsmanship Mastery. Enhance your understanding of swordsmanship by 30%. The moment the light curtain appeared, the attention of people around was drawn to it. There were 4 extraordinary powers, and considering the old professor's status and position, he would not fake it, so everyone gasped. Ji Boda was also stunned and trembling with excitement. These 4 extraordinary powers perfectly matched his abilities and were simply tailor-made for him. The people around looked at Ji Boda with envy in their eyes. His luck was too good, especially the 4th supernatural power, Mastery of Swordsmanship. Enhance your understanding of swordsmanship by 30%. Boom! The whole audience was in an uproar. 4 extraordinary powers, each one is very practical, especially the last one. Ji Boda was no longer able to speak. He gripped the giant sword tightly, his eyes filled with ecstasy and gratitude. Increase your understanding of swordsmanship by 30%? What concept? Even someone who is not good at swordsmanship can instantly become proficient in it by holding this giant sword. Junior brother Jiang Fan, thank you so much. Ji Boda's voice was choked, and he almost cried. Jiang Fan smiled slightly and said, "Senior Ji, I told you that I won't let you down." Chapter 39, A Small Profit of 3 million. Inside the weapon casting pavilion, the buzzing sound of discussion was like a bursting frying pan, boiling endlessly. 4 extraordinary characteristics. My God, this is the first time I've seen such a thing in my entire life. Mastering this swordplay will increase your swordplay comprehension by 30%. This is too incredible. That's right, Ji Boda is so lucky. I would have asked junior brother Jiang Fan to help me with forging it earlier. You? Forget it. Even if your broken axe is endowed with extraordinary properties, it can only chop wood faster. Hey, tell me, where did junior brother Jiang Fan learn this forging technique? It's simply amazing. He must have learned it from the pavilion master. Look at his badge. It's the symbol of the Pavilion Master's personal disciple. TSK, what a promising young man. I think he will become a great general in the future. Amid the discussions, admiration, envy, jealousy, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, surrounding Jiang Fan in the center and talking fiercely. Ji Boda held the huge sword in his hand, and his excitement could not be calm for a long time. This giant sword is not just a weapon, but also his lifeblood. After all, he has been using it for many years. He took a deep breath, walked up to Jiang Fan, and asked solemnly, "Junior brother Jiang Fan, how much do you plan to charge for this giant sword?" The senior schoolmate who had just supported Jiang Fan had wheat-colored skin that looked even healthier and more energetic under the light. She stepped forward and said loudly, "The market price of a Grandmaster-level weapon is between 600,000 and 800,000. But this giant sword has 4 extraordinary characteristics, each of which is worth more than 1,000,000. Moreover, you have been honing this giant sword for many years, and it is very suitable for you. I suggest that you give junior brother Jiang Fan at least 5,000,000. 5,000,000. The people around nodded. This price is very reasonable, especially for his proficiency in swordsmanship. It must be worth at least 2 or 3 million. Yes, even if you sell in the future, you can still sell it for a good price thanks to this feature. It is quite valuable." Ji Boda's heart tightened, and he quickly said, "How is that possible? I can't bear to sell it. I want to keep it as a family heirloom." Jiang Fan listened quietly and calculated silently in his mind. In order to forge this giant sword, he consumed 5,050 divine forging essences. According to previous estimates, its value was about 5 million. The advice given by that senior was very accurate. "Brother, thank you so much." Ji Boda said gratefully, "I was originally planning to buy new weapons, and my psychological price was about 8 million. Since you have helped me so much, I will transfer 10 million to you. Don't think it's too little. My main purpose is to expand the market." Jiang Fan waved his hand quickly. "Just do as that senior sister said. 5 million will be enough." "How can this be possible?" Ji Boda said seriously, and she also said that this is the lowest price. "Just do as I said, 10 million. After some arguing, the two finally closed the deal at 8 million. The college badges touched each other, and Ji Boda quickly completed the transfer after some operations on his mobile phone. He moved very quickly, as if he was afraid that Jiang Fan would return. This is a hurry to deliver money. In fact, Ji Boda also knew that others could give advice, but he really couldn't listen to them. Moreover, he felt that Jiang Fan had a promising future, but was worth making friends with. If he encountered the situation of replacing equipment again in the future, it would definitely be the most cost-effective thing to trouble Jiang Fan. Who doesn't want to master something first and follow it to the end? The most important thing is that even if he spends 8 million, he may not be able to get the weapon that suits him best. Looking at the extra 8 million in the account, Jiang Fan was still satisfied, making a small profit of 3 million. The people around looked at this scene with envy in their eyes. This junior fellow is so young, not only has superb forging skills, but he is also so generous. Jiang Fan was surrounded by people and had to deal with all kinds of compliments and praises. He inevitably felt a little elated, but he soon came to his senses and was not fooled by these sugar-coated bullets. A group of people quickly gathered around him, their eyes as fiery as those of hungry wolves seeing fresh meat. "Junior brother Jiang Fan, please add me as your contact. I also want to find you to forge weapons in the future." "And me, brother Jiang Fan, it's time to change my sword." "Junior Jiang Fan, my staff also needs to be strengthened. I will contact you when the time comes." Jiang Fan accepted everyone who came to him. His phone kept ringing, and hundreds of friends quickly appeared in his address book. He thought to himself, "These will all be my connections in the future, although they don't seem to be of much use. They can be harvested as leaks. It's not that he is just a loser. At least Jiang Fan has put in some real effort. 3 million for one person at a time, 300 million for 100 people. Jiang Fan never thought that making money would be so easy. At this moment, the wheat-colored senior student walked up to him and extended her hand gracefully. "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Chun Yutong, and I'm a third-year student in the forging department." Jiang Fan shook her hand and politely responded, "Thank you for what you did just now." Chun Yutong smiled brightly. "Junior brother Jiang Fan, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll treat you." Are you going home after dinner? Jiang Fan suddenly asked. I still have classes in the evening. Chen Yutong was obviously stunned. Forget it then. Jiang Fan subconsciously took a step back. Well, I have something else to do tonight. Maybe next time. After saying that, without waiting for Chen Yutong's response, he turned around and ran away, as fast as the wind. Chen Yutong looked at Jiang Fan's fleeing back and was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. The people around also joined in the fun, and the atmosphere became relaxed and lively. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Fan took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and snuggled comfortably on the sofa. He turned on the holographic projection and dialed the phone number at home. The figures of my parents and sister appeared on the screen, and the faces of the whole family were filled with smiles. Dad, Mom, Xiaoxin, I'm fine, don't worry, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Yes, I called you as soon as I arrived at the college and returned to the dormitory today. The father nodded and said kindly, Xiao Fan, Mubai's already contacted us and said that the person with medical skills will arrive in the Bay City on June 7th and will examine Xiao Xin directly at that time. Jiang Fan felt a warm feeling in his heart. Although it was just a transaction, the other party did take this matter to heart. It's Mubai who has to be troubled. Jiang Fan smiled and chatted with his parents about family matters, told his sister to have a good rest, and then said that he would thank Mubai. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan opened the college forum, browsed various posts, and familiarized himself with the college environment. Suddenly, a post titled, "A freshman forged a magical weapon with 4 characteristics," shocking the entire weapon casting pavilion came into view. When I clicked on it, I saw the video of him forging a giant sword today. It was made into a short video with vivid details and went viral on the campus website. The comment section was bustling with praise and exclamation. Holy crap, this freshman is so awesome. 4 extraordinary traits, totally unheard of. This forging technique is simply amazing. I suspect he is the illegitimate son of the Lord of Juntian Pavilion. The guy above stopped talking nonsense. But this freshman is really amazing and has a bright future. The person who had rejected Jiang Fan's forging request on the forum was dumbfounded after seeing this video. I hurriedly flipped through the chat records, compared them carefully, and after some confirmation, I found that the protagonist in the story was this person. He slammed the table hard and shouted in annoyance. Why the hell did I refuse? A weapon with 4 characteristics. I'm such a jerk. If you agree, you'll be mine. Damn Zhao Jintang. I will never forgive you. For a moment, he was filled with bitterness and felt terrible. In the girls' dormitory, Bailey Shuanghua had already taken off her armor and was wearing only pajamas and shorts. She was also curled up on the sofa, her 2 long legs like white pythons crossed, swaying from time to time, dazzlingly white, and her eyes were fiery and burning. You can really do it. The guess in my heart turned out to be true. The next moment, her eyes became sharp, without any trace of her previous frivolous, nympho look. In the training room, Zhao Jintang had just finished his practice and was sitting in the rest area drinking. After seeing the video, his face turned gloomy and he suddenly grabbed the glass in his hand and smashed it, splashing the wine everywhere. His eyes were cold. Forger, Tuoba Juentian's direct disciple. Zhao Jintang was speechless. He didn't expect that the little shield next to his fiancée would have such a big background. But I want to see how long you can keep jumping around. Chapter 40, Bailey Shuanghua's request. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, coating the entire Battle Academy with a layer of brilliant gold. The academy has already become lively, with students traveling between buildings or through portals. Jiang Fan passed by the college rankings and stopped to look. Ji Boda's ranking has risen so much. Jiang Fan muttered to himself, his eyes falling on a name on the list, Ji Boda, whose ranking had jumped from 57th yesterday to 31st. Obviously, the weapon that was forged for him yesterday significantly improved his strength. It is so difficult to find a weapon that satisfies one's needs. For many warriors, temporarily changing weapons will greatly reduce their strength. The appearance of Jiang Fan, especially his seat yesterday, made many people realize the seriousness of the matter. At the entrance of the weapon casting pavilion, a beautiful figure stood gracefully. Bailey Shuanghua was wearing a platinum-colored college uniform that outlined her tall and graceful figure. With long leather boots wrapped around his straight and slender legs, he looked like a sharp sword unsheathed. The long silver hair is casually scattered and flying in the wind, adding a bit of broken and messy beauty, which is unforgettable. Aunt. Jiang Fan walked up to her and greeted her. Bailey Shuanghua nodded slightly. I'm not that old. Just call me by my name. I'm waiting for you here because I want to ask for your help. I don't want to help. Jiang Fan flatly refused, with a hint of amusement in his tone. You didn't even ask what the favor was. Hearing that playful tone, Bailey Shuanghua did not give up, and even said anxiously, I can meet any of your requests. Any requests? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Yes, any request, Bailey Shuanghua said with a firm look in her eyes. Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment and blurted out, Then can you help me give birth to a big fat boy? As soon as he said it, he regretted it. It seemed like the joke was a bit too much. However, Bailey Shuanghua nodded solemnly. Yes. Jiang Fan was stunned. Looking at her clear eyes, which didn't seem fake, he felt a little flustered. He thought the other party would be angry or try to bargain, but he didn't expect such a straightforward response. A hint of awkwardness spread between the two. Jiang Fan touched his nose, and his original cynicism was replaced by a hint of embarrassment. He originally wanted to tease this cold and arrogant female swordsman who wanted to spy on his secrets, but he didn't expect that he would get himself into trouble instead. Bailey Shuanghua remained calm and stared at Jiang Fan quietly, waiting for his reply. Her eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of joking, and she seemed really willing to pay any price to get Jiang Fan's help. This sudden seriousness made Jiang Fan a little overwhelmed. He originally just wanted to take this opportunity to refuse, but he didn't expect Bailey Shuanghua to respond so seriously. Jiang Fan hesitated, not knowing how to respond for a moment. The air seemed to be frozen, with only the sound of the wind and the two people's slightly rapid breathing. I was just kidding. Jiang Fan coughed dryly, trying to ease his embarrassment. Bailey Shuanghua still looked serious. I know you were joking, but I am serious. Jiang Fan was completely stunned. Is this woman serious? Is she kidding? He couldn't help but look at Bailey Shuanghua carefully, trying to find a hint of teasing on her face, but there was none. Her eyes were clear and her gaze was firm, without the slightest hint of joking. Seeing his embarrassment, Bailey Shuanghua said bluntly, Your ability has a fatal attraction to everyone. You're destined to rise and stand at the top. If I can't meet certain requirements, I will have to marry a scum like Zhao Jintang. This is something I don't want. She paused and continued. Mubai also said that you are a mountain, not a stream, and I naturally agree with him. If you rise in the future, I will come to ask you for help, but it would be me who is too high. But now, why not rely on you before you rise? Her words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Jiang Fan's heart. It turns out that this is her real purpose. It's not a simple request, but a well-considered choice. Dependence, climbing above one station, these words coming out of her mouth sound so cold, yet so real. She made no secret of her ambitions and goals, and her frankness was shocking. Jiang Fan suddenly felt that Bailey Shuanghua in front of him was no longer the cold and aloof female swordsman when he first met her, but a shrewd calculator. I'm glad you said that. Few people are immune to compliments from beautiful women, and Jiang Fan is no exception. However, his fantasy about the white-haired female sword fairy completely collapsed with Bailey Shuanghua's words. He shook his head. I can help you. Thank you very much. Bailey Shuanghua also seemed to realize that he might lose his friendship with Jiang Fan, but as long as he used that ability to refine and upgrade his own flying sword. Even if the road ahead was impassable, he could use the upgraded flying sword to cut through it. She is a sophisticated egoist who will do anything to become stronger. That's it. Go prepare a lot of metal or low-level weapons. I'll come help you after school. Jiang Fan walked towards the weapon-casting pavilion without looking back. This time, I helped Bailey Shuanghua just to preserve Li Mubai's last friendship. From now on, neither of us owes the other anything. There are still people coming and going in the weapon-casting pavilion. Several senior students who were here yesterday are all here. They are poor students who come here to work and study. Although they have not awakened abilities related to forging, they're very good at management. Good morning, Junior. Several senior students greeted with a smile. Good morning, senior sisters. Good morning, senior sister Chun. Jiang Fan only remembered Chen Yutong's name. The other seniors began to tease him. Is senior Yutong prettier? You only remember her and not us. I'm telling you a secret. Yutong doesn't have a boyfriend yet. You can try harder, junior brother. Stupid. It's easier to target someone who has a boyfriend, because there's only one opponent. Shin Yutong's cheeks were flushed, which contrasted with her wheat-colored skin, and she was busy chasing after her colleague and beating him. Jiang Fan fled in panic, almost jogging towards the forging secret realm. He needed a place to calm down and collect his thoughts. Buzz! After a space fluctuation, Jiang Fan stepped into the portal and came to the forging secret realm. The heat wave hit me in the face, and the air was filled with the smell of burning metal. The huge furnace made a deafening roar, and the flames illuminated the entire space red. The shirtless forging masters were sweating profusely, swinging heavy hammers, hammering pieces of red-hot metal into shape, sparks flying like stars in the sky. After greeting the old professors, Jiang Fan began to stroll around and observe each forging master amid everyone's strange looks. From getting familiar with the drawings at the beginning of forging, getting familiar with the proportions of different metals, to selecting or smelting, forging, quenching and tempering, shaping, tempering, grinding. Each step went through Jiang Fan's mind, and he soon became immersed in them, remembering them firmly. More than 2 hours passed, and Jiang Fan was still pondering everything he had witnessed. He couldn't hold back his inner impulse and began to select, or preparing to forge himself a hand hammer. Chapter 41, Over 1,000,000 Divine Forging Essences. Jiang Fan stroked his chin, his eyes swept over the ores on display, and thought to himself, as a blacksmith, it would be too unreasonable if I had to use a ready-made forging hammer. What's more, only the ones I forge myself can best suit my needs. He closed his eyes, feeling the energy surging in his body, and a clear understanding emerged in his mind. The ore I need must have complex and compatible properties and be able to perfectly carry the flow of various energies. Opening his eyes, he walked straight towards 2 piles of, or that were shining with a unique light. Star iron or spiritual essence crystal. Jiang Fan muttered the names of the 2 minerals in a low voice. The former sparkles with starlight, but it is mottled and contains many impurities. It is a material that is difficult to forge a hammer. The latter is crystal clear, flowing with a dreamy luster. Spiritual marrow crystal iron is similar to mutton fat jade iron, both of which are excellent materials that can accelerate the rotation of energy. However, spiritual marrow crystal iron is more precious and more expensive. 3 million per kilogram of star iron or 5 million per kilogram of spirit essence crystal. These prices are really not affordable for ordinary people. Jiang Fan was secretly shocked, but there was no hesitation in his eyes. But the cash he had was just enough to buy 1 kilogram each, which was hardly enough to meet his needs. He was about to take when he suddenly remembered something. He took out his communicator and battle badge and sent a message to his master, Pavilion Master Juntian. Master, I want to make my own forging hammer and need some advice. Tuoba Juntian's cheerful voice was heard instantly from the communicator. Disciple wants to make a forging hammer? Great. Just tell me what you think. I will fully support you. Jiang Fan told his master his idea and the ore he chose. After hearing this, the master of Juntian Pavilion pondered for a moment and said, Star iron, ore, and spirit marrow crystal are both good choices, but we still lack a material that can perfectly integrate the two. Let me ask someone to send you a piece of ruby-colored glaze iron. This thing can greatly improve the toughness and compatibility of weapons. Just go ahead and do it. Don't worry about the materials. I will take care of everything. Thank you, Master. A warm feeling surged in Jiang Fan's heart, and his gratitude was beyond words. Soon, a piece of ruby-colored glaze, or emitting colorful light, was delivered to Jiang Fan. After feeling it carefully, Jiang Fan put it into his storage bag and then went to pick out a pile of star iron ore. He took a deep breath and walked to an empty forging table. Then he took out his forging hammer slowly and swung it a few times casually, feeling the weight and balance of the hammer while also getting familiar with the surrounding environment. Let's start with the star iron mine. Jiang Fan threw the star iron ore into the furnace, and the raging fire instantly engulfed it. While the ore was being smelted, Jiang Fan carefully observed the experienced forging masters around him, imitating their movements and swinging the forging hammer in his hand, once, twice. After more than half an hour, the star iron mine was burning red. Jiang Fan used a long pair of tweezers to pick up the ore, placed it on the forging table, swung the forging hammer and smashed it down hard. Clang! Sparks flew, and the harsh sound of metal collisions echoed in the forging's secret realm. The impurities in the star iron ore were forced out little by little under high temperature and heavy impact. At first, Jiang Fan's movements were a little clumsy, and he couldn't control the position and force of the hammer accurately enough. But as time went on, he seemed to have entered a wonderful state. His movements became smoother, and his strength became more just right. Ding! 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 Again and again, Jiang Fan swung the forging hammer tirelessly, and sweat soaked his clothes. The volume of the star iron ore gradually shrinks. The impurities are completely removed, and it eventually turns into a piece of metal emitting pure starlight, star iron. With my arm strength, it would take 1,000 hammers to purify it. Jiang Fan put down the forging hammer and looked at the piece of star iron in front of him that had been tempered through thousands of hammers, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. The forging masters around also stopped their work and looked at Jiang Fan in surprise. It is incredible that an apprentice who has never been exposed to forging can purify star iron in a short time. This kid has some talent. Yes, I watched him grow from a novice to a skilled one, and now he can be said to have mastered it. It's only been a short time, but you've already achieved this. You're really young and promising. The awakened ability is extremely strong, and he learned the forging technique so quickly. Exclamations of praise came one after another, and many people looked at Jiang Fan with eyes full of appreciation and admiration. Especially when they learned that Jiang Fan had never been exposed to forging before. They were shocked beyond words. This talent is really high. A blacksmith several hundred meters away from Jiang Fan murmured in surprise. Ha! Yes, no wonder the pavilion master took a fancy to him and accepted him as his disciple. Next to him, there was a shirtless blacksmith who also had a heavy hammer in his hand, but his expression did not show much fluctuation. After smelting and purifying the star iron ore into star iron, Jiang Fan looked around and murmured in a low voice. It's a lot of physical energy consumption. It would be better if there were a few flesh and blood corpses. It mainly involves eating and waiting for energy to recover, which is a huge waste of time. A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered the secret dimension. Now that I have a storage bag in hand, it is perfect for collecting materials. He put away his things and quickly left the forging secret realm. Outside the weapon-casting pavilion, Bailey Shuanghua was waiting quietly. Are you ready? Jiang Fan walked over. Yes. Bailey Shuanghua handed over a storage ring. There are ore and metals worth 1 billion in it. If it's not enough, I can borrow some from others. 1 billion. Jiang Fan's heart was shocked. He originally thought that 100 million was enough, but he didn't expect Bailey Shuanghua to be so generous. On second thought, the other party was Sequence 1, and the training funds he received were 10 times his own, which was normal. However, for someone with a family background like Bailey Shuanghua, it is quite easy to come up with 1 billion yuan. Jiang Fan sacrificed his storage ring with a drop of blood, and his mind sensed the mountain-like accumulation of ore inside, and he was shocked again. Immediately, he activated the skill Reforge and asked, "Do you want to find a quiet place?" "Let's go to my place. My training room is quite secret," Bailey Shuanghua said calmly. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. The two left together. On the way, Jiang Fan went to the cafeteria and bought a lot of food, eating while walking. Bailey Shuanghua's residence is a standalone manor in the Battle Academy, covering a very large area. The tall wrought iron gate is carved with intricate patterns, with neatly trimmed bushes on both sides. A wide stone road extends out to a European-style villa hidden among the green trees. Along the way, Jiang Fan noticed that there were not only rockery and flowing water in the manor, but also a small martial arts arena. Your residence is really big. Jiang Fan couldn't help but sigh. Bailey Shuanghua smiled faintly. The treatment of Sequence 1 will naturally not be bad. When you enter the villa, you will find that the interior decoration is even more luxurious. There are so many rooms that you can't even live in them all. Bailey Shuanghua brought Jiang Fan to the training room located in the basement of the villa. The training room has a constant temperature and good air circulation. There are weapon racks on both sides and even metal armor next to them. It should be quiet enough here, Bailey Shuanghua said. Jiang Fan looked around, nodded, and glanced at the ability user panel. Remaining Divine Forging Essence 1110-354. All the ores in the storage ring were recycled, and this also made Jiang Fan's divine forging essence exceed 1 million for the first time. Bailey Shuanghua stood quietly by the side, her eyes lingering on Jiang Fan's cheek. Chapter 42:9 Extraordinary Characteristics of Swordsmanship. Take out your weapon. I must touch it, Jiang Fan said. Bailey Shuanghua nodded slightly, her mind moving. At the center of the bright white eyebrows, a spot of platinum light suddenly shone out, like a star appearing for the first time. The light was just a dot at first, then extended and stretched, like a dragon breaking through the air, and finally turned into an ancient 3-foot-long sword, floating in front of the two people. The sword is made entirely of platinum, and is engraved with intricate patterns that look like condensed frost and snow, or flowing stars. The bright white light flows endlessly, and a chilling chill is faintly revealed. The hilt of the sword is wrapped with dark golden threads, adding to its mystery. Jiang Fan also recognized that the bust of the sword was Bailey Shuanghua's, Jean Xn avatar, showing off one's edge. Jiang Fan commented, reaching out to grasp the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, a strong sense of resistance came instantly, and the sword body hummed, as if a captive beast was roaring. However, this resistance only lasted for a moment before it was calmed down by a gentle force. Jiang Fan could feel that this power came from Bailey Shuanghua. She restrained the intention in the sword, and the originally violent sword was now as docile as a cat. Even without forging, your sword is more powerful than the weapons of too many people, and it is your awakened ability, so it will be easier for you to control it. Jiang Fan made his comment. Bailey Shuanghua sat cross-legged opposite Jiang Fan, her voice full of texture, crisp and pleasant. That's why I want it to be stronger. Unfortunately, it's difficult to do it with my own ability. Please. The words are sincere. No problem. Jiang Fan nodded and activated the skill, infusing divine weapons with spirits. The platinum sword trembled slightly, and a low tiger roar came from the sword, which was clearly an expression of joy. Even Bailey Shuanghua could clearly sense that the strength of his sword had increased. Her eyes were bright, and there was an indescribable gratitude in her look as she looked at Jiang Fan. This transformation was not due to her subjective will, but occurred naturally as the sword body sublimated. It seems possible. Jiang Fan smiled, and then checked the consumption. The first forging consumed only 200 divine forging essence. He made a rough estimate and concluded that perhaps it was God's will that if he wanted to upgrade this platinum sword again, it would require more than 1 million divine forging essences. This is exactly the amount of divine forging essence extracted from the nearly 1 billion materials purchased by Bailey Shuanghua. The dragon scale set only starts at 100. Next, almost in an instant, Jiang Fan completed 10 enhancements. The light of the platinum sword became brighter and brighter, and a new extraordinary characteristic was added to the sword body. It was also at this moment that Jiang Fan and Bailey Shuanghua, the forger and everyone else respectively, both sensed it. It's done. Jiang Fan withdrew his hand, looked at the brand new platinum sword, and nodded with satisfaction. Bailey Shuanghua's voice was filled with shock. The 100-step flying sword can control the flying sword to kill the enemy within 100 steps. As the strength increases, this distance will increase exponentially. Jiang Fan suddenly asked, this sword didn't have this ability before? Yes, but it can't exceed 3 meters, Bailey Shuanghua explained. With this extraordinary feature, plus my own spiritual power to support it, the power of the flying sword will not decrease within 100 meters, which is equivalent to me holding it in my hand to fight. Haha, Jiang Fan said with a smile. This will allow you to go from being a close combat swordsman to a long-range swordsman in an instant. The 100-step flying sword, if used properly, will definitely have miraculous effects. You said that if my flying sword flew out of my hand during a decisive battle with someone, and my opponent thought he had won and became careless, my flying sword would come out from the side and cut off his head. This young man is teachable. Jiang Fan felt his scalp tingling. If the enemy did not have full-body protective equipment, like the dragon scale suit, they would not be able to withstand Bailey Shuanghua's attack at all. He quickly gathered his mind and began the second sublimation forging. The platinum sword was suspended between the two of them, bathed in soft light, and the frost and snow patterns on the sword seemed to come alive, flowing slowly. Soon, the platinum sword reached the +20 state. The sword rang softly, and a new pattern quietly emerged, like a winding lightning, leaving an eternal mark on the sword. The newly emerged extraordinary characteristic is called sword light differentiation. Bailey Shuanghua sat cross-legged. A hint of surprise flashed in her clear eyes. Her long platinum hair spread out like a waterfall, contrasting with her fair skin, making her look even more beautiful and refined. She was wearing a college-style training suit today, which highlighted her curvaceous figure. Perhaps because of her sword-fighting skills, she has an air of heroism, which combined with her exquisite appearance, creates a unique charm. She whispered the function of her extraordinary characteristic. When swinging the sword, there is a chance that the sword will be released, thereby absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, forming sword light to attack the enemy. Jiang Fan took a deep breath. Even though he had forged it himself, he still felt envious of this feature. Next, as the magic weapon was endowed with spirit, the status of the platinum sword reached +40. Two completely different lines, one gold and one red, complement each other and appear on the sword. Bailey Shuanghua's deliberately maintained indifference and aloofness could no longer be maintained at this moment. She rushed over and took Jiang Fan's hand, her tone filled with excitement that could not be concealed. Two more top-notch characteristics. There was a gleam of excitement in those crystal-clear eyes, and the temperament that usually kept people at a distance was gone at this moment. Root puncture resistance increases the stability of the sword, especially the penetration of the sword tip. Also has the small characteristic of self-cleaning, so there is no need to worry about corrosion by blood, and it can be kept clean without getting blood on it. Bailey Shuanghua explained to Jiang Fan. There is also unparalleled continuous / Bailey Shuanghua added excitedly, with a faint blush on her cheeks, like a burning cloud on her jade-white skin, and her cheeks were truly rosy, very obvious. 100% double click. I can attack twice in an instant, and I can add blessing to the sword intent and sword light. It is worthy of being my natal flying sword. Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why couldn't his own forging hammer produce such a top-quality one? With a helpless smile, Jiang Fan continued to act as a tool to help her strengthen her flying sword. This is a law. Every time it is strengthened 10 times, an extraordinary characteristic will appear. At +50, small dimension / appears. This is the attack method of spatial ability. It was extremely terrifying when it appeared at this time, because it was simply not something that a new grandmaster could master. Even someone with meteor-level abilities must practice hard before they can comprehend it. +60 shows sky-splitting sword intent. +70 will show sword shadow assault. +80 will show harmony with the sword. At +90, heart of the sword appears. As one extraordinary characteristic after another emerged, Jiang Fan gradually became numb. The hand holding the hilt of the sword was shaking a little. He smiled bitterly and sighed his heart, wondering why this was not his own forging hammer. On the contrary, Bailey Shuanghua's eyes became softer, and the look she gave Jiang Fan was filled with indescribable gratitude and attachment. Her originally straight back now relaxed slightly, and she unconsciously moved closer to Jiang Fan. A subtle feeling was born in her heart. Chapter 43, Beautiful. Jiang Fan was unaware of Bailey Shuanghua's change of mentality. His eyes were fixed on the sword. The platinum-colored sword body was emitting a warm luster at this moment, like solidified moonlight. If we strengthen it 10 more times, this sword will be able to reach a higher level. After thinking about it, Jiang Fan took the initiative to mention, but the 9 existing extraordinary characteristics of the sword will be rearranged like shuffling cards, and only some of them may be retained. This was the experience he gained from his first 2 forging upgrades. Bailey Shuanghua hesitated for a moment, his eyes firm. Continue. She had seen the video of Jiang Fan forging the giant sword and knew how huge the improvement would be after forging it 100 times. The 9 extraordinary characteristics are indeed precious, but the sword itself is the foundation. What she needed was for the sword's aura to be strong and rich enough. As for the extraordinary power, in her opinion, it was just the icing on the cake. It would be best if it could be preserved. If it could not be preserved, she would not regret it. Good. Jiang Fan nodded. He also wanted to see what this platinum sword would look like after being upgraded. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fan began his 91st strengthening. The consumption number of the divine essence jumped. minus 18,200. Such huge consumption was unimaginable in the past. When that forging hammer and that piece of leather armor with the bizarre property of begging to be ravaged were first forged, only one divine forging essence was consumed at a time. And now, the energy consumed by strengthening this platinum sword once is enough to complete 2 forgings. Minus 18,400. Minus 18,600. Minus 19,000. Dash 19800. As the divine forging essence was continuously consumed, the luster on the platinum sword became increasingly intense, as if it was about to drip down. The divine weapon is endowed with spirit. The final reinforcement begins. Even though it was not his own weapon, Jiang Fan's heartbeat still involuntarily quickened. Bailey Shuanghua was so nervous that she held her breath, her heart pounding. Suddenly, they both heard a clear sound of a sword, as if it came from the distant sky. The next moment, the sound of swords tore through the space, and a dazzling edge exploded in the underground training room, as if to split the entire manor in half. Buzz! The protective light shield of the training room rose automatically, emitting a light blue glow, locking the terrifying energy fluctuations firmly within it. Bailey Shuanghua looked at the sword that was faintly visible in the light, his eyes filled with shock. This power! Jiang Fan also felt a palpitation in his heart. The power radiated by this sword after its upgrade was far beyond his expectations, or it could be said that it was 1,000,000 divine forging essences, making the value of this sword unable to be described in monetary terms. The light gradually dissipated, and a long sword made entirely of platinum, with a slender blade but as smooth as jade, was suspended in the air. Wrong! Bailey Shuanghua felt that the platinum sword's foundation had become stronger and its charm had become richer. Soon, none of the 9 supernatural powers disappeared, and new supernatural characteristics emerged. The Wailing Buried Sword. There are 10 extraordinary characteristics, not 3 as you said. The tenderness in Bailey Shuanghua's eyes became even stronger. She stretched out her hand and gently grasped the hilt of the platinum sword. A powerful force instantly surged into her body, making her feel the extremely restrained edge. The Wailing Buried Sword. Jiang Fan murmured softly, with a look of surprise on his face. It was not because he knew that the sword had 10 characteristics, but because he sensed the sound of the sword rippling freely in his body. Buzz! In a mysterious space, surrounded by energy vortices, a platinum sword moves gently, occasionally making a tiger roar. Next to it, the dragon scale set was squeezed beside it like a dragon, making a gently trembling dragon roar. Platinum sword. Jiang Fan was extremely surprised. How could this platinum sword belonging to Bailey Shuanghua be in my body? Something is wrong. Something is extremely wrong. However, looking at its appearance, sensing its energy fluctuations, and sensing its 10 extraordinary characteristics, Jiang Fan was absolutely certain that this was the platinum sword that had just been endowed with spirit 100 times. It is exactly the same as the one Bailey Shuanghua has. In a trance, his vision turned back, and he saw that his hand was still holding the hilt of the sword, while Bailey Shuanghua held the hilt of the sword with both hands and controlled his own hand. The next moment, Jiang Fan returned to the mysterious space again. Next to the dragon scale weapon, the platinum long sword moved freely, spreading invisible sword energy. Is this possible? But the forging hammer and Ji Boda's giant sword. No. Jiang Fan looked confused. This was the first time he had experienced such a situation, and he didn't know what was going on. Ordinary weapons won't work. Do you want a high-quality life weapon? It took Jiang Fan a while to figure out the key. Moreover, he felt that this possibility was very high. Fortunately, although the awakening ability of the innate weapon is rare, it is not uncommon. There will be a chance to do experiments in the future. No matter what the result is, the other party will profit, so he wants to find an opportunity to try it. Turn your sight back. Jiang Fan looked at Bailey Shuanghua's ecstatic expression. He pulled his hand back, stretched, and said softly, I finally helped you finish it. Jiang Fan. Bailey Shuanghua suddenly turned to look at him, with a hint of complicated emotions in her eyes. Thank you. How do you want me to repay you? Jiang Fan smiled and said, No need. This is just a deal, and Mu Bai is also my brother. He has received the best reward. There is an awakened ability in the body, the natal sword. From now on, With this sword, he can comprehend the sword skills and even control the sword light to fly into the sky and hide in the ground. Unexpected gains are the real gains. Then let's do as you said before. Bailey Xuanghua stood up, and the fingerprint recognition area on the combat badge on his chest lit up slightly. The entire basement instantly fell into a pitch-black darkness. The mechanical clicking sound was particularly clear in the silence. It was the sound of the safety lock closing. Nowadays, this practice room has become a secret room. The sudden darkness made Jiang Fan subconsciously tense his nerves, and the rustling sound of fabric friction came into his ears. Energy flowed in his eyes, and his vision penetrated the darkness. He saw Bailey Xuanghua taking off his armor. Take off your armor. Normally, she is always dressed in a neat combat uniform, with her tall figure wrapped tightly. At this moment, as the school uniforms were peeled off piece by piece, the graceful curves that were never revealed on a normal day gradually emerged. She was wearing a close-fitting black soft armor today, which outlined her amazing curves. After removing the soft armor, she was left with only a thin silk underwear. Her skin was as white and dazzling as ivory, emitting a lustrous luster in the darkness. This reminded Jiang Fan of a line from a song. Beauty is like jade, and sword is like a rainbow. Normally, she likes to wear long boots to make her look taller, but now she is barefoot, which makes her look more fragile and beautiful. Her chest and abdomen are flat, but her breasts are high and look particularly proud when wrapped in silk underwear. Noticing Jiang Fan's gaze, Bailey Xuanghua's cheeks flushed, but her movements did not slow down at all. Almost within a few seconds after turning off the lights, she took off all her clothes, like a peeled lychee. Her fair skin exuded an alluring luster in the darkness, like a finely carved jade beauty. Without her armor, she lost her usual heroic spirit and became more shy, like a completely different person. She raised her head, and her eyes met Jiang Fan's in the darkness. She regained her usual pride, like a majestic monarch, looking down at her favorite subject. "Why are you doing this?" Jiang Fan smiled bitterly, but his eyes never moved away. It wasn't because he simply appreciated the beauty with his pure eyes, but it was beautiful. He loved to look at it. He really liked to look at it. He knew Bailey Xuanghua's character. For a proud woman like her to do such a thing, she must have gone through an intense struggle in her heart. "I told you this is a deal." Bailey Xuanghua raised her chin slightly, trying to remain calm and composed, little knowing that her blushing cheeks had already betrayed her heart. In the darkness, she could feel Jiang Fan's burning gaze, which made her even more nervous, and her heart beat faster and faster. Jiang Fan was speechless for a moment. He claimed that food, sex, and nature were all natural, and he was not afraid of such a situation. He walked forward, held Bailey Xuanghua's slender waist, and held her in his arms. "Let me take the leading role." "Okay." Bailey Xuanghua responded softly and buried her head in Jiang Fan's chest. Feeling his warm embrace, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know how powerful it was, at least she didn't have to hold herself together anymore. She felt her body lighten as Jiang Fan led her to the sofa in the rest area. The next moment, she was gently placed on the soft sofa, and Jiang Fan's body covered her. Bailey Xuanghua frowned her delicate eyebrows, feeling the weight coming from her body, but her heartstrings quietly relaxed. In the darkness, the two people's breathing intertwined, and the atmosphere was ambiguous and charming. Chapter 44, Small Dimension / The dim setting sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden glow on the ground. In a bathroom upstairs, the air was filled with steam. Bailey Xuanghua lay lazily in the bathtub. Her snow-white skin glowed softly in the water, like a blooming snow lotus. The thin silk pajamas were soaked and clung to her body, outlining her exquisite curves. "Call!" She let out a long breath, and the energy in her body slowly circulated, completely erasing the last traces left on her skin. The fierce battle in the afternoon seemed like a dream, leaving only some indescribable aftertaste. A thumb-sized platinum sword was spinning and dancing at the fingertips, and the sword body emitted a faint fluorescence, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. This is her natal sword. People in desperate situations have no way to retreat. Bailey Xuanghua sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness and determination in her tone. The pressure from her family was like a mountain that made her breathless. If the final outcome was humiliation, she would rather take the initiative than be manipulated like a puppet. When I advance to the Sun Realm, I will personally send my ancestor to marry the Zhao family's ancestor. There was a cold light in her eyes, and her tone was cold and firm. From childhood to adulthood, she was forced to wear a mask of indifference and hide her true self under a hard shell. Meeting Jiang Fan might be an unexpected turn of events for her. His divine, forging essence made up for the inherent deficiencies of her natal sword. The moment she awakened her natal sword, she realized that the sword was incomplete and its origin was damaged. She guessed that it was related to her mother's difficult childbirth. In the future, I can still make a deal with him to further enhance the power of my natal sword. The corners of Bailey Shuanghua's mouth lifted slightly, showing a smile, but then he suddenly frowned. Overall, she didn't feel that she was at a disadvantage. Instead, she felt that this was a business that was sure to make a profit. A manor not far away. Zhao Jintang swung the long sword in his hand. The sword light was like snow, fierce and intimidating. "What's up?" He suddenly put away the knife, his eyes as sharp as a hawk. He was very upset at being interrupted during his practice. The female student stepped forward quickly and whispered, "Senior brother Zhao, Bailey Shuanghua, invited Jiang Fan to enter his manor today, and he only came out not long ago." "Half a day." Zhao Jintang's thick eyebrows were raised, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. "Why are you saying it now?" The female student's face changed slightly, and she quickly explained, "I sent you several messages, but you ignored them. I also came to your residence, but you were not there. I'm in the dimensional secret realm, and the communicator is blocked." Zhao Jintang snorted coldly and waved his hand to signal her to leave. The female student turned around and left quickly as if she had been pardoned. "Jiang Fan." Zhao Jintang's eyes were gloomy, and he slashed with a knife. Boom! An ancient tree in a yard that could be hugged by two people was instantly blown into pieces. Suddenly, he looked up at the distant manor and was met with a sharp gaze. Baili Shuanghua. At the same time, inside a dimensional secret realm, the lava rolled and the flames shot into the sky. A forger stood in front of the deepest dimension gate, chanting obscure spells in a low voice. Buzz. The dimensional door trembled slightly, and a tall figure walked out of it. The dark golden scales and ferocious horn exude a suffocating aura. "Why did you call me?" The low voice was like rumbling thunder. The forger knelt down and said, "There are creatures with superb talents on the blue star. The danger level can be rated as a star destroyer." "Really?" The dark gold scale creature's horn trembled, and a hint of coldness flashed in its eyes. It then continued, "Go back now and come back in 3 days." Now, Jiang Fan, wearing a dragon scale suit with a faint blue glow, strolled in the academy, his fingertips sliding across the interface of the academy forum. As the end of the month approaches, many students are striving to advance to the trial stage, but the forum remains as popular as ever. The heat is still there. Jiang Fan looked at his post on the forum homepage and couldn't help but laugh at himself. He knew that he had become a celebrity in the college. He became a disciple of Tuoba Juntian, the youngest grandmaster and divine blacksmith. He was surrounded by all kinds of halos of glory, and with people secretly fueling the flames, it was difficult for him to keep a low profile. Well, a tall tree attracts the wind. If an enemy comes, we will stop him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Jiang Fan smiled bitterly. In fact, he didn't really want to be exposed to the public sight, but the opposite happened. He ignored these irrelevant posts and searched for a dimensional secret realm suitable for his current level. He soon found 3 that were more suitable: the Golden Kingdom, the Scarlet Land, and the Carlisle Sea. They are all Grandmaster level, but it is at an upper middle level. The 3 secret realms each have their own merits. The Golden Kingdom is full of traps. Sea monsters are rampant in the Carlisle Sea. In the end, Jiang Fan chose the Scarlet Land. That secret place with a red moon hanging high in the sky and shrouded in eternal night. Arriving at the Academic Affairs office, Jiang Fan showed his combat badge and quickly obtained admission. Soon, he followed the instructions and arrived at the portal to the Crimson Land. A flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Fan's vision gradually became clear. Just as the description said, a huge scarlet moon hung in the sky. The night was endless, and thick fog filled the entire world. Only the scarlet moonlight could penetrate it. The countdown ended. The white beam of light protecting Jiang Fan disappeared, and he officially stepped into this mysterious land. Ah! Ah! Almost instantly, bursts of shrill roars came from the depths of the thick fog, coming from all directions. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed, and he snapped his fingers. Clang! A platinum sword appeared out of thin air and hovered above his head. The sword emitted a dazzling white light, which contrasted with the dark blue dragon scale suit on his body, and together they resisted the invasion of the scarlet moonlight. At the same time, a forging hammer appeared in his hand. Use a hammer for close combat and a sword for long-range attacks. As his natal sword, the one-forged level platinum long sword shines with a dazzling platinum color. The 10 light, golden lines on the sword body symbolize 10 extraordinary characteristics and contain powerful power. Go! Jiang Fan pointed in the direction of the sound, and with a thought, he controlled the platinum sword to break through the air. A sharp sonic boom pierced the night sky, and the platinum sword turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the thick fog. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes and listened carefully to the movements around him. Clang! There was a crisp sound of metal collision, and Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. He's not dead. Jiang Fan was quite surprised. Despite the sharpness of the platinum sword, coupled with its multiple attributes, it was not able to kill with one strike. The creatures in this Scarlet Land are quite powerful. Soon, the sound of metal colliding rang out one after another, and in the thick fog, under the scarlet moonlight, white light shone. The creatures hiding in the surroundings, like moths to a flame, chased the light emitted by the platinum sword and fought fiercely with it one after another. Jiang Fan was like an experienced psychic, controlling the platinum sword and moving through the thick fog. Sometimes it swings, bringing up a sharp sword wind. Sometimes it releases sword energy, tearing the air and making a sharp whistle. His eyes were sharp as he observed the movements around him. These creatures are slow in movement, have a single attack method, but are numerous and fearless. That's almost enough. Jiang Fan took a deep breath and focused his eyes. The energy in the body rushed into the platinum sword like a flood. Small dimension slash. Chapter 45. The Wailing Buried Sword. With a low shout, the platinum sword shone brightly, and 10 golden lines on the sword body seemed to come alive and flow wildly. A powerful energy wave spread out in all directions with Jiang Fan as the center. Puff, puff, puff. There is a series of sounds of sharp blades entering flesh, accompanied by a shrill scream. The creatures attracted by the whistling sound fell down in groups, and their broken bodies were scattered on the ground. In the thick fog under the scarlet moonlight, it was like hell on earth. Jiang Fan's energy was almost drained. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were full of excitement. Receive. He waved his hand, and the platinum sword flew back and fell steadily into his hand. Jiang Fan picked up the forging hammer, walked to the broken bodies, squatted down, and observed them carefully. The scales of these creatures were dark gold in color and extremely hard, but at this moment they were as thin as paper and were easily cut off. Dimension Slash involves the rules of space, and its power is comparable to dimensional destruction. Re-engineering. A gleam of light flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes, and he absorbed all the corpses. Warm currents flowed into his body, and Jiang Fan's energy and spirit quickly recovered. He felt that his physical fitness and foundation were also constantly improving. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a smile of surprise. New abilities? He calmed his mind and entered into his own mysterious space. This piece of space was originally illusory, but at this moment it seemed to be condensed from a void. Although the progress was slow, only about 1/10,000th, it was a real existence. If it is completely solidified, I can have my own life space without being promoted to meteoric level. Jiang Fan felt ecstatic. Continue. Jiang Fan exited the mysterious space, with fighting spirit burning in his eyes. He controlled the platinum sword and rushed into the thick fog again. Sky-splitting sword intent. 2 brilliant sword lights slashed out almost at the same time, cutting through the thick night fog and sweeping it away. The dimensional creature attracted from afar was unable to dodge and was killed instantly. This thing has its own merits compared to the small dimension slash. Jiang Fan flicked his wrist, and the platinum sword hummed. The golden patterns on the sword body flowed continuously, like a few golden dragons swimming. The sky-splitting sword intention acted on the sword energy and sword light, which were extremely sharp. The two sword energies were slashed out almost at the same time, so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye, but the power was amazing. Swish! Swish! Two brilliant sword lights, like meteors streaking through the night sky, tore through the thick scarlet fog and left two clearly visible tracks. Puff! Puff! Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and screams rang out one after another. The red moon creature that was hit by the sword light was instantly cut into several pieces. These creatures look strange, like lizards, with hard scales all over their bodies, but they have heads similar to Venus flytraps, which are full of fine and sharp teeth. He's really ugly. Jiang Fan curled his lips and absorbed the corpse. Recycle it. The platinum sword was like a vacuum cleaner, attracting the surrounding red moon creatures, and then Jiang Fan killed them mercilessly. Sky-splitting sword intent and small dimension slash. Two powerful skills were used alternately, like a dance of death, reaping the lives of these monsters. Energy surged in Jiang Fan's body and his blood boiled, like a volcanic eruption, constantly strengthening his physique. Suddenly, his body shook and a white light flashed. Grandmaster, 3 stars. Jiang Fan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Continue. He continued to go deeper into the Scarlet Land, the platinum sword glowing, attracting more red moon creatures. Jiang Fan's figure shuttled through the thick fog, sword light flashing, killing continued. He is like a tireless machine, constantly hunting, absorbing, and improving. Block! A dull thud made Jiang Fan's eardrums buzz. A gigantic red moon creature appeared in front of him. It was over 10 feet tall, as big as a small mountain, and exuded a suffocating feeling of oppression. Big guy. A hint of excitement flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes, and his fighting spirit burned. Small dimension slash. Sky-splitting sword intent. Two powerful skills, combined with various extraordinary characteristics, poured down on this lord-level creature like a storm. However, this creature had amazing defense. Jiang Fan's attack only left a few long wounds on its body and could not hurt at all. Clang! 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 A series of sharp metal collision sounds were heard, and the platinum sword was swallowed by the creature in one gulp, and its dense teeth bit the sword body frantically. Wow, you're quite courageous. Jiang Fan almost smiled. This creature was very powerful, but its brain didn't seem to be very useful. The sorrowful burial sword. Jiang Fan let out a low shout, and powerful energy waves burst out from his body. Sad burial sword. A person in a desperate situation has no way to retreat, so he destroys his own natal sword to bury the enemy. As Jiang Fan infused energy into it, the platinum sword shone brightly, like a blazing little sun, suspended in the mouth of the giant red moon creature. The brilliant light illuminated the scarlet fog, like a bright moon suddenly appearing in the dark night. The lord-level creature seemed to sense the danger and let out a deafening roar. Its huge body trembled violently, and it tried to spit out the sword in its mouth. Too late. Jiang Fan sneered. Bang! A loud noise came from the mouth of the giant creature. Dazzling light burst out from its mouth parts like a volcanic eruption, dispersing the surrounding scarlet mist. The light is so bright that it reaches straight into the sky. Even if you are far away, you can still clearly see the column of light breaking through the sky. The human beings with special abilities who were lucky enough to be in this secret realm with Jiang Fan at the same time were also horrified beyond words. Fine sword energy shuttled wildly in the monster's body like countless migrating silver snakes. If there were a sword practitioner here at this moment, he would be scared to death by this horrifying scene. Because every sword energy contains the prototype of the small dimensional slash and the sharpness of the sky-splitting sword intent. Ugh! Jiang Fan groaned, his face pale. The tactic of destroying the platinum sword, which was a self-destructive tactic, would also have extremely strong backlash on oneself. However, as he absorbed the blood and energy from recovering the corpses, his injuries were recovering rapidly. He witnessed with his own eyes the arrogant lord-level monster being torn apart in the storm of sword energy. Its huge body went from being intact to being riddled with holes, and finally turned into a pool of meat paste. The sword energy dissipated, and the platinum sword was annihilated. The scarlet fog came again, covering all traces. Jiang Fan activated the recycling function and greedily absorbed the monster's corpse. The huge amount of energy poured into his body, making him feel like his body was about to burst. Boom! There was a muffled sound inside his body, and Jiang Fan felt a powerful force surging from deep inside his body. Grandmaster 4 stars. Jiang Fan felt the surging power in his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His realm, which had not been improved for a day, finally increased again. At the same time, the energy space in his body underwent a huge change. The originally illusory 1/10 of the space was now solid, as if it really existed. The energy vortex of water and fire became more stable, madly devouring the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. This is Chapter 46, The Continuous Wailing of Buried Swords. What surprised Jiang Fan was that in the center of the energy vortex, the shadow of a platinum sword appeared. This phantom was extremely illusory, like a projection, but it was constantly absorbing energy from the vortex and was slowly recovering. Is he reborn? Jiang Fan widened his eyes, his heart filled with shock and confusion. This was an unexpected surprise. He clearly saw the platinum sword being destroyed with his own eyes. So why did it appear in his energy space again? Could it be that the Wailing Burial Sword is not a complete destruction of the weapon, but a different kind of rebirth? No destrucción, no construcción? The next moment, he looked quite strange, as his divine forging essence had been reduced by a full 100,000. So it was only after absorbing the essence of divine forging that it recovered. Jiang Fan had a painful look on his face. Although the Wailing Burial Sword was useful, it consumed too much energy. It was obvious that he had to spend money to become stronger. Soon his eyes brightened. If he had enough divine forging essence, did it mean that this skill could be used unlimitedly? The swords were buried one after another with a mournful wail. Anyone who is at the same level as me dares to challenge me. I will teach them a lesson in no time. The Wailing Burial Sword is good, but it can't be used casually. He shook his head and glanced over the wreckage on the ground. He carefully kept the intact body and prepared to use it as reserve food. As for those incomplete ones, they are directly remanufactured and transformed into pure energy. While absorbing energy, Jiang Fan noticed a detail. Most of the energy flowed into the illusory platinum sword in the energy space. Wow, you become a big energy user. His eyes widened. But when he thought of the terrifying power of the Wailing Burial Sword, he felt relieved. If the Platinum Sword is restored, he will have one more trump card. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Fan continued to go deeper into the Scarlet Land. Although he no longer has the Wailing Burial Sword, he is no pushover. The strength of a 4-star Grandmaster coupled with his superb hammer skills are enough to allow him to run rampant for a while. An hour later, a new Lord-level creature appeared in front of Jiang Fan. This monster was even bigger than the previous one, and it exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Jiang Fan made a few simple attempts, then decisively turned around and ran away, with no desire to fight at all. Under the blood moon, a man and a beast embark on a desperate chase. A monster that was more than 10 feet tall was chasing after him, and a foul smell was blowing in his face. While running wildly, Jiang Fan continuously activated the recycling function, absorbing the scattered monster corpses he encountered along the way and improving his own strength. Boom! With a muffled sound in his body, Jiang Fan broke through to the 5th-star Grandmaster level. Finally, I feel a little more confident. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he stopped running and turned to fight. Jiang Fan raised his war hammer high. A sharp and domineering aura spread out, and he hammered down hard on the monster. However, this Lord-level creature had thick skin and flesh, and despite the armor-piercing power, it was still impossible to blast through its body. We must change our thinking. Jiang Fan's eyes flickered. He had a strong learning ability and felt that he could start trying a new path. Create your own martial arts. Many characteristics of extraordinary powers flashed through my mind. Soon, while fighting and retreating, Jiang Fan tried to combine sky-splitting sword intention, unparalleled continuous slash, and powerful attack. He wants to create his own hammer method, collisions and attempts again and again. Jiang Fan was beaten black and blue, and now he has very little divine forging essence left. It is impossible for him to break the impasse by strengthening his weapons and armor. A 5-star master, even with the same equipment, would not be able to fight against this Lord-level creature because he is simply no match for it. After just a few casual hits, he would be injured internally by the powerful force. After a long time, Jiang Fan discovered that cracks appeared on the dragon scale armor, which was damaged by the powerful force. He gritted his teeth and swung the hammer in his hand faster and faster, constantly triggering powerful attacks, trying to find the root cause of this extraordinary characteristic. Jiang Fan's actions are undoubtedly dancing on the edge of a knife. Every time the strong attack characteristic was raised to the extreme, he would immediately get out of this state because in the process of constantly going in and out, he found the characteristic that actively triggered the strong attack. However, the Lord-level creature that looked like a giant lizard was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, chasing it relentlessly. The blood moon in the Scarlet Land stretched out the shadows of the man, and the beast chasing desperately. Under the pressure of life and death, Jiang Fan's strong attack characteristics were triggered faster and faster, almost reaching the level of instant entry. He interrupted himself again and again, and re-entered again and again, as if his body had developed some kind of instinct. Gradually, he found that he didn't even need to fight to trigger this state. This is his purpose. So that's how it is. Jiang Fan murmured in a low voice while running wildly. Breathing technique, internal organ movement, energy in the body, multiple combinations. A glimmer of enlightenment appeared in his eyes, and he grasped the trick. Bang! The monitor lizard's thick tail swept over, blowing Jiang Fan hundreds of meters away. He fell heavily to the ground. His muscles and bones seemed to be broken, and the severe pain made his eyes go black. Re-engineering. At the critical moment of life and death, Jiang Fan consumed some of the reserved food without hesitation. A warm current surged through his body. His broken bones healed quickly, the severe pain dissipated, and his physical strength was strengthened. Come again. Jiang Fan struggled to stand up, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. Let me show you my new hammering skills. However, before he could finish his words, the Lord-level creature had crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared in front of him. The huge mouth opened, revealing densely packed serrated teeth, and a fishy smell hit me in the face. Jiang Fan's face turned pale, the energy in his body gushed out, and he turned and ran away. After pulling away from him for a distance, he took a deep breath, turned around abruptly, raised his war hammer high, and shouted in a low voice, "Skyfrost cold air." This is the skill I acquired in the Murloc world before. The energy in the body rushed into the war hammer like a flood that broke through a dam. An extremely cold air gushed out from the hammerhead, extending forward, turning into a world-destroying storm, sweeping across a distance of dozens of meters. The water vapor in the air instantly condensed into ice crystals and fell down like a sudden ice and snowstorm. The ground was quickly covered with a thick layer of frost, and the Scarlet Land turned into a kingdom of ice and snow. The 10-foot-long giant lizard was the first to be hit and was swallowed by the cold air. Its huge body was quickly covered by frost. From its ferocious head to its thick tail, from its sharp claws to its thick scales, all were frozen in the crystal-clear ice. Even the bloody smell in the air was frozen and solidified into red ice crystals visible to the naked eye, flashing a strange light under the blood moon. The monitor lizard's originally violent aura gradually subsided as it was frozen, and finally disappeared completely, like an ice sculpture standing on the Scarlet Land. Jiang Fan supported his knees with both legs. This attack was extremely energy-consuming. In order to buy some time, he almost exhausted all the energy in his body. He was breathing heavily, looking at the spectacular frozen scene before him. A hint of fatigue flashed in his eyes, but more of it was excitement. Jiang Fan took a deep breath. His breathing began to change, and his flesh and blood trembled rhythmically. Chapter 47: Self-Created Hammer Martial Arts. Crack. The more than 10-meter-long lizard trembled slightly, and a bloody glow flowed on its body. Cracks appeared in the ice, spreading like a spider web, and it was shaking, trying to break free. Tilda. Jiang Fan's breathing became strange, sometimes long, sometimes short, sometimes fast, and sometimes slow. Covered by the armor, The muscles moved rhythmically, and the internal organs emitted a low roar. The bones rubbed against each other, making a subtle but clear cracking sound. Boom! The monitor lizard twisted its body violently, causing the ice to shatter, with the broken ice shooting out in all directions like sharp blades. It broke free from its restraints, and its scarlet eyes were fixed on Jiang Fan with unprecedented anger. Here it comes. Jiang Fan held the hammer in one hand, and the storage ring was empty. Relying on the divine blacksmith's innate skill, he completely consumed all the food reserves. However, at this moment, his condition has recovered to its peak state, and his strength has even been slightly improved. The monitor lizard let out a shrill roar and pounced towards Jiang Fan in anger. Every time the thick thighs fell, the ground shook violently, leaving deep footprints. Storm! Jiang Fan shouted softly, and his body instantly entered its strongest state. At the same time, he activated the dragon and tiger power, and tremendous power surged in his body, like a volcano about to erupt. He took the initiative to attack with a swoosh, swinging his war hammer and smashing towards the giant lizard. A dark blue light swept out, and the small forging hammer from the goblin leader was wrapped in violent power, like an angry dragon, sweeping in front of the giant lizard. Bang! With a loud bang, the hand hammer hit the monitor lizard's front paw hard. The monitor lizard let out a painful cry. Its front paw was almost broken, and blood splattered everywhere. The huge impact force caused the man and the beast to retreat hundreds of meters at the same time. After Jiang Fan landed, he did not hesitate at all to relieve the impact, stomped his feet on the ground, and rushed towards the monitor lizard again. He is like a cannonball, and the hammer in his hand is the deadly warhead. The monitor lizard was enraged, and the ferocity in its eyes grew even stronger. It swung its huge tail, sweeping across like a steel whip. Jiang Fan dodged sideways, and his tail brushed past his armor, leaving deep scratches. Frosty cold air. Jiang Fan seized the opportunity and released an energy shock. An extreme chill emerged from the warhammer, transforming into an ice-blue beam of light that struck the giant lizard's chest. The giant lizard roared in pain, and a thick layer of ice armor froze on its chest. But it was still ferocious, waving its other front paw and slapping Jiang Fan hard. Jiang Fan raised his warhammer to block, but the huge force made his arm numb. Come again! Jiang Fan roared, and the warhammer and the giant lizard's claws kept colliding, sparks flying. He triggered the strong attack feature again and again, each time exerting his strength to the extreme. Although the monitor lizard was huge in size and incredibly powerful, it gradually fell into disadvantage under Jiang Fan's violent attack. Its body was covered with scars, with frost and blood intertwined together, making it look particularly hideous. Jiang Fan's breathing became more and more rapid, and his physical strength was consumed greatly, but the effect was obvious. This lizard-like creature, which was more than 10 meters long, was obviously unable to hold on. It's almost there. Jiang Fan was panting heavily and sweating all over, as if he had just been pulled out of a swamp, and his whole body was wet. A variety of extraordinary characteristics are integrated, but they're just a little bit short and cannot be integrated. Come again. Jiang Fan continued to try, using actual combat to push himself forward, wanting to forge his own path. He walked forward with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, energy surging and blood rushing to the sky with his every move. Various forces intertwined. The strength surged, the strong attack characteristic was triggered again, and this time it also included various characteristics of the platinum sword. Boom! The two collided again, and the sound was like thunder. The giant lizard's sharp claws collided head-on with Jiang Fan's warhammer, and the blood and energy boiled. This was a pure physical competition. There were no fancy techniques, only the most primitive power showdown. The shock waves spread out. The ground cracked inch by inch, and flying sand and rocks covered the sky. Buzz! The blood moon in the sky trembled, and the scarlet light became more intense. The blood moon creatures covering it seemed to be stimulated by something, and they all fell into a frenzy, with their aura surging. Their strength and realm have not improved, but they have gained a kind of fearless madness, and there is only the desire to kill in their eyes. Especially the lord-level creature in front of him. The red moonlight interwoven on his body was almost condensed into substance, as thick as armor. Jiang Fan was knocked back dozens of meters, and after landing, he seemed to have lost all his strength. He staggered a few steps, knelt on one knee, and the war hammer in his hand fell down weakly. Facing the lord-level creature that was about to kill him, he stood there in a daze, as quiet as a virgin, as if he had given up resistance. Oh! This lord-level creature let out a low growl, with a cruel light flashing in its eyes. It could sense Jiang Fan's weakness, and victory was just around the corner. However, just as the giant lizard lord was about to launch a fatal attack, Jiang Fan suddenly opened his eyes. There was a gleam of light in his eyes. As if he had been accumulating strength for a long time, he suddenly jumped up, and the forging hammer in his hand burst out with an unprecedented light. All his extraordinary characteristics were pushed to the extreme at this moment, and even on the head of the hammer, there was a faint void gap caused by the sky-splitting sword intent and the small dimension slash. This attack was extremely powerful. "Break it for me!" Jiang Fan roared, his voice shaking the whole area. The hand hammer fell steadily and hit the giant lizard lord seemingly lightly. Although it was not big in size, it bursts out with power like an intercontinental missile. In a flash, thunder roared. The giant lizard lord let out a shrill scream, and his huge body flew backwards. One of his front paws was completely shattered, and a huge bloody hole appeared on half of his body. The power of this hammer is so terrifying, so fierce. When this thought came to Jiang Fan's mind, he felt refreshed all over. This attack, which exhausted all his energy, finally caused serious injuries to the arrogant lord-level creature. Moreover, he finally mastered the key and tricks and created his own hammer method. It's not over yet. The fighting spirit in Jiang Fan's eyes did not diminish, but increased. He would not give the giant lizard lord any chance to breathe. Second hammer. Jiang Fan rushed forward, chasing the giant lizard lord, and the hammer in his hand fell again. This is the extraordinary characteristic of unparalleled continuous slash. Urged by Jiang Fan at this moment, his body attacked again in an incredible way, which was clearly the gap between the old strength disappearing and the new strength not yet born. The third hammer. The fourth hammer. One hammer is stronger than another. One hammer is more powerful than another. The 18th hammer. The last hammer fell, like lightning falling from the sky, directly knocking the giant lizard lord flying. He fell from the sky and smashed heavily into the mud, stirring up dust all over the sky. The earth trembles. After 18 hammer strikes in succession, Jiang Fan seemed to feel the pain. His whole body was sore and weak, but the lord-level lizard-like creature also completely lost its breath of life. Its flesh and blood turned into mud, without a complete shape and large amounts of blood plasma scattered out. Re-engineering. Jiang Fan let out a low shout, and all the shattered flesh and blood flew backwards and was completely devoured. Chapter 48, 6-star Grandmaster level. Forging Shadow Dagger. Re-engineering. Jiang Fan used the divine blacksmith's innate skill to absorb the giant lizard that caused him great trouble. Suddenly, warm currents surged in the body, especially in the mysterious space, which accelerated the solidification. At the same time, the energy in the body grew wildly and finally broke through the bottleneck and was promoted to the 6-star Grandmaster. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body. If he met a lord-level giant lizard creature again at this moment, he was confident that he could defeat it easily. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Jiang Fan's eyes focused on the attribute panel of the ability user. Occupation, Divine Blacksmith. Professional, Jiang Fan, Grandmaster 6-star. Talent 1, Weapon Mastery. Skill 1, Divine Weapon Spirit. Skill 2, Reforging, remaining Divine Forging Essence, 1347. Skills, Invisibility, Fire Breathing 2, Diamond, Sky Frost, Grandmaster Hammer Technique. Birth Weapon, Platinum Flying Sword, 69% under repair. Equipment, plus 10 Dragon Scale Weapon, no level. Forging Hammer, First Forging, Master level. Platinum Flying Sword, First Forging. Platinum Flying Sword, First Forged. 100-Step Flying Sword, Sword Light Splitting, Root Piercing, Unparalleled Continuous Slashing, Small Dimension Slashing, Sky Splitting Sword Intent, Sword Shadow Surprise Attack, Harmony with the Sword, Heart of the Sword, Sorrowful Burial Sword. Grandmaster 6 stars, Grandmaster level hammer technique, unnamed. Jiang Fan muttered to himself, his expression full of excitement. The improvement of his rank was just a natural result. What really made him happy was the hammer technique he learned between life and death. He quietly recalled every detail of the battle just now. Jiang Fan pondered it over and over again, engraving that mysterious feeling in his heart. This hammer technique is not a simple combination of moves, but through breathing techniques, the circulation of energy in the body, and subtle changes in the body to adjust one's own state, ultimately achieving the effect of superimposed force. Let's call it Sky Hammer Method. Jiang Fan muttered to himself. This name is simple and crude, but it also aptly reflects the domineering nature of this hammer technique. The land of Red Moon is full of dangers, but for Jiang Fan today, it is indeed a piece of cake. He did not stop there. Next, he cleared monsters in this dimensional secret realm. During this time, he also encountered a human with special abilities. However, after a glance from a distance, they quickly distanced themselves from each other. Because in the secret dimension, no one knows whether their fellow tribesmen are more cruel than monsters. Next, he encountered 3 Lord-level creatures. The heaven-shattering hammer technique was wielded freely in his hands, and he easily killed the 3 Lord-level creatures. The reserve food is in hand. Jiang Fan put the corpses of the 3 giant beasts into the storage space, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Fan left this secret dimension and returned to Academy Number 7. After a short rest, he immediately went to other dimensional secret realms to hunt more Lord-level creatures and collect enough reserve food to prepare for the next weapon forging. In the second half of the night, Jiang Fan dragged his tired body and prepared to return to his residence to rest. Suddenly, he saw Bailey Xuanghua's room with the light on. He rushed over immediately, slipped into the bathroom quietly, washed off the blood and dust on his body, and changed into clean clothes. Bailey Xuanghua was lying on the bed resting. Jiang Fan walked gently to the bedside and approached her from behind. With the soft and fragrant beauty in his arms, Jiang Fan felt unprecedented peace. The battle just now had exhausted him both physically and mentally. At this moment, he just wanted to hug someone quietly and enjoy this moment of warmth. "Why are you here at this time?" Bailey Xuanghua asked softly, with a hint of laziness in her voice. She noticed Jiang Fan the moment he came in, but did not stop him. Jiang Fan did not answer, but lowered his head and gently kissed her neck and earlobes. "Daoweng," he whispered in her ear, and the hot breath he exhaled made Bailey Xuanghua's body tremble slightly. Bailey Xuanghua let out a soft moan. Her body involuntarily tensed up, and she felt herself trembling all over. In the room, the ambiguous atmosphere gradually heated up, and the low panting and whispering sounds intertwined together, composing a moving nocturne. The light in the room, which had never been turned off, was now turned off as the bed swayed. The sunlight penetrated the gauze curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the tranquility of the early morning. His arms were empty. Bailey Xuanghua had long disappeared, leaving only a faint fragrance and slight wrinkles on the sheets, telling of last night's lingering love. He stretched, and his bones made a crackling sound. Last night's fatigue was swept away, replaced by unprecedented comfort. Looking inward at the energy space, the shadow of the platinum flying sword became more and more solid, with the progress exceeding 70%, and the energy solidification also reached 60%. It won't be long before he can be promoted to meteor level. After washing up, a steaming hot breakfast was placed on the dining table, which was obviously specially prepared by Bailey Xuanghua. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Fan left his residence and went straight to Duzhobing Pavilion. Standing in front of the main hall of the weapon casting pavilion, Jiang Fan waited quietly. Soon, a tall female senior student came over. She was wearing a tight leather jacket, which outlined her exquisite curves, and her eyes were charming and her gaze was radiant. "Junior brother Jiang Fan, I have long heard of your name." The female senior's voice was as clear and sweet as a nightingale, with a hint of charm. Jiang Fan responded politely, "Hello, senior." He had already found a buyer last night and decided to forge weapons for them, completing one forging every day and making a small profit of a few million. In a month, that's hundreds of millions. "Junior brother, thank you for your help. The female senior took out a dagger from the storage bag and handed it to Jiang Fan. The dagger was completely black, shaped like a wolf's tooth, and emitting a cold light. It was obviously a master-level weapon. Jiang Fan took the dagger, looked at it carefully, and gently stroked the sharp edge with his fingers. He already had an estimate in his mind. 9 million worth of materials and ores. Jiang Fan said in a flat tone. The price was too high. In fact, it only took more than 50,000 divine forging essences to complete one forging. But not everyone is G. Boda, so he couldn't give too much discount. When the female senior heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Junior brother, there are materials worth tens of millions in here. I prepared them overnight. As she spoke, she handed a bulging storage bag to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan nodded, took the storage bag, turned around, and said to Chun Yutong, who was waiting on the side, Senior Yutong, please arrange a studio for me. Okay, Jiang Fan, please follow me. Chun Yutong smiled and led Jiang Fan and the female senior to an independent studio. Jiang Fan responded simply and began to forge. Before that, he had collected all the metal materials, no more, no less, nearly 100,000 divine forging essences. He grasped the handle of the dagger with one hand and activated the skill. The amount of divine forging essence was drastically reduced, and a dark light flashed on the dagger. The quality and level were improving little by little. About half an hour later, Jiang Fan stopped what he was doing. After spending 55 divine forging essences, the quality of the dagger was upgraded to the Grandmaster level, and the first forging was completed. However, unlike G. Boda's giant sword, this dagger only retained 3 extraordinary skills in the end. Shadow Assault, Instant Shadow Stab, Shadowless Step. Wow! Qin Yuro heard this. Her eyes flashed with disbelief, and she hurriedly said, Junior brother, I often use these 3 skills with the dagger, but I didn't expect to add them. With the blessing of the dagger, my combat power can at least double. Congratulations. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and said, but there are only 3 extraordinary skills. I can help you forge them again and try to get another skill or extraordinary characteristic. After collecting or worth tens of millions, he still had more than 4,000 divine forging essences left, so he didn't want to set the price too high. The most important thing is not to ruin your reputation. Really? Thank you so much, Junior brother. Qin Yuro said gratefully. Jiang Fan nodded and continued to energize the magic weapon. Chapter 49 Shadow Instant Kill Array. -10, -90, -100. The essence of divine forging was consumed like running water, and a dark glow flowed on the surface of the dagger. The level increased rapidly and finally settled at the state of 1 forging plus 10. At the same time, a new extraordinary skill is engraved on it. Shadow Instant Kill Array. Qin Yuro's eyes suddenly widened, staring in disbelief at the shadow power flowing on the dagger. She grabbed Jiang Fan's hand and almost jumped up with excitement. Junior brother, thank you so much. I've been trying to learn this skill for a long time, but I didn't expect you to add it to the dagger for me. She waved the dagger in her hand excitedly, as if she had seen herself killing the enemy instantly in battle. This skill is very lethal, similar to the sky-splitting sword intent of a sword cultivator. For assassins, it is simply a magical skill. Jiang Fan smiled and said, I'm glad you like it, senior sister. In the future, please help me promote it and introduce seniors who need forged weapons to take care of my business. Don't worry, it's no problem. Qin Yuro patted her plump chest, tremblingly, as if to say, leave it to me. Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Qin Yuro caressed the dagger lovingly, feeling the powerful force contained in it, and said excitedly, with these 4 skills, my combat power can be at least doubled. Skills and extraordinary powers, as long as they are properly combined, can produce miraculous effects. Seeing Qin Yuro immersed in joy, Jiang Fan also smiled. His harvest was quite good. The remaining 40,000 divine forging essences were equivalent to a net profit of 4.5 million, which was a huge sum of money for him. In the past, his parents had difficulty saving 30,000 yuan a year, but now he can make money so easily. This feeling makes him feel emotional. Initially, he studied in the senior high school of the Battle Academy and worked very hard. In addition to not wanting to lag behind others, he also wanted to change his family's living environment and help his sister treat her eye disease. And now, everything is moving in the right direction. He is very satisfied. I looked at the energy space, but I didn't get the dagger. Jiang Fan was not discouraged because he knew in advance that this was just an ordinary weapon used by Senior Qin Euro, not her awakened ability weapon. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Ruyan and the school bully Su Chuan. One of them had awakened the scepter, and the other had awakened the flying knife. If I could collect these two weapons, my fighting methods would be more diverse. After a while of thought, Jiang Fan quietly left the studio, glanced at the busy weapon-casting pavilion hall, then stepped into the teleportation array and came to the Forging Secret Realm. The Forging Secret Realm is still bustling with the clanging sounds of forging coming one after another. Jiang Fan bowed to several old professors who were chatting, then walked to the forging furnace he had used yesterday with a forging hammer. He took out the star iron that he had forged yesterday and weighed it. This piece of star iron is only the size of a palm, but weighs hundreds of pounds. However, for Jiang Fan now, it is as light as a feather. The improvement of physical fitness will naturally lead to an increase in physical strength and power. Jiang Fan estimates that his current strength should be around 10,000 pounds. Moreover, Jiang Fan understood that he was in a period of rapid development and might be promoted to meteor level before his weapons were even forged. By then, the weapons needed would be estimated in units of 100,000 gene, so this time we had to forge the weapons ourselves. Although we couldn't get it done in one go, the difference couldn't be too big. Continue to refine. Jiang Fan threw a large piece of star iron ore into the furnace and then blew the bellows hard. The flames in the oven suddenly burned fiercely. The temperature rose rapidly, and the surrounding air was scorched and distorted. Buzz! The fire was blazing and quite active, using underground magma as fuel. It soon burned the star iron ore, which was the size of a human head, red, and its surface was flowing with a lava-like luster. The heat wave rolled, and the dragon scale suit Jiang Fan was wearing was reflected in a bright red color. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes and stared at the changes in the ore intently, feeling the energy fluctuations contained in it. Okay. Jiang Fan quickly stood up, picked up the tongs, took the ore out of the blazing furnace, and placed it steadily on the forging table. Jiang Fan let out a low shout, picked up the forging hammer, and raised it high. The heavy forging hammer seemed light as a feather in his hand, and it made a whistling sound when he swung it. When the first hammer fell, the dull sound of impact echoed in the forging secret realm, as shocking as the beating of a drum. The star iron ore was slightly deformed under the huge impact force, and the impurities contained in it were squeezed out like teardrops, falling all over the ground, and more fell into the magma and precipitated. Jiang Fan's breathing became long and deep, perfectly matching the rhythm of swinging the hammer. Breathing of fire. He has not learned high-level breathing techniques and is still a forger. The one who is proficient in it naturally suits himself, and Jiang Fan does not want to waste time doing these unimportant things. With the help of breathing techniques, he can mobilize the power of his body to the greatest extent and reduce physical exertion. The sky-blasting hammer technique. At the same time, Jiang Fan muttered silently in his heart, and the trajectory of the forging hammer became more mysterious and the power became more concentrated. Each hammer lands precisely on the key part of the ore, as if it contains some special rhythm. Dang, dang, dang. The forging hammers fell like raindrops, getting faster and stronger. Under Jiang Fan's hammer, the star iron ore was constantly deformed, compressed, and purified, and finally gradually took shape. He seemed to have entered a state of selflessness, with his body and mind completely immersed in forging. After a long time, Jiang Fan's movements became more and more smooth, and the force of his hammer swings became more and more precise. The entire forging process was as natural as flowing water, without any stagnation or hesitation. That's enough. As the last hammer fell, Jiang Fan hammered hard, and two fist-sized metal ingots, sparkling with starlight, lay quietly on the forging table. The purified star iron, in terms of purity alone, is superior to the one forged yesterday. Jiang Fan nodded with satisfaction. Only one day has passed, and his strength has improved again. Not far away, several old professors were watching Jiang Fan's every move intently, with expressions of amazement on their faces. They have been informed by Tooba Juntian that as long as they are in the forging secret realm, they must protect Jiang Fan's safety at all costs. After all, this little guy is now considered the treasure of the entire weapon casting pavilion. Especially with Tooba Juntian's temper. If the true disciples were to be knocked and flattered, these old guys would definitely pay a heavy price. Originally, they also wanted to give Jiang Fan some guidance. After all, although Jiang Fan's forging skills had improved by leaps and bounds, there were still some shortcomings. But Jiang Fan's progress was so fast that before they could even speak, Jiang Fan had already solved the problem on his own. This little guy is simply a monster, an old professor couldn't help but sigh. His learning and comprehension abilities are far superior to those of ordinary people, and he is also so diligent and hard-working. So his future is limitless, another old professor echoed. In the future, he will definitely become a master craftsman, but I don't know if he can create a cosmic magic weapon. Alas, Tooba Juntian really accepted a good disciple. Why haven't we met such a genius? An old professor shook his head and sighed, his tone full of envy and jealousy. Jiang Fan's strong ability to improve made these old professors feel helpless, but this was also the honor of the casting weapon pavilion, and they were proud of it. The only flaw was that Jiang Fan was not their disciple. Cosmic divine weapon? Another old professor sighed. Even a master craftsman may not be able to forge a cosmic divine weapon. How do you know if you don't try? He is still young, but he's making such rapid progress. Who knows? He might be able to create a miracle in the future. Chapter 50. You see me floating in the sky. The divine weapon of the universe. An old professor rubbed his hands together, a gleam in his cloudy eyes. That's a star-destroying existence. If we can build it, our weapon foundry will be truly famous throughout the universe. Old Lee, you think too much. Another old professor smiled and shook his head. Even a master craftsman may not be able to create a cosmic weapon, let alone this kid who is not even at the meteor level. That's true, Lally retorted unconvincedly. But this kid is making rapid progress. Maybe he can really create a miracle. Look at the way he hammers, the timing, wow. The surrounding blacksmiths also started talking about it. The disciple of Juntian Pavilion Master is indeed extraordinary. The energy fluctuations emitted by that star iron are very pure. I have refined it 10 times, but still cannot reach this level. Alas, comparing yourself to others makes you angry. Will I be able to have this ability? Deep in the secret realm, there is peace and tranquility, with vast blue sky and long flowing clouds, which is completely different from the bustling forging area outside. Tooba Juntian was sipping tea leisurely, and the scene of Jiang Fan forging appeared in the air. But his eyes wandered on the other blacksmiths, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. Good bait, he whispered to himself. He already suspected that there were spies from dimensional creatures inside the weapon-casting pavilion, but he had not been able to find any solid evidence. This time, he wanted to use Jiang Fan, this dazzling new star, to lure out the snake and fish for fish. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space, and a figure appeared out of nowhere, covered in platinum armor, and his gender could not be seen at all. A platinum sword was suspended beside him, emitting bursts of sword energy, and the surrounding space was cut into tiny gaps by the sharp edge. However, she has a slim figure, a slim waist, a plump butt, and a full chest, so she should be a woman. Key. Before Tooba Juntian could react, a sharp sword energy broke through the air. Buzz! A heavy hammer appeared out of thin air in Tooba Juntian's hand, blocking the sword energy. The surrounding space shattered, but soon stabilized again. He frowned and shouted in a deep voice, Bailey Sia, are you crazy? Bailey Sia, the ancestor of the Bailey family, is a person with unfathomable strength. You've got a good disciple. Bailey Sia's voice was as cold as 10,000 years of ice. He has ruined the innocence of my descendants. Puff! Tooba Juntian spat out a mouthful of tea, stared at Jiang Fan in midair with wide eyes, and thought to himself, this boy is awesome. My descendant also said that when he becomes powerful in the future, he will repay me with what I have done to him. Bailey Siye continued. Tooba Juntian was even more confused. What do you mean? Literally. Bailey Siye glanced at him coldly. When she becomes stronger than me, let me marry Zhao Ruiqing. Puff! Another mouthful of tea spurted out. That girl was even more fierce. Keep your disciples under control. Otherwise, I will kill you next time we meet. Bailey Sia said coldly. The threat was self-evident. Why should I be held responsible for the sins committed by my apprentice? Besides, this is only my first day as his master. Toba Juntian was speechless. Bailey Sia, listen to my explanation. Explain? What's there to explain? Bailey Sia interrupted him. How can the innocence of my descendants be restored with just a few words of explanation? She paused and spoke in a slower tone. I didn't come here today to quarrel with you. I just want to tell you to keep an eye on your apprentice and don't let him do anything out of line again. After saying that, she disappeared in a flash. Tuoba Juntian stood there in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He looked at Jiang Fan's figure in the air and smiled bitterly. What a sin! He rubbed his eyebrows and felt a headache. At the same time, Jiang Fan was still beside the oven, completely unaware that he was in big trouble. The blazing furnace emitted a scorching breath. Jiang Fan was shirtless, and sweat soaked every inch of his muscles. He swung the hammer in his hand with great force, and every time it fell, there was a deafening roar. The star iron in his hand was deformed and purified like plasticine. When the hammer hit the solid ground, the ore was becoming pure at a very fast speed, and impurities were all removed like flying fireflies. After long hours of high-intensity forging, the fatigue in his body surged like a tide, but Jiang Fan did not stop. He sensed a storage bag filled with powerful corpses and activated the recycling function, and the corpse of one of the Lord-level creatures disappeared. Suddenly, blood energy surged in the body, nourishing every inch of flesh and blood, every bone. The feeling of fatigue was swept away, replaced by even more vigorous energy. Time passed by unknowingly. From noon till late night, Jiang Fan was always immersed in the world of forging. He forged pieces of star iron, or it was not until the early morning that he stopped what he was doing, wiped the sweat from his face, and let out a long sigh. Call! Jiang Fan left the forging secret realm and walked towards Bailey Shuanghua's residence, as usual. However, what greeted him was darkness without a single light. It seems that Bailey Shuanghua is not at home. Jiang Fan sighed. It seems that there is no way to relax tonight. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the darkness, holding a long sword emitting a cold light in his hand. The remaining blood on the blade looked particularly glaring under the moonlight. It seems that I underestimated you. Zhao Jintang's tone was cold, and the strong smell of blood on his body seemed to tell him that he had just experienced a fierce battle. As the end of the month approaches, students at the Battle Academy will engage in frantic challenges to compete for higher rankings and resources. As the top brother on the list, Zhao Jintang naturally feels enormous pressure. Therefore, he has to work harder than others. Although he likes to play around, he is also working hard to improve his own strength. How long has it been? It was less than 3 days, but it felt like 3 years. My house was robbed, and I learned about it from a family letter. The anger in his heart was enough to burn a cosmic divine weapon into ashes. Oh, Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So what do you think? I'll wait for you at Meteor Star. Zhao Jitang said nothing more and turned to leave. When you are promoted to meteoric level, I will let you experience the taste of defeat. Private fighting between students is prohibited. Although Zhao Jintang was furious, he could only endure it temporarily and wait for Jiang Fan to be promoted to meteor level before teaching him a lesson openly. Jiang Fan looked at Zhao Jintang's back, chuckled, and walked towards Bailey Shuanghua's dormitory. Cherish the feeling of being on the top of the list, because this is your last chance. His tone was arrogant, as if he was sure of victory. Zhao Jintang paused and sneered. How shameless. When you reach the meteor level, you'll understand the gap between you and me. You look at me like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. Don't think that knowing a few forging techniques will make you invincible. Jiang Fan stopped and did not look back, saying calmly, when I reach the meteor level, you will see me floating in the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared at the dormitory door. The room was empty. Chapter 51. Jiang Fan's leisurely and fulfilling day. Pushing open the dormitory door, Jiang Fan looked around. Only a faint fragrance remained in the empty room, and Bailey Shuanghua was not there. He sighed helplessly, feeling a little disappointed that he couldn't relax tonight. He immediately turned around and left, heading towards his residence. The courtyards of Academy No. 7 are all independent small buildings. Jiang Fan pushed open the gate and found that the lights were still on in the courtyard. Several roommates were sitting around the stone table, chatting idly. When they saw Jiang Fan coming back, they immediately stood up with smiles on their faces. "Jiang Fan, you're back," a tall roommate greeted enthusiastically. "Yeah." Jiang Fan nodded casually, glanced at the few people, and knew why they came. "When I first arrived, these people ignored me. Now that they heard about Boda, they probably wanted me to strengthen their weapons." The tall roommate rubbed his hands, his tone a little awkward. Several others echoed the sentiment, with fawning smiles on their faces. Jiang Fan said calmly, "It's too late. You should go to bed early." After saying that, he dodged and rushed into his room, leaving several people looking at each other in bewilderment. "Oh, it's not their fault." The tall roommate sighed. "When he first came, we ignored him, but now he is shamelessly trying to please us. It's really disgusting." "That's right. I even looked down on myself." Another roommate echoed. "It's a pity that bastard Boda is so lucky. He has 4 extraordinary skills. He was ranked below me before, but now he ranks higher than me. The improvement in strength is quite obvious. I'm so envious." "Forget it. I can only hone my skills slowly and wait until I reach the meteor level to replace my weapon. I hate that bastard Zhao Jintang so much." And Lin Beicheng. Several people vented their dissatisfaction with curses and then dispersed. In the room, Jiang Fan watched several senior students walk away. Then he closed the curtains and turned on the lights, and the room became brighter. "Although I'm not stingy, I'm not as generous as you think." After washing up, Jiang Fan sat cross-legged on the floor, wearing only a pair of shorts. He pulled the dragon scale suit out of his storage bag and spun it gently in his hands. The blue metallic light ball was glittering, but a few tiny cracks were vaguely visible. This was the damage left from the previous battle in the Red Moon Land, which had not been repaired in time. The divine weapon is endowed with spirit. Jiang Fan activated the divine blacksmith skill, and 1,100 divine blacksmith essences disappeared in an instant, and the white light on the dragon scale suit also dissipated. He could feel that the energy fluctuations transmitted by the equipment became stable and powerful, and the cracks disappeared, and it was as good as new. It really works. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. The cost of repairing equipment is much lower than completing one forging. A new idea emerged in his mind. Maybe I can start a new business to help people repair equipment. Jiang Fan was thinking about the new business of equipment maintenance. After thinking for a moment, he put the dragon scale suit into his body. After concentrating and sensing it again, he found that it had indeed been completely repaired, and at this moment, the equipment was in the +11 state. "I'm so poor that I can't even finish forging the dragon scale set." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fan adjusted his state, concentrated his mind, and calmed his breath, sat cross-legged on the floor, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and began to practice the fire-breathing technique. In an instant, an inexplicable suction force surged out from his body, and the surrounding cosmic energy seemed to be drawn and poured into his body madly. The energy of the universe was like a tide, first seeping in from the pores of his body, then flowing through his limbs and bones, and finally converging in the energy space at his dantian. In the energy space, the vortex of water and fire slowly rotates like a Tai Chi diagram, emitting a mysterious light. The influx of cosmic energy is constantly purified and refined under the pull of the vortex, and is eventually transformed into pure energy. These pure energies surged out from the energy space, nourishing Jiang Fan's body and even strengthening his brain, while his mental power also increased. Finally, this part of the energy flows back to the body and is absorbed by the illusory natal sword and energy space, forming a perfect cycle. The solid state of these two completes the part. Jiang Fan was immersed in this wonderful state of cultivation and was completely unaware of anything in the outside world. Time passed minute by minute until the second half of the night, when the speed of energy absorption gradually slowed down, and he slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the power filling his body, Jiang Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "My natal sword is almost repaired, but there is still nearly 20% of energy space." Then he got up, walked to the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. In the following days, Jiang Fan lived a regular and fulfilling life. During the morning, he helped people forge and repair weapons and earn gold coins. In the afternoon and evening, He devoted himself to the process of purifying star iron and spirit marrow crystal. Every midnight, he would habitually hang out at Bailey Xuanhua's residence, but she was still not there. Where did this woman go? Jiang Fan was confused, but he had no choice but to give up. He clearly remembered that he hadn't seen Kuan for 2 days. After wandering around, he returned to his residence and continued to practice the fire-breathing technique to accelerate his growth. Finally, go to bed and end a fulfilling but unpretentious day. In the blink of an eye, it was May 30th. On this day, Jiang Fan did not take any forging or repairing work because the star iron and spirit marrow crystal he had purified before were enough. The next step was to forge his own magic weapon. The old professors at the weapon casting pavilion, and even Tuoba Juntian, who was secretly watching, were all looking forward to Jiang Fan forging his first weapon. I want to see what kind of weapon the most promising person in the weapon casting pavilion will forge. In front of the forging table, Jiang Fan carefully counted the supplies because he knew that this might be a long process. The grain reserves were deliberately increased a lot. Jiang Fan stood in front of the forging table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He took a deep breath, took out all the purified star iron and spirit essence crystals, and piled them on the forging table. The star iron is nearly 1,400 kilograms. The spirit marrow crystal is slightly less, 200 kilograms. And there's also another kind of metal material, which was given by Tuoba Juntian, Rui glazed iron, which is more than 20 kilograms. You know, Rui glazed iron is more expensive, with the price of 1 kilogram exceeding 10 million, and it is still in short supply. It is conceivable how much Tuoba Juntian values Jiang Fan. Here we go. Jiang Fan threw the 3 metals into 3 furnaces respectively, and then a foundry worker pulled the bellows at his signal. Boom, tilde. The raging flames engulfed the 3 metals. To be on the safe side, he specially asked his master to arrange 9 foundry masters to assist him. Chapter 52, The First Weapon Forged by Myself. The raging flames licked the furnace walls. In the 3 furnaces, star iron, spirit marrow crystal, and Rui color glaze, iron gradually softened under the high temperature, emitting different lights. Star iron is red all over, like magma, with a faint purple glow. The spiritual essence crystal emits a soft, milky white glow, like moonlight. The Rui-colored glaze, iron presents a flowing, colorful luster. Jiang Fan stared at the changes in the furnace with sharp eyes, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He precisely controlled the temperature and time, not daring to slack off in the slightest, as this was related to the first weapon he was forging. "Senior, get the star iron," Jiang Fan ordered in a deep voice. A foundry master immediately manipulated the huge tongs to pick up a ball of red-hot star iron from furnace number 1 and carefully placed it on the forging table. "Start." Jiang Fan took a deep breath and practiced the fire-breathing technique. All the muscles in his body tensed up and a powerful force surged in his body. Clang! Jiang Fan swung the forging hammer and smashed it hard on the star iron. Sparks flew and a deafening roar was heard in the secret realm of casting, but it was soon drowned out by sounds from farther away. There are many people who forge weapons like Jiang Fan. However, this is Jiang Fan's first time forging a weapon, and this weapon is of extraordinary value and means a lot to Jiang Fan, so he has such a blacksmith to assist him. The star iron deformed rapidly under the influence of the huge force, and its originally irregular shape gradually became flat and extended in all directions. Ding! 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 Jiang Fan was sweating profusely, pouring all his strength into every blow. The forging hammer in his hand seemed to turn into an afterimage, falling continuously, and each strike contained the essence of the 18 hammers of heaven. Dragon and tiger power. Jiang Fan let out a low shout, and the extraordinary power hidden in his body instantly erupted and was applied to the forging hammer. The power of the forging hammer increased dramatically, and the speed at which the star iron stretched also increased. The originally red-hot metal gradually cooled down, and its color changed from red to dark red. After 18 hammer blows, the volume of the star iron had increased tenfold and turned into a thin sheet of metal about 1 centimeter thick. Call! Jiang Fan let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xiao Jiang, you're great. You've achieved such a high level in your first forging. You're really a young man to be feared. An assistant foundry master exclaimed. That's great, that's great. Jiang Fan smiled modestly. It's not enough now. According to what the master taught, it's still a long way to go. He put the star iron into the furnace again to reheat it, then took it out and continued forging. After repeating this process several times, the thickness of the star iron was finally compressed to less than a millimeter. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet extremely tough. It's done. Jiang Fan nodded with satisfaction and put the star iron sheet aside. Next, he followed the same method and forged the spirit essence crystal into thin slices. This process is more time-consuming and laborious because the texture of the spiritual marrow crystal is more special and very brittle. Its structure and texture may be damaged if you're not careful. Therefore, a gentler force is required. This is a great test for Jiang Fan. However, as he practiced forging, he gradually figured out the trick and soon mastered more precise control and more sophisticated techniques. A foundry worker wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Spiritual essence crystal is really hard to make. I thought Xiao Jiang was going to fail several times just now." "Just shut up," another caster glared and shouted. Jiang Fan smiled easily, picked up the ruby-colored glaze iron, and started forging. Compared to the fragility of spirit marrow crystal and the hardness of star iron, ruby-colored glaze iron has extremely high ductility and plasticity. With the blessing of 18 sky-shattering hammers and dragon and tiger power, it was quickly forged into thin sheets, sparkling with charming, colorful luster. Although the thickness of the slices of colored glaze, iron, and spiritual marrow crystal are different, their areas are almost the same. However, there are still some slight differences. A young foundry master reminded. Jiang Fan nodded, picked up the forging hammer, and carefully trimmed the two thin pieces until their areas were exactly equal. Details determine success or failure, and the same is true for forging smoothness. Jiang Fan made adjustments and refinements, striving for perfection and being meticulous. The 3 slices were placed in the oven separately to be reheated. The raging flames rose again, illuminating the secret realm of forging in red. Once the right temperature is reached, the forgers lay the 3 sheets flat on the forging table. Star iron is the base, ruby-colored glaze iron is in the middle, and spirit marrow crystal is on the top. But the area of star iron is larger, more than twice the size of the 2 thin sheets above. "Turn over," Jiang Fan shouted. The blacksmiths nodded and used special clamps to flip over the excess part of the star iron sheet and cover it on the spiritual essence crystal. "Let's get together and roll it up." Everyone worked together and carefully rolled the 3 layers of thin sheets into a metal roll, like a huge egg roll. Jiang Fan took a deep breath. The next forging would be the real test. The 18 sky-breaking hammers was swung again, and the metal roll kept folding under his hammering, its length gradually shortening and its thickness gradually increasing. Each hammer blow was precise and powerful, reflecting Jiang Fan's deep understanding of metal properties and precise control of temperature. As the forging continued, the 3 color lines on the metal became more obvious, but at this moment it was still in a melted state. An hour later, the metal roll finally reached the expected thickness and became an irregular metal ball the size of a human head. As the temperature drops, the lines become more obvious. Each 3 colors form a small circle pattern, with star iron on the outside, glazed iron in the middle, and spirit marrow crystal on the inside, which looks quite charming. Jiang Fan handed it to the blacksmith and put it into the furnace to continue heating. Only then did he have time to catch his breath, wipe the sweat from his forehead, wave his hand to draw some energy, and restore his spirit. In his mind, Jiang Fan began to conceive the final shape of the weapon. He looked down at the forging hammer in his hand. The long and narrow handle and the square hammer head already had cracks on them. After a series of battles and today's high-intensity forging, this weapon was on the verge of being scrapped. However, as the white light flashed, the cracks on it healed automatically and grew back. As good as new again. "We can use this forging hammer as a basis, but..." Jiang Fan frowned. The square hammerhead has enough shock force, but not enough lethality. He remembered the problems he encountered in battle and decided to improve the hammerhead. Although hammer soldiers are heavy troops, a casual hit can cause broken bones and tendons. However, if the opponent has armor and solid scales, it is difficult to penetrate the armor, so adjustments are needed. The 2 ends are made into spherical shapes, which can reduce the initial impact area and increase penetration. Jiang Fan thought about it, and he felt that such a hand hammer was in line with the aesthetics of human body structure. Very good. That's all. Jiang Fan smiled and finalized the shape of the first weapon he forged himself. The fire was burning fiercely, and the metal coils gradually turned red under the high temperature. Chapter 53 Weapon Forging is completed. The fire was blazing, and the metal ball gradually turned red under the high temperature, like a beating heart, glowing with a strange light. The surrounding air became scorching hot and distorted. If an ordinary master came here, he would probably be driven back by this heat wave in an instant. However, Jiang Fan and the foundries around him seemed as if nothing had happened. The breathing technique they practiced formed an invisible barrier, with energy circulating at a highly accelerated rate. Not only did they not feel the slightest discomfort, but they felt their physical strength gradually getting stronger over time, as if they were performing an alternative form of spiritual practice, tempering their own muscles and bones. Especially Jiang Fan. Every time he swung the hammer to forge, the recoil force of the metal ball would spread throughout his body. This force not only did not make him feel tired, but instead was like an alternative kind of tempering, constantly strengthening his physique. Forge magical weapons and strengthen your body. This is a complementary process, with each other achieving and promoting each other. Jiang Fan vaguely understood this truth, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Continue. The temperature of the metal ball reached its extreme point. The foundries took it out with special long pliers and carefully placed it on the forging table in front of Jiang Fan. The next step is the most critical step, shaping. The next forging will all depend on skills and ideas. An old foundry master guided in a deep voice. He was very experienced, with at least 50 years of foundry experience. Although he was impressed by Jiang Fan's growth, he couldn't help but give some advice at this critical moment. Without skills, you can't forge the desired shape. Without ideas, no matter how good your skills are, you can't forge a weapon with soul. Clang! Jiang Fan swung the forging hammer, and the dull sound of impact echoed in the secret realm of casting. A burning sensation came along the handle of the hammer, and he couldn't help but speed up the pace of forging. The metal ball kept deforming under his hammer, as if it had life and changed according to his will. Calcination again and again, forging again and again. Time passed by unknowingly, and after 3 hours, the prototype of a hand hammer finally appeared in front of everyone. The hammer handle is slender, with a round hammerhead at each end. The overall shape is smooth and full of power, perfectly imitating the aesthetics of the human body structure. The foundry masters around were already exhausted and sweating profusely, but Jiang Fan, on the other hand, was still full of energy, vigor, and vitality, and seemed tireless. What did this kid eat to grow up? His physical strength is too good. A foundry master couldn't help but sigh. Among this group of old guys, which one of them is not battle-hardened and experienced? But in this forging, they had to grit their teeth and persevere, and only now were they finally able to catch their breath. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Fan bowed to everyone. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely not refuse. After a brief greeting, Jiang Fan began the final fine forging alone. This hand hammer is still too rough. It needs to be polished to be delicate and flawless before it can be tempered. He held his breath, his eyes sharp, and the forging hammer in his hand seemed to have life, flying over the metal ball, revealing his deep understanding of the properties of metal and his precise control over the temperature. 18 Sky-blasting hammers. This is the martial art he created himself, which is being performed over and over again at this moment. Jiang Fan was also controlling the strength, so each hammer could basically achieve the effect he wanted. In this process, not only his physique was tempered, but also the martial arts he created. As time passed, the shape of the hammer became more and more perfect, in line with Jiang Fan's ideas, and he was quite satisfied with it. The hammerhead is round and smooth, and the hammer handle is slender and tough. According to my original idea, it has reached 90%. Jiang Fan stopped what he was doing and looked at the weapon in front of him that he had forged with his own hands. He felt very satisfied, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Squeak! The hand hammer weighing nearly 1,500 kilograms was thrown into the beast blood pool that had been prepared nearby. Quenching! The blood of nearly 1,000 dimensional creatures has long been integrated into it, and some powerful creatures have immortal spirits after death and can vaguely influence the minds of others. It can be said to be extremely ferocious, and the timid may even be scared to death. Even with the ice spell scrolls prepared in advance by mages with special abilities, the temperature in the beast blood pool was maintained at a critical point and could not freeze. As soon as the hand hammer fell into it, a bloody smell immediately rose up into the sky, nearly 100 meters high. It was quite smelly and pungent. Jiang Fan subconsciously covered his mouth and nose. The pool of blood rolled and hissed, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. Jiang Fan covered his mouth and nose, but an inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. The hand hammer weighing nearly 1,500 kilograms was soaked in the boiling pool of beast blood, making a hissing sound as if a giant beast was roaring softly. What grade will this hand hammer be? A foundry master guessed quietly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I estimate it can reach the meteor level, another foundry engineer said. The materials used are quite rich, worth hundreds of millions. It will definitely succeed. Not only the several foundry masters who came to help, but even the foundry masters in the distance stopped what they were doing and gathered around to take a look. The crowd was so crowded that some even flew in the air and looked in. Everyone was watching closely, wanting to see what the hammer looked like and what grade it was after successful quenching. Just then, a group of old professors wearing academician uniforms, like old pedants more like blacksmiths, walked over from the rest area not far away and broke the silence. They pushed through the crowd and said impatiently, "Get out of the way. Why are you standing here?" The old professors were unreasonable and drove away the other blacksmiths. The foundry masters were itching to try their luck, but had no choice but to give up their best viewing positions unwillingly. "Come over if you finish your share for today. You're so energetic. Do you want some more?" The driven-out foundries dared not speak out and could only disperse in anger and return to their jobs. Seeing this, Jiang Fan hurriedly bowed to the old professors and said, "Hello, seniors." Well, an old professor nodded slightly, his eyes falling on the pool of beast blood. After 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements, you can get a magic weapon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blood energy rose into the sky like wolf smoke, and the blood in the beast blood pool was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were also people around who were responsible for releasing ice spell scrolls to lower the temperature of the beast blood pool. The blood of the beasts bubbling, as if the imprisoned beasts were struggling and roaring. The strong smell of blood was even more pungent. The color of the blood in the beast blood pool gradually faded, and the rolling gradually subsided, but the bloody smell in the air was extremely strong and lingered for a long time. After several minutes, the quenching was completed. Jiang Fan reached out his hand, and the hand hammer, which was covered with deep light, flew up and hovered in the air for everyone to see. The hammer was suspended in the air, emitting a faint glow. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, and the texture was clearly visible. The lines forged from 3 kinds of metals were very beautiful. "It's done," Jiang Fan smiled. The old professors gathered around and looked at the hammer carefully. Don't be proud or careless. Tempering and polishing are also skills that require a lot of effort. Don't forget them. An old professor who wanted to take Jiang Fan as his apprentice snorted, rewarded him with a chestnut, and then looked at the hammer impatiently. "Let me appreciate it for you." Chapter 54, Meteor Class. 3 superpowers. Sky Hammer. Boom! A slap on the head interrupted Jiang Fan's pride. "Don't be so proud, little brat. The tempering and polishing that follows are the real work. Don't forget, it will allow you to polish the subtle details of your weapon." The old professor who was knocking him blew his beard and glared, but he couldn't help but stare at the floating hammer eagerly. "Come on, let me take a look." Jiang Fan rubbed his head, quickly made way for the old professor, and respectfully asked him to perform the identification technique. The old professor stepped forward. A white light flashed in his hand, and he easily discerned the grade of the hammer and the extraordinary power attached to it. The white light faded away, and the old professor's beard stood up. "Wow, 3 extraordinary powers, big and small as you wish, attack and break armor, and 18 hammers to blast the sky. Whatever size you want. With the infusion of energy, this hammer can become bigger or smaller. Wonderful! It can be used as a hand hammer, and also as a heavy hammer. Breaking through armor. TSK, TSK. For a heavy weapon practitioner, this is a divine skill. For armor of the same level, a hole can be made with 1 hammer." Another old professor's eyes lit up, as if he had already seen the scene of Jiang Fan holding a sledgehammer and sweeping away thousands of enemies. This extraordinary skill is really exaggerated, and this may also become the foundation for Jiang Fan to go against the flow and attack the immortals. 18 sky-shattering hammers? Isn't this the hammer technique you practiced yourself? You can actually memorize it. Although it's unexpected, it's also reasonable. Are you a martial arts genius? The old professor who knocked on Jiang Fan's head was full of surprise, and then laughed. It can add 3 extraordinary powers in the first forging, and it has reached the meteor level. Not bad. Quite good. The old professors around nodded and praised the hammer highly. Jiang Fan had a smile on his face. All his hard work over the past few days was not in vain. The most important thing was that this hand hammer could be endowed with spirits, and its extraordinary power could continue to increase in the future. I don't have enough supplies. I need to be promoted to meteor level first. Jiang Fan was secretly calculating. Now he is already a 10-star master. His energy level and life level have reached the standard of breaking through the meteor level, but the energy space is still missing the last point to be completely condensed. Therefore, he is not in a hurry to break through to become a meteor level. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Jiang Fan raised the hand hammer, and his own blood and energy poured into it, completing the recognition of the master in an instant. The hammer trembled slightly, as if responding to his thoughts. A feeling of blood connection arose spontaneously, and Jiang Fan could even feel the surging power contained within the hammer. Seniors, I want to go explore the trial realm, so I'll take my leave first. Jiang Fan looked at the time. Although he had worked all day, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. There were still 4 hours left before the final settlement on the list. Holding the hammer that was emitting a faint glow, he turned and walked outside. Go ahead. Maybe you can bring everyone an unexpected result. The old professors nodded in agreement. Must. Jiang Fan waved without looking back, and his figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Jiang Fan walked out of the weapon-casting pavilion, the night breeze blowing gently, caressing his slightly tired face. He shrunk the hammer into the size of a palm. It felt as smooth as jade in his hand, but it contained a heart-pounding power. He went straight to the academic affairs office. The hall was very busy, with many people applying for tickets to the secret dimension. As the end of the month approaches, everyone wants to make one more sprint to get a higher ranking so that they can obtain more abundant resources after the settlement. Teacher, I want to apply for a pass to enter the trial realm. Jiang Fan walked to the window and knocked on the table politely. The teacher on duty raised his head and glanced at him. Trial realm? Go now. Young man, go tomorrow. There's so many people at the portal right now. You won't be able to get in even if you go. Jiang Fan frowned slightly. Time was running out. He had to improve his ranking as soon as possible. And he was also waiting for this part of the gift and reward to refine and improve the heavenly hammer. Boomstick was the name he gave to the weapon he forged himself. Teacher, can you think of a solution? The teacher on duty rubbed his eyes and said, There is nothing we can do. Rules are rules, and no one can make exceptions. Unless, he paused, unless you know the students in front of you and ask them to give up their seats to you. Jiang Fan smiled bitterly. He had just arrived and had no idea who the student in front of him was. It seems that I can only bite the bullet and try my luck. See if anyone is willing to give this face. When he arrived at the portal, Jiang Fan gasped at the sight before him. Just as the teacher on duty had said, there were huge crowds of people here and the noise was deafening. A long dragon-like team meandered around with no end in sight. Jiang Fan made a rough estimate and realized that at this rate, he would have to wait until tomorrow morning to get his turn. Anxiety spread in his heart. Was the trial tonight going to be ruined? Just then, a voice came from the front of the team. Jiang, this way. Jiang Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall young man waving at him. Jiboda. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to be so lucky that he met an old acquaintance, and the old acquaintance recognized him. As Jiang Fan arrived, Jiboda took the initiative to give up his position and handed him his pass. This position is for you. I will stay in the top 30 this month, so it won't be a problem. Jiang Fan was delighted and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Senior Brother Ji. He did not refuse, took the pass, and exchanged places with Jiboda. I didn't expect that I could solve the urgent problem so easily. Jiboda did not leave. He stood outside the queue and looked at Jiang Fan with interest. I remember that you have been in the academy for less than a week. I also want to see what you can do in this last minute. Jiang Fan smiled and said, don't blame me if I accidentally squeeze you out of the top 30. Haha, if you have this ability, then as the person who gave up my seat to you, I will be proud of it. Ji Boda laughed heartily. No need to give me face, just go for it. If you can top the list and put Zhao Jintang under your feet, I will follow your lead from now on. Zhao Jintang, a recognized genius in the academy, ranked first in many lists. He was also the big brother on the list that Jiang Fan was afraid of before. Jiang Fan shook his head and said calmly, I can still think about the top 30, but the top spot, I'll have to wait until I'm promoted to meteor level. But I didn't say in my heart, by the time I enter the secret realm of trial, I will almost be promoted to the meteor level. There were several people in front of Jiang Fan. Suddenly, Qin Yuro came out from behind and pulled the boy out. Make room for you, Junior. The boy looked at his ranking, then looked at Qin Yuro and nodded somewhat aggrievedly. This is my boyfriend, Junior. Qin Yuro said with a smile. Thank you, seniors. Let's forge weapons together some other day. Jiang Fan thanked them. Although it was just a transaction before, I gained goodwill from other people's feedback. Jiang Fan took 2 steps forward, and then he heard the first person in line say indifferently, Junior brother, just come to me directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he also left his seat. Chapter 55, Enter the Trial Realm. Make a bet. Jiang Fan walked to the front of the team, turned around to face everyone, and said loudly, Thank you all. Starting from tomorrow, I will not only help you forge weapons, but also repair them for free. His voice was clear, with a hint of youthful vigor, yet also contained unquestionable confidence. The student who was in the first place and took the initiative to give up his seat laughed, with a sly look in his eyes. Junior brother Jiang Fan. I remember it. He patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder, speaking in an intimate tone, as if they had been good friends for many years. Recently, Jiang Fan helps people forge weapons every day. It's a pity that the quantity is limited, at most once a day, which makes many people can only look on and wait silently. The weapons forged by Jiang Fan can make weapons more powerful without having to use them for a long time. Reduce the running-in time when changing weapons. Moreover, the reforged extraordinary power is very suitable for the owner of the weapon. This alone attracts countless people. Jiang Fan almost took over most of the business of the weapon casting pavilion, but no one complained. His amazing talent, coupled with his status as Tuoba Juentian's direct disciple, is enough to shut up most people. Buzz! The portal rippled and a figure walked out. It was Lin Beicheng. His face changed slightly and he glanced at the team. He obviously remembered that the person who was standing behind him was not Jiang Fan. Why are you here? Lin Beicheng frowned, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. Jiang Fan's reputation has risen recently, and various rumors have been spreading, but he doesn't take them to heart. He is just a freshman who has just entered the school. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to grow to the point where he can threaten him in such a short time. Jiang Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. Why can't it be me? He turned his head to look at the huge ranking list on the side. Under the Trial Realm category, it was clearly written Lin Beicheng, comprehensive ranking 57th. Back in the Fishman's Secret Realm, you were so arrogant and domineering, I thought you were firmly at the top of the list, but I didn't expect you to not even make it into the top 50. Jiang Fan said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He reached out to take the ticket handed to him by the first person, stepped onto the stairs, and walked into the teleportation array. Lin Beicheng's face turned pale as he watched the white light flashing in the portal and the figure of the young man disappearing quickly. He gritted his teeth and said, You don't even have the qualifications to be on the list. Ji Boda stood aside, looking at Lin Beicheng's angry look, and couldn't help but sneered. Lin Beicheng, you underestimate junior brother Jiang too much. Then we'll see. Lin Beicheng snorted coldly, turned around and left, his back looking a little lonely. Ji Boda looked at Lin Beicheng's departing back, and something in his mind moved him, so he called him, A little gambling can cheer you up. How about a bet? How would you bet? Lin Beicheng really stopped, staring at Ji Boda with hawk-like eyes, his tone cold. I'm betting on whether junior brother Jiang Fan can make it to the list, Ji Boda said with a confident smile on his face, as if he was sure of winning. I'm betting on a small goal. Junior brother Jiang Fan will definitely make it to the list. He paused, glanced at the crowd around him, and raised his voice a few notches with a hint of provocation. "What do you think? Lin Beicheng, do you dare to bet?" Lin Beicheng hesitated for a moment, glanced at the direction of the teleportation array with contempt, and said in a disdainful tone, "A small goal? You are too petty. Bet on whether he can surpass me. If he surpasses me, I will give you 300 million. 300 million is not a small amount. Many master-level warriors would find it difficult to save such a large amount of wealth in their entire lives. However, those who can come to the Battle Academy for further studies are not simple people, especially those who can stand on the leaderboard, who can obtain a large amount of resource rewards every month. Even if we can come up with 300 million, it will still be a huge effort." Oh, Ji Boda's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He didn't expect Lin Beicheng to be so arrogant. Recalling Jiang Fan's confident words just now, he agreed without hesitation. "Sure. Is there anyone who has practiced night skills? Come and witness it." His voice was loud and full of excitement and anticipation. The crowd around suddenly became agitated and started talking about this gamble. "Let me do it." The student who had voluntarily given up his seat to Jiang Fan came over. His name was Fu Qingyang, and he always had a gentle smile on his face, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. He looked at Lin Beicheng and said calmly, "Do you want to create a contract?" Generating a contract is a special application of the knight's ability. It can record the bet between both parties in a form that cannot be violated. Once the breach is made, the oath will backfire. "King." Lin Beicheng nodded and agreed without hesitation. He knew that Fu Qingyang was a practitioner of knight abilities and possessed the extraordinary power of discipline, which could help people make covenants. When many people want to make a bet or promise, they will choose to ask a knight-like person to be a witness. "Okay, you two come here." Fu Qingyang's eyes instantly became stern, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Suddenly, a strong and powerful sword sound came from his body, and a huge sword emerged from his body, and then its true form was revealed. Suddenly, the giant sword was inserted into the ground fiercely. The sword body hummed and emitted a dazzling golden light. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands, half-knelt on the ground, and looked solemn and dignified. "In my name, Fu Qingyang, in my glory, Holy Light Knight, witness, Ji Boda and Lin Beicheng swear that if Jiang Fan's trial realm ranking exceeds Lin Beicheng, Ji Boda will win and can obtain the 300 million blue star coins voluntarily donated by Lin Beicheng. Otherwise, Lin Beicheng will win." He paused, and his tone became more dignified, with a hint of warning. "If anyone does not abide by the oath, I will hunt down the person who broke his promise for the rest of his life." Ji Boda and Lin Beicheng both looked solemn as they walked to Fu Qingyang and also grasped the hilts of their swords. An invisible pressure enveloped the three of them, as if they were being watched by the powerful person who was said to be in charge of the rules. Buzz! The golden light became even brighter, like a small sun exploding, and the dazzling light was impossible to look directly at. Above the giant sword, a miniature golden shadow of the giant sword emerged, and then split into 3 streams of light, which were imprinted on the eyebrows of the 3 people respectively. A golden light flashed, and a powerful wave of power spread out. The people around retreated one after another, with a look of awe on their faces. "My holy light, your glory, the oath is fulfilled." Fu Qingyang slowly stood up and pulled the giant sword out of the ground. His aura gradually subsided, but the golden sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows was still shining. Every time he fulfills his oath, it is an improvement on Fu Qingyang's strength. Therefore, many knights like to help serve as witnesses, and there are quite a few psychopathic knights who like it most when others break their oaths. The pursuit after breaking the oath is what those perverted knights pursue. This gamble left a deep impression on everyone. Everyone was talking about it, and wondering whether this new student who had been in the academy for less than a week could create a miracle and surpass Lin Beicheng. Chapter 56: Lin Beicheng's Transformation. Buzz! Accompanied by the humming sound of the teleportation array and a dazzling white light, Jiang Fan's figure appeared in the secret realm of trial. Above my head is the boundless starry sky, deep and mysterious, with stars dotted like diamonds scattered on black velvet. Below your feet is a vast plain, with light green grass stretching to the end of your sight, wide enough to cover a horse's hooves. When the breeze blows, the grass waves roll like a green ocean. As Jiang Fan appeared, a line of flashing silver subtitles appeared in the sky, displaying his personal information. Name, Jiang Fan. Gender, male. Identity, a freshman in the Battle Academy. Points, 0. Jiang Fan looked at the flashing words with a calm expression. This information can be found on the college forum and is not uncommon. Moreover, he also knew that after entering the secret realm of trial, everyone's physical fitness and equipment status would be suppressed to the level of a 10-star master, and those with insufficient strength would be forcibly raised to this limit. He himself had already reached this level, so he did not notice any changes. The only difference is that the newly forged Sky Hammer has much less energy and is sealed inside, so it cannot explode no matter what. The trial begins. A loud voice resounded throughout the secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 prairie wolves appeared out of nowhere on the grass. They are sturdy in build, with gray-yellow fur with some black markings. Its pointed ears stood erect, listening alertly to the movements around it. There was a fierce light flashing in the green eyes, and sharp teeth were revealed from the slightly open mouth. With the announcement of "the trial begins," the 5 prairie wolves launched an attack almost at the same time, pouncing towards Jiang Fan. There is only one goal, and that is to kill any trial taker who breaks in. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed, and he raised the sky-breaking hammer in his hand high up, making a low whimpering sound, and then smashed it down fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, one of the prairie wolves was instantly smashed into a ball of energy mist and dissipated into the air. Jiang Fan moved without any pause. His figure was like a tiger descending from the mountain, weaving through the wolf pack. Every swing of the hammer was accompanied by a dull sound and the disappearance of a prairie wolf. Jiang Fan killed all 5 prairie wolves in the blink of an eye. However, the battle is not over. Just as the last prairie wolf disappeared, 10 more prairie wolves appeared on the grass. They were larger, had darker fur, and had more ferocious eyes. 10 prairie wolves pounced at him at the same time, and a bloody wind blew in his face. Jiang Fan did not retreat, but advanced instead, stomping the ground hard, causing the grass and soil to explode, and the sky-shattering hammer in his hand whistled out. Boom! 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 The shadows of the hammers flew, and one prairie wolf after another was smashed into light mist and dissipated into the air. Jiang Fan was completely immersed in the battle. These energy creatures seemed endless. After killing one batch, a new batch would appear, and their numbers were increasing, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. 20 heads, 30 heads, 50 heads. Jiang Fan was like a tireless fighting machine, wielding the sledgehammer and galloping through the wolf pack. He no longer stuck to the rules of moves, but relied on his instincts to integrate hammer techniques, body techniques, and footwork, constantly honing and improving his fighting skills in actual combat. Awesome! Jiang Fan roared with satisfaction and smashed an extremely large prairie wolf into pieces with one hammer. At the same time, outside the trial realm, everyone was paying close attention to the changes in the rankings. In the 5th minute after Jiang Fan entered the trial realm, suddenly, the ranking list that had been silent for a long time suddenly shone with light, and the ranking was refreshed. When everyone looked over, they saw that the person who was previously at the bottom of the ranking had disappeared and was replaced by the original 99th place. This also means that Jiang Fan has successfully stepped onto the rankings. Ji Boda raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of pride. It seems that I have a good eye. Lin Beiqing's face turned pale, and he said nothing. He didn't expect Jiang Fan to top the list so quickly and at an extremely fast speed. Old Fu, how many people in history have made it onto the list within less than a month of joining the academy? Ji Boda turned and looked at Fu Qingyang. Fu Qingyang pondered for a moment and said slowly, all the colleges combined have no more than 1,000 people. This year alone, our college has 2 people, Jiang Fan and Bailey Shuanghua. This is a great honor. He has been in the academy for less than a month and is considered a freshman among freshmen, but he is qualified to be on the list. His talent and strength are unquestionable. Bailey Shuanghua ranks 77th, but he is a person cultivated with great care by the Bailey family, so it is expected that he can achieve such success. Qin Yuro said as she looked at the ranking list. Well, how is that possible? Lin Beiqing's body suddenly stiffened and his face looked extremely ugly. He was not surprised that Jiang Fan could be on the list, but his ranking was increasing too fast, almost in leaps, and each time he jumped several places. 85, 79, 73. Brother, you were sweating a lot, right? Fu Qingyang looked at Lin Beicheng with a cheerful expression and a hint of teasing in his tone. Lin Beicheng glared at Fu Qingyang fiercely without saying anything, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Am I so lucky? Just provoking anyone has such potential. It is incredible that a freshman who has only been in the college for less than a month has seen his ranking soar like a rocket. No, we have to find a way to resolve the conflict. At this moment, Lin Beicheng almost regretted it so much. Jiang Fan's achievement was equivalent to being one of the strongest 1,000 people recorded since the opening of the trial secret realm. Lin Beicheng himself knew that being able to break into the top 1,000 in history, no matter what kind of record it was, meant he was destined to stand at the pinnacle of humanity. So horrible. Moreover, he is also a blacksmith. With his amazing forging and casting abilities, it would be so easy for him to attract friends and companions. Lin Beicheng thought fearfully. Fortunately, the grudge between him and me is not big, and it can still be resolved. I remember that when Zhao Jintang first came to the academy, he did not get this honor and achievement. Suddenly, Lin Beicheng began to gloat over the misfortune again. Lin Beicheng, transfer the money. Ji Boda came over, patted Lin Beicheng on the shoulder, and smiled honestly. With Fu Qingyang here, you won't default on your debt, right? No. Lin Beicheng smiled bitterly, fiddling with the battle badge and communicator, and soon completed the transfer. At this moment, he seemed to have grown up a lot. He pulled Ji Boda and said, Brother, I will hold a banquet at Tianxiang Tower tomorrow. Please help me be the middleman and invite junior brother Jiang Fan to come. I will personally apologize to him. People nearby looked over and couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that Lin Beicheng, who was always domineering, would actually take the initiative to apologize to others. Chapter 57. The first person in history. Congratulations to the general who urges to update updates. In the secret realm of trial, the last prairie wolf was larger than a buffalo, with a dark red energy halo surrounding its body, bloodshot eyes, sharp white fangs, and exuding a ferociousness that made people's heart tremble. It roared and pounced towards Jiang Fan with a stinking gust of wind. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He stomped his feet hard, the ground collapsed with a loud bang, and his figure shot out like an arrow. The hammer in his hand smashed towards the giant wolf with the force of thunder. Boom! The giant wolf's huge body shattered like foam and dissipated into tiny specks of light mist. There was total silence all around, and no new energy creatures appeared. Gone! Jiang Fan looked around. The grand and majestic voice echoed in the secret trial realm. The first stage is completed. The second stage will start in 1 minute. Jiang Fan took a breath, shook his numb arms, and looked up at the silver light curtain in the sky. Name, Jiang Fan. Gender, male. Identity, a freshman at the Battle Academy. Points, 1,000. As the loud voice fell, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The original grassland disappeared, replaced by a barren Gobi desert. After a full minute, energy creatures began to emerge around. Hundreds of energy creatures of various shapes appeared out of thin air. Some of them looked like giant lizards covered with hard scales. Some were like flying birds, creating gusts of wind when flapping their wings. And some were like giant beetles with gleaming metallic shells that were intimidating. These energy creatures emitted all kinds of shrill roars and rushed towards Jiang Fan like a tide. Jiang Fan's eyes condensed. He clenched the sky hammer and said in a deep voice, "Come on." An energy creature, shaped like a giant lizard, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan dodged to the side, and the hammer in his hand hit the giant lizard's head like lightning, smashing it into a ball of light mist. On the other side, several bird-like energy creatures swooped down, their sharp claws tearing through the air and making sharp whistling sounds. Jiang Fan dodged the attack like a ghost and smashed one of the flying birds to the ground with a hammer. The battle was extremely fierce. Jiang Fan rushed left and right in the beast herd like a god of war. He was awe-inspiring and defeated one energy creature after another. Although there were many of them and they were very powerful, he was still able to handle them with ease thanks to his superb fighting skills and powerful supernatural strength. At the same time, at Battle Academy number 7, a portal glowed and Zhao Jintang walked out of it. He was covered in blood, and the sword in his hand was full of cuts. Obviously, he had been through a fierce battle. At this moment, the communicator vibrated, and a specially marked message popped up. Jintang, look, Jiang Fan is breaking through the secret trial realm, and has already ranked in the top 50. Zhao Jintang was stunned, and suddenly looked up at the huge, six-sided crystal light curtain in the distance. In the classification of the trial realm, Jiang Fan's name appeared at number 23. 23. Zhao Jintang's eyes widened in disbelief. A freshman, has been in the academy for less than a month, and has ranked in the top 30, and is still improving. He was trembling all over, his blood boiling, and he sat down on the steps, leaning on his sword with both hands, staring at the ranking on the screen. Jiang Fan's ranking continued to rise, and every jump was like a heavy hammer hitting Zhao Jintang's heart. 2015-10. It has broken the historical record. Zhao Jintang muttered to himself. It should be the first person in hundreds of years. He knew about the record of freshmen's first month ranking. Even for a genius, it would be difficult to reach that level after entering the academy. Even for him, after awakening his ability, he still had to practice for several months before he was qualified to touch the top 100 on the list. But now, Jiang Fan has broken this record and seems to want to create a legend. In terms of talent, the gap between you and me is truly like heaven and earth. Zhao Jintang was very sober at this moment. He looked calm, but there seemed to be anger in his heart. But is hard work really not worth mentioning in front of talent? The glazed tiles of the weapon foundry pavilion gleamed with a mysterious light in the moonlight, but this light could not penetrate the shadow covering the roof. Several black, cloaked figures stood like sculptures, seemingly blending into the ancient building. Jun Tian, your disciple is really fierce. One of them lowered his voice, his tone full of disbelief. How long have you been practicing? Less than 20 days? This trial realm is like your own backyard. You can walk sideways. He paused, as if looking for the right adjective. It's simply unbelievably fierce. Tuoba, Jun Tian's mouth, hidden under his cloak, slightly raised, his eyes flashed with pride, but he pretended to be calm. So, I'm afraid you can even press AK with the corner of your mouth. Another person couldn't help but interrupt. This is not bad at all. This is simply a monster. When I was in the trial realm, I was chased all over the ground by those energy creatures. It's nothing like him. It's simply a one-sided massacre. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the huge, six-sided crystal light screen below. On it, Jiang Fan's name was climbing up at an astonishing speed. The points are rising so fast that it makes my eyes dizzy. On the six-sided crystal light screen, Jiang Fan's ranking has already entered the top 10 and is still approaching the top 5. It's a record. Tuoba Jun Tian's deep voice sounded, with a hint of emotion in his tone. After more than 400 years, the record of the trial realm has finally been broken. Single-round talent, the best in history. A cloaked man exclaimed, "This kid has a bright future. Once all the new students report for duty this year, your disciple will be able to graduate and enter the Starry Sky dojo directly," another person joked. Toba Jun Tian was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "So, I suggested before that he become Sequence Zero. Do you still have any questions?" The air stagnated for a moment, and then several voices sounded almost at the same time. "Of course not. Sequences can be given, resources can be distributed." One of them added, "But it must be done in secret. Such a genius has probably been targeted by the Blood River realm for a long time, and may have been on their must-kill list. If his identity as Sequence Zero is made public, that won't be on the Blood River realm's must-kill list anymore. I'm afraid it will be included in the universe's must-kill list. For him, it will do him no good but harm." Tuoba Jun Tian nodded slightly. "Of course I know this. From today on, I will protect him secretly and keep him safe in person." "You're protecting him yourself?" A cloaked man asked in surprise. "What about the weapon forge?" "I have reached a consensus with Bailey Se," Tuoba Jun Tian said calmly. "If necessary, we can also ask Zhao Ruiqing to help." Everyone stopped talking, and their eyes were once again focused on the 6 crystal light screens. Jiang Fan's name has firmly stopped at 3rd place. Chapter 58. First in the trial realm? In front of the 6 crystal light screens, Zhao Jintang's eyes were stern, and his fighting spirit was like a raging fire, almost igniting the surrounding air. 3rd place. He whispered, his voice trembling with excitement. You do have some skills, but this is just the threshold for you to see me. He clenched the long sword in his hand, and the blade reflected Jiang Fan's name on the crystal light curtain, flashing with cold light. You are ranked first in the trial realm, so you are barely qualified for me to look at you straight in the eye. In just a few days, Zhao Jintang's attitude changed from initial contempt to seriousness now, which is astonishingly fast. He took a deep breath, suppressed the fighting spirit in his heart, and said word by word, Come on, I want to see what you are capable of. The hand holding the knife was shaking slightly because of being too excited, and even the whole body began to tremble slightly. This opponent is terrifying, but even so, he becomes even more determined to fight. In front of the portal, Ji Boda's eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that an egg could almost fit in. I originally thought he was just joking, he muttered to himself, incredulous. I made the bet with Lin Beicheng just on a whim. I really didn't expect that he would actually make it into the top 30 and even into the top 3. He rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe what he saw, mainly because it's too shocking. Fu Qingyang stood aside, also with a look of shock on his face. This kid has broken the record, the best in ancient and modern times. It's been less than 7 days since I enrolled in school, less than 20 days since I started practicing, and I've already made it into the top 3 in the trial realm. He deliberately emphasized top 3 rather than third place. If such statements were to spread, it would cause even greater shock. Qin Yuro's boyfriend whispered beside her. It should be about the right time, right? He's been ranked third for a long time. I think he has reached his limit. I don't think so. An unexpected voice was heard, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out to be Lin Beicheng who was speaking. He analyzed calmly. Being able to enter the top 3 means that he has already started the 3rd stage of the trial. It is very likely that he is waiting for an opportunity or delaying time. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. What do you mean? Fu Qingyang asked. As far as I know, the first-place winner Zhao Jintang also failed to make it past the 3rd stage. Lin Beicheng said in a trembling voice, I have a bold idea in my mind. Maybe this guy is accumulating energy and adjusting his state in order to break through the 3rd stage. Break through the 3rd stage? How was that possible? No one believed it. Zhao Jintang's strength was obvious to all. If Jiang Fan can break through the 3rd stage, according to Lin Beicheng, he will completely overshadow the title of the number 1 in the trial realm. Become the new number 1. So far, the strength demonstrated by Jiang Fan has impressed everyone. But if you want to acknowledge that Jiang Fan can top the list, it's too difficult. Perhaps he can create a miracle. Lin Beicheng shook his head slightly. For some reason, he felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. At the same time, in the realm of trial, Jiang Fan's figure shuttled quickly through the dense jungle. He used all kinds of extraordinary powers to the extreme, and his speed was as fast as lightning. Behind him was a black mass of energy beasts of various kinds, surging in like a tide, making sharp and angry roars. They were chasing Jiang Fan closely. From the moment they were born, they had only one goal, which was to tear all the trial takers into pieces. It should be about the same. Jiang Fan's breathing became a little rapid. His mind was moving. Looking behind him, he kept adjusting direction, using the terrain and his own speed to deal with this group of energy creatures. More than 10 minutes passed, and no new energy creatures appeared. However, the number of energy creatures that appeared in this world was close to 1,000. Jiang Fan glanced over the silver light curtain in the sky. Name, Jiang Fan. Gender, male. Identity, a freshman at the Battle Academy. Points, 3,000 points. The wind was howling and sand and rocks were flying. With the appearance of the last wave of energy creatures, thousands of ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes rushed towards Jiang Fan like a tide. They were a black mass and emitted suffocating energy fluctuations. Each of these energy creatures possesses strength comparable to that of a meteor-level powerhouse, enough to crush a 10-star master. Thousands of them gathered together could even destroy a city in a very short time. It's finally done. A cold light flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes. He looked at the dazzling platinum flying sword that had completely turned from virtual to real in the energy space, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Next, it's my turn to fight back. He had tried to fight a creature of this level before. and found that it was not possible to kill it quickly with just the 3 basic skills of Skyhammer. Instead of doing this, it would be better to take a risky move, wait until the Platinum Flying Sword is fully nurtured, and then rely on the power of the 2 weapons to launch a decisive battle. Clang! A clear sword sound vibrated out from Jiangfan's body, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The next moment, a radiant platinum flying sword appeared out of thin air and hovered in front of Jiangfan. The sword was shining with an intoxicating light. "Go!" Jiangfan shouted softly, and the platinum flying sword turned into a stream of light, tearing through the void and slashing towards the surging tide of beasts in front. Puff! 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 Wherever the sword light passed, broken limbs and body parts flew everywhere and energy exploded. One by one, the meteor-class energy creatures were like paper-made ones and were easily killed by the platinum flying sword, turning into energy waves and dissipating into nothingness. In just 10 minutes, thousands of energy creatures were slaughtered by Jiangfan. Phase 3 completed. A huge voice resounded throughout the entire trial realm. Jiangfan looked up suddenly and saw the silver light curtain in the sky flickering. His information had changed. Name, Jiangfan. Gender, male. Identity, a freshman at the Battle Academy. Points, 7,000 points. Trialist, do you want to start the 4th stage? At the same time, the cold and ruthless voice asked. Open. Jiangfan looked at the platinum flying sword and agreed without thinking. There was no danger to life in the trial realm. When the trial taker might face the threat of death next, the teleportation array would automatically open, forming an energy beam to protect the trial taker and teleport him away. Therefore, in order to hone their combat skills, people with special abilities like to venture into the secret realms of trials and fight to the death. Since he won't die anyway, he will just burst out with more powerful power than usual. But this also has disadvantages. If you develop this kind of fearless character in the trial secret realm, then it is possible that you will be the same when fighting against creatures of the same dimension. By then, you will find yourself in a situation where you are sure to die. Therefore, the Academy also has a rule that each student cannot venture into the trial realm more than 10 times per month. Chapter 59. Top the Trial Realm Rankings. Phase 4 start. The vast, cold voice was like a declaration from God. Following Jiangfan's affirmative answer, it resounded once again in the trial realm. Jiangfan took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his state. In one hand, he tightly grasped the platinum flying sword, the blade of which was shining brightly, and in the other he held a sky-shattering hammer, the hammer body of which was simple and heavy. In the distance, the horizon was shaking violently. A huge monster, like a moving mountain, was rushing towards Jiangfan. It was a mammoth, with skin as tough as steel, and 6 huge fangs that gleamed with cold light, like a sharp weapon for attacking cities and fortresses. It was huge in size, but incredibly fast, and could fly into the sky and hide underground. As the elephant's trunk rolled, it caused the energy of heaven and earth to fluctuate, and every time it stepped on the ground, the earth trembled. What a fast speed, definitely faster than the speed of sound. Jiangfan's heart trembled. This mammoth was far more powerful than any energy creature he had encountered before. The mammoth was moving at an incredibly fast speed. It approached Jiangfan in almost the blink of an eye. It roared towards the sky, its 6 fangs flashing a frightening cold light, and its trunk waved like a giant python, smashing down towards Jiangfan with the power to tear apart space. Not good. Jiangfan's heart tightened, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his mind. Almost at the same time, a milky white beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped Jiangfan. This is the teleportation beam of the 4th stage of the trial realm. Once you're covered by it, you'll be forced to teleport away. At the critical moment, the sorrowful burial sword. Jiangfan let out a low shout and threw the platinum flying sword in his hand suddenly. The flying sword turned into a dazzling stream of light, tearing through the void and heading straight for the mammoth. 100-step flying sword. The speed of the flying sword increased again, and it arrived in front of the mammoth almost instantly. Boom! The platinum flying sword exploded on the mammoth and turned into a huge energy vortex. Thousands of sword lights, small dimensional slashes, sky-splitting sword intent, unparalleled continuous slashes. All kinds of extraordinary powers erupted like a volcano, completely submerging the mammoth. All this happened in a flash, and Jiang Fan was now completely enveloped by the milky white beam of light. With a huge roar, the mammoth's huge body exploded. Its body was torn into pieces and pierced by thousands of sword lights. Kill. At the last moment before being teleported away, Jiang Fan glanced at the silver light curtain in the sky, and the information changed again. Name, Jiang Fan. Gender, male. Identity, a freshman at the Battle Academy. Points, 7,004 points. Suddenly, a milky white light enveloped Jiang Fan's body and disappeared into the trial realm. At the same time, outside the trial realm, Fu Qingyang looked at Jiang Fan's comprehensive ranking on the screen and couldn't help but take a breath. Top. He actually reached the summit. Ji Boda was also shocked. If it really comes to this, Lin Beiqing's face was not very good, but he was secretly glad that he had made the decision long ago to resolve this grudge. The expressions of the people watching the battle in the weapon-casting pavilion were extremely complicated, with gratification, emotion, shock, excitement, and surprise. There are all kinds of emotions. It can be said that they have reached the pinnacle of the human race, and such emotions rarely appear. Top of the list, number 1. A figure under a cloak shook his head. These are nothing, but combined with the fact that he is a freshman, has been training for less than 20 days, and has been in the academy for less than 7 days. My God, this is too fierce. Apart from awesome and vigorous, I can't think of any other words to describe how talented this little guy is. I'm different. I can still yell 666. Tuoba Juntian's eyes showed a trace of worry. As he reaches the top, I'm afraid it won't be long before assassinations from the Blood River realm will follow. I don't think so. They must also know that we will strengthen our protection against this guy. We have to be on guard. Let me suggest giving him a set of universe-level protective armor. His tilde. Someone gasped. The plane is making a fuss out of nothing. If there's a higher level of protective armor, I am willing to give it to you. But now we only have cosmic-level armor. Jiang Fan's talent has risen to a level that is related to the rise and fall of the human race. He will definitely be promoted to the cosmic level in the future. I don't think it's an exaggeration to equip him with a universe-level protective weapon in advance. Human power will eventually be exhausted. If Tuoba Juntian cannot protect me closely, I still have a second means of protection. At least I can block the full force attack of a cosmic-level strongman and wait for Tuoba Juntian to arrive. Feasible. We must allocate a set for Jiang Fan. It is very necessary. At worst, we can think of a way to gather our forces and attack the secret dimension. We can't let this child suffer. Okay, it's decided. Outside the teleportation array of the trial realm, there was dead silence. It can be said that the entire Academy number 7 was silent, and everyone was watching to get the 6 crystal tablets, which contain the comprehensive rankings of the trial realms. Maybe few people paid attention to it at the beginning, but Jiang Fan's name quickly jumped into the spotlight and caused quite a stir. On the huge light curtain, the 2 words Jiang Fan were prominently at the top of the list, suppressing the name Zhao Jintang firmly below. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, staring at the light screen, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. A freshman who had been enrolled for less than a month had actually reached the top of the trial realm. It was more than 10 seconds later that the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. He's just a freshman. This record is truly unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Ji Boda waved his fist excitedly and laughed loudly. This is my brother. My brother. Fu Qingyang also smiled, with a hint of emotion in his tone. I didn't expect that I just gave up a position and a new top spot was created. At first, he was the one standing at the front of the line, but in the end he gave the seat to Jiang Fan out of kindness. But who would have thought that the freshman would actually top the list? Lin Beiqing had a complicated expression, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. My father told me a long time ago that I should change my domineering temper, but I just wouldn't listen. I'm afraid it's difficult to change now. The people around were discussing Jiang Fan's feat heatedly, and their words were filled with shock. Buzz! The portal flashed with light, and Jiang Fan walked out of it. He was dressed in dragon scale armor, with an upright figure, like a god of war. Taking off his armor, Jiang Fan put the forging hammer into his storage bag. Congratulations, Jiang Fan, for reaching the top of the trial realm ranking. Ji Boda was the first to rush forward and patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder excitedly. How is it? How do you feel? Jiang Fan smiled bitterly. The first 3 stages were fine, but in the 4th stage, I failed instantly. Failed in an instant. Ji Boda was stunned, then reacted and said in disbelief. You mean you completed the first 3 stages of the trial? Jiang Fan nodded. Yes. It's no wonder you can top the list after making it through the first 3 stages. After all, that's something that even that person hasn't done before. Fu Qingyang came over, his tone full of admiration. You know, in the past, freshmen who could pass the 2nd stage were already considered geniuses. Ji Boda comforted him. Jiang Fan, your performance is already amazing enough. Don't worry too much about the result. I'm not sad, nor do I feel frustrated, Jiang Fan smiled. The 4th stage is difficult, but it's an experience. I'll try to achieve better results next time. Everyone was speechless. How could you be so shocked? We're the ones who were hit. Chapter 60. Inheritance Sequence? Death Sequence. Outside the teleportation array of the trial realm, the crowd was still noisy, discussing the feat of reaching the top of the list, and exclamations of praise were heard one after another. Since humans discovered the trial realm, this should be the fastest record, and I dare say that Jiang Fan has broken at least 10 records held by the ancient sages. A freshman has reached the top. This Jiang Fan is simply a monster. I bet a pack of nutrients that this kid will definitely be able to enter the Starry Sky Dojo in the future. At this time, a figure came from a distance, and the crowd automatically made way for each other. The person who came was Zhao Jintang. He had a gloomy face and glanced at Jiang Fan coldly. The glory that originally belonged to him was now taken away by Jiang Fan, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Fan felt Zhao Jintang's gaze, but just smiled faintly and didn't care. Zhao Jintang, what are you going to do? Fu Qingyang sensed that the atmosphere was not right and immediately stood in front of Jiang Fan. Now Jiang Fan is the treasure of the college. He can't let Zhao Jintang do anything wrong. As a senior brother, I have to stand up at this time to support my younger brother. Regardless of whether the cards are good or not, the key is to bring out the meaning of the inheritance sequence. The inheritance sequence set by the Academy is actually named the death sequence. They will die according to the larger sequence number, just to ensure that the decimal sequence can escape or be preserved. As a holy light knight, Fu Qingyang's sense of justice and responsibility is quite strong. Zhao Jintang sneered. Haha, it seems you're still afraid of me. He walked straight to the front of the team, looked at the first student in line, and said calmly, but unquestionably, let me go in first. The student looked at Zhao Jintang, then at the people behind him, hesitated for a moment, and finally handed over the ticket obediently. Zhao Jintang took the ticket and stepped onto the teleportation platform without looking back. The portal flashed, and his figure disappeared. This is because he refuses to admit defeat and wants to save face. Fu Qingyang looked at the portal and said with a smile, he was number 1 on several major lists, and now this one is number 2. He can't hold it any longer. He thinks I'm afraid of him. Jiang Fan touched his chin, feeling a little puzzled. This guy's like this, lustful and arrogant, but when it comes to practice, he is very hard-working. Because of Bailey Xuanhua's matter, he offended the big brother on the list. But Jiang Fan didn't regret it. After all, he had entered the Tao and experienced the ups and downs of life. It was normal for others to envy him. Fu Qingyang said with emotion, it is said that his awakening ability is very poor, and he is just an ordinary warrior. However, he has come to where he is today, step by step through his own efforts and the rich resources of his family. The most ordinary warrior, Jiang Fan, was a little surprised. Then how did he get to where he is today? Perhaps his ability can be called God rewards hard work, or learning pays off. Fu Qingyang said with emotion, well, a hardworking genius is just that kind of person. If hard work is useful, then what's the point of cheating? Jiang Fan thought his mind and didn't say anything. He did not take Zhao Jintang seriously. He was more concerned about the reward for topping the list for the first time. He thought that the reward given by the Academy would not disappoint him. The noise grew louder and louder, an event unlike anything seen in many years. As a member of the No. 7 Combat Academy, this group of academies is also proud of it. The discussion was bound to be difficult to calm down, as Jiang Fan had caused too much of a stir. Lin Beiqing stood there, rubbing his hands, looking at Ji Boda with embarrassment, his eyes full of help. Seeing this, Ji Boda walked over to Jiang Fan with a smile and said, "Brother, Lin Beiqing asked me to tell you that he wants to set up a banquet at Tianxiang Tower tomorrow and invite you to attend the banquet and apologize to you during the banquet. Tomorrow, it will be June." Jiang Fan came back to his senses, glanced at the embarrassed Lin Beiqing in the distance, and said with a smile, "Although I'm stingy, I am not that stingy. Besides, he follows the rules of the academy, so I will naturally follow the rules of the academy. There's no need to eat or anything like that. If you don't go, he will probably live in fear from now on." Ji Boda looked at Lin Beiqing with eyes that were 3 parts teasing and 7 parts mischief. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, let's go. Relax for a while." He bowed to everyone and said goodbye, thinking about venturing into other rankings, especially the ladder competition. The trial realm will put everyone at the same level and challenge them. But the ladder competition retains everyone's strength, exactly as it is, including equipment and so on. Jiang Fan had been practicing or forging since he entered the academy, except for today's ranking. Today is also the day when he makes his debut on the charts. If you don't make a sound, you will be a surprise. At this moment, a deep voice sounded in his ears. "Put away your magical powers, little ancestor. Do you think the situation is not serious enough? Come to the secret realm to see me." It was Tuoba Juntian. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Ahem, master," Jiang Fan muttered to himself, then followed the instructions and went to the weapon casting pavilion. He walked through the sparsely populated corridor and came to the back of the hall. He stepped onto the teleportation array, and his body was enveloped by a ray of light, and the scene before his eyes changed instantly. Deep in the secret realm, the air is fresh, the spiritual energy is dense, and there are blue skies and white clouds. A tall and burly figure sat cross-legged by the pond with his back to Jiang Fan. He was wearing a simple gray robe, with his long hair casually draped over his shoulders, full of a free and unrestrained temperament. "Master!" Jiang Fan walked over, bowed to the figure, and then imitated him and sat down cross-legged. Tuoba Juntian turned around, his eyes full of gentle smiles. "You performed well, very well." He seldom praised others, but this disciple who had only been in the sect for a few days really brought him a great surprise. "Thank you for the compliment, master." Jiang Fan responded respectfully, but his heart was filled with anticipation for the ladder tournament. Tuoba Juntian stopped smiling and looked serious. "Your performance was too impressive. I should let you know some things." Jiang Fan immediately collected his thoughts, sat up straight, and said, "Listen to master's teachings." Tuoba Juntian said in a low voice, "Because you are so dazzling, you should be careful next time. I suspect that you have been included in the must-kill list of creatures outside the dimensional secret realm." "Must-kill list?" Jiang Fan was shocked. "Right." Tuoba Juntian nodded heavily. "Through our understanding over the years, the essence of the dimensional secret realm's arrival is invasion. Behind the dimensional secret realm is a complete world, and their goal is to destroy the blue planet." Jiang Fan was silent. Through many attempts to conquer the secret realm of the dimension, he had some understanding of the news. The creatures in the secret dimension are just cannon fodder for their advanced troops. They are just like the ordinary humans on our blue star, and there are countless of them. Tuoba Juntian's eyes flashed with worry. Moreover, the creatures in the other dimension are powerful, and their extraordinary powers are very strange. There may be traitors among our human race, and they may be right next to you. Chapter 61 promoted to meteor level. Basic energy. 61 promoted to meteor level. Jiang Fan was shocked, but he also knew that this was not an exaggeration. The world of Blue Star is not completely riddled with holes, but it is not far from it. Various forces are surging undercurrents, and they will do anything for resources and power. The external enemies lurking in are not actually the most terrifying. The real enemies are the Blue Star humans who have been bribed by alien races. It's not exposed because the time has not come yet. Tuoba Juntian said in a deep voice. Those lurkers are waiting for the best opportunity. Someone as gifted as you will appear and destroy our hopes in one fell swoop. Jiang Fan listened carefully, beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. Tuoba Juntian continued. Strangling geniuses while they are growing is the most common method used by hostile worlds. A talented person is likely to grow into a cosmic level in the future. At that time, the destructive power will be great and may even destroy an entire race. The level of civilization on Blue Star is not high, and the probability of a cosmic-level strongman appearing is very low. However, over the years of evolution of cosmic civilization, many rules have been summarized. It is common sense that more than 90% of great beings will perform very well when they are young. Moreover, it is much easier to kill a genius than to kill a great being. I understand this. Jiang Fan nodded, feeling nervous. Although he had similar guesses before, he had no systematic, written ideas. Now that Master Taoba Juntian has given me some pointers, I will naturally understand the truth. He felt as if there was a sword hanging upside down above his head. Your Awakener's power is very strong. It strengthens the divine weapon and grants its supernatural powers. It is enough to turn decay into wonder and waste into treasure. Taoba Juntian said, in the future Dimension Defense War, your ability will definitely play a decisive role in the battlefield. We all have magic weapons, so it depends on whose magic weapon has more extraordinary power. Master, I understand my position now. Jiang Fan said seriously. I understand. Taoba Juntian nodded. You take this equipment. As he spoke, Taoba Juntian took out a ball of metal light. As soon as it appeared, it was extremely heavy, and the surrounding space seemed to be collapsed, making slight cracking sounds, and even dimensional gaps appeared. Complex patterns flow on the surface of the light ball, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations. What is this? Jiang Fan looked at the metal ball of light curiously. He could feel the powerful force contained in it. Taoba Juntian looked solemn. This is a cosmic-level defensive equipment Star Core Shield, which can resist the attacks of cosmic-level strongmen. It can automatically sense danger and form an energy shield the moment you are attacked. Its energy is limited, and each use will consume an extremely huge amount of energy, and it takes a long time to recover. He handed the ball of light to Jiang Fan and said, put it inside your body. It can protect your life at the critical moment. Jiang Fan took the ball of light with both hands, and his heart shuddered at its heavy weight. Start collecting. Taoba Juntian sent out a thought. Jiang Fan followed Taoba Juntian's instructions and tried to take the ball of light into his body. The light ball seemed to be pulled by something and went straight into Jiang Fan's energy space. Boom tilde. In the energy space, a powerful energy wave suddenly erupted. Jiang Fan felt as if a nuclear weapon with a huge equivalent was forced into his body and could explode at any time, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. In fact, the energy that this cosmic weapon can unleash is definitely greater than all the nuclear weapons on the blue planet. It's not even on the same level. Well, Jiang Fan's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but groan. Taoba Juntian saw through his worries at a glance and explained in a deep voice, don't panic. The Star Core Shield is of a very high level. Its essence is protection, and it will not cause any harm to you. Before Jiang Fan, there were countless geniuses, and very few people had worn similar cosmic weapons. There has never been a mistake. Jiang Fan felt slightly relieved, but the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. In the energy space, the Star Core Shield was like a superpower bank. A trace of energy overflowed from it, and was slowly absorbed by the vortex of water and fire. The vortex of water and fire began to fluctuate violently, sometimes expanding and sometimes contracting. After repeating this thousands of times, it suddenly collapsed and finally condensed into a bright spot of light. Instead of feeling fear, Jiang Fan was filled with ecstasy. Just now he broke through, promoted to meteor level. The originally narrow energy space is now like a vast sea of stars. The Star Core Shield is like the scorching sun hanging in the sky, emitting dazzling light. The platinum sword that originally occupied the center position is now squeezed to the edge. In the sea of stars, 99 meteors, with brilliant tails of light, danced intertwinedly, dazzling. Meteor level, Jiang Fan murmured to himself, an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. From the awakening day on 512 to the present, in just 18 days, he has gone from an ordinary awakener to the apprentice level, master level, grandmaster level, and finally reached the meteor level. This speed is simply unbelievable. 99 shooting stars. Your foundation is so strong. When Jiang Fan exited the energy space and informed Tuoba Juntian, the latter was also stunned, his tone full of disbelief. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and said respectfully to Tuoba Juntian, "Master, all this is inseparable from your guidance. I've only been teaching you for a few days." Tuoba Juntian counted on his fingers and estimated that it had probably been less than a week since he accepted this kid. A complex light flashed in his eyes, and he asked himself, apart from giving Jiang Fan some resources and shelter, he had not taught Jiang Fan a single word. Jiang Fan's talent is better than he imagined. Once such an enchanting genius grows up, he will surely become the backbone of Blue Star. No matter what, it's the master's love for his disciple. Jiang Fan said respectfully. "You kid," Toba Juntian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, pointing at Jiang Fan, but he was full of satisfaction. "You have just entered the meteoric level, and you already have 99 meteors. This is already the most powerful talent in the history of the human race." Jiang Fan looked respectful and bowed his head slightly. "Master, please explain in detail." The practice of meteor-level training is about accumulating energy. Every time your energy is increased, it will cleanse your body. Tuoba Juntian stood with his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "It can be said that your current body is equivalent to being cleansed 99 times. Jiang Fan frowned slightly. 99 times? But I don't feel much. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, but there was not the drastic change he had imagined. "That's because you have a strong physique," Tuoba Juntian explained. "That's why so many meteoroids can be formed. According to our speculation, starting from the meteor level, the prospects of living beings will change dramatically." Background: Jiang Fan seemed to be thinking about something. "Yes," Tuoba Juntian nodded. "At this level, we must accumulate energy as much as possible. The more the better." He paused, then added, "However, it is also important to begin to understand the use of basic energy." Basic energy? Jiang Fan became even more confused. Tuoba Juntian waved his hand, and energy bodies took shape in the sky, like 9 shooting stars, with lights of different colors flashing and shining against each other. There are 9 basic energies in the universe: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and shadow. Chapter 62. 100 billion material rewards. Bailey Shuanghua kills his ancestor. Jiang Fan looked at the 9 kinds of energy light controlled by his master. They were brilliant and colorful, yet made him feel a little confused, because he currently seems to have only mastered 2. "Master," Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the question in his mind, "Does the use of breathing techniques, skills, and supernatural powers count as the beginning of understanding the law?" Tuoba Juntian smiled heartily upon hearing this. "Of course it is. The extraordinary power that everyone awakens is actually the application of the power of law, but it is the most superficial kind of application." He paused. His expression became serious, and continued, "The reason why you can see specific message prompts is that it is a privilege granted to us by the will of Blue Planet. When you break through the dimensional secret realm and enter the other world in the future, you will be suppressed by the will of the planet in the other world, and you will no longer be able to use these extraordinary powers, and you will not be able to see the message prompts." Jiang Fan suddenly understood, and many of his doubts were resolved. So that's how it is. The will of Blue Star is like an energy shield protecting them, the awakened ones. "Work hard, young man." Toba Juntian patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder with a deep gaze. "Blue Star is ours, and yours too." A surge of blood rushed to his heart, and Jiang Fan nodded heavily. "Yes." Tuoba Juntian stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. "Tell me what you need. I will try my best to provide it for you." Jiang Fan took a deep breath, his eyes determined. "I need ordinary metals, ores, and equipment. The more the better." Tuoba Juntian pondered for a moment, frowning slightly. "For now, the preference of the entire human race for you is already very good. The value of a cosmic magic weapon is even greater than the planet under our feet." He paused, as if weighing something. "So, the most I can ask for you is materials worth 100 billion. 100 billion! Jiang Fan exclaimed, and was completely stunned. This number exploded in his mind like a thunder. He could even feel his heart beating violently, and his breathing became rapid. 100 billion. This was an astronomical figure that he had never thought of or even dared to imagine. A lot, Tuoba Juntian said with a half-smile. That's enough. That's enough, Jiang Fan said with rapid breathing. Huh, just stay in the academy for the next few days. I'll go out and help you solve this problem, Tuoba Juntian said. Jiang Fan nodded. Materials worth hundreds of billions were not a small amount, and huge interests were involved. Go ahead, Tuoba Juntian waved his hand. Thank you, master. Jiang Fan stood up, took 3 steps back, and bowed to Tuoba Juntian to express his gratitude. Then, the body was enveloped in white light and disappeared from this secret dimension. 100 billion. Tuoba Juntian felt a headache when he saw Jiang Fan's excitement, but since his apprentice asked for it, he would not refuse as a master. He pinched his brows and said, "It's time to collect the debt." At the same time, outside Bay City No. 7, in a manor on the edge of the wilderness city, sword energy was everywhere and cold light was flashing. Bailey Shuanghua, wearing platinum light armor, is tall and slender with graceful curves. She sits cross-legged and floats in the air. Around her, thousands of flying swords were dancing around like stars in the Milky Way. The swords were slender and flashed with a sharp cold light. These flying swords were not flying in a disorderly manner, but were moving along some mysterious trajectory. Sometimes it sweeps in like a violent wind, forming spiral storms of sword blades that cut through the air, making sharp whistling sounds. Sometimes they are arranged like a chessboard, forming a huge sword formation, with the sword tips pointing to the sky, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. In the center of the sword formation, the space was slightly distorted and could collapse at any time. Sword! Bailey Shuanghua let out a light shout, and the sword chant in his body resounded through heaven and earth. A snow-white platinum sword emitting a sacred aura rose from her body into the sky and hovered above her head. As if they had found their backbone, the thousands of flying swords dancing around suddenly quieted down and revolved around the platinum sword in an orderly manner. The clanging sounds of swords intertwined together, like a passionate war song. In the end, all the flying swords gathered into a huge stegosaurus, which was lifelike, with distinct scales, piercing eyes, and exuding an aura of destruction. Suddenly, Bailey Shuanghua frowned and looked into the distance. A figure also wearing light armor appeared in her sight. The familiar aura made her realize instantly that this was her ancestor, Bailey Xie. He was also the hateful person who wanted her to marry Zhao Jintang. Bailey Shuanghua's heart trembled, and without any hesitation, he directly commanded the sword dragon to attack the person who came. Kill! The stegosaurus roared and rushed towards Bailey Xie. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed. However, in front of Bailey Xie, there was a layer of transparent energy shield, like a solid wall of steel, blocking all the attacks of the stegosaurus. The sorrowful burial sword. Bailey Shuanghua shouted coldly, with a hint of determination in his eyes. The tens of thousands of flying swords that made up the stegosaurus, like moths to a flame, crashed into the energy shield one after another. Each impact produced a deafening roar, and the energy ripples generated by the explosion spread out, flattening the surrounding trees. It was like thunder, causing those with special abilities who were extremely far away to mistakenly believe that it was a change in the celestial phenomena. The platinum sword did not participate in the self-destructive attack. Instead, it absorbed the wailing emotion produced by the explosion of the flying sword. The sword glowed brighter and brighter, emitting a terrifying pressure. Bailey Xie looked at this scene, with a flash of shock in his eyes. Each strike has the power of a meteor. This girl. Suddenly, his eyes focused and stared at the blazing platinum sword. He could feel that the aura on the sword was constantly accumulating, just like a meteor-level ability user accumulating foundation, becoming stronger and stronger. Sizzle. The platinum sword cut through the void, leaving 2 intersecting black cracks, and slashed towards Bailey Xie. The small dimension slash is combined with the sky-splitting sword intent. At the same time, there's also the unparalleled combo. Bailey Xie did not move, but ripples appeared on the energy shield, easily blocking the attack. But there was no relief on her face. Instead, she showed a helpless smile. It seems that I have to talk to this girl. The platinum sword was firmly held in Bailey Xie's hand. The sword body was humming and vibrating, but it could not break free. Bailey Shuanghua's face changed, and he made hand gestures, trying to recall it by force, but found that the connection with the platinum sword was blocked by a powerful force. This situation first occurred after I awakened this ability half a month ago. Girl, stop it. You're no match for me right now. Bailey Sierra reached out and grabbed the platinum sword, pouring powerful energy into it. Perhaps because they shared the same origin, the sword immediately whimpered and its energy was restrained. No matter how Bailey Shuanghua called out from afar, it was of no use. Chapter 63. Bow to Strength. I really didn't expect that you could use the Wailing Burial Sword to this extent. Bailey Sierra glanced at the platinum sword in her hand that had calmed down. The Wailing Burial Sword was one of the unique skills of her Bailey family. Few people could comprehend it, but this kind of skill that was naturally born from the magic weapon and fed back to the swordmaster was the first time it appeared. Moreover, Bailey Shuanghua seemed to have comprehended a deeper level, allowing this extraordinary power to act on the external sword body to bury the sword, while at the same time feeding back to the natal sword of the swordmaster. Bailey Shuanghua gritted his teeth, and the flying swords scattered around gathered together again. This time, they were no longer a violent sword dragon, but condensed into a more exquisite sword formation. Countless flying swords were suspended in the air, arranged according to some mysterious pattern, with cold light flashing on the tips of the swords. Upon closer inspection, these flying swords are not randomly distributed, but form a huge star map. Each flying sword corresponds to a star. The energy flows between them and echoes each other, forming a complete energy circulation system. In the center of the star map, the brightest star shines with dazzling light. It is the core composed of hundreds of flying swords. However, now, this core is in Bailey Sierra's hand, and the power of the sword formation is only 1/10 of what it was. Heavenly Star Sword Formation. You actually understood even this. There was a hint of surprise in Bailey Sierra's eyes. The Tianqing sword formation was one of the most powerful sword formations of the Bailey family. It required extremely high talent and comprehension to master it. Unexpectedly, Bailey Shuanghua had successfully practiced it at such a young age. It's only been half a month since Bailey Shuanghua awakened her energy. This talent is beyond her reach. With a boom, the sword formation dispersed. Bailey Shuanghua looked at Bailey Sierra coldly and said in a cold tone, "Grandfather, I just want to tell you that my vision is better than yours." Bailey Sierra was slightly stunned, then realized that she was referring to Zhao Jintang. She sighed and said, "I underestimated the person you chose." She paused, and her tone became serious. "I have reached a consensus with the ancestor of the Zhao family. The engagement is canceled, as if it never existed." Hearing this, the coldness in Bailey Shuanghua's eyes dissipated slightly, but her tone was still cold. "It's just bowing for strength. I will make you bow your head once in the future." Bailey Sia looked at her stubborn appearance and smiled helplessly. "I'm waiting for that day." She rubbed her forehead and said with a headache. In the distance, the Bailey family disciples who heard the noise gasped when they saw this scene. Sister Shuanghua actually forced the ancestor to personally intervene and force her to cancel the engagement. This is too strong. Sorrowful Burial Sword. Heavenly Star Sword Formation. I'm really looking forward to the day when Sister Shuanghua's strength surpasses that of our ancestor. In the city of Base Number 7, in a large flat, in the spacious living room, real-time news of the Number 7 Battle University was projected. Luo Xiaoming's eyes widened and the teacup in his hand almost slipped. Zhang Fan on the top. Luo Xiaoming stared at the screenshot on the projector. Zhang Fan's name was at the top of the list. Zhao Jintang, who was once ranked first, was now ranked second. At the end of every month, he would go to bed very late in order to wait for the updates to the various rankings in the Battle University. Oh my God, I'm going to be rich. He is so young. It has been less than 20 days since he awakened. You can achieve this. Moreover, he doesn't have enough time. If he tops the Trial Realm list, he will definitely be able to top the rest of the lists as well. Luo Xiaoming paced back and forth excitedly, breathing rapidly. Zhang Fan is a student of his school, and this honor is enough to allow him to make further progress in his career. He seemed to have seen himself rising rapidly to the top of his life. At the same time, in Base Number 7 City, Wang Hu, Zhang Fan's class teacher, suddenly jumped up from his chair, shaking the water cup on the table. Zhang Fan is really a mountain, not a stream. Wang Hu clapped his hands on the table excitedly, as if he had reached the top as well. He had been Jiang Fan's homeroom teacher for 3 years in high school. Jiang Fan gave him the impression of being mature beyond his years, calm and composed, with an elegant temperament, but a strong heart. Only people with such qualities can stand out among the students. The news spread quickly like a virus. In the base city, inside Li Mubai's manor, he was practicing swordsmanship when he was suddenly interrupted by the communicator. He had no choice but to stop practicing and walk over to pick up the communicator. Jiang Fan topped the trial realm rankings. The text message was accompanied by screenshots. Li Mubai was stunned at first, then clenched his fists excitedly. His expression was full of meticulousness. I told you that you were a mountain, not a stream, and you really lived up to it. Li Mubai was so excited that he was incoherent. All the memories of his 3 years of high school came to his mind. All the competition and fights in the past have now become beautiful memories. I think the academic performance is the focus of the competition between the two. Sometimes Jiang Fan is on top, and sometimes Li Mubai is on top. Suddenly, another piece of news came. Miss Shuanghua's engagement has been canceled, and it is suspected to be related to Jiang Fan. Li Mubai was puzzled, and then he followed the screen, and it took him a long time to utter 2 words, awesome. He really has become my uncle-in-law. Then I'll ask him to forge weapons from now on. At this moment, the elegant, graceful, and handsome Li Mubai looked like a fool. In the early hours of the morning, the entire base city number 7 was in an uproar. Almost everyone related to Jiang Fan knew the news. Brother, you actually became the first place. Liangchen Shuiyu community, inside the villa. Jiang Xan, who was a light sleeper, woke up from her comfortable and soft bed immediately when she heard the housekeeping robot broadcast the news about her brother Jiang Fan. Brother, he is so awesome. In the mayor's office of base city number 7, the mayor issued an order with a solemn expression. Immediately hire 3 silver moon-level warriors from the army to protect Jiang Fan's family 24 hours a day. There must be no mistakes. As mayor, his strength and vision are not too bad. When I saw the news that Jiang Fan had topped the trial realm list, I immediately knew what I should do. On the other hand, at Lin Guodong's home, the atmosphere was completely different. Lin Guodong collapsed on the ground, his face pale, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He happened to be so fast. Lin Guodong murmured in despair. Jiang Fan's words echoed in his ears like a curse. Things that come late are despised even by dogs. When I become a grandmaster or a meteor, I won't need your help anymore. The feeling of despair overwhelmed him like a tide, and Lin Guodong felt that his world was collapsing. Suddenly, he seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and raised his head abruptly. Master Mubai, only he can save me. Chapter 64, The Broken Portal. Battle University number 7. This storm is destined to be difficult to calm down. Fuck, a freshman can achieve this. It's incredible. Number 1 on the trial realm list. That's right. It hasn't been long since we defeated Zhao Jintang. Let's go to the dungeon and get some good luck. Many people gathered at the entrance to the secret dimension, eager to try. There are also rotating faculty and staff who seem to be infected by this atmosphere. Many of them have a second spring in life and want to explore the secret realm of the dimension. As night falls, Jiang Fan's residence becomes quiet. He lay in bed, his cell phone screen reflected on his face, flashing with blessing messages from his friends. Lao Ziang, Asom. Brother Fan, when are you going to take me with you? Jiang Fan, are you so fierce? I thought it was someone with the same name, but after getting to know you, I realized it was you. Jiang Fan raised the corners of his mouth slightly as he replied to the message. At the same time, he called his family to let them know that he was safe. After hanging up the phone, he closed his eyes and let his thoughts drift away. Of the 9 basic energies that the teacher had mentioned earlier, he had only mastered the 2, water and fire. How to understand and use these energies more deeply is the focus of his current thinking. The use of energy is only a superficial phenomenon. The key lies in understanding the laws contained therein. Jiang Fan muttered to himself. What kind of extraordinary power does the divine blacksmith skills belong to? Jiang Fan gradually felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. The sunlight poured into the room through the curtains. It was already noon the next day. Jiang Fan stretched, got up and washed. As soon as I went out, I saw Ji Boda leaning against the wall, kicking stones out of boredom. Have you been waiting for a long time? Jiang Fan asked with a smile. It won't take long, maybe just an hour. Ji Boda curled his lips and said, Let's go. Lin Beicheng is hosting a banquet at Tianxiang Tower and is waiting for you. We have to give him a good beating today. Jiang Fan smiled and said, Actually, if he doesn't come to provoke me, I won't take the initiative to cause trouble to him. He then continued to ask, What was the final result of Zhao Jintang last night? I was quite curious about this matter, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Besides being covered in dust, what else could it be? Ji Boda smiled and said, That guy came out of the trial's secret realm in a rather embarrassed state. It was almost dawn when I went back to sleep, and that guy still hadn't given up. Jiang Fan commented, very persistent. The Tianxiang Tower was filled with fragrance. All kinds of rare ingredients are transformed into mouth-watering delicacies under the skillful hands of the chef. There was a huge round table in the middle of the hall, and quite a few people were already sitting at it. Fu Qingyang, Chu Xian, and other influential figures in the academy were among them. They were all talking in low voices, glancing towards the door from time to time. Lin Beicheng stood at the door, pacing back and forth, looking a little anxious. Seeing Jiang Fan and Ji Boda, he immediately went to greet them. Junior brother Jiang, you are finally here. There was a hint of flattery in Lin Beicheng's tone. He was completely different from when we first met in the Fishman's secret realm. You're too polite, Senior Lin. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. Lin Beicheng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led the two to the main table. Jiang, I was wrong last time. I will drink 3 cups as an apology. Lin Beicheng picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Jiang Fan observed the people around him calmly. His eyes were deep and unpredictable. After Lin Beicheng finished 3 glasses of wine, he picked up the teacup and smiled carefreely. Senior, you are too serious. It's just a few hardships in life. Maybe in the future, when we talk about this, we will smile knowingly. The two clinked their glasses, and the atmosphere seemed to ease a little. A smile when we meet will wipe out all grudges. Tianxiang Tower was bustling with activity. The crystal chandelier emits a soft light, illuminating the table full of delicious delicacies. The sounds of clinking glasses, laughter, and noise were mixed together, and the scene was lively. Jiang Fan, however, was not used to such occasions. He just sipped the wine in the glass. When someone came to toast him, he would respond with tea instead of wine. Lin Beicheng diligently picked up some food for Jiang Fan and enthusiastically recommended, Junior Jiang, try this ice and fire lobster. It is made from ice and fire beasts and has a unique taste. Also, this star moon cloud juice is produced in another world and is said to enhance mental strength. Jiang Fan responded politely and took a sip of the juice. It was refreshing with a hint of sweetness and was indeed extraordinary. The atmosphere of the banquet became more and more heated. Many people took this opportunity to come forward and talk to Jiang Fan, and their words revealed their desire to obtain the qualification to forge weapons. The main thing is that the awakening ability demonstrated by Jiang Fan is very powerful, which makes everyone look forward to it. Bao Bu Ran Dandan, with Lin Beicheng's prestige, is not enough to invite so many people. Junior, I have long heard of your name. Please take care of me in the future. Junior brother Jiang Fan, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. If you have time in the future, you must help me forge weapons. One by one, the seniors came over to show their goodwill. Jiang Fan felt a little dizzy being surrounded by these people, and could only laugh and say, Thank you all for your recognition, but I have to start with the person who gave up his seat to me last night. As soon as this sentence came out, the news spread among the people around. No matter what, they did not directly refuse. It was already very good to get this result. At this time, Fu Qingyang, who was sitting next to him, quietly sent a message to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, I am Fu Qingyang. I wonder if you can forge your natal item. Birth object? Your awakening ability is your birth object. Jiang Fan's heart moved, and he looked at Fu Qingyang. Fu Qingyang nodded slightly, with a hint of desire in his eyes. I wonder if my junior brother has any way to forge it? That's easy. After dinner, we'll go to the weapon casting pavilion and take a look. Jiang Fan also replied through voice transmission, his heart full of curiosity about his natal object. With the platinum flying sword in front of him, he paid special attention to this type of weapon. Now, it would be wonderful to find one without any effort. While the banquet was in full swing, strange changes were quietly happening in various parts of the academy. Faculty members and support staff appeared like ghosts in every corner of the college. They deliberately avoided the surveillance in the function hall and quietly came to the doors of the teleportation arrays. In a dim corner, a figure dressed in a blacksmith's robe appeared in front of a portal. A cold voice sounded in his mind. Begin the action. Without any hesitation, the foundry craftsman took out a totem pole carved with complex patterns from a space ring. The totem pole is pitch black and exudes a strange aura. Boom! The totem pole fell heavily on the teleportation formation, making a dull, loud noise. At the same time, violent energy waves spread out, and the totem pole was full of space fluctuations. Boom tilde. The portal in front of him shattered like glass, revealing the dimensional gap behind it that was forcibly suppressed. Violent energy gushed out from the cracks, like a lake torn apart by the wind, with ripples spreading out layer by layer. Almost at the same time, other portals in the academy also collapsed one after another, a total of 18. Chapter 65, A Gap in Time and Space Leading to Another World. 28. And counting. Inside the monitoring room, a faculty member who was in charge of monitoring the teleportation array had a trembling voice and a pale face. The scarlet alarm on the screen kept flashing, and the light spots representing the teleportation array went out one by one. 29, 30. The numbers were still jumping, and every sound was like a hammer hitting everyone's heart. Above the number 7 Battle Academy, the originally blue sky was torn apart, and the dark dimensional gap opened like a ferocious beast, madly devouring everything around it. The strong wind from the void roared in, shattering the glass of the teaching building in an instant, and the metal frame twisted and deformed, making a sharp hissing sound. The ground cracked, and the trees were uprooted, as if doomsday had come. At the same time, there are powerful creatures watching from the dimensional rifts. They are eyeing the opportunity and seem to want to take advantage of it to destroy the blue planet in one fell swoop. In the academy, some students who didn't have time to dodge were swept up by the strong wind. They screamed in fear, their bodies tumbling in the air like kites with broken strings, and were finally swallowed up into the secret realm of the dimension. Quick, activate emergency defense. A voice screamed, its tone filled with despair. It's too late. It's too late. Another trembling voice responded. All kinds of strange creatures poured out from the collapsed portal. There were giant spiders covered in spikes, skeleton warriors wielding sharp bone blades, flying lizards spewing green venom, soft slimes, and the red moon monster that Jiang Fan had encountered before. They roared, growled, and frantically attacked everything around them. Not good. It's a creature from the gray world. It's coming so soon. Quick, notify all combatants. Prepare to meet the enemy. In the college, the alarm sounded through the sky, and the originally bustling campus instantly turned into a battlefield. The formation masters were busy setting up defensive formations. Light curtains rose up, but they were like paper and were easily torn apart by the creatures from the gray world. High-end combatants charged forward in a desperate fight with alien creatures, with brilliant energy lights and the roars of monsters intertwined. Fortunately, there weren't many alien creatures emerging at this moment, and the Academy's ability users were gathering quickly. The 18 traitors who destroyed the teleportation array were quickly identified, and the faculty and staff with rich combat experience showed great strength, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and killed them in an instant. 37. The number of shattered portals has reached 37. The monitoring personnel's voice was filled with anger. Hurry up and guard the other teleportation arrays, otherwise the traitors will sabotage them again. Lin Qingyuan's face turned pale, and he immediately made a decision. His voice resounded throughout the Battle Academy. All students below the Grandmaster level immediately retreat to the Battle Soldier's Secret Realm and the Forging Secret Realm. Wait until the situation stabilizes, then come out to attack the Dimension Secret Realm again. His voice spread throughout the college through the loudspeaker. In Tianxiang Tower, the sudden change caught everyone off guard. The cups and plates were in a mess. The wine was spilled, and the originally lively banquet instantly turned into a scene of escape. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? No, it's a dimensional rift. Oh no, the portal is destroyed. A traitor has destroyed the portal, and now the whole academy is in chaos. Everyone was panicked and dropped their bowls and chopsticks and entered battle mode. Various streams of light appeared, including dragon-scale suits, temple weapons, elven light armor. All kinds of equipment instantly covered their bodies. Weapons were unsheathed, and cold light flashed. Jiang Fan was no exception. Wearing a dragon-scale suit, his body was filled with sword chants, and his platinum sword could explode at any time. Holding a forging hammer in his hand. Crack! Without any warning, a huge crack appeared in the ground. The dark dimensional crack was like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing everyone. No! Go! Fu Qingyang's face suddenly changed. He grabbed Jiang Fan and pushed him out of the crack with all his strength. His ability is that of a holy light knight. He has justice in his heart and always adheres to the inheritance sequence, or the death sequence. Boom! Lin Beicheng suddenly swooped over from the side, blocking Jiang Fan and preventing him from leaving. With a buzz sound, the devouring force in the dimensional gap suddenly increased, and everyone present was sucked in. Lin Beicheng, you beast! Fu Qingyang's eyes were bloodshot, and an angry roar came out from the gap. Jiang Fan. Suddenly, Lin Qingyuan arrived. He knew the approximate location of Jiang Fan through his authority, but he was a step too late and watched him and many students being swallowed into the alien world. Almost at the same time, several figures broke through the air and landed beside Lin Qingyuan. Two of the old men had white hair and beards and were dressed in simple gray robes. They were the two old professors of the weapon casting pavilion. They were originally in seclusion researching new forging techniques, but were startled by this sudden change. They rushed over as soon as possible, but only saw the empty Tianxiang Tower and the hideous but disappearing dimensional crack. What's going on? Why is there a dimensional crack in the lower part of Tianxiang Tower? Lin Qingyuan turned his head suddenly, staring at the two old professors with red eyes, and his voice was as loud as thunder. Just because the sound is loud doesn't mean it makes sense. This didn't happen naturally, it was man-made, and it was planned a long time ago, but it was not released until today. I don't believe that the owner of Tianxiang Tower didn't know about it. An old professor had a cold but explosive look on his face. He had wanted to take Jiang Fan as his apprentice before, but now that he guessed that he had been swallowed by the dimensional rift, one can imagine how angry he was. Interrogate all the people in Tianxiang Tower. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Lin Qingyin gritted his teeth and then thought of another thing. Where is Tuoba Juntian? Didn't he say he would protect Jiang Fan personally? There was such a big commotion, but he's not here. His whereabouts have always been strange. Who knows? Don't just stand there like an idiot, another high-ranking member of the academy shouted. Hurry up and stop the alien creatures from coming. There are still thousands of students missing. Move quickly. Only then did everyone wake up from their dream, and they dispersed and plunged into the intense rescue and fighting. However, one person remained there, wearing armor, throwing his weapon, and forcibly opening the dimensional gap. If the dimensional gap is smoothed out by the will of Blue Star, then the group of children swallowed up will be completely lost, and even if they survive, they will most likely not be able to return to Blue Star. From now on, I can only wander in the universe. Battle Academy number 7 has completely become a battlefield. After the initial panic, the students showed amazing psychological qualities, quickly organized themselves, fought and retreated, and supported each other. Although there were casualties, they were not numerous. After all, such emergencies are nothing to a group of old students like them. All Grandmaster-level students hide in the secret realm. Meteor-level and Silver Moon-level alien creatures are about to descend. The old professor of the weapon foundry stood on a high place, looking at the collapsed portal. The dimensional cracks continued to expand like a greedy beast. More and more powerful creatures were poking their heads out of it, making terrifying roars. This is an order, retreat immediately. At the same time, nearly 7,000 kilometers away from the Battle Academy, in a hidden cave inside a lush green mountain, Tuoba Juntian stood tall, and at his feet, a figure in black armor curled up on the ground, covered in wounds and dying. Suddenly, Tuoba Juntian's expression changed drastically, and he opened his eyes abruptly. Not good. He let out a low roar, and his figure flashed and disappeared in the cave in an instant. The next moment, he appeared above the Battle Academy, looking at the devastated scene with a terribly gloomy expression. He quickly released his mental power and searched for Jiang Fan's trace. Jiang Fan has been drawn into another dimension. Lin Qingyuan flew to Tooba Juntian and roared angrily. Where have you been? Didn't you promise to protect him? Chapter 66, Another World. Another World. The towering trees block out the sun. Each one is like a giant pillar reaching into the sky. The sunlight shines through the dense branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. It seemed full of life, but no sound came out. Bang, bang, bang. The human figure fell from the sky like dumplings and landed on the thick layer of fallen leaves. Jiang Fan groaned, rolled over to release the force, and landed steadily. He looked around, his brows furrowed. This forest is ancient and mysterious. The air is filled with the rich fragrance of grass and trees, but it also lurks unknown dangers. Lin Beicheng. Jiang Fan's eyes were as fast as lightning, quickly locking onto a figure who was staggering to his feet, not far away. The powerful strength of the meteor level allowed him to stay conscious during the fall, and also allowed him to notice the abnormality at the first moment. He flashed and rushed towards Lin Beicheng like an arrow. The hammer in his hand hit Lin Beicheng's neck heavily with a whistling sound. You are a traitor. Jiang Fan's voice was icy cold, as if it came from the netherworld. Lin Beicheng's face was pale and panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and even revealed a strange smile. Haha, it's useless to say anything now. I have a genius like you accompanying me on my way to the underworld, and countless students from the Battle Academy will be buried with me. I will die without regrets. Lin Beicheng laughed wildly. Jiang Fan, you don't understand at all. You don't understand the pain of having alien blood in your body. His laughter was full of hysteria, as if he was venting years of repression and pain. There was a flash of cold light in Jiang Fan's eyes, and he did not hesitate at all. Boom! The sky hammer fell and hit the dragon scale armor on Lin Beicheng's body. The armor was shattered and blood and flesh splattered. Lin Beicheng didn't even have time to scream before he was shaken into a ball of bloody mist. Re-engineering. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. Now that it was a critical moment, he naturally would not waste any resources. He absorbed all of Lin Beicheng's blood mist and the broken dragon scale weapons. Instead of the expected improvement in strength, he only gained a bloodline skill called Super Self-Healing and nearly 10,000 divine forging essences. Jiang Fan frowned slightly, and his doubts grew even more serious. Lin Beicheng's words made him feel uneasy. Bloodline from another world? For a moment, he was unsure of the meaning of these words. Gather towards the others first. Jiang Fan suppressed the doubts in his heart and disappeared into the dense jungle in a flash. When he reappeared, he had reunited with a slender college student. Who are you? Jiang Fan asked. Junior Jiang Fan? Everyone was wearing equipment that concealed their faces, but their identities could still be vaguely confirmed by their voices. It's me, Jiang Fan said. I'm Qin Hongyi. The senior student took off her mask, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. She looked a little flustered as she analyzed. This world is a bit weird. According to my guess, it shouldn't be a dimensional secret realm, but a real different world. Another world. Jiang Fan was in a state of awe. However, last night, Master Toba Juntian did tell me some news about this. Yes, according to my current analysis, this world is similar to our blue planet. Anyone who falls here, even a master, can survive. Senior Qin Hongyi analyzed. But did you notice that this is a primeval forest, but there is no sign of animals? Jiang Fan nodded. He had felt something strange before. Apart from this group of sudden visitors from Blue Star, he didn't see any other living creatures. Be smaller, he. Qin Hongyi told Jiang Fan to be careful. But suddenly, a black shadow as fast as a stream of light rushed over and interrupted her words. Puff! He pierced the forehead of Senior Sister Qin Hongyi. Senior Qin? Jiang Fan was surprised to see an energy body similar to a flying knife appear between the woman's eyebrows. The energy body penetrated through in an instant and killed Qin Hongyi in just a moment. Jiang Fan's face changed slightly. He looked towards the direction where the energy body was shooting towards, but saw nothing except a large shadow. He died just like that. Who killed him? Jiang Fan was a little flustered, but more of angry, which finally turned into a sigh. He put Qin Hongyi's body into a separate storage bag. Unless she was an enemy, he would not be able to take back this senior whom he had just met. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that if he encounters danger in the future, He will go back to school and rebuild it with tears in his eyes. We can't take off the visor. Perhaps the creatures in the dark are not sure they can penetrate the armor, so when senior sister Qin takes off the visor, she will be in danger. Jiang Fan, standing in the beam of light, sighed slightly. He quickly dodged and had to find other companions who were also drawn into the alien world as soon as possible. In this strange world, unity is the key to survival. The huge trees blocked out the sky, the light was dim, and danger was lurking on every side. Jiang Fan sneaked carefully, his mental power spreading around like a radar, searching for any signs of life. The wind was howling, the trees were towering, and the light and shadows were mottled, wandering in the woods like ghosts. Jiang Fan held his breath and concentrated, feeling the unique atmosphere of this strange world. The cosmic energy here is much denser than that of Blue Star. Jiang Fan felt the energy flowing through his body. The gravity is also stronger. He frowned tightly. This was not good news. This is a question of base number. The more powerful a planet is, the more life it will produce will far exceed that of other planets when it matures. Obviously, Blue Star is not as powerful as this alien world. Suddenly, a roar and a cry of terror broke the silence of the forest. That is the language of Blue Star. Something happened. Jiang Fan's figure was as fast as lightning, rushing towards the direction where the sound came from. The dense branches and leaves were torn apart by the violent airflow, revealing a tragic battlefield. 7 students wearing the standard armor of the Combat Academy lay lying on the ground in a mess. Jiang Fan's heart trembled and he rushed forward. All 7 men were dead. Their armor was torn to pieces, and their bodies were covered with hideous wounds. The fatal wounds were all on the head. They were killed with one blow, cleanly and neatly. What on earth is killing people secretly? Jiang Fan took a deep breath. Even though Qin Hongyi died in front of him, he still couldn't find out what had done the attack. Very weird. He sighed silently and put the 7 bodies into the storage bag. My fellow brothers and sisters, I will temporarily borrow your inheritance. If I can return to Blue Star, I will bury you and treat your families well. Jiang Fan took out the storage bags of 7 people and collected all the ordinary equipment and supplies inside, leaving only some precious items and identity documents. 7 people were all killed instantly. Jiang Fan carefully observed the traces on the ground. I'm afraid there were more than one person who attacked, or just one. He felt vaguely uneasy. This forest was far more dangerous than he had imagined. There was a slight rumbling sound. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed. He clenched the hammer in his hand and moved forward at high speed towards the direction where the smell of blood came from. Pushing aside the dense bushes, a figure came into view. He was a tall Blue Star student, wearing torn dragon scale armor, with a huge bloody hole on his chest that was shocking. It is now certain that the murderer was... Jiang Fan had a vague guess. Chapter 67 Analysis. Shadow Killer Clan. Without armor to protect you, or if your armor is broken or even has a tiny crack, you will inevitably be attacked by the enemy. Jiang Fan stared at the shocking blood hole on the ground, and his thoughts returned to the moment of Qin Hongyi's death. He subconsciously touched his intact armor, and a chill swept through his body. This is still speculation. However, the cost of verifying this conjecture is too high, and he would never be stupid enough to take off his armor on his own initiative. Secondly, the killer is hiding in the jungle, and his attack method is extremely strange. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes and looked around vigilantly. The forest was eerily silent. There were no sounds of insects or birds, not even the slightest breeze or movement. The towering ancient trees are like silent giants, casting mottled light and shadows, adding a bit of eeriness. Hundreds of students were scattered throughout the jungle, their lives or deaths unknown. When he fell, he looked around vaguely and could tell that the other students were in the jungle, but from what he saw at the time, the jungle was vast and boundless. It may not be possible to gather everyone together. Moreover, with the death of those who accidentally removed their armor, there's a high possibility that all those who eventually wandered into this strange world would die. That's right, fly to the sky. Jiang Fan's heart moved, and a dark blue energy light suddenly burst out. The armor sprayed out a strong airflow, lifting him up rapidly into the air. The sunlight penetrated the dense branches and leaves, shining on his body, making the light even brighter. Puff! An emerald green vine suddenly sprang out from below like a poisonous snake, and with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it lashed towards Jiang Fan fiercely. This vine is thinner and longer than a giant python, with a smooth surface. It looks very tough, but contains terrifying power. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he jerked his body to the side, barely avoiding the attack. The vines brushed against his armor, creating sparks, and the force was so great that it caused his armor to deform slightly. What a powerful force! At least it's at the new, meteoric level. Jiang Fan was secretly shocked and took the opportunity to strengthen the dragon scale suit. If it was damaged, it would be a big trouble. As he continued to rise, more vines emerged from below, like a group of dancing snakes, attacking him frantically. These vines were extremely fast and powerful, like long green whips with life, blocking all his routes of retreat. Jiang Fan dodged left and right, struggling to dodge the dense vine attacks. Descent. Jiang Fan made a prompt decision and controlled the armor to descend rapidly. As the altitude decreased, the vine's attack gradually weakened, and finally slowly retracted into the depths of the jungle. Jiang Fan fell back to the ground with a serious expression. This is to trap everyone in the forest and kill them one by one. No chance to escape at all. He took a deep breath, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. No wonder so much time had passed, and no one had requested support from the sky. Looking up at the sky, the dense tree canopy blocked out the sun like a huge green cage, trapping them in this land of death. There's no other way. We can only start from the ground. Jiang Fan sighed helplessly, flew low over the ground, and increased his speed to the fastest. He flew close to the ground, and the dark blue airflow from the dragon scale armor's thrusters plowed 2 shallow grooves on the ground. He flew at an astonishing speed and could fly freely in the jungle. The whistling sound of the wind filled my ears like the growl of a wild beast. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the dense jungle, searching for signs of life, but more often than not, all he found were corpses. Another one. A mutilated corpse lay in the bushes, its armor torn, with a shocking bloody hole on its chest. The way it died was exactly the same as the previous corpses. Jiang Fan sighed in his heart, gently put the corpse into the storage bag, and silently noted the death toll. He had seen too many similar scenes along the way. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, which was nauseating. About an hour later, the death toll approached 100. A feeling of helplessness surged into Jiang Fan's heart like a tide, and just when he was about to give up, a faint energy fluctuation caught his attention. Someone. He immediately flew towards the direction where the energy fluctuations came from, pushed aside the dense branches and leaves, and a figure appeared in his sight. The man was thin and hung himself upside down in the air, covered by the sunlight, but his armor was covered with scratches. Moreover, there were unusual energy fluctuations around, as if there were living creatures in the dark, watching that person. "Don't take off your armor." Jiang Fan landed on the ground, speaking in a hurried tone. "The enemy uses this method to kill other students." "No, your armor has been broken. Why?" He was very confused, but there was no way he would just stand by and watch him die. So he rushed over, put his hand on his armor, a white light flashed, and he activated the magic weapon to give it spirit. In an instant, the armor was intact. Jiang Fan. The academy was filled with surprises. Feeling the armor restored to full shape and the power contained in it become even stronger, they almost cried for joy. "It's me," Jiang Fan said softly. "I'm Zhao Bingyang." He spoke in a choking voice. The creatures in this alien world are very scary, hiding in the shadows. As long as there is a scent, they will follow the scent and kill. Assassination based on smell? The two of them just floated in the air. "Right." Zhao Bingyang stroked his armor. The cracks on it had completely disappeared. He continued, "I have seen similar alien creatures in the dimensional secret realm before. They kill people based on their aura and life fluctuations. We were not attacked because the armor blocked most of the aura and the sunlight." "Sunshine," Jiang Fan repeated the word, his eyes looking at the sunlight shining overhead. Zhao Bingyang nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, those creatures hiding in the dark are the Shadow Killer clan. A creature that is adept at using shadow energy." Jiang Fan frowned. Shadow creatures are natural assassins, hard to guard against. No wonder hundreds of people died tragically before, but they couldn't even catch the ferocious beast. His heart was slightly moved, because he had mastered a skill called invisibility, but it was a very superficial use of light and shadow, which only made his figure disappear visually, not completely. But the shadow killers are different. They can hide and lurk in the shadows. Zhao Bingyang smiled bitterly. It's okay now because there is sunshine in the sky. But if we wait until night, when there is no sunshine, and this is also the fundamental reason why he was able to survive even though his armor was broken just now. A chill ran down Jiang Fan's spine. When that happens, the entire Shadow Killer clan will riot. I'm afraid that before the teachers at the academy can open the teleportation array, we will all be killed by the Shadow Killer clan. That's it. Zhao Bingyang lowered his head in despair. Let's team up and look for other people. If we can find Fu Qingyang, maybe we can get through tonight safely. His night-type skills are considered Ray-type. Jiang Fan nodded slightly, and he also promised to strengthen Fu Qingyang's natal giant sword. If he could get a replica of this giant sword, it would be like having a second light ability user. Chapter 68, Shadow Killing Clan. Find Fu Qingyang first. Jiang Fan murmured, let's go. As soon as the words fell, the two men were pushed by the armor and flew almost close to the treetops. Searching aimlessly like this is too inefficient. Zhao Bingyang shouted loudly, his voice torn apart by the wind. But there is no other way, Jiang Fan responded with a wry smile. The subsequent search was still in vain. All they found were more cold corpses, which entangled the two of them like vines. Jiang Fan silently collected each corpse, and there were almost more than 200 corpses in the storage bag. Suddenly, Jiang Fan caught a faint sound of breathing in a hidden gap in the ditch. He braked suddenly, and the airflow from the thrusters washed out two deep marks on the ground. Someone, pushing aside the dense branches and leaves, a familiar figure was seen curled up deep in the crevice, his torn armor reflecting a dim luster, and in his hand he tightly grasped a dagger, emitting a faint glow. Senior, Jiang Fan recognized Qin Yuro at a glance and was delighted. This gap is narrow and hidden. If his strength had not increased so much after he was promoted to meteor level, it would have been difficult to find. Jiang Fan. Qin Yuro's voice was filled with a hint of surprise, but then she became alert. Don't come over. Jiang Fan hovered in the air and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Down here. They're all shadow killers. Qin Yuro's voice trembled. If you come down, they will tear you to pieces. Jiang Fan's face changed, and his falling momentum came to an abrupt stop. The friction between his armor and the air made a sharp whistle, and steam rose. Because of the dagger you helped me forge. Qin Yuro smiled bitterly. They thought I was one of their own kind. So that's how it is. Jiang Fan understood instantly. Recalling the 4 supernatural powers that emerged from the dagger, all of them were shadow attributes. No wonder the Shadow Killing Clan would mistake her. However, it was a similar aura. If Qin Yuro dared to show murderous intent, it would be hard to say what the outcome would be. I'll try and see if I can light a way for you. Zhao Bingyang looked up at the sky, pondered for a moment, and condensed several ice crystals in his hands, which skillfully refracted the sunlight to form a beam of light that shot directly into the depths of the crack in the ground. A hiss! The beam of light illuminated the crack in the ground, and also illuminated the horrific creature lurking within. Countless twisted black figures squirmed in the light column, making creepy roars. They are humanoid in shape, but have beast-like claws and fangs, and their bodies seem to be made of shadows, constantly twisting and deforming at the edge of the light. Moreover, these creatures are entangled and melted together, which is very strange. Jiang Fan took a breath of cold air. It was too creepy. So many. Zhao Bingyang's voice also became solemn. No wonder so many people died. Moreover, these are just a few shadow killer creatures hidden in a crack in the ground, and definitely not all of them in the entire forest. It's hard to imagine how many shadow killers there are in this dense forest. Qin Yuro, who was trapped in the crack of the ground, was like a small boat in a storm and could be swallowed up at any time. The shadow dagger in her hand flickered with a faint light, as if blending with the surrounding darkness, forming a strange balance. The sunlight pierced through the dense forest like a sharp sword, casting mottled light and shadows in the cracks on the ground, and the dust was dancing in it. Under the illumination of the light column, the shadow killer creatures slowly squirmed like hibernating snakes and insects, trying to escape from the deadly light. The twisted edges of their bodies, their beast-like claws and fangs, kept deforming at the edge of the light, and the light cup and the beam of light shot directly at them, squeezing hard toward the rear. Like sculptures illuminated by the sunlight, they crawl according to their instinct and hide in the shadows. Jiang Fan saw that in the sunlight, these creatures that looked like sculptures and as deep as ink were very intolerant of the sunlight. They were like long worms in hibernation and had slow reaction speeds. Moreover, at this time, they could only hide and did not even have the thought of resisting. "Senior sister, please move on your own and come up first. I will help you repair your armor." Jiang Fan was floating in the air with a steady tone. With his swish sound, Qin Yuro flashed out from the crack in the ground, and the shadow dagger flashed faintly in her hand. She fell beside Jiang Fan in a mess, her torn armor revealing the blood-stained clothes underneath. Buzz! The magic weapon is endowed with spirit. Jiang Fan's palm fell on her broken shoulder armor, and warm white light flowed out. The broken armor was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cracks on the metal disappeared, and the luster was restored. In just a moment, Qin Yuro was protected by the armor again. "Thank you." She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiang Fan with gratitude. The tense nerves finally relaxed, but the hand holding the dagger was still trembling slightly. "Old Zhao, keep the ice crystals refracting light energy. I'll go down and meet the creatures of this tribe." Jiang Fan turned his gaze to the crack in the ground, his tone filled with a hint of excitement, as if he was eager to try. "The Shadow Killer clan are natural-born assassins. If I can recycle the body of this creature and produce skills by chance, then I can also become an assassin." Jiang Fan thought secretly. This was also the fundamental reason why he wanted to go down and give it a try. "Are you really stubborn?" Zhao Bingyang smiled bitterly, but his hands did not stop moving. Several ice crystals spun and danced, and the refracted sunlight formed a brighter beam of light in the crack in the ground. At the same time, he condensed more ice crystals and used the principle of convex mirrors to converge the light, making the underground cave brighter. Jiang Fan slowly descended under the illumination of the light column, like a god descending from heaven. He finally saw the full appearance of the Shadow Killer clan creatures. They were like sculptures, all black, and each creature had a different shape. Some looked like long worms, some looked like wild bulls, some looked like humans, and some looked like ancient trees. They are entangled and fused together, like a huge black tumor. "The Shadow Killer clan," Jiang Fan murmured in a low voice, his brows furrowed. He felt a strong energy fluctuation, which was not the breath of a flesh and blood creature, but more like some kind of energy crystal. No wonder he didn't detect any life fluctuations before, because he used the wrong sensing method from the beginning. Jiang Fan stretched out his hand, and his fingertips touched a Shadow Killer creature that looked like a long worm. It felt cold to the touch, without a trace of warmth, like touching a piece of cold black crystal. It really is not a creature of flesh and blood. Jiang Fan withdrew his hand, his thoughts surging in his mind. What is the true nature of these Shadow Killer creatures? Suddenly, there was a commotion deep in the ground, and the Shadow Killer creatures that had been avoiding the sunlight began to rush towards the direction of the light column. But under the sunlight, their bodies made a hissing sound and surged like water, trying to escape from the area. Ding! Jiang Fan swung the hammer and smashed it on the group of creatures. Crystal-shattered stones immediately fell to the ground. However, after these broken crystals were separated from the Shadow Killer creatures, they were no longer restricted by the light. Buzz! In an instant, the creatures of the Shadow Killer clan gathered like smoke into the crystal rubble lying on the ground. "I seem to understand something," Jiang Fan thought. Chapter 69, Shadow Step. The sunlight still pierced through the dense forest like a sharp sword. As Zhao Bingyang operated, it cast a bright light in the cracks in the ground, like a blazing little sun. Although none of the three of them has light-based abilities, Zhao Bingyang has a branch of water-based abilities, the ice-based ability. The condensed ice crystals can reflect, refract, and aggregate light. In fact, the sky was dim at this moment, and there was not much light. But with Zhao Bingyang's sassy operation, the light in the crack in the ground was as bright as noon. They are indeed made of energy bodies. When this part of energy falls off from them, they will lose all traces of life. Jiang Fan stared at the crystal rubble on the ground and talked to himself. "So, His eyes turned cold, and he removed the armor on his hand, exposing his own aura into the air. Junior, why did you take off your armor? Qin Yuro asked with a hint of anxiety in her tone. Old Jiang, please stop messing around. Zhao Bingyang's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but increase the energy output, making the light in the crack even brighter. The two's worries are real. At present, it seems that only Jiang Fan can repair the armor, comparable to strategic force. If this person were to disappear, they would probably lose their backbone on the spot. I'm fine. Jiang Fan shook his head, verifying his guess. He could feel that the energy fluctuations in the shattered crystal were slightly violent, but he never dared to rush out of the shattered crystal. Moreover, the broken crystals were melting at an extremely slow rate and were being absorbed by the shadow killer creatures hiding within them. The detached energy crystals lose all traces of life, but can be reabsorbed by the shadow killers and transformed into parts of the body. The relationship between the two is very subtle. Jiang Fan carefully observed the subtle changes in the cracks in the ground. The shadow killer clan creatures were like frightened rabbits, huddling under the protection of the crystal fragments, not daring to go beyond the line. The sunlight seems to be their nemesis, making them terrified. They're absorbing energy to repair themselves, Jiang Fan thought to himself. Just like being remade? Try it. Jiang Fan's eyes brightened, and he decisively started the retraining. A powerful suction force instantly burst out from his palm, and the broken crystals on the ground, along with the shadow killer creatures hiding in them, disappeared without a trace as if they were swallowed by a black hole. More than 4,700 divine, forging essences, 7 new meteor energy bodies, and a skill, Shadow Step. Jiang Fan digested the huge amount of information he had obtained in an instant, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up, thinking to himself, as expected, the bodies of the shadow killers are energy crystals. According to the definition of the divine forger's innate skill, this is the material, but there are faint life fluctuations in it, and it can be judged as a corpse. So Jiang Fan did it for them on the spot. His extraordinary power of reforging has a natural lethality to these two and transforms them into divine essence and flesh and blood energy. Hey, where are those shadow killers? Zhao Bingyang asked doubtfully. He could no longer sense any aura of the shadow killer clan. Why can't I sense their breath? Even Qin Yuro, who held a shadow dagger and was extremely sensitive to shadow energy, looked confused. The next moment, a black shadow flashed by. Jiang Fan appeared in front of the two with a smile on his face. Shadow energy surged around him, as if he was wearing a black windbreaker. I killed them all, Jiang Fan said calmly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Junior, you can actually do Shadow Step? The store Qin Yuro was paying attention to was obviously different, and she widened her eyes in disbelief. Shadow Step is the extraordinary power of the Shadow series. How did this junior learn it? She looked at Jiang Fan in a daze, her eyes full of confusion. Jiang Fan just smiled without any explanation, and the shadow energy surging around him also dissipated. Zhao Bingyang scratched his head. Old Jiang, you are too mysterious. The more you reveal, the harder it is for people to see through you. Jiang Fan laughed, but his eyes became sharp. Search for teammates as much as possible before it gets completely dark. I can also take the opportunity to eliminate some of the shadow killers. Eliminate the enemy's manpower and thus increase your own strength. As one thing gained, the other lost, and he felt he had a chance of getting through the night. After all, under the cover of night, the power of the Shadow Killer clan will only become more terrifying, and it will even make everyone feel what ambush from all sides means. These natural assassins can hide very well in shadow environments, making it impossible for everyone to know how to resist. Okay, the two responded in unison. The three continued to fly in the jungle. The ice crystals condensed by Zhao Bingyang distorted and amplified the already dim light, forming several searchlight-like beams of light that quickly swept across the ground. The three people cooperated with each other, and their efficiency was significantly improved. They soon discovered the existence of a shadow-killing clan from a huge tree hole. Deep inside the tree hole, densely packed black creatures were wriggling, making one's scalp tingle. Zhao Bingyang immediately focused the light, illuminating the tree hole as bright as day. The dazzling light made the shadow killers scream sharply, and they huddled together, trying to hide. But the tree hole is so small that it cannot be avoided. Jiang Fan followed the same method and first used the energy blade condensed by the armor to shatter the outer layer of the crystal, exposing the shadow killers hiding inside. Afterwards, he decisively launched the recreation strategy, and the powerful suction force swallowed up all the shattered crystals and the trembling shadow killers. 5,300 divine forging essences, 8 meteor energy bodies. Jiang Fan silently calculated his gains and was secretly happy in his heart, but it was a pity that he did not obtain any new shadow abilities. Old Zhao, Senior's sister Qin, Jiang Fan said with a resolute look after landing. According to wartime regulations, I want to obtain full distribution rights of the spoils because I am confident that I can keep you alive as long as possible. Zhao Bingyang pretended to be angry. Old Jiang, it's a bit mean of you to say this now. You simply don't treat us as friends. Qin Yuro was very thoughtful and immediately understood Jiang Fan's intention. Brother, now only with your extraordinary power can we delay time and wait for the academy teacher to open the transmission channel. She paused and said sincerely, I believe you. Jiang Fan glanced at the two of them and said, I'll help you upgrade your armor first. As he spoke, he held the two men's shoulders and forged them 9 times in succession. How is it? Did you regain your strength? It appeared. Both of them nodded, feeling envious and grateful for this miraculous, extraordinary ability. The three reached a consensus and continued to track the other students while also hunting the shadow killers. But as time went by, the sky grew darker and the shadows in the jungle grew thicker. The sleeping shadow killer clan seemed to be about to wake up. From their movements, it could be seen that they were not as slow as before. Their movements became noticeably faster, and they even began to actively attack approaching light sources. This, a shadow killer suddenly jumped out from the shadows, and its sharp claws scratched Zhao Bingyang's shield, leaving a shallow blood mark. Zhao Bingyang groaned. His expression turned solemn, and he quickly turned the light source towards himself. Puff! Shadow instant killing array. Qin Yuro held a dagger and unleashed extraordinary power. 2 shadow clones rushed out and killed him. We must speed up our actions. Jiang Fan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. The harvest is good now. There are nearly 60,000 divine forging essences and nearly 200 meteoroid bodies accumulated in the body. The strength has increased a lot, but there are no new extraordinary characteristics absorbed by himself. Chapter 70, there is still a trump card. In the subsequent search, they found 3 more students. There are 2 boys and 1 girl. One of the boys is named Gao Yang, who is at the meteor level. The other boy, Lu Haoyu, like Qin Yuro, has not been promoted to the meteor level. The girl's name is Li Wei, and she is also a meteor level. But at the same time, they also found more bodies of students, all of whom were killed by a single blow. When the last ray of dim light in the sky disappeared and was replaced by dim and soft moonlight, the entire jungle world seemed to be swept by a cold wind. Let's light a fire. Jiang Fan made a prompt decision. The bonfire burned brightly, illuminating the surroundings. Although this would make it easier to expose the target, it would also attract other surviving students. Come here, all of you. Jiang Fan asked everyone to gather in front of a huge tree trunk. Searching aimlessly like this is too inefficient, but the current situation is that acting separately will inevitably lead to casualties. After being promoted to meteor level, the 5 senses and sensing abilities have made a qualitative leap. A single exploration can cover an area of several kilometers, which can expand the exploration range. Qin Yuro and Lu Haoyu were silent. Among the 6-member team, they're the only 2 who have not been promoted to the meteor level, which will indeed slow down the team's marching speed and combat effectiveness. So, we must change our strategy. Jiang Fan said in a firm tone. Sorry, Qin Yuro lowered her head, her voice weak and feeble. She knew she had to make a choice now. Forcing yourself to stay in the team will only bring danger to others. So, she thought that Jiang Fan took the initiative to bring up this topic in order to kick the 2 weaklings out of the team. The fittest survive and the weak are eliminated. This is the eternal truth of the universe. Lu Haoyu smiled bitterly. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of death. I just hope that my body can return to its homeland. I didn't say I gave up on you. Jiang Fan's voice turned cold. What I mean is, I want to help you strengthen your equipment. At least I hope your armor can help you block a fatal blow, and then you can wait for the support of the other four of us. Junior brother Jiang, I know you're more anxious than anyone else right now, and you're not just thinking about yourself. Qin Yuro said in a hoarse voice, her eyes slightly red. She understood how much pressure Jiang Fan was under. He not only had to ensure his own survival, but also had to protect others as much as possible. We are human because we have feelings and bonds, Jiang Fan said bluntly. Next, I will help senior sister Qin and senior brother Lu strengthen their equipment. But I don't bring many materials, so the limit is that they can withstand a full strength attack from a mid-level meteor. As for what happens after that, we'll just leave it to fate. Zhao Bingyang smiled bitterly. You have done your best. He knew in his heart that the reason why people are human is that it is difficult to make decisions at times like this. If the order of inheritance is followed completely, Jiang Fan can ignore it and not care even if all of them die. But human emotion will always prevail over rationality. Here we go. Jiang Fan grabbed the arms of the two men and continuously activated the power of divine forging to give spirit to their armors. The magic weapon is endowed with spirit. Rays of white light burst out from the two people one after another and finally settled inside. The metal surface of the armor seemed to be flowing with galaxy-like light, and the runes engraved on it became more complete and complex. Jiang Fan looked at the consumed divine essence without any regret. After strengthening each of them about 50 times, he stopped decisively. The enhanced armor not only has greatly improved defense, but also possesses several extraordinary powers. It's almost done. Senior Sister Qin, you have the Shadow Dagger. You can escape at the critical moment. You can even release the shadow energy and disguise yourself as a shadow killer. Jiang Fan looked at Lu Haoyu. As for senior brother Lu, junior brother Jiang, don't be so sad. Old Lu is not a person who is afraid of death. Lu Haoyu smiled freely, but still had confidence. Because when Jiang Fan forged the equipment for him, he not only improved the quality of the equipment, but also endowed it with amazing supernatural powers, which was enough to confront meteor-level creatures head-on. Okay, Jiang Fan nodded, looked at the 5 people, and began to assign tasks. Senior Qin, what is the maximum level of your shadow step? With the help of weapons, I can run 5 kilometers in an instant, Qin Yuro replied. 5 kilometers. Jiang Fan calculated a little. What if I bring one person with me? I haven't tried it, but it should be no less than 4 kilometers, Qin Yuro thought. Take Lao Lu with you and try it, Jiang Fan said, pointing at Lu Haoyu. Qin Yuro nodded and took Lu Haoyu's hand. The shadow energy surged, and because it was at night, it was activated faster than usual, and the two of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. A few seconds later, the two reappeared in front of everyone. How is it? Jiang Fan asked. About 4 kilometers, no problem. Qin Yuro answered affirmatively. Jiang Fan nodded, already having a plan in mind. Okay, next, let's change our strategy. He paused, looking at everyone, and said firmly, now we have to arrange the tactics. Senior Qin and Senior Lu, you are in the center. Lao Zhao is an ice-type ability user, and he has strong defense. He can block the attacks of the Shadow Killer clan. It is most appropriate for you to lead the way. No problem, Zhao Bingyang agreed without thinking. Senior Gao Yang will be in charge of the left side, and Senior Li Wei will be in charge of the right side. Jiang Fan issued the order, each of you must not be more than 4 kilometers away from Senior Qin. Okay, Gao Yang no dead. No problem, Li Wei azitata. Then let's arrange it this way, Jiang Fan said. My shadow step can travel about 10 kilometers without any hindrance, so I will just stay at the back. I can take care of both of you and Lao Zhao in the front. 10 kilometers? Zhao Bingyang glared. If that's the case, then your sensing range must be more than 10 kilometers? Just 10 kilometers, Jiang Fan said with a wry smile. Okay, we'll follow your instructions, Gao Yang and Li Wei said at the same time. You 3, if anything happens, immediately flee to the center. I can provide instant support. Jiang Fan said, your presence only increases my sensing range. And now, the most important thing is for me to find Fu Qingyang first. Yeah, I feel much more at ease with your words. Zhao Bingyang felt much more relaxed. But there's one thing I must point out. What's the matter? Qin Yuro asked quickly. Inheritance sequence. Zhao Bingyang emphasized. Jiang Fan, you cannot care, but I must bring it up. That is, if the lives of the 5 of us are in danger, if it may cause you to be in danger, then you must leave. We can die, but you can't die. Yes, Qin Yuro, the person Jiang Fan is most familiar with, also emphasized, you are a strategic force. Only if you are saved, others can return alive. Actually, I have another trump card. Jiang Fan couldn't help but say. Chapter 71, A Reassuring Teammate. Any more cards? Zhao Bingyang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stopped talking and glanced at everyone with a warning. No one is allowed to ask, and you are not allowed to say anything. The air stagnated for a moment, and complex emotions flashed through everyone's hearts. Joy, because there is still a glimmer of hope. Bitter, because this life may be built on Jiang Fan's danger. They all understood that with Jiang Fan's character, he would definitely risk his life to save them. But if Jiang Fan's trump card is not strong enough and he gets himself involved, then they will never be able to forgive themselves even if they die. Qin Yuro pursed her lips tightly, her eyes slightly red. Jiang Fan looked at them, feeling mixed emotions. What's his trump card? It is to absorb the bodies of those students and transform their power into one's own use. Ever since he came into contact with the first corpse, this thought had been lingering in his mind like a maggot on the tarsal bone. But he is a human being, not a beast, and he cannot cross the ethical bottom line in Daoluan's heart. If he really did that, he would spend the rest of his life in regret. That's the end of this matter. Zhao Bingyang broke the silence, saying in a firm tone, follow Jiang Fan's arrangement and start arranging the troops. After saying that, he took the lead and flew forward, his figure drawing a long arc in the night. Gao Yang and Li Wei also moved quickly, dispersing to both sides. Let's go. Qin Yuro and Lu Haoyu moved at the same time, and they turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. As Qin Yuro and Li Wei moved, Gao Yang and Li Wei also adjusted their positions and speeds, always staying within a 4-kilometer radius centered on Qin Yuro. The entire team advanced towards the jungle like a sharp arrow. Jiang Fan took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation in his heart. He did not follow immediately, but stood where he was, activated Shadow Step, and jumped left and right behind the team, constantly expanding the search range. His mental power scanned every inch of land like a radar, searching and avoiding danger, always going hand in hand. At this moment, he took it to the extreme. Suddenly, a strong energy fluctuation was transmitted into his perception. That was the sound of ice crystals breaking, coming from the front of the team. Without any hesitation, Jiang Fan took 2 consecutive shadow steps and instantly appeared right in front of Zhao Bingyang. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky hammer appeared out of thin air and instantly enlarged to a size of several meters, blocking a black blade that attacked from the darkness. The Shadow Killer clan members who attacked were obviously stunned. His current state is humanoid, no different from the humans on Blue Star. If there is any difference, it is the body that seems to be constructed of energy crystals, rigid and cold. He blocked my attack with just 1 hammer strike. This thought emerged in the minds of the Shadow Killer clan. But the next moment, a huge force emerged in front of him, and his body was pushed backwards. Then, he performed the Shadow Step. Boom! However, right behind him, a heavy hammer appeared out of nowhere. It was like a wave crashing down, blasting the Shadow Killer into pieces. What a reassuring teammate. Zhao Bingyang couldn't help but sigh as he watched the scene in front of him. This was the first time he saw Jiang Fan use his full strength, and the domineering power shocked him immensely. This strength, even if it was beyond the rules of the trial realm, was still outstanding in the academy. Absorb! Jiang Fan quickly turned around and took the corpse of the Shadow Killer. The body essence has increased, but the amount is far less than what I gained in the afternoon. However, the blood energy far exceeded what he obtained in the afternoon. Just this one gave him 2 more meteoroids. It seems that the Shadow Killer clan has 2 completely different forms during the day and at night. Jiang Fan seemed to be thinking about something, but it was also a good thing. As the blood energy was absorbed, his chances of obtaining extraordinary powers of the shadow system would increase. The most important thing was that he was now at the meteor level and could accumulate energy quickly. According to our understanding, the meteor level is the existence of people with abilities that can rapidly improve and produce qualitative changes. Quickly adjust the formation and continue to advance. His voice rippled through the air and reached directly into the ears of every team member. Everyone moved at the sound and formed a formation again, like a pack of hunting wolves, moving through the jungle shrouded in darkness. Along the way, Jiang Fan seemed to have turned into a ghost, always wandering at the back of the team. His extraordinary powers, such as Shadow Step, made his mobility surpass everyone else. Wherever there is a crisis, he always appears at the first time. His sky-blasting hammer, with the force of thunder, blasts the attacking shadow killers into pieces. Okay, now shrink the formation and keep it around 1 kilometer. 2 hours later, Jiang Fan gave another order. In the jungle, more and more shadow killers are awakening, and you can basically encounter them in less than a minute. The purpose of shrinking the formation is to better coordinate defense. Jiang Fan, there are energy fluctuations ahead. I guess there is a battle happening about 100 kilometers away. Zhao Bingyang, who was at the front, suddenly spoke, with a hint of solemnity and surprise in his tone. Okay, move in that direction, Jiang Fan said without hesitation. Finally, I found other people. The 6-member team rushed towards the direction where the energy fluctuations came from like an arrow. 129 kilometers away, in a relatively open clearing in the forest, more than a dozen students from the Battle Academy were being besieged by more than 50 shadow killers. They stood back to back, forming a defensive circle. The Shadow Killer clan was like a black tide, constantly attacking the crumbling defense line. Their movements were swift and strange. They would retreat immediately if they missed an attack. They had already set their sights on this group of people and were acting like a cat playing with a mouse. Want to kill? Ji Boda was covered in blood, and the huge sword in his hand was full of cracks. Is this the end? He panted and smiled bitterly. Wow. He fell just after being promoted to the meteor level. He really rose like a comet, but was extremely short-lived. Before he could finish his words, a black blade light tore through the night sky and slashed down at him on the head. Bring it on. Ji Boda roared, grasped the sword with both hands. A dazzling rainbow light burst out from the sword and rushed forward towards the knife light. Changhong! The sword and the knife collided, making a harsh metallic sound and sparks flying. Ji Boda's sword light trembled violently and was about to collapse. At this moment, a sharp edge attacked him from behind. It was an assassin from the Shadow Killer clan, who seized the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. Old Ji, the person next to him, was furious, but he was restrained by other members of the Shadow Killing clan and could not spare a hand to help. Puff! Ji Boda's armor was pierced, but fortunately he avoided the vital parts at the critical moment and was only hit in the side of the waist. Die! Ji Boda wielded his huge sword and swept it out. The Shadow Killer in front of him was hit by the sword and had a wound that was difficult to heal. At the same time, Ji Boda turned around, chopped from top to bottom, and sword energy burst out. Chapter 72 Rescue. The sword energy is like a rainbow, tearing the night sky apart. Concealing the edge, the finale skill of the giant sword held by Ji Boda, completely unleashed at this moment. The sword energy accumulated over the days poured out like a flood that broke through a dam. The Shadow Killer assassin behind him didn't even have time to react before he was swallowed up by the violent sword energy and turned into powder. Die! Ji Boda's eyes were bloodshot, like a madman, wielding the giant sword with sword energy running rampant, cutting a bloody path through the Shadow Killer clan. Every time he swings the sword, he can take away 1 Shadow Killer. 2, 3, 7. The 7-headed Shadow Killer clan fell under his sword. However, a spent force cannot penetrate the silk cloth of Lu. Although hiding the edge is powerful, the consumption is also huge. Due to the continuous outbursts, Ji Boda's physical strength was rapidly depleted. His movements began to become slower, and his breathing became more rapid. Although the Shadow Killers are social creatures, they prefer to fight alone due to their habits. However, at this moment, they were forced to adjust their tactics. More Shadow Killers came from all directions, surrounded Ji Boda, and invaded him like a tide, trying to drown him completely. For the Shadow Killer clan, their only goal is to kill all creatures that break into their territory. They do not need to eat. They can automatically absorb the shadow energy in the world through breathing during their sleep. In the shadows, they are more active, and in the night, their strength can be exerted at its normal level. Old Ji can't take it anymore. The students who were watching the battle from a distance were extremely anxious but could do nothing. It's Zong Feng. At this critical moment, a sound exploded like thunder. Shadow energy waves spread, and 6 figures appeared out of thin air. Jiang Fan took the lead and landed on the periphery of the encirclement, shouting in a deep voice, "You guys defend it and try not to lose any personnel. I'm going to rescue Lao Ji." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Fan disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was standing next to Ji Boda. At this moment, what he held in his hand was not the sky-bombing hammer, but a small hand hammer, which he lightly tapped on the sharp claws of a tiger or leopard killer. Crack! The sound of the alarm bursting can be clearly heard. The sharp claws of this tiger-like and leopard-like shadow killer were smashed to pieces by Jiang Fan's hammer. Jiang Fan. When Ji Boda saw the person coming, he became more spirited, as if he had found his backbone. It seems that the enemy is very powerful. You even used your hidden sword. Jiang Fan chuckled but did not stop attacking. His hand hammer flew like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, killing the shadow killers who besieged Ji Boda one by one. Attack and break armor. The skill that the old professor claimed was invincible in the same realm. Any armor that is not of the Silver Moon level can't defend against Jiang Fan's attack force. The body structure of the Shadow Killer clan is constructed from shadow energy, which can be described as an energy crystal. If he didn't have the strength of the Silver Moon level, or if there was a very obvious gap in strength, he would not be able to withstand Jiang Fan's beating at all. Stop talking nonsense. I'm almost exhausted. Ji Boda smiled bitterly. At this moment, he really didn't want to move a finger. Jiang Fan teleported him back to the encirclement, then took the initiative to rush into the Shadow Killer group and began to hunt them frantically. Every time the sky-blasting hammer strikes, it can break the sound barrier. The sound of the hammerhead rubbing against the air can be heard. The Shadow Killing Clan is like paper and is blown into pieces one after another. Hidden Edge is the extraordinary power that Jiang Fan added to Ji Boda's giant sword when he helped him strengthen his weapon. The sword energy accumulated on a daily basis can be unleashed at critical moments with incredible power. Generally speaking, it is a finishing skill. The fact that it can force Ji Boda to this extent is enough to show the strength of this group of shadow killers. But in front of Jiang Fan, he was as weak as a sheep and had little power to resist. However, just when Jiang Fan was in the mood to kill, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart. His heart trembled, and his whole body was covered with goosebumps. I'm being targeted. Puff! A shadow attack, sharp and fierce, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, instantly pierced through the armor on Jiang Fan's body. Blood splattered. Jiang Fan, Zhao Bingyang, was furious and shot out the ice cones in his hand madly, forcing back the 2 shadow killers in front of him and trying to rush over to support them. However, more members of the Shadow Killer clan clung to him like maggots on his tarsal bones, blocking his way. Damn it! Gao Yang smashed the head of Shadow Killer with one punch, but was also scratched in the chest and abdomen by the sharp claws of another Shadow Killer, and blood was dripping. The others were also caught in a tough battle. Faced with the fearless Shadow Killer clan, they could only barely protect themselves and were completely unable to support others. However, just when everyone thought that Jiang Fan was in great danger, something strange happened. Jiang Fan's figure flashed like a ghost, and he escaped from the encirclement of the Shadow Killing clan. He even had time to absorb the corpses of the Shadow Killing clan that fell to the ground. Those shadow energy crystals disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were falling into a black hole and vanished in an instant. Jiang Fan staggered a few steps, seemingly covering his wound in pain, blood oozing out from between his fingers. But if you look closely, you will find that the wounds on his body are healing at an astonishing speed, and the shadow energy that has invaded his body is also being rapidly absorbed and transformed. The sneak attack by the Shadow Killer clan did cause damage to Jiang Fan, but this damage was nothing more than a drizzle to him. The reason why Jiang Fan pretended to be seriously injured was because he keenly realized that the Shadow Killer who attacked him was much stronger than other members of the same tribe. If it were allowed to free up its hands, the other students would surely suffer heavy casualties. And this was not what he wanted to see. Puff! The air was torn apart again, and the Shadow Killer was fooled. He pounced towards Jiang Fan like a black lightning, with the dagger in his hand flashing with a cold light. He used himself as bait and successfully tricked the Shadow Killer. A gleam of light flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes, and he held the hammer tightly, ready to go. Even if he falls to the ground, he can still burst out with all his strength in an instant. It happened in a flash. Jiang Fan somersaulted to his feet, activated the Shadow Step, and instantly adjusted his body to the best attacking posture. Boom! With a loud bang, the hammer and the dagger collided head-on. The dagger that the Shadow Killer clan used to stab at him was smashed into pieces by Jiang Fan's hammer. Oh! The Shadow Killer let out a painful roar, his arm shaking violently, and the arm made of energy crystal almost exploded. It realized that it had fallen into a trap and immediately used shadow teleportation to escape. However, at the moment it teleported, Jiang Fan also launched the Shadow Step and followed closely behind. Two figures shuttled in the shadows like ghosts, chasing and escaping between life and death. Shadow instant qui information. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the Shadow Killer let out a sharp scream, and shadows rolled around. 9 figures appeared out of thin air and surrounded Jiang Fan. 9 identical members of the Shadow-killing clan, 9 daggers flashing with cold light, stabbed at Jiang Fan from all directions. Chapter 73 found you. 9 figures, 9 daggers, blooming like a lotus of death, enveloped Jiang Fan. Shadow instant qui formation. Condensing shadow clones, attacking at the same time, instantly exerting multiple times the power. Zhao Bingyang's face turned pale, and his voice trembled. This is the extraordinary power that shadow-type ability users dream of. The stronger the power, the more power it can unleash. Gao Yang covered his still bleeding wound and gritted his teeth, saying, "This Shadow Killer has mastered this ability." 8 shadow clones, plus the original body, are equivalent to a bombardment of 9 times the power. Fear spread among the crowd like a plague, and everyone's heart was in their throat. The main thing is that the Shadow Instant Kill Array is an extremely superior and advanced type of supernatural power. Only those with extraordinary talents and dark abilities can comprehend and master it. But a beginner can only create 1 shadow clone at most. The Shadow Killer clan in front of him, which is similar to the human race on Blue Star, can create 8 shadow clones. One can imagine its strength. Jiang Fan used the Shadow Step to try to escape from this fatal formation. However, the Shadow Instant Kill Array is a locking skill. The Shadow Clone will teleport and track at the same time as the original bodies will, making it impossible to avoid. This Shadow Killer also mastered the Shadow Step, which allowed it to lock onto and track its prey, and it was always able to surround and kill it. You can't escape. Jiang Fan's eyes fixed, and he no longer tried to dodge. As big as you want. With a low shout, the sky hammer in his hand suddenly expanded and turned into a giant hammer like a battering ram. The handle alone is over 10 feet long, and the hammerhead is as big as a millstone, shining with a metallic luster. Jiang Fan's whole body was tense. All the energy of the meteoroid exploded, and he swung the giant hammer, creating a gust of wind. Like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, the attacks of the Shadow Clone were knocked away one after another, and the shadow energy exploded in the air like a diffuse black haze. However, this Shadow Killer is much stronger than the others of his kind. Even though Jiang Fan used all his strength, 3 Shadow Clones and the original body still broke through the blockade and stabbed Jiang Fan's body with daggers. Puff, 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 puff. 4 attacks landed on Jiang Fan almost at the same time. The armor on his body was torn apart instantly, blood splattered, staining his clothes red. Despite the severe pain, Jiang Fan remained calm. Boom! The giant hammer shrinks and returns to the size of a hand hammer. Jiang Fan clamped one of the physical daggers with his arm and used the hammer in his other hand to smash it hard at the Shadow Killer clan leader. With a loud bang, one of the arms of the Shadow Killer clan's original body was smashed on the spot and turned into a shadow energy crystal that shattered. Boom! Bang! Bang! Without any pause, Jiang Fan swung his hammer continuously, dispersing the remaining 3 shadow clones, which turned into black mist and dissipated into the air. At this time, white light flashed on his body, and the broken dragon scale suit was repaired. Although the Shadow Killer clan's main figure had lost an arm, he took the opportunity to distance himself from Jiang Fan and used the instant Shadow Step to try to escape. At this moment, a horrifying scene happened. The Shadow Killer grabbed one of its kind by the neck and that one let out a humble, helpless, begging roar. However, the level limit of this race was very clear. Its body collapsed and shrank visibly to the naked eye, and finally turned into a ball of shadow energy and was absorbed by the powerful Shadow Killer. The broken arm of this Shadow Killer clan member grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is one of the reasons why the Shadow Killers are so difficult to kill, G. Boda said with a wry smile. The Shadow Killers themselves are made up of shadow energy. Even if they're injured, they can consume energy to repair their injuries. As long as their life core is not damaged, it is difficult to kill them. Moreover, the powerful Shadow Killers can absorb the energy of the weak Shadow Killers to recover from their injuries and repair their bodies, and their strength can also increase in the process. Feeling the 4 injuries on his body, Jiang Fan activated the recreation process and absorbed the corpses of the Shadow Killing Clan that had been stored in advance to recover from his injuries. Everyone can recover, but Jiang Fan relies on the power of divine forging. Re-engineering. After absorbing the blood energy of the Shadow Killer Clan, the number of meteoroids in his body increased a lot. Jiang Fan vaguely felt that he touched something, but it was difficult to grasp it. This kind of inspiration during battle can help people understand something better, but is also fleeting and will be missed if you can't grasp it. This feeling of wanting to have an epiphany but not being able to is enough to make people so depressed that they want to go mining. But Jiang Fan is determined in his heart and remains calm, thinking, if I get it, I am lucky. If I lose it, it is my fate. The leader of the Shadow Killer clan glanced coldly at Jiang Fan and let out a sharp and piercing whistle. Invisible sound waves spread out like ripples, and the surrounding Shadow Killers seemed to have received instructions. They gave up their respective goals and instead attacked the other Combat Academy members more fiercely. These weak aliens can be quickly harvested. Careful! Gao Yang cried out in surprise and tried his best to resist the attack from the 2 Shadow Killers, but he was already in danger. Jiang Fan didn't dare to be distracted, but he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that Li Wei was cornered by a Shadow Killer that looked like a giant spider, and his heart suddenly rose to his throat. Boom! At the critical moment, Jiang Fan couldn't help but take action. The sky-breaking hammer in his hand, with the power of wind and thunder, smashed hard on the head of the Spider Shadow Killer. Its body was like a glass cup that had fallen to the ground, with shadow energy scattering everywhere. In midair, Jiang Fan twisted his body and changed direction, but his sky-blasting hammer continued to move forward with all its might, smashing another Shadow Killer clan member that was rushing towards Zhao Bingyang into pieces. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fan shuttled across the battlefield, killing a Shadow Killer every time he swung his hammer. 10-20. This guy is simply a human meat grinder. Qin Yuro was shocked when she saw Jiang Fan fighting bravely. It can be said that since she has a good relationship with Jiang Fan, she has watched Jiang Fan grow up. However, Jiang Fan's growth period was very short. In just 10 days, he showed leadership qualities. Gone. When Jiang Fan came to his senses and prepared to continue chasing the Shadow Killer clan leader, he found that the other party had disappeared without a trace, leaving only faint shadow energy fluctuations in the air. Jiang Fan's face changed slightly, and his spiritual power spread out in all directions like a tide, trying to capture the trace of the Shadow Killer clan leader. However, trying to find a Shadow Killer clan hidden in the dense shadow energy is like looking for a needle in a haystack. In just a moment, Jiang Fan completely lost the trace of the Shadow Killer clan leader. Want to launch a sneak attack? Jiang Fan's face changed slightly. He knew that the Shadow Killer clan leader must still be nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After all, the Shadow Killer clan would be more active at night and were good at concealing their breath and figures. They were natural assassins. He no longer actively searched, but calmed down and carefully felt the fluctuations of the shadow energy around him. At the same time, he guarded his teammates and cleared out the remaining weak Shadow Killers around him. Soon, the surrounding Shadow Killers were gradually cleared out. The Shadow Killer clan leader always maintained enough patience and only launched a tentative attack occasionally. Jiang Fan found that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to capture the opponent's fluctuations. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's mind moved, and the surrounding space seemed like a calm lake, with tiny ripples appearing. These ripples were made up of shadow energy and were slowly spreading towards where he was. Almost instinctively, Jiang Fan swung the sky-slamming hammer and smashed it towards the direction where the ripples came from. Boom! With a loud bang, The sky hammer collided with an invisible force, causing a violent energy fluctuation. The figure of the Shadow Killer Clan leader flashed in the center of the collision, and he was a little surprised that Jiang Fan could predict his attack. Found you. A gleam of light flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes. However, the figure of the Shadow Killer Clan leader disappeared into the night again, floating like a ghost. Chapter 74. Junior brother Jiang Fan's appetite is a bit too big. Wanna leave? Jiang Fan let out a low shout and exerted force with his legs suddenly. With the pushing force of his dragon scale armor, the ground below him quickly cracked, and he shot out like an arrow. Shadow step. There were so many afterimages that Jiang Fan almost turned into a stream of light, closely following the constantly rippling dark shadow ripples. 18. Sky blasting hammers. The first hammer. Boom! The air exploded, and the shadows of hammers were heavy. The originally erratic shadow ripples were actually smashed and frozen for a moment. A blurry figure appeared in the center of the ripples. It was the powerful Shadow Killer Clan Master. It seemed surprised by Jiang Fan's speed and strength, and let out a sharp roar and dodged repeatedly. Jiang Fan took advantage of the situation and swung his sky hammer down again with even more violent force. Bang! The leader of the Shadow Killer Clan dodged in a panic, but was still hit by the hammer wind. He staggered and the shadow energy dissipated. The third hammer. The fourth hammer. Jiang Fan's attacks were like the ebb and flow of the tide, continuous, and each hammer was stronger and more powerful than the previous one. The leader of the Shadow Killer Clan was caught in a dilemma and was exhausted from dealing with the situation. Hula. The powerful Shadow Killer Clan master was enraged and uttered words that no one could understand. Light up, hurry up. A fire-type ability user responded, and a voice rang out at the edge of the battlefield. At the same time, he pushed a huge fireball up, dispelling the surrounding night. Good. Zhao Bingyang moved in response, and more than 10 huge ice crystal shields surrounded him, reflecting the firelight and focusing the light on the battlefield between Jiang Fan and the leader of the Shadow Killing Clan. He did not spare any energy and used all his strength to push forward the creation. Each ice crystal shield was 2 meters in diameter, and at this moment, they looked like glowing crystals, dazzlingly bright. More fireballs and light balls rose up, illuminating the battlefield like day. The figure of the Shadow Killer Clan leader was completely exposed in front of everyone. He had a slender figure, like a warrior made of shadow energy crystals. In his hand, he held a shadow sword that was about 10 feet long. The blade was narrow and thick, emitting a heart-pounding chill. Finally, you know how to cooperate. Jiang Fan showed a smile. Although these teammates were not top-notch, they finally began to understand teamwork. He also felt the growth of these little brats. Roar! The leader of the Shadow Killer Clan let out a low growl. Obviously, being forced into such a situation, he was really angry. The shadow sword was swung, and sharp blade beams slashed towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and he swung the sky hammer even more violently, colliding with the shadow sword, and a powerful sonic boom was heard. 18 sky-blasting hammers. The 7th hammer. The 8th hammer. Every time the hammer fell, it was accompanied by a loud noise like thunder. The ground trembled, the air shook, and the endless fallen leaves rustled. It's really reassuring. Qin Yuro was shocked when she saw Jiang Fan fighting bravely. In just a few days, Jiang Fan's strength had improved to such a terrifying level, which made her feel unbelievable. He can't hold on any longer, Jiang Fan thought to himself, but he also knew in his heart that the strong men of the Shadow Killing Clan naturally had geographical advantages and were good at assassination and hiding. Once it found a chance to escape, it would be difficult to catch it again. So we need to fight quickly and decisively. Under the cover of night, the Shadow Killers will be more active and all their attributes will be enhanced. Shadow energy surges in the darkness. The Shadow Killer Clan is the darling of the universe, and their strength will be qualitatively improved. But now, the students of the Battle Academy released energy to create an environment like the sun, making this powerful Shadow Killer Clan member like an emperor in new clothes, exposed naked in the air with nowhere to hide. His originally erratic figure was now clearly visible. Without the protection of the shadow, his strength would be greatly reduced. 15 hammers. Jiang Fan growled in his heart. His muscles tensed and veins bulged under his dragon scale armor. The sky hammer. accompanied by a violent gust of wind, collided head-on with the shadow blade. At this moment, his strength is 1.9 times that of before, and every blow he makes carries a devastating force. Boom! There was a loud bang, deafening. The shadow blade trembled violently, and fine cracks appeared on the blade, spreading like a spider web. The leader of the Shadow Killer clan groaned, and hideous cracks appeared on half of his body. The shadow energy quickly dissipated like a deflated ball. It's almost time to end. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance. The exhilarating battle made his blood boil, and he swung the sky hammer even more violently. With the energy blessing, his strength increased again, doubling. The self-created 18 sky-blasting hammers, each one stronger than the last, are stacked up layer by layer and are now reaching their limit. He poured all his energy into every blow of the hammer, and that was why he brought such a terrifying increase. Shadow Instant Kill Formation. In desperation, the leader of the Shadow Killer clan let out a shrill roar. The surrounding shadow energy suddenly condensed and turned into 6 shadow clones that were exactly the same as it, holding shadow swords, and attacked Jiang Fan from all directions. The swords flashed, the cold air was pressing, and 7 fierce attacks attacked Jiang Fan at the same time. Bang! 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 Although the force of the 7 attacks was the same, the continuous attacks successfully forced Jiang Fan back. Jiang Fan retreated violently, supporting himself on the ground with one hand to absorb the impact. The ground cracked inch by inch under his palm, spreading out spiderweb-like cracks. Shadow Step. With a low shout, Jiang Fan flashed, leaving behind many afterimages, instantly tearing through the space and charging back to the center of the battlefield. The 18th hammer. This blow gathered all of Jiang Fan's energy and spirit. It was a desperate blow that would burn his boats and mean his death if he failed. At this moment, Jiang Fan's strength has reached 2.5 times the initial level. Boom! The hand hammer smashed down hard on the head of the Shadow Killer clan leader, and violent energy erupted like a volcano. The body of the Shadow Killer clan leader was completely shattered by this hammer. Dense cracks spread like a spider web, and finally exploded, turning into energy crystals flying all over the sky and scattering in the air. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, as if time had stopped. Killed him. Boda finally spoke up after almost holding his breath. His face turned red with excitement, and the evil anger in his heart finally poured out. Win! Chin Yuro covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. The rest of the people also stood there in a daze. The battle, which had been somewhat unequal from the beginning, was finally over. Clean up the battlefield and bring me all the spoils, Jiang Fan said to everyone, but an idea flashed through his mind. The Shadow Instant Killing formation performed by the Shadow Killing clan just now gave him inspiration. He really wanted to integrate this extraordinary power into his hammer technique so that he could complete the superposition in an instant and raise his condition to the highest level. It is even possible to achieve another breakthrough in his hammering skills. All the spoils. Junior brother Jiang Fan's appetite is a bit too big. Someone said coldly. Chapter 75, Ice Crystal Wall. Jiang Fan was suspended in the air, brows furrowed, and was deducing in his mind the points where he could try to integrate the hammer technique with the Shadow Instant Kill array. This is an opportunity to improve my hammering skills. His current hammer method, when the 18 hammers are fully unleashed, increases the power by nearly 1.3 times. In other words, he can unleash 2.3 times his own power simply by using the hammer technique. However, it is difficult to further improve the hammering technique after reaching this point. Jiang Fan had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he thought that the Shadow Instant Kill array was an opportunity for him to study the hammer technique. It might be possible to complete the power stacking in a very short time, and there was no need to complete a set of attacks like now before unleashing the strongest power. At the same time, he also thought of the unparalleled continuous slash. Thoughts flashed in my mind, and my thoughts flowed at a high speed, like a burning flame, endlessly. In just a moment, he entered the legendary enlightenment, an opportunity that is hard to come by. All the spoils. Junior brother Jiang Fan's appetite is a bit too big. Someone said coldly. The huge sound was like thunder, interrupting Jiang Fan's thoughts and bringing him out of the situation. Oh, Jiang Fan, whose train of thought was interrupted, suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. What do you mean? He asked in a deep, strong voice filled with anger. He rarely loses his temper, but this time he was really angry. The epiphany was interrupted, just like the hatred for the murder of one's father or the abduction of one's wife. Even if all the water in the Milky Way were poured out, this hatred would not be washed away or resolved. Ao Xingyu was also wearing dragon scale armor, which looked particularly dazzling, dark blue and deep under the flickering light. He folded his arms, stood opposite Jiang Fan, and said sincerely, "Although you are strong enough and have my respect," he paused, with dissatisfaction in his tone, "but you want to take away all the spoils, which is a bit too much." The air froze instantly, and the atmosphere became tense. The students around looked at each other in bewilderment. The originally relaxed atmosphere was broken by this sudden conflict, and everyone's face was filled with solemnity. Gao Yang, Qin Yuro, and others were about to explain when Jiang Fan raised his hand to stop them. He looked around at everyone, his eyes sharp as a knife. "I will use the spoils," he said calmly, patiently explaining, "because I can take care of each of you and help you repair your armor and strengthen your equipment, so that you won't die so quickly in the sneak attack of the Shadow Killer Clan." He pointed to the edge of the battlefield, where lay the bodies of several combat academy students, looking particularly shocking in the dim light. "If you have the ability, they won't die." Jiang Fan's voice gradually became louder, with a hint of questioning. "I can take nothing and let you guarantee their safety. But can you do it?" He suddenly took a step forward, stared at Ao Xingyu, his tone as cold as ice. "If you don't have this ability, then shut up and just follow my instructions." He paused for a moment and continued. "Of course, you can also choose to divide the spoils and take away the people you trust. I, Jiang Fan, will definitely not stop you. I will even let you choose first according to your share." Silence, deathly silence. After a moment, Ji Boda was the first to break the silence. He shook his head and walked towards Jiang Fan without hesitation. "Ao Xingyu, if you want to leave, I will definitely not stop you, but I won't go with you," Ji Boda said firmly. "Thank you for saving me once before, so if you want to pick the spoils, just take my share with you." Me too. Me too. Including Qin Yuro, the 5 people who followed Jiang Fan also expressed their opinions and stood firmly beside Jiang Fan. Some students in the previous team hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to believe Jiang Fan and walked towards him silently. There was a hint of disappointment and confusion in their eyes when they looked at Ao Xingyu. In the end, there were only 6 people left by Ao Xingyu. The expressions on their faces were complicated, including confusion and doubt. How did it suddenly become like this? Just one sentence completely split the atmosphere of common hatred towards the enemy into 2 extremes. Jiang Fan looked at this scene and sighed deeply. "Have you all made your decision?" The air around them seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the final answer. This is going to force everyone to make a choice. Qin Yuro and Lu Haoyu smiled bitterly. They were at the bottom of the team and the weakest. They were still a long way from the meteor level and had no say at all at the moment. However, the 2 of them had followed Jiang Fan all the way and were very clear about the strength of this junior fellow student. Staying is the best choice, because junior Jiang Fan is someone who can only be trusted. Ao Xingyu's face was burning under the mask, and he was filled with anger. How could he not understand? A person with greater strength naturally has greater appeal. Jiang Fan had been in the academy for less than 10 days and awakened for less than 20 days, but he had already topped the list of the trial realm. This achievement had broken the 400 years of historical record since humans entered the awakening opportunity. He created a myth that has never been seen before and will never be surpassed again. Coupled with the overwhelming strength he just demonstrated, his appeal is far beyond mine. At this moment, those who still stayed by his side were all the people he was most familiar with in the academy, even those who had risked their lives in the secret dimension. Xingyu, Junior Jiang Fan, is very strong and has a unique casting power. Xiong Tao analyzed calmly and said in a low voice, "It won't be wrong to follow him. What's more, there are already 17 people who choose to believe Jiang Fan." The sense of security brought by the absolute advantage in numbers is particularly important in an unfamiliar and dangerous environment. Ao Xingyu watched everyone choose their side without hesitation and realized that he had lost completely. However, his inner motive was not to suppress Jiang Fan, but he felt that this young junior was overbearing and more fierce than them, the old students. Having said that, if he was strong enough, he believed that he could be even more ruthless than Jiang Fan. What no one expected was that Jiang Fan was very sensitive about this matter. With just a few words, he incited everyone's emotions and made them take sides. He knew he would lose, but he couldn't accept losing so quickly. Xingyu, I'll go over first, Xiong Tao sighed and walked towards Jiang Fan. At this moment, Zhao Bingyang condensed a wall of ice crystals, blocking Xiong Tao, and said in a deep voice, the team has already had a crack. He paused and glanced at everyone. Junior brother Jiang Fan is a straightforward person. If he can't say something, I'll say it. What do you mean? Xiong Tao frowned. Just because I hesitated for a moment, you stopped me from joining the team? Jiang Fan hasn't even expressed his opinion yet. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Chapter 76, The Extraordinary Power of the Shadow Killer Clan. There's no need for him to express his opinion. Zhao Bingyang's voice was a little cold. The coldness on the ice wall spread wantonly, like an unbridgeable gap. He saved my life. Let me tell you what I think. You say. Xiong Tao laughed in anger. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Zhao Bingyang then continued. First of all, you have to understand one thing. We are all from the Blue Star human race, and we are all classmates at the Battle Academy. These two identities also show that we are natural allies and can naturally trust and rely on each other. There is no doubt about this, right? That's right, Xiong Tao added. Now that we have all come to this strange world by accident, shouldn't we stick together for warmth? So, Zhao Bingyang, your actions now are too much and are not conducive to our unity. I told you, there's a gap in the team. Zhao Bingyang's tone became heavier, and he emphasized, now even if we close this gap, it is difficult for us to completely trust each other, especially the 7 of you. You believe that Ao Xingyu is more than Jiang Fan, right? Xiong Tao was silent for a moment. This was indeed the truth. He had to admit it. So this is the reason why you want to abandon us? Another female classmate said somewhat sadly, her face covered by the mask, her eyes blurred with tears. Being abandoned anywhere is always unacceptable to people, and they may even become evil because of it. No, Zhao Bingyang denied it, and said, I have also said that we are classmates, compatriots, and now companions. I cannot represent everyone in abandoning you. I built this ice wall to let you know that there's a gap between us. We have to find a way to break this ice wall and make the cracks disappear. Understand? The air around seemed to freeze, and the tense atmosphere was ready to explode. Zhao Bingyang's words were not groundless. Everyone, including Jiang Fan, was chewing over what he said. In fact, Jiang Fan himself had not considered that there would be such a big stress reaction. But now he had to admit that what Zhao Bingyang said made sense. When cracks appear and the team becomes divided, there will always be people who try to gain personal gain. If there are only 1 or 2, it will be fine, but if there are too many, there will definitely be big problems, and the entire team may even be destroyed because of some people's selfish decisions. With so many dead bodies of his classmates already in the storage bag, Jiang Fan naturally didn't want to add a few more bodies to it. The Academy has established a succession sequence, allowing us to enjoy favorable conditions and resources. It wants us to become independent. If not everyone is like a dragon, at least everyone will follow the dragon, right? Zhao Bingyang continued, punching out, and the ice crystal wall exploded, dissipating into energy waves and disappearing in this world. He continued, Xiong Tao, Ao Xingyu, look, the ice wall has been knocked down. Has the barrier between us disappeared? Xiong Tao smiled bitterly. He naturally understood this truth. He originally wanted to go over, but because of Zhao Bingyang's obstruction, he was caught in a dilemma. How can there be no hatred in the heart? So, the gap has not disappeared. Even a female senior who almost cried just now figured out a lot of things at this moment. So, if we want to become a whole again, we must make an agreement and reach a consensus. Zhao Bingyang continued. Tell me about it. Ao Xingyu said. Zhao Bingyang looked over with a calm look in his eyes and continued. Continuing with the previous topic, the inheritance sequence is equal to the death sequence, and Jiang Fan's sequence number is the smallest. You. Ao Xingyu opened his mouth and tried to save face. Why didn't you say it earlier? You had to build city walls, ice walls, and the like. The education at the Battle Academy is the laziest. But the students who came out of it all understood the meaning of the death sequence. Therefore, when these 4 words are put forward, whether you like it or not, you must acknowledge the meaning of these 4 words. Jiang Fan has the smallest serial number, but he is the strongest among us. Even if he leaves alone, no one will say anything, but he is still thinking about us. Zhao Bingyang's eyes were like knives. So you still think he is just after the spoils? Everyone was silent. They had indeed just judged others by their own standards. Okay, what Senior Zhao said was a bit extreme, but his logic is correct. We are compatriots, classmates, and companions. Jiang Fan stood up and said calmly, "It's normal for you to have doubts, but I hope that we can work together when facing aliens." After a moment of stalemate, Ao Xingyu turned his head awkwardly, his tone still a little arrogant. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Deep down in my heart, I have truly let it go, and all the prejudices have disappeared. We'll listen to you too." The 7 people around him also expressed their attitudes at this moment. They were originally just following Ao Xingyu, and since Ao Xingyu was convinced, they naturally had no objection. Jiang Fan understood that this team had been temporarily united. "Then let's get started. Help me collect the spoils first. Those below the meteor level should come first." The crowd dispersed and began to collect the corpses of the shadow killers and the scattered shadow crystals. Apart from Qin Yuro and Lu Haoyu, there was only one grandmaster in this team, a male student named Qin Wan, who was standing there at a loss, not knowing what to do. Jiang Fan walked up to Qin Wan and patted his shoulder. "I will help you strengthen your armor first. The goal is very simple. You just need to block a sneak attack from the meteor-class shadow killer clan." Under Qin Wan's surprised gaze, the part of his armor where Jiang Fan was pressing began to glow white, and streams of strange energy merged into the armor. The original damage was repaired in an instant, and after the next 50 reinforcements, strange and extraordinary power was generated within the armor. All right, now even if a meteor-level assassin wants to kill you, as long as you concentrate your mind and use these extraordinary powers well, he won't be able to kill you in the first place. It will be long enough for us to come and rescue you." Jiang Fan said with a smile. His tone was relaxed, but it made Qin Wan feel an inexplicable sense of security. "Thank you, Jiang Shuedi." Qin Wan lowered his head gratefully. Jiang Fan's actions completely conquered his heart. Nothing can make people feel more at ease than a real improvement in strength. "Junior brother Jiang, all the corpses of the Shadow Killer clan have been collected. The weakest one is a 5-star Grandmaster, and the strongest one is the one you killed last. Its strength is probably above the middle level of Meteor." Jiboda, Zhao Bingyang, and others came back and piled the shadow crystals scattered nearby, which were the corpses of the Shadow Killing clan, in front of Jiang Fan. If a pile of shadow crystals were brought back to Blue Star, they would definitely be worth hundreds of millions. They could be used to carve runes and add them to weapons, or they could absorb the shadow energy contained in them. "Good." Jiang Fan nodded and stretched out his hand. All the crystals in his hands seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and disappeared in an instant, turning into pure energy and merging into his body. Warm currents surged throughout his body, and the number of meteoroids in the energy space increased dramatically, soon reaching 400. His body was baptized over and over again, his strength increased significantly, his blood and energy became more abundant, and he was transforming towards energy. The divine forging essence grew and broke through the 100,000 mark. Even though he now possessed the energy space, he still could not find the specific location of the divine forging essence. This also showed that the level of the divine forging power was higher, and he could not access it at present. Jiang Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was good news for now. What made Jiang Fan most happy was that he had acquired the skills of the Shadow Killer clan. That is, extraordinary power.
Bang! 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 Although the force of the 7 attacks was the same, the continuous attacks successfully forced Jiang Fan back. Jiang Fan retreated violently, supporting himself on the ground with one hand to absorb the impact. The ground cracked inch by inch under his palm, spreading out spiderweb-like cracks. "Shadow Step!" With a low shout, Jiang Fan flashed, leaving behind many afterimages, instantly tearing through the space and charging back to the center of the battlefield. The 18th hammer. This blow gathered all of Jiang Fan's energy and spirit. It was a desperate blow that would burn his boats and mean his death if he failed. At this moment, Jiang Fan's strength has reached 2.5 times the initial level. Boom! The hand hammer smashed down hard on the head of the Shadow Killer clan leader, and violent energy erupted like a volcano. The body of the Shadow Killer clan leader was completely shattered by this hammer. Dense cracks spread like a spider web, and finally exploded, turning into energy crystals flying all over the sky and scattering in the air. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, as if time had stopped. Killed him! Jibota finally spoke up after almost holding his breath. His face turned red with excitement, and the evil anger in his heart finally poured out. Win! Chinuro covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. The rest of the people also stood there in a daze. The battle, which had been somewhat unequal from the beginning, was finally over. Clean up the battlefield and bring me all the spoils, Jiang Fan said to everyone, but an idea flashed through his mind. The shadow instant killing formation performed by the Shadow Killing clan just now gave him inspiration. He really wanted to integrate this extraordinary power into his hammer technique, so that he could complete the superposition in an instant, and raise his condition to the highest level. It is even possible to achieve another breakthrough in his hammering skills. All the spoils? Junior brother Jiang Fan's appetite is a bit too big, someone said coldly. Chapter 75 Ice Crystal Wall. Jiang Fan was suspended in the air, brows furrowed, and was deducing in his mind the points where he could try to integrate the hammer technique with the Shadow Instant Kill Array. This is an opportunity to improve my hammering skills. You know, his current hammer method, when the 18 hammers are fully unleashed, increases the power by nearly 1.3 times. In other words, he can unleash 2.3 times his own power simply by using the hammer technique. However, it is difficult to further improve the hammering technique after reaching this point. Jiang Fan had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he thought that the Shadow Instant Kill Array was an opportunity for him to study the hammer technique. It might be possible to complete the power stacking in a very short time, and there was no need to complete a set of attacks like now before unleashing the strongest power. At the same time, he also thought of the unparalleled continuous slash. Thoughts flashed in my mind and my thoughts flowed at a high speed, like a burning flame, endlessly. In just a moment, he entered the legendary enlightenment, an opportunity that is hard to come by. All the spoils? Junior brother Jiang Fan's appetite is a bit too big, someone said coldly. The huge sound was like thunder, interrupting Jiang Fan's thoughts and bringing him out of this situation. Oh? Jiang Fan, whose train of thought was interrupted, suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. What do you mean? He asked in a deep, strong voice filled with anger. He rarely loses his temper, but this time he was really angry. The epiphany was interrupted, just like the hatred for the murder of one's father or the abduction of one's wife. Even if all the water in the Milky Way were poured out, this hatred would not be washed away or resolved. Ao Xingyu was also wearing dragon scale armor, which looked particularly dazzling, dark blue and deep under the flickering light. He folded his arms, stood opposite Jiang Fan, and said sincerely, "Although you are strong enough and have my respect." He paused, with dissatisfaction in his tone. "But you want to take away all the spoils, which is a bit too much." The air froze instantly and the atmosphere became tense. The students around looked at each other in bewilderment. The originally relaxed atmosphere was broken by this sudden conflict, and everyone's face was filled with solemnity. Gao Yang, Qin Yuro and others were about to explain when Jiang Fan raised his hand to stop them. He looked around at everyone, his eyes sharp as a knife. "I will use the spoils," he said calmly, patiently explaining, "because I can take care of each of you and help you repair your armor and strengthen your equipment, so that you won't die so quickly in the sneak attack of the Shadow Killer clan." He pointed to the edge of the battlefield, where lay the bodies of several combat academy students, looking particularly shocking in the dim light. "If you have the ability, they won't die." Jiang Fan's voice gradually became louder, with a hint of questioning. "I can take nothing and let you guarantee their safety. But can you do it?" He suddenly took a step forward, stared at Ao Xingyu, his tone as cold as ice. If you don't have this ability, then shut up and just follow my instructions. He paused for a moment and continued. Of course, you can also choose to divide the spoils and take away the people you trust. I, Jiang Fan, will definitely not stop you. I will even let you choose first according to your share. Silence, deathly silence. After a moment, Ji Boda was the first to break the silence. He shook his head and walked towards Jiang Fan without hesitation. Ao Xingyu, if you want to leave, I will definitely not stop you, but I won't go with you, Ji Boda said firmly. Thank you for saving me once before, so if you want to pick the spoils, just take my share with you. Me too. Me too. Including Qin Yuro, the 5 people who followed Jiang Fan also expressed their opinions and stood firmly beside Jiang Fan. Some students in the previous team hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to believe Jiang Fan and walked towards him silently. There was a hint of disappointment and confusion in their eyes when they looked at Ao Xingyu. In the end, there were only 6 people left by Ao Xingyu. The expressions on their faces were complicated, including confusion and doubt. How did it suddenly become like this? Just one sentence completely split the atmosphere of common hatred towards the enemy into 2 extremes. Jiang Fan looked at this scene and sighed deeply. Have you all made your decision? The air around them seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the final answer. This is going to force everyone to make a choice. Qin Yuro and Lu Haoyu smiled bitterly. They were at the bottom of the team, and the weakest. They were still a long way from the meteor level and had no say at all at the moment. However, the 2 of them had followed Jiang Fan all the way and were very clear about the strength of this junior fellow student. Staying is the best choice. Because junior Jiang Fan is someone who can only be trusted. You! Ao Xingyu's face was burning under the mask and he was filled with anger. How could he not understand? A person with greater strength naturally has greater appeal. Jiang Fan had been in the academy for less than 10 days, and awakened for less than 20 days, but he had already topped the list of the trial realm. This achievement had broken the 400 years of historical records since humans entered the awakening opportunity. He created a myth that has never been seen before and will never be surpassed again. Coupled with the overwhelming strength he just demonstrated, his appeal is far beyond mine. At this moment, those who still stayed by his side were all the people he was most familiar with in the academy, even those who had risked their lives in the secret dimension. Xingyu, Junior Jiang Fan is very strong and has a unique casting power, Xiong Tao analyzed calmly and said in a low voice. It won't be wrong to follow him. What's more, there are already 17 people who choose to believe Jiang Fan. The sense of security brought by the absolute advantage in numbers is particularly important in an unfamiliar and dangerous environment. Ao Xingyu watched everyone choose their side without hesitation and realized that he had lost, completely. However, his inner motive was not to suppress Jiang Fan, but he felt that this young junior was overbearing and more fierce than them, the old students. Having said that, if he was strong enough, he believed that he could be even more ruthless than Jiang Fan. What no one expected was that Jiang Fan was very sensitive about this matter. With just a few words, he incited everyone's emotions and made them take sides. He knew he would lose, but he couldn't accept losing so quickly. Xingyu, I'll go over first. Xiong Tao sighed and walked towards Jiang Fan. At this moment, Zhao Bingyang condensed a wall of ice crystals, blocking Xiong Tao, and said in a deep voice. The team has already had a crack. He paused and glanced at everyone. Junior brother Jiang Fan is a straightforward person. If he can't say something, I'll say it. What do you mean? Xiong Tao frowned. Just because I hesitated for a moment, you stopped me from joining the team? Jiang Fan hasn't even expressed his opinion yet. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Chapter 76: The Extraordinary Power of the Shadow Killer Clan. There's no need for him to express his opinion. Zhao Bingyang's voice was a little cold. The coldness on the ice wall spread wantonly, like an unbridgeable gap. He saved my life. Let me tell you what I think. You say. Xiong Tao laughed in anger. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Zhao Bingyang then continued. First of all, you have to understand one thing. We are all from the Blue Star human race, and we are all classmates at the Battle Academy. These two identities also show that we are natural allies and can naturally trust and rely on each other. There is no doubt about this, right? That's right, Xiong Tao added. Now that we have all come to this strange world by accident, shouldn't we stick together for warmth? So, Zhao Bingyang, your actions now are too much and are not conducive to our unity. I told you there's a gap in the team. Zhao Bingyang's tone became heavier, and he emphasized. Now, even if we close this gap, it is difficult for us to completely trust each other. Especially the 7 of you, you believe that Ao Xingyu is more than Jiang Fan, right? Xiong Tao was silent for a moment. This was indeed the truth. He had to admit it. So this is the reason why you want to abandon us? Another female classmate said somewhat sadly, her face covered by the mask, her eyes blurred with tears. Being abandoned anywhere is always unacceptable to people, and they may even become evil because of it. No! Zhao Bingyang denied it and said, I have also said that we are classmates, compatriots, and now companions. I cannot represent everyone in abandoning you. I built this ice wall to let you know that there is a gap between us. We have to find a way to break this ice wall and make the cracks disappear. Understand? The air around seemed to freeze, and the tense atmosphere was ready to explode. Zhao Bingyang's words were not groundless. Everyone, including Jiang Fan, was chewing over what he said. In fact, Jiang Fan himself had not considered that there would be such a big stress reaction. But now, he had to admit that what Zhao Bingyang said made sense. When cracks appear and the team becomes divided, there will always be people who try to gain personal gain. If there are only 1 or 2, it would be fine, but if there are too many, there will definitely be big problems, and the entire team may even be destroyed because of some people's selfish decisions. With so many dead bodies of his classmates already in the storage bag, Jiang Fan naturally didn't want to add a few more bodies to it. The Academy has established a succession sequence, allowing us to enjoy favorable conditions and resources. It wants us to become independent. If not everyone is like a dragon, at least everyone will follow the dragon, right? Zhao Bingyang continued, punching out, and the ice crystal wall exploded, dissipating into energy waves and disappearing in this world. He continued, Xiong Tao, Ao Xingyu, look, the ice wall has been knocked down. Has the barrier between us disappeared? Xiong Tao smiled bitterly. He naturally understood this truth. He originally wanted to go over, but because of Zhao Bingyang's obstruction, he was caught in a dilemma. How can there be no hatred in the heart? So, the gap has not disappeared. Even the female senior who almost cried just now figured out a lot of things at this moment. So, if we want to become a whole again, we must make an agreement and reach a consensus. Zhao Bingyang continued. Tell me about it, Ao Xingyu said. Zhao Bingyang looked over with a calm look in his eyes, and continued. Continuing with the previous topic, the inheritance sequence is equal to the death sequence, and Jiang Fan's sequence number is the smallest. You. Ao Xingyu opened his mouth and tried to save face. Why didn't you say it earlier? You had to build city walls, ice walls, and the like. The education at the Battle Academy is the laziest. But the students who came out of it all understood the meaning of the death sequence. Therefore, when these 4 words are put forward, whether you like it or not, you must acknowledge the meaning of these 4 words. Jiang Fan has the smallest serial number, but he is the strongest among us. Even if he leaves alone, no one will say anything, but he is still thinking about us. Zhao Bingyang's eyes were like knives. So you still think he is just after the spoils? Everyone was silent. They had indeed just judged others by their own standards. Okay, what Senior Zhao said was a bit extreme, but his logic is correct. We are compatriots, classmates, and companions. Jiang Fan stood up and said calmly, It's normal for you to have doubts, but I hope that we can work together when facing aliens. After a moment of stalemate, Ao Xingyu turned his head awkwardly, his tone still a little arrogant. Okay, I'll listen to you. Deep down in my heart, I have truly let it go, and all the prejudices have disappeared. We'll listen to you too. The 7 people around him also expressed their attitudes at this moment. They were originally just following Ao Xingyu, and since Ao Xingyu was convinced, they naturally had no objection. Jiang Fan understood that this team had been temporarily united. Then let's get started. Help me collect the spoils first. Those below the meteor level should come first. The crowd dispersed and began to collect the corpses of the shadow killers and the scattered shadow crystals. Apart from Qin Yuro and Lu Haoyu, there was only one grandmaster in this team, a male student named Qin Wen, who was standing there at a loss, not knowing what to do. Jiang Fan walked up to Qin Wen and patted his shoulder. I will help you strengthen your armor first. The goal is very simple. You just need to block a sneak attack from the meteor-class Shadow Killer clan. Under Qin Wen's surprised gaze, the part of his armor where Jiang Fan was pressing began to glow white, and streams of strange energy merged into the armor. The original damage was repaired in an instant, and after the next 50 reinforcements, strange and extraordinary power was generated within the armor. Alright, now even if a meteor-level assassin wants to kill you, as long as you concentrate your mind and use these extraordinary powers well, he won't be able to kill you in the first place. It will be long enough for us to come and rescue you. Jiang Fan said with a smile. His tone was relaxed, but it made Qin Wen feel an inexplicable sense of security. Thank you, Jiang Xuedi. Qin Wen lowered his head gratefully. Jiang Fan's actions completely conquered his heart. Nothing can make people feel more at ease than a real improvement in strength. Junior brother Jiang, all the corpses of the Shadow Killer clan have been collected. The weakest one is a 5-star Grandmaster, and the strongest one is the one you killed last. Its strength is probably above the middle level of meteor. Jiboda, Zhao Bingyang and others came back and piled the shadow crystals scattered nearby, which were the corpses of the Shadow Killing clan, in front of Jiang Fan. If a pile of shadow crystals were brought back to Blue Star, they would definitely be worth hundreds of millions. They could be used to carve runes and add them to weapons, or they could absorb the shadow energy contained in them. Good! Jiang Fan nodded and stretched out his hand. All the crystals in his hand seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and disappeared in an instant, turning into pure energy and merging into his body. Warm currents surged throughout his body, and the number of meteoroids in the energy space increased dramatically, soon reaching 400. His body was baptized over and over again, his strength increased significantly, his blood and energy became more abundant, and he was transforming towards energy. The divine forging essence grew and broke through the 100,000 mark. Even though he now possessed the energy space, he still could not find the specific location of the divine forging essence. This also showed that the level of the divine forging power was higher, and he could not access it at present. Jiang Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was good news for now. What made Jiang Fan most happy was that he had acquired the skills of the Shadow Killer clan, that is, extraordinary power.